Chapter 1. Azhi. In the 5th year of Jingning, early winter, the emperor had not set foot in the harem for half a month, and for several consecutive days, the audience hours in Taihe Palace were always delayed until the end of the hour, leaving the concubines openly and covertly appealing to the empress for her intervention. On this day, after the audience concluded, the empress wearily leaned against the back of her chair, while Yu Chun carefully assisted her in rising. Yu Chun was a natural-born servant of the Ningwa Duke's residence, having served the empress since childhood, and had always been favored. Seeing the weary expression on the empress' face, she could not help but express her concern. Each of them implores the empress for a decision. Yet, with the emperor absent from the harem, what can the empress do? The empress gently adjusted her tea cover, responding mildly, "Silence. This servant is at fault." Yu Chun lowered her head in acknowledgement, then obediently began to arrange the empress' hair. "Very well. Send someone to inquire once more," the empress mused as she gazed at her reflection in the bronze mirror. She had been wed to the emperor since their youth, and now they had shared a decade together. Her beauty had faded, and the emperor's heart remained inscrutable. This emperor of theirs was particularly elusive. Xiao Luzi, observing from a distance, felt a headache as he saw Feng Xia approaching the empress. He thought to himself that it was no wonder the empress was not favored. Their emperor was clearly disinterested in the harem, yet the empress repeatedly sent for him. Of course, he only dared to voice such thoughts internally as Feng Xia drew near. Xiao Luzi donned a smile that was faultless. "Aunt Feng Xia, Your Excellency, the empress has personally prepared a soup and entrusted this servant to deliver it. Is His Majesty available at this moment?" Xiao Luzi discreetly glanced at the jade platter in Feng Xia's hands, which unmistakably bore the style of the imperial kitchen. Maintaining his smile, he said, "Aunt Feng Xia, please wait a moment." Once he turned away, the smile on Xiao Luzi's face immediately vanished. Zhao Fu, attending within the hall, noticed Xiao Luzi peering out and cautiously glanced upward at Han Yan before retreating. Upon hearing what Xiao Luzi had mentioned, he too felt a headache. These past few days, matters in the court had been numerous, and the emperor was particularly troubled. All those serving beneath him were on edge, fearing any misstep. "What is it?" Han Yan tossed aside the memorial he had been holding. Zhao Fu smiled cautiously. "Your Majesty, the empress has sent soup." The delivery of soup was merely a pretext. Even Zhao Fu understood the true purpose, and indeed, Han Yan's expression turned cold. "Send her back." Shortly after noon, the staff from the imperial kitchen arrived. Zhao Fu had initially taken a casual glance, but upon seeing the person trailing behind, his expression became complex. Even the seasoned fox who had spent years in the palace could not help but momentarily lose his composure. Today, accompanying them was a newcomer, which was not unusual. What was peculiar was that this little palace maid was considerably plumper than her companions. It was not that this maid was excessively overweight, rather, the current aesthetic favored slenderness. Not to mention, the ladies of the palace all had waists as slender as willows, and even the rougher palace maids were all lean. Thus, it was the first time Zhao Fu encountered someone with such a round and seemingly fortunate face. Azhi had spent 7 years in the palace, confined within the hall, and this was her first venture outside. Today, she had gone to the imperial kitchen to seek Yuan Bao, and upon arrival, she heard that a palace maid delivering meals had been injured on her face. Before Azhi could grasp the situation, she was handed a food box. As she made her way, she remained in a state of bewilderment until she found herself standing in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, at which point she finally comprehended the significance of her surroundings. This was the residence of the Son of Heaven, and the individual seated at the head of the hall was the most esteemed person in the realm. Having entered the palace 7 years ago, she had yet to lay eyes on the emperor, having only heard of him once through a distant encounter that left her trembling at the sight of his imperial procession. She speculated that perhaps the emperor was old and unattractive, marred by scars, and possessing a fearsome visage. Now, with the rare opportunity to behold him, she was eager to ascertain his true appearance. Emboldened by her position at the back and her diminutive stature, she dared to lift her gaze. Unbeknownst to her, every subtle movement had already captured the attention of Han Yan. In fact, from the moment she entered, his gaze had been fixed upon her. It was the first time he realized that the palace could nurture someone to such a plump and fair state. Zhao Fu, who had served Han Yan since childhood, recognized the burgeoning interest Han Yan had in her, Regardless of the reason, it was indeed a rarity for the emperor to take notice of anyone that he made a mental note to inquire about her once his duties were concluded. Just as Azhi glanced up, her eyes met Han Yan's, causing her to immediately lower her gaze and fixate on the ground, no longer daring to look askance. Yet, her mind could not cease to dwell upon the visage she had just encountered, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Having never received an education, she struggled to find eloquent words to express her admiration, but she thought to herself that the emperor was truly handsome, surpassing even the most attractive eunuchs in the palace. Seeing her appear like a frightened little rabbit, Han Yin felt his burdens lighten considerably. The emperor dined for half an hour, and Azhi had never found such a duration to be so excruciatingly long. She fixated on the embroidery of her shoes, not daring to glance around until she finally stepped out of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, feeling as though she had been granted a reprieve. News of Azhi's presence in the hall reached the astute little eunuchs, who promptly informed Supervisor Yang Azhi had been brought back to the palace by Yang Jingde several years prior. It had been a frigid winter, with everyone bundled in thick coats, while Azhi appeared filthy and tattered, her body shivering and purple with cold. Yang Jingde, known for his ruthlessness, rarely showed compassion, yet he felt a pang of sympathy when he saw her staring longingly at the bun in his hand, and thus took her back to the palace. Upon returning, Yang Jingde discovered that she was already 7 years old, though she looked no older than 4 or 5, emaciated and gaunt. Having endured hunger, Azhi developed an insatiable appetite once she entered the palace, and Yang Jingde never restricted her. Over the course of 7 years, the once malnourished little beggar had transformed into a plump and fair young girl. Yang Jingde himself was an orphan, with scant familial ties, and thus treated Azhi as a sister since her arrival. He oversaw the palace and ensured that she never lacked for anything good. Her life in the palace was even more comfortable than that of the less favored concubines. There was only one stipulation forbade her from venturing outside. Within the confines of the palace, he could protect her, but beyond those walls, danger lurked at every turn. Azhi often visited the royal kitchen, and when reports came in about her whereabouts, Yang Jingde did not think much of it. He could never have anticipated that she would venture into the emperor's presence. Yang Jingde, with a solemn expression and silent demeanor, rose only after the tea bowl beside him had completely cooled. When he arrived at his quarters, the door was firmly shut. He knocked twice on the door, saying, as it is out. Upon hearing Yang Jingde's voice, as hurriedly got out of bed to open the door, her face a picture of confusion, not understanding why the esteemed eunuch had come at such an hour. Yang Jingde furrowed his brow and inquired about the events that had transpired at the Taihe Palace that day. Once as had elucidated the matter, he hesitated and asked, as, do you wish to leave the palace? Unlike as he and Zhao Fu had been by the emperor's side since childhood, the insights Zhao Fu could glean, he could discern as well. He was acutely aware that the emperor had developed an interest in as palace maids who reached the age of 25 were permitted to leave, but as had no family outside the palace. Thus the thought had never crossed her mind. Hearing Yang Jingde's words, as, though puzzled, understood that he meant her no harm, and softly replied, as will heed your counsel, in 2 days. A group of palace maids will be released, you shall accompany them, he instructed. Noticing the unease in his eyes, he offered quiet reassurance. Everything outside will be arranged for you. During dinner, Han Yin casually glanced at the newcomers from the imperial kitchen, not spotting the little palace maid from noon. He merely cast a fleeting glance before diverting his attention. Zhao Fu, seeing the emperor glance down, understood what was occupying the emperor's thoughts, yet he could not decipher the emperor's attitude. At this moment, the emperor's silence rendered Zhao Fu too apprehensive to act on his own accord. The next day passed quietly, and Zhao Fu nearly forgot about as. However, that evening, the emperor made a startling proclamation. Have someone attend to matters at the Taihe Palace tomorrow. Zhao Fu nearly spilled the tea he was serving, cautiously raising his gaze only to find the emperor engrossed in a memorial, his eyes never lifting. For a moment, Zhao Fu thought he had misheard. For the emperor to remember as for 2 days was significant. Zhao Fu cast a glance at the emperor before carefully excusing himself. Little Luzi rushed to him as he exited, asking, Zhao Gonggong, why are you here? Zhao Fu, maintaining a serious countenance, replied, you must immediately make your way to the Hall of Governance. Having sent someone to investigate as the previous day, Zhao Fu knew that Yang Zhengde, that cunning old fox, was protective of her. If he did not act swiftly, by the following day, that little palace maid might have already left the palace. If she were to exit, all would be lost. Chapter 1. Azhi. In the 5th year of Jingning, early winter. The emperor had not set foot in the imperial harem for half a month. For several consecutive days, the morning audience in Kuinning Palace had been delayed until the late hours of the sea time, and the concubines were both openly and covertly imploring the empress to take charge. On this day, after the audience concluded, the empress wearily leaned against the back of her chair, while Yu Chun cautiously assisted her in rising. Yu Chun was a natural-born servant of the Duke of Ning's household, having served the empress since childhood and thus enjoyed her favor. Noticing the fatigue etched on the empress' face, she could not help but express her concern, saying, "Each of them is requesting your majesty's intervention. Yet with the emperor absent from the harem, what can your majesty do?" The empress gently adjusted the tea lid and replied curtly, "Silence." This servant acknowledges her mistake. Yu Chun lowered her head, accepting her error, and then deftly began to arrange the empress' hair. "Very well, send someone to inquire again." The empress gazed into the copper mirror, reflecting on the decade spent with the emperor since their youth. Her beauty had faded, and the emperor's heart remained inscrutable. Their emperor was indeed difficult to fathom. Xiao Luzi, observing from a distance, felt a headache when he saw Feng Xia approaching the empress. He thought to himself, no wonder the empress lacked favor. Their emperor clearly had little interest in the harem, yet the empress repeatedly sent for him. Of course, he only dared to mutter such thoughts internally as she drew near. Xiao Luzi maintained a flawless smile upon his face. "Aunt Feng Xia. Eunuch, the empress has personally prepared soup and entrusted me to deliver it. I wonder if the emperor is available at this moment?" Xiao Luzi discreetly glanced at the jade plate in Feng Xia's hands, which unmistakably bore the style of the imperial kitchen. But he kept his smile intact. "Please wait a moment, Aunt Feng Xia." As he turned, his smile immediately vanished. Zhao Fu, who was serving within the palace, noticed Xiao Luzi peering out at the entrance and cautiously glanced at Han Yin, who retreated from view. Upon hearing Xiao Luzi's report, he too felt a headache. In recent days, court affairs had been numerous, and the emperor was currently quite vexed. Those of them serving below were all on edge, fearful of making mistakes. "What is it?" Han Yin tossed the memorial he had been holding aside. Zhao Fu smiled carefully. "Your Majesty, the empress has sent soup." The delivery of soup was merely a pretext. Even Zhao Fu understood the true intention behind it. Sure enough, Han Yan's expression turned cold. "Send her back." Just after noon, personnel from the imperial kitchen arrived. Zhao Fu had initially just glanced casually, but upon noticing the individual trailing behind, his expression became complex. Even the seasoned fox of the palace could not help but momentarily lose composure. Today, accompanying them was an unfamiliar face, which was not particularly surprising. What was peculiar, however, was that this young palace maid appeared significantly plumper than her companions. That it was not that this maid was excessively overweight, rather, the prevailing beauty standard favored slenderness. In the palace, every lady, even the rougher palace maids, was typically slender. This round-faced, seemingly fortunate young maid was a rarity to behold. Azhi had spent 7 years in the palace, always remaining within the hall, and this was her first venture outside. Today, she had gone to the imperial kitchen as usual to find Yuan Bao, only to hear that a palace maid delivering dishes had suffered a facial injury. Before Azhi could comprehend the situation, a food box was thrust into her hands. She had been completely bewildered on her journey until she found herself standing within the grand halls of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, at which point she finally realized the significance of her surroundings. This was the residence of the Son of Heaven, and the figure seated in the highest position was the most exalted person in the realm. Having spent 7 years in the palace, she had never encountered the emperor, having only once heard tales of his grandeur from a distance, which had left her trembling at the sight of his imperial procession. She imagined that perhaps the emperor was old and unattractive, with a long scar across his face, a greenish complexion, and fearsome fangs. Now that she finally had the opportunity to behold the emperor in person, she was eager to see what he truly looked like. Relying on her small stature and the fact that she stood at the very back, she boldly tilted her head to gaze upwards. While she believed her actions were discreet, she was unaware that every movement had already captured the attention of Han Yin. In fact, from the moment she entered, his gaze had been fixed upon her. It was his first realization that the palace could nurture such a plump and fair creature. Zhao Fu, who had served Han Yin since childhood, discerned the newfound interest Han Yin held for Azhi, regardless of the reasons behind it. It was indeed a rare occurrence for a mere mortal to catch the eye of the emperor. He silently made a note of Azhi, planning to inquire further once his duties were concluded. Just as Azhi raised her head, her gaze met Han Yan's, causing her to immediately avert her eyes and focus intently on the ground, too frightened to look elsewhere. Yet, her heart could not help but dwell on the visage she had just glimpsed, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Azhi, having received no formal education, could not articulate her thoughts with grandiloquent phrases, but she felt that the emperor was truly handsome, surpassing even the most attractive of the palace eunuchs. Observing her, resembling a frightened rabbit with her head drawn in, Han Yan's spirits brightened considerably, alleviating the weight of his official burdens. As the emperor dined for half an hour, Azhi had never found such a duration to be so excruciatingly tedious. She fixated on the embroidery of her shoes, not daring to glance around, and it was only upon exiting the Hall of Supreme Harmony that she felt a sense of relief. News of Azhi's presence in the hall quickly reached Yang Zhongjian through a clever little eunuch that Azhi was brought to the palace by Yang Zhengde several years prior while he was on official business. It was during the harsh winter, when everyone was bundled in thick coats, that Azhi arrived, dirty and tattered, her small frame nearly frozen and turning a shade of purple. Having grown accustomed to being ruthless, Yang Zhengde, upon witnessing her wide-eyed stare at the bun in his hand, surprisingly felt a pang of compassion and decided to take her back to the palace. Upon returning, Yang Zhengde discovered that Azhi was already 7 years old, though she appeared no older than a 4 or 5-year-old child, emaciated and frail. Having been terrified by hunger, Azhi developed a fondness for food once she entered the palace, and Yang Zhengde never restricted her. Over the course of more than 7 years, the once little beggar had blossomed into a plump and fair young lady. Yang Zhengde, himself a rootless man with thin familial ties and no one left at home, raised Azhi as if she were his own sister since her arrival. He oversaw the palace and ensured that Azhi never lacked for anything good, allowing her to live more comfortably than many of the neglected consorts. There was only one restriction. He never permitted her to leave the palace. Within the confines of the palace, he could protect her, but outside, danger lurked at every corner. Azhi frequently visited the imperial kitchen, and when reports came in, Yang Zhengde paid them little mind, never suspecting that Azhi would venture into the emperor's presence. Yang Zhengde wore a solemn expression, remaining silent until the teacup beside him had grown cold before he finally rose to his feet. Upon his arrival, he found the door to Azhi's chamber firmly shut. He knocked twice, calling out, "Azhi, Azhi." Hearing his voice, Azhi hurriedly got out of bed to open the door. "My lord," she greeted, her face a canvas of confusion, unsure of why he had come at such an hour. Yang Zhengde furrowed his brow and inquired about the events that had transpired at the Taihe Palace that day. Once Azhi had recounted the details, he hesitated before asking, "Azhi, do you wish to leave the palace?" Unlike Azhi, Yang Zhengde, alongside Zhao Fu, had been in the emperor's service since childhood, and he could intuit what Zhao Fu might surmise. He understood that the emperor had developed an interest in Azhi. Palace maids could leave at the age of 25, but Azhi had long been without family outside the palace, and thus had never entertained such thoughts. However, upon hearing Yang Zhengde's words, Azhi, though perplexed, knew he meant her no harm. She replied softly, "Azhi will listen to my lord. There will be a group of maids released from the palace the day after tomorrow you shall depart with them," Yang Zhengde assured her, noticing the unease in her eyes. He comforted her in a low voice, "Everything outside will be arranged for you." During dinner, Han Yin seemed to casually glance at the newcomers from the imperial kitchen, but noticed that the young maid from midday was absent. He merely cast a fleeting glance before returning his gaze. Zhao Fu, observing the emperor's downward focus on the memorials, was acutely aware of what piqued the emperor's interest, yet he could not discern the emperor's sentiments. At this moment, the emperor's silence left Zhao Fu hesitant. He dared not act without express permission. The following day unfolded quietly, and Zhao Fu nearly forgot about Azhi. Yet, As night fell, the emperor suddenly announced, "Have someone attend to matters in the Taihe Palace tomorrow." Zhao Fu nearly faltered with the tea he was serving, cautiously lifting his gaze to find the emperor engrossed in the memorials, his eyes never lifting. For a moment, Zhao Fu feared he had misheard. For the emperor to remember Azhi for 2 consecutive days was significant. Zhao Fu glanced at the figure before him, then carefully excused himself from the presence. As he exited, Xiao Luzi hurriedly approached him, asking, "Zhao Gonggong, why are you out?" Zhao Fu maintained a stern visage, instructing, "You must immediately make a trip to the Hall of State." Having already sent someone to investigate Azhi the previous day, Zhao Fu knew that Yang Jingde, the old fox, was fiercely protective that if he did not act swiftly, Azhi might depart the palace before he could intervene. Once she left, it would be too late for everything. Chapter 2. A delicate soul in the inner chambers as crouched upon the floor, diligently stuffing her small bundle until it was almost bursting. After 7 years within the palace, she had amassed enough belongings to fill 3 entire trunks. Yet at this moment, she felt no urgency to depart with them. As Grand Eunuch Yang had instructed, she need only carry a single bundle when leaving the palace at dawn. The remaining items would be delivered to her outside. Having completed her packing, as gazed around the desolate room and felt a pang of reluctance. "As elder sister, fret not. Should you venture out to procure goods, I shall seek you out," spoke Unbo, a young eunuch from the imperial kitchen, who had grown up alongside, as sharing a bond akin to that of siblings. When Az had visited the kitchen earlier that day, Unbo had been delivering meals to the Yuanshan Palace. Upon returning and discovering she had ventured to the Taihe Palace, he felt a mix of shock and fear, yet was genuinely happy for her early departure from the palace. Unbo had no path of retreat since entering the palace, but as was different, outside, she would undoubtedly enjoy greater freedom. Moreover, with Grand Eunuch Yang looking after her, it was likely that he would soon find her a suitable match once she was outside, as, being such a kind-hearted soul, would surely attract a husband who would cherish her, and together they could welcome a few chubby children, bringing joy to their family and providing as with a lifetime of support. Merely contemplating such a future brought Unbo joy on her behalf. Furthermore, as he served in the imperial kitchen, he had the opportunity to venture outside every 3 days to procure supplies, ensuring he would encounter as frequently. Observing the few trunks scattered throughout the now empty room, she turned to Unbo, rising to retrieve a pouch she had prepared earlier from beneath one of the trunks, and handed it to him. "Grand Eunuch Yang has arranged everything for me outside the palace. It is not easy for you here. Please keep this." The heavy pouch drew Unbo's gaze, and he instantly understood its contents. Feeling a warmth in his eyes, he pushed the pouch back towards her. "As elder sister, I cannot accept this. Rather, you should consider your expenses outside the palace." As he spoke, he removed his own worn and faded pouch from his waist and pressed it into Az's hands. "Please, do not reject this as elder sister. I cannot accept it," Az immediately refused. She was acutely aware of the meager allowance Unbo received each month. Serving in the imperial kitchen required constant financial finesse, and this pouch likely contained all his savings accumulated over the years. As the two continued their gentle exchange, Grand Eunuch Yang Zhngd entered with a stern expression. They quickly wiped their tears and stood at attention. Upon seeing the neatly arranged luggage, Yang felt a tumult of emotions and a wave of reluctance washed over him. For the past few days, he had harbored a flicker of hope, but just moments ago, the young eunuch LZ had arrived, shattering all his plans and calculations. "As, retire early tonight. You will be on duty at the Taihe Palace tomorrow morning," he instructed, his voice tinged with concern. As gasped Grand Eunuch, Yang Ngd turned away, unable to meet her gaze, and softly remarked, "The Taihe Palace is indeed a commendable place." His words were not merely intended to comfort, as, although serving the emperor was fraught with peril, the Taihe Palace offered a far more tranquil environment than the inner court, devoid of the numerous sordid affairs that plagued the latter. In comparison, it was already a far better destination. After Yang Jingde finished speaking, he departed. That was the residence of the most esteemed person under heaven. No matter how much he imparted his wisdom, it ultimately rested upon Azhi's own fortune to navigate the path ahead. Not long after Yang Zhengde left, Yuan Bao uttered a few words before taking his leave as well. The abruptness of their departures left Azhi in a state of emotional turmoil. Yet, with the impending duty at the Taihe Palace the following day, she felt a mix of apprehension and fear. It was not fear of anything in particular, but rather a pure trepidation towards Emperor Han Yan. That night, Azhi lay in a daze, her mind racing until the early hours of the morning before finally succumbing to sleep. As dawn broke the next day, someone from the Taihe Palace arrived. Having spent the past few years comfortably in the palace under Yang Zhengde's watchful eye, Azhi had never risen before daybreak. Summoned from her slumber, she felt utterly fatigued, her head heavy as she donned her garments. Upon opening the door, a sudden chill enveloped her, instantly rousing her senses. Today, it was the young Lizzie who had come personally to escort Azhi. As she departed, Azhi frequently glanced back, but seeing no sign of Yang Zhengde left her feeling somewhat disheartened. However, the moment she stepped out of the palace, a young eunuch rushed to inform Yang Zhengde of her departure. Without uttering a word, Yang Zhengde's darkened eyes revealed a sleepless night, and only after Azhi had left did he rise and slowly pace out of his quarters. Azhi, feeling cold in her ordinary palace-made attire, had carelessly added an outer garment, rendering her appearance somewhat incongruous. Young Lizzie made several attempts to offer her reassurance, yet observing the shivering figures around him, he refrained from speaking. Though Azhi was merely a maid, it was the first time in many years that the emperor himself had requested her presence. Moreover, upon his arrival, eunuch Zhao had offered him vague hints regarding her future. Contemplating these matters, young Lizzie perceived Azhi's tension and endeavored to ease her nerves. Mrs. Azhi, there is no need to be anxious. Once we arrive at the Taihe Palace, I shall first lead you to your quarters, and once you are settled, you may attend to the front hall. Azhi responded with a sweet smile, thanking him. You may simply call me young Lizzie, Miss Azhi. With Zhao's prior counsel in mind, young Lizzie dared not act with arrogance before her. Azhi merely smiled sweetly, not responding to his remark. Although she was not well acquainted with many, she had spent over 7 years in the palace, particularly close to supervisor Yang Zhengde. Some things, after all, could be learned just by observing. Seeing Azhi maintain her composure, young Lizzie held her in higher regard. He had entered the palace at a young age and had witnessed many who became arrogant upon attaining a measure of power. In this ever-changing palace, countless individuals had risen to great heights one moment, only to fall into disgrace the next. Approaching the Taihe Palace, with the knowledge that she would not be attending to the front hall today, Azhi felt relieved as she followed young Lizzie. However, before she could even set down her small bundle, Zhao, with a beaming smile, approached her. Miss Azhi. Azhi recognized Zhao and immediately prepared to bow, but Zhao quickly stepped in to prevent her. He could not accept such a gesture from her. Miss Azhi, the emperor requests your presence in the front hall. Azhi was taken aback, but I have just arrived. Zhao Fu glanced around the room, which had been arranged for them the previous night. It was a double room, but with the emperor's earlier remark, has the person not yet arrived? He realized that a change of accommodations was imminent. Zhao Fu smiled kindly, assuring Miss Azhi that there was no need for concern, as he would soon have someone assist her in tidying up. Azhi attempted to devise another excuse, yet she was no match for the cunning Zhao Fu, whose words effortlessly dispelled her hesitations. By the time she regained her composure, she found herself standing at the entrance of the grand hall, tea in hand, hesitant to step inside. Within, Han Yan had already noticed Azhi's presence. He observed her lingering at the door without any urgency. While he remained calm, Zhao Fu, standing nearby, dared not offer any reminders, instead casting a look towards Azhi that silently wished her good fortune. Chapter 3. Sensitivity. Han Yan had been engrossed in several memorials when he noticed Azhi lingering hesitantly at the door. He set the documents aside and called, "Why do you not come in?" Startled, Azhi's hand trembled, but she quickly steadied herself and entered. Zhao Fu, observing the subtle arch of the emperor's brow, felt a mix of intrigue and concern. Upon entering, Azhi's anxiety intensified as she beheld Han Yan seated majestically on the dragon throne, rendering her motionless. Noticing her nervous demeanor, akin to a wooden statue, Han Yan sighed, and lifted his gaze. It was only then that Azhi dared to slowly raise her head. Having caught a fleeting glimpse of the emperor previously, she was now struck by his striking appearance, momentarily lost in admiration. Azhi harbored a peculiar fondness for those of handsome visage. Their mere presence could elevate her spirits. Outside, Zhao Fu noticed her unabashedly staring at the emperor, and his heart quickened. Such audacity in gazing upon the sovereign was indeed audacious. Han Yin, experiencing this direct gaze for the first time since his ascension, found it refreshingly novel. While Azhi possessed a fair complexion, the palace was not devoid of more beautiful women. Yet, Han Yin had never encountered someone as plump and innocently charming as her. Capturing his attention, "Is he handsome?" Azhi blushed and instinctively replied, "Very handsome." Realizing her impropriety, she immediately knelt and begged the emperor's forgiveness. The sound of her kneeling caused Han Yin to frown. He had yet to utter a word, and she should not prostrate herself so readily. Azhi responded softly, "Yes, I understand." Observing her kneeling form, which was indeed unsightly, Han Yin coldly commanded, "Rise." Azhi wished to comply, but the suddenness and weight of her kneeling had left her knees throbbing with pain, making any movement difficult. Though a palace maid, Azhi lived a comfortable life within the palace, rarely needing to kneel throughout the year. As Han Yin noticed her eyes gradually reddening, he could not help but think, "So sensitive." Zhao Fu, the attendant, promptly assisted Azhi to her feet, internally elevating her status a notch. Such displays were not uncommon among the palace ladies. A few years prior, a lady named Bao Lin had carelessly remarked during a meal with the emperor that her appetite had diminished. She had intended to invoke his sympathy, yet Han Yin had immediately ordered the meal to be cleared away and, upon leaving, had cut off her provisions entirely. Within days, Bao Lin succumbed to starvation. And since then, none in the harem dared utter such words again. Zhao Fu, however, noted that Bao Lin's foolishness had led to her demise. During that period, the northern regions had suffered severe drought, leaving countless citizens without food, yet this lady had dared to be finicky, provoking the emperor's displeasure. Han Yin observed Azhi still standing like a wooden post, his voice deepening. "What are you still doing there?" Azhi, bewildered, remained motionless until Zhao Fu gently nudged her toward Han Yin. The emperor's gaze shifted to her sore knees, and he thought to himself, "Truly sensitive. Go summon the physician." As Azhi raised her gaze, she discerned the emperor's intent. Zhao Fu escorted Azhi back to her residence, which was different from her previous quarters. Yet she refrained from inquiring further. The physician arrived promptly. Zhao Fu observed quietly until Azhi had applied her medicine before taking his leave. Hearing footsteps, Han Yin lifted his eyes, but soon reverted his focus to the memorial. Zhao Fu, uncertain of Han Yin's thoughts, ventured softly, "Your Majesty, Miss Azhi has sustained a scrape on her knee. The physician advises a period of rest for 2 days." Silence enveloped the hall, and after a pause, Han Yin remarked, "I recall there are 2 bottles of healing lotion in the private treasury. I shall have someone deliver them to her shortly." Though Zhao Fu maintained a calm demeanor, he was taken aback internally. The healing lotion was a rare treasure. Only 10 bottles had been presented as tribute this year. 3 had been sent to the Empress Dowager upon arrival, and both the Empress and the favored concubine Shu had received but 2 each. 1 bottle had been given to Lin Zhaoi, who had recently garnered some favor. The remaining palace ladies had never even laid eyes on it. If the other concubines were to learn that Miss Azhi received 2 bottles merely for a scraped knee, who could predict their reactions? Zhao Fu instructed Xiao Luzi to personally deliver the healing lotion, accompanied by a palace maid. "Miss Azhi, given your injury, you shall be attended to by Xiao Yao for the next 2 days." Azhi, being a maid herself, found it improper to have someone else serve her and requested the eunuch to take the maid back. Xiao Luzi gently replied, "Miss Azhi, there is no need for concern. This is a special instruction from eunuch Zhao." Zhao Fu, being a close attendant to the emperor, implied that this was indeed the emperor's will. Azhi ceased her objections and allowed the maid to remain. Xiao Yao, a first-class maid from Taihe Palace, had served there since her entry into the palace. Fully aware that in this realm, the emperor's favor was paramount. Thus, she bore no resentment towards eunuch Zhao's decree for her to attend to a mere maid. Xiao Yao approached Azhi and knelt, saying, "Miss, I shall apply your medicine." Azhi had never experienced such service and felt quite awkward. "We are the same. You may simply call me Azhi." Xiao Yao, focused on applying the medicine, did not respond, unaware of the lotion's value. Azhi only felt the soothing coolness upon applying it to her fiery knee. "Apply more?" "Yes, and a bit on the side as well." Unlike Azhi, Xiao Yao understood the lotion's worth, rumored to have miraculous properties. When Xiao Yao was to keep watch at night, Azhi did not permit it. She too was a maid, cognizant of the frigid cold of an outdoor vigil. Once she departed, Azhi promptly climbed into bed, the room warmed by several braziers of silver charcoal, feeling more comfortable than in the palace itself. Taking advantage of her injury, she secluded herself for a few days, sleeping undisturbed until the late morning. Meanwhile, Zhao Fu in the main hall was growing increasingly anxious. The emperor had not mentioned Azhi for several days, but suddenly he brought her up. Zhao Fu, unable to conceal the truth, responded when questioned. Han Yin, knowing the girl was no longer in danger, immediately grew stern and threw the memorial in his hand to the ground. Zhao Fu could only manage a bitter smile, for this Miss Azhi was indeed a peculiar character. In the past, whenever a concubine in the palace received a favor, she would hasten to the Taihe Palace to express her gratitude. Yet, Miss Azhi, who was right there in the Taihe Palace, not only failed to come and show her appreciation, but also, despite her evident recovery, did not come to attend to matters. He had just dispatched Xiao Luzi to summon her, and although Xiao Luzi returned promptly, he arrived empty-handed. Upon hearing the news he delivered, Zhao Fu's forehead twitched in exasperation. "Come in." Zhao Fu entered with a troubled expression, his gaze cast downward. Han Yin, having not laid eyes on that ungrateful individual, wore an even more unpleasant countenance. Wretched creature. Another memorial was tossed onto the floor at Zhao Fu's feet. It was unclear to whom this remark was directed. Zhao Fu cautiously picked up the memorial from the ground and placed it on a nearby, small table. "Your Majesty, please temper your anger." "But where is she?" Zhao Fu's face reflected his distress as he deliberated. "Mrs. Ji has yet to awaken." Instantly, Han Yan's expression darkened, revealing a complex array of emotions. The concubines of the palace were required to rise shortly after the hour of the hare to prepare for their visit to the Kuan Palace to pay their respects. Han Yin himself had risen just past the hour of the tiger. Yet this ungrateful girl was still asleep well into the hour of the snake. Han Yan, known for his petty nature and meticulousness, coldly rose and led Zhao Fu to the back. Chapter 4. A change in the weather. Han Yin strode forward, his companions Zhao Fu and the others struggling to keep pace, resorting to hurried, tiny steps to catch up. Zhao Fu felt a pang of anxiety for Azhi, but as they neared her door, Han Yin's footsteps noticeably slowed, allowing Zhao Fu to breathe a sigh of relief. This Azhi truly possessed remarkable talents. Xiao Yao stood guard outside, prepared to greet the emperor, but upon noticing Zhao Fu's gesture, she fell silent and discreetly stepped aside, hoping fervently that Azhi had awakened by now. Zhao Fu approached the door cautiously and pushed it open. Once the emperor entered, he remained outside with Xiao Yao and the others. Unbeknownst to them, Azhi was blissfully unaware of their presence. Having lived alone in the palace for years, she had grown accustomed to her solitude, and her sleeping posture was notably commanding. Han Yin observed her petite form sprawled across the bed, occupying it entirely. The room was warm with the glow of the charcoal fire, and her small face, resting on the pillow, was a rosy hue. Azhi's naturally fair skin appeared even more delicate, akin to a ripe peach. Observing her, Han Yan's earlier displeasure dissipated, but the thought of being disturbed daily by the ministers while she slept so soundly stirred a slight discomfort within him. From the moment he first beheld Azhi's chubby cheeks, he had imagined that her skin would feel exquisite to the touch. Engrossed in this thought, he could not resist reaching out, and indeed, her face was as soft and tender as he had envisioned. Amused, he found it increasingly difficult to restrain himself. Azhi awakened from her slumber, her eyes still closed. Mistaking his hand for Xiao Yao's, she instinctively grasped it and pulled it close, murmuring softly as she drifted back to sleep. Oblivious to her actions, She was unaware of the soft sensation that had captured Han Yan's full attention. Having married at 15 and ruled for 5 years, Han Yan was not one to easily feel flustered. Yet Azhi was the first to elicit such a response with a mere touch. As he gazed at her, the color of his eyes deepened. The emperor, who seldom compromised his own desires, playfully pressed down twice. The first time, Azhi remained half asleep, thinking it was Xiao Yao teasing her. However, upon the second touch, she suddenly awoke, realizing that Xiao Yao would never behave in such a manner. With wide, clear eyes, Azhi caught Han Yan in the act. She glanced down at the large hand and then back at Han Yan, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her small face reflecting deep grievance. Han Yan, unaccustomed to feeling awkward, cleared his throat and withdrew his hand, composing himself as he exited. With a stern expression, he stepped out, causing Zhao Fu and the other attendants to hold their breath in silence. When Xiao Yao entered, she found Azhi sitting on the bed, clutching her blanket with reddened eyes, on the verge of tears. She was inclined to inquire about the situation, but ultimately decided against it. As Xiao Yao helped Azhi dress, the latter's sense of injustice grew. It was clear to her that she was not at fault, yet it was the emperor who had become upset. After feeling wronged, fear ensues. The person in question is the emperor, who possesses dominion over all. Whatever he does is deemed right. Having spent many years within the palace, as is acutely aware that human life holds little value, a mere word from someone in power can easily determine the fate of palace maids like her. The more she contemplates, the more sorrow envelopes her, as she senses that once she departs, there may be no return. Overwhelmed by grief, her eyes redden further, seeing as in such a state Xiao Yao, though unaware of the specifics of the situation, recalls her time as a first-class maid in the Taihe Palace. While she may not possess the privileged countenance of close attendants like Zhao Fu, she does have some understanding of the emperor's temperament. "Do not worry, Miss," says. She reassures her. To pry into the emperor's heart is a grave offense. I can say no more. Once Xiao Yao has adorned as, she notices her lingering anxiety and accompanies her to the entrance of the grand hall. It is only when they spot Zhao Fu approaching that Xiao Yao graciously withdraws. Zhao Fu, upon seeing as, greets her with a warm smile, as if she were a long-awaited savior. The emperor has just returned to the front hall, his countenance grim, having thrown several memorials to the ground. Zhao Fu, serving within, is on edge. "Miss, as the emperor awaits you inside," Zhao Fu announces. The moment he speaks, Az's eyes, which had only just begun to clear, swell with tears once more. Observing her deep-seated fear, Zhao Fu, perhaps with a twinge of conscience, reassures her that the emperor is unlikely to hold her accountable. Az interprets Zhao Fu's words as comfort, murmuring her thanks. Zhao Fu steps aside to avoid her bow, recognizing that she is now someone of significance in the emperor's eyes, and such a gesture would be inappropriate. Han Yan, having noticed Az lingering at the entrance, calls out coldly, "Come in." Startled, Az quickly enters. Han Yan's gaze falls on Az, who stands at a distance, trembling with fear, prompting his expression to darken. "Come closer." Az looks up at Han Yan, her youth and inexperience betraying every emotion on her face. Remembering the message from Zhao Fu about Az, who has yet to reach her coming-of-age ceremony in 2 months, he patiently waits for her to approach. As she draws near, Han Yan immediately notices her hands, red from the cold, and observes her simple maid attire, prompting him to pull her closer. In her moment of distraction, Az stumbles directly into his embrace. "Why are you not wearing more layers?" Han Yan questions, his brow furrowing. The sight of her frostbitten fingers strikes him as jarring. Without waiting for her response, he adds, "Next time, remember to dress warmly." Az obediently nods, yet how much she wears is beyond her control as a lowly maid. The attire of palace eunuchs and maids is strictly regulated. She can only manage to add a thin coat beneath her outer garment. Were she to wear more, not only would it be against the rules, but she herself would feel constricted and unattractive. Clinging to the warmth of his embrace, Han Yan hesitates to release her, yet the pile of memorials demands his attention. He gently pats Az's waist before stepping back to grind ink. Az lifts her gaze from his arms, her bright eyes gazing up at him, innocent, pure, and captivating, yet oblivious to her own charm. Han Yan's gaze deepens, I no longer wish to wait. He shifted the person in his embrace, positioning them face to face, his hands gripping firmly as he drew them closer, unreservedly claiming their tender lips. The memorials on the imperial desk were swept to the floor with force, scattering everywhere. Outside, Zhao Fu heard the commotion and was struck with alarm. Since the emperor's ascension, no consort had ever been favored in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Even the favored consort, Shu, had not been granted such an exception. It appeared that a new consort was about to rise in favor within the hallowed halls of the imperial court. Chapter 5. Illiteracy in the bright daylight. Especially within the Grand Hall, Han Yin ultimately refrained from taking the final step. However, for Azhi, the distinction was negligible. Her flowing skirt was disheveled. Her dark tresses cascaded down, and the corners of her eyes were tinged with crimson, an innate allure radiating from her. Han Yin's gaze darkened momentarily, yet he managed to maintain his composure, gently patting the delicate form in his embrace and softly commanding her to rise. Azhi lowered her head, acutely aware of her disarray, while Han Yin appeared impeccably neat. Embarrassment and a sense of grievance washed over her. Nestled in Han Yin's arms, she let out a soft, plaintive sound, evoking deep sympathy. Han Yin cleared his throat gently, lifting her in his arms and carrying her to the rear hall. Bring a set of clothes, he instructed. Zhao Fu quickly summoned Xiao Yao to fetch a dress for Azhi. Overwhelmed with shyness, Azhi dared not meet anyone's gaze when Xiao Yao entered holding the garments. She buried her face deeper into Han Yan's embrace. The emperor is leaving, Zhao Fu announced, a wave of surprise washing over him at the first instance of someone urging the emperor to depart. Indeed, Han Yan's expression darkened, yet upon seeing Azhi's pitiful demeanor, he softened. Gently stroking Azhi's hand, he allowed her to change clothes before stepping out. Once Azhi had changed, she lifted her gaze to him, releasing her hold and offering a barely perceptible acknowledgement. Only after Han Yin had exited did she permit Xiao Yao to assist her in dressing. Han Yin had taken only a few steps when he instructed, "Send her the white fox fur for my private treasury." It was evident who were referred to, and Zhao Fu, trailing behind, felt a newfound admiration for Azhi. He recalled that there was only one such white fox fur in the imperial treasury, coveted by all the concubines in the palace. The favored consort Shu and Lin Zhao, he had requested it from the emperor multiple times, yet he had never acquiesced. Now, he bestowed it upon Azhi, subtly elevating her status in Zhao Fu's eyes. Azhi remained unaware of the significance of the white fox fur. Being sensitive to the cold, she had always preferred to remain indoors during winter, rarely venturing out. However, since arriving at Taihe Palace, she enjoyed the warmth. As the front hall was equipped with a heated floor, and her quarters were warmed with fine, silver-threaded charcoal, when she was ready to serve in the front hall, her demeanor had become considerably more composed, and she no longer feared as much. She even dared to meet Han Yan's gaze. "Come here," he beckoned. Azhi obediently approached, her cheeks flushing uncontrollably as memories of recent events at this very table flooded her mind. Han Yin, taken aback by her shyness, adopted a more serious demeanor and ceased his teasing. Zhao Fu, discerning and attentive, presented a sandalwood box, and Han Yin directly draped the white fox fur over Azhi's shoulders. The moment he first laid eyes on her, he had felt that the fur would complement her exquisitely, and now, adorned in it, she resembled a delicate jade doll, her form appearing even smaller. Han Yin settled down, pulling her close. "Can you grind ink?" he inquired. Azhi hesitated before shaking her head, admitting her lack of knowledge. Having received minimal education, she had learned a few characters from Gonggong Yang upon entering the palace, but her disinterest in studying had led him to refrain from pressing her further. By now, she could only recognize her own name. As for the art of ink grinding, she had never attempted it. Han Yin was momentarily taken aback, evidently surprised that Azhi could not even manage such a simple task. With a furrowed brow, he pondered, "But can she read?" Azhi, fearing Han Yin and sensing his displeasure, cautiously replied, "I should be able to read." "Should be able to read? What does that even mean?" Azhi's obvious nervousness did not escape him. He deliberately placed a memorial in her hands and commanded, "Read it aloud for me." Below, Zhao Fu's eyes widened in astonishment. Political interference was strictly forbidden in the imperial harem, and even the most esteemed concubines would not dare glance at the Taihe Palace. Azhi did not comprehend the immense honor this represented in Zhao Fu's eyes. Holding the thin memorial felt akin to clutching a scalding hot potato. After a prolonged silence, Han Yin surmised her vague admission of literacy. He retrieved the document, pointed to a character, and inquired, "What is this character?" Azhi, seeing the glint of mischief in his eyes, admitted, "This servant does not recognize it." Her cheeks flushed crimson. Han Yin pulled her onto his lap and pressed. "Which characters do you know?" Azhi softly repeated her answer twice. Han Yin's expression was one of exasperation. In this era, both men and women could attend school to learn to read and write. While not all women in the harem were exceptionally talented, Azhi's limited knowledge of merely two characters was indeed unprecedented. Just as reprimands were on the tip of his tongue, he recalled her pitiful background and ultimately could not bring himself to chastise her. "Do you wish to learn? Is that possible?" Azhi hesitated. When she first entered the palace, merely having enough food was a source of satisfaction, and she had no interest in education at that time. However, over the past 2 years, she had developed a desire to learn, yet felt too embarrassed to mention it to Lady Yang, allowing the matter to languish. "I shall appoint a teaching matron for you. Starting tomorrow, whenever you have free time, you shall study with her." Azhi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? The Emperor speaks true. You are so kind, Your Majesty." This time, Azhi's joy was heartfelt. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Han Yin scoffed. "And how do you intend to thank me?" He still recalled how this ungrateful girl had yet to express gratitude for the skin lotion he had previously bestowed upon her. Azhi's face turned beet red. She was merely a lowly maidservant with nothing to offer, and besides, everything in the world belonged to the Emperor. He lacked for nothing. Biting her lip, she pondered for a long while, unable to come up with a response. "This servant does not know." Han Yin lowered his gaze upon her, his eyes settling on the pouch at her waist. In a deep voice, he instructed, "Think for yourself." Azhi was perplexed by his sudden shift in demeanor. Yet she no longer feared Han Yin as she once did. Observing the pile of memorials on the imperial desk, she gracefully descended from his embrace and stood obediently to the side. The art of ink grinding is deceptively simple. Han Yin guided Azhi through the process, and in a mere instant, she grasped it. At first, Azhi found it intriguing, yet before long, her hands grew weary, and she began to slacken her efforts. Within the palace, the warmth of the earth dragon mingled with the fragrant aroma of dragon's saliva incense, creating an atmosphere perfect for slumber on such a winter's day. Her head began to droop, and as she succumbed to drowsiness before Han Yin, Zhao Fu, noticing her overwhelming fatigue, was about to interject when Han Yin's sharp gaze silenced him. Observing Han Yin carry the dozing Azhi to the inner hall, he realized his concern was unfounded. Azhi was indeed exhausted. Her earlier playful antics with Han Yin had drained her energy. As soon as she found the soft couch, she instinctively rolled onto it, sinking into a comfortable slumber. Han Yin's expression softened gradually. With an air of nonchalance, he returned to his place, raised the vermilion brush, and was about to write when he paused, turning to Zhao Fu. He instructed him to deliver a set of Wang Wali jewelry from the storeroom to Azhi, along with some accessories. The selection of jewelry was indeed a matter of great significance, and Zhao Fu found himself momentarily perplexed. Just as he was about to inquire further, Han Yin added that he should also include the exquisite strand of East Sea pearls from the private treasury. This particular strand was rare, not only for its size, but also for the brilliance and roundness of each pearl, each one worth a fortune. With Han Yin's directive, Zhao Fu felt a clearer vision of the jewelry he was to present to Azhi. Chapter 6. Lin Jiaoyi. There is no wall that does not allow the wind to pass through, especially in the Taihe Palace, a place that has always been the focal point of concern for the imperial concubines. Moreover, Han Yin had never intended to conceal the matter of Azhi. Within a few days, the entire harem was aware of the new little palace maid who had entered Taihe Palace, and it was soon evident that this maid was extraordinary. The following day, during the morning greetings at Kuining Palace, everyone arrived unusually early, even the usually indulgent Shu Fei, who often took advantage of the emperor's favor, made her appearance. The empress was not surprised to see Xu Fei, as the emperor had not entered the harem for over half a month. Initially, it was presumed that his absence was due to the demands of state affairs, but upon suddenly learning of Xi's existence, it was no wonder they were all anxious. Everyone awaited the empress to speak, yet she remained silent, prompting one individual to finally break the tension. "Your Majesty, are we to gain another sister?" inquired Li Jiu. Though not as favored as Xu Fei and Lin Jiaoyi, still enjoyed a modicum of attention from the emperor. "What sister? She is merely a lowly servant. Who knows what seductive tricks she used to aspire to such heights?" Lin Jiaoyi retorted, her words harsh and unyielding. Yet, not a single voice among the assembled concubines rose in dissent, indicating a general agreement with her sentiment. The emperor's favor was already a scarce commodity, and now it was being shared with a mere maid, to the extent that he had ceased to visit the harem altogether. This was indeed frustrating. "Lin Jiaoyi, mind your words," the empress admonished softly. Lin Jiaoyi, despite her usual arrogance, dared not challenge the empress. "I acknowledge my mistake," she replied. Historically, no woman in the harem had ever received favor in Taihe Palace, let alone resided there. Xu Fei, who had enjoyed the emperor's favor for many years and possessed extraordinary beauty as the daughter of the current grand tutor, was well aware of how to speak in a manner that struck a chord. As anticipated, she leisurely set down her teacup and remarked lightly, "I fear she may have already surpassed even your Majesty, the empress." Taihe Palace was the emperor's residence. Not only had none of them ever stayed there, but even the empress had not lodged in Taihe Palace. Now, a mere palace, Maid had seemingly transcended them all. Xu Fei's words were nothing short of audacious, and among the gathered company, she was the only one bold enough to utter them. The empress tightly grasped her prayer beads, her expression betraying no change, and observed the varied reactions of those present before speaking in a calm voice. "There are many palace maids and eunuchs serving in Taihe Palace. Until the emperor issues a decree, she is merely a palace maid of Taihe Palace. Every palace has its own maids and eunuchs. Taihe Palace simply has one additional maid. Such trivial matters are not even of concern to the Board of Punishments." The gathered women comprehended the empress's implication, their expressions darkening significantly. After the morning greetings at Kunning Palace concluded, each of them wore a grim countenance. Suddenly, Lin Jiaoyi declared from her seat to Taihe Palace. In these recent days, the weather had grown increasingly cold. Azhi, fearing the chill, dressed like a little dumpling and knowing her penchant for sleep. Han Yin did not require her to rise early to serve him, allowing her to come whenever she awoke. It has been nearly half a month since Azhi arrived at the Taihe Palace. Although she is technically a palace maid, no one in the palace dares to treat her as such. From the very first day, she has been regarded as a young mistress to be attended to. Especially after witnessing the emperor's demeanor towards her, they serve her with utmost diligence. Zhao Fu is waiting outside the hall, noting that it is already past the second watch and Azhi has yet to arrive. He hesitates, contemplating whether to send someone to fetch her. The emperor had already inquired once, and upon hearing that Azhi was still asleep, he said nothing, which reminded Zhao Fu of a similar incident 2 days prior when he rashly instructed Xiao Luzi to wake Azhi, resulting in the emperor punishing him by deducting a month's salary upon seeing her drowsy appearance. At this moment, he finds himself uncertain of the emperor's intentions. It is evident he wishes to see Azhi, yet he is unwilling to have anyone summon her. Just as Zhao Fu is in doubt, he notices a procession approaching from afar, causing him to frown slightly. Lately, there have been concubines visiting the Taihe Palace almost daily, and even if the emperor refuses to see them, it has not dissuaded them from coming. Zhao Fu, who usually has the authority to dismiss those of lower rank, realizes that today it is Lin Jiaoyi, which is beyond his jurisdiction. "I wish to see the emperor. May I trouble you, Gong Zhao, to announce my presence?" Lin Jiaoyi requests. "Please wait a moment." Upon seeing Zhao Fu enter, Han Yin instinctively glances behind him, not spotting Azhi, which darkens his expression. "What is it?" Zhao Fu cautiously replies, "Your Majesty, Lin Jiaoyi has arrived." Han Yin frowns. What does she want? Zhao Fu cannot provide an answer, so he concedes, "Very well. Let her in." Lin Jiaoyi enters the hall, performing the customary greetings, and after completing her bow, she sweetly states, "Your Majesty, I have prepared lunch in the palace." Han Yin, absorbed in the memorials in his hands, does not respond. Having spent 5 years in the palace, Lin Zhaoyi is accustomed to his indifference and continues. "It has been quite some time since the emperor dined with me." As she steps forward, Han Yin casts her a cold glance, causing her to retreat immediately. He is known to be quite averse to them encroaching upon his space when he is absorbed in his documents. Azhi, who has awakened later than usual today, has intentionally adorned herself with a string of East pearl bracelets and a red jade hairpin. The jade hairpin she wears is of excellent quality and vibrant color, a rarity in the palace, typically reserved for the empress and the dowager empress. Initially, Azhi hesitated to accept it, but since it was a gift from Han Yin, who would dare to question its appropriateness? The festive red color aligns with her preference for joyful embellishments, and after all, she only wears it within the confines of the Taihe Palace. Clutching a soup pot and draped in a white fox fur cloak, Azhi approaches from the corridor. Upon seeing her, Zhao Fu's brow twitches. Ordinarily, he would have rushed to greet her, but with Lin Zhaoyi still inside, he restrains himself. "Gong, what is the matter?" Azhi inquires, her expression puzzled. This, Han Yin, noticing Zhao Fu's demeanor at the door, realizes Azhi is nearby and coldly commands, "Why are you not coming in?" Upon the appearance of Azhi, Lin Zhaoyi furrowed her brow in dismay. Azhi presented an ungraceful figure, plump and devoid of feminine allure. Yet, what struck Lin Zhaoyi most was the crimson jade hairpin adorning Azhi's head and the luxurious white fox fur coat draped over her shoulders. Her gaze descended to Azhi's left hand, where a string of eastern pearls gleamed, evoking an expression of utter discontent on Lin Zhaoyi's face. Each of these items was exceedingly rare and valuable. She had petitioned the emperor multiple times for the white fox fur coat and the eastern pearl bracelet. It had been denied. Now, they were displayed upon the shoulders of a lowly, corpulent maidservant. Since entering, Azhi's eyes had been fixed upon Han Yin. After offering a respectful greeting with the soup pot to Lin Zhaoyi, she obediently approached the imperial desk. Placing the pot upon the surface, Azhi, fully aware of her station, proceeded to grind ink with utmost diligence. Unbeknownst to her, this customary action had left Lin Zhaoyi in a state of astonishment, rooted in place. Lin Zhaoyi had always believed that certain boundaries were sacrosanct. Now, someone had effortlessly transgressed those very limits. As she gazed upon the youthful and handsome visage of the emperor, it felt entirely foreign to her. Chapter 7. Not lacking in courage within the palace, it is often said that she is favored, and Lin Zhaoyi herself harbors a similar belief. Yet, the emperor has never indulged her to such an extent. Azhi, being youthful and inexperienced, cannot conceal her feelings. Her small face reflects her discontent, and her gestures are rather perfunctory. What occupies her thoughts is plainly written across her countenance, requiring no effort from Han Yin to decipher. Today, the imperial kitchen has prepared a roasted whole lamb. Upon hearing this, Azhi's eyes sparkled, and her movements became significantly more diligent. Han Yin's previously stern brow began to soften, while Lin Zhaoyi's stance wavered precariously. Zhao Fu, observing from the side, found himself at a loss for words. The emperor's intentions were unmistakably clear. In such moments, any sensible person would recognize the need to depart promptly. "Your Majesty," Lin Zhaoyi called out to Han Yin, her beautiful eyes brimming with unshed tears. Even Azhi, a mere woman, felt her bones turn to jelly upon hearing her tone. She surreptitiously cast a glance at Han Yin, who appeared slightly displeased as he replied coldly, "Does Lin Zhaoyi have further matters to discuss?" Lin Zhaoyi, glancing at Azhi who stood beside him, nearly dug her nails into her flesh. "Your Majesty, as precious as your health is, even amidst the pressing affairs of state, one must take care of oneself. I shall not disturb you any longer." She bowed gracefully, leaving no room for error. Her enchanting eyes roamed, but alas, the emperor's heart did not dwell upon her. Only when Lin Zhaoyi's footsteps faded did Azhi dare to lift her gaze. Unable to resist her timid demeanor, Han Yin pulled her onto his lap, chiding her, "You display such boldness in my presence." Azhi's cheeks flushed crimson, and she remained silent. eliciting a gentle tap to her forehead from Han Yin. She immediately covered her head, her eyes filled with reproach. It hurts. Han Yin scoffed lightly. How delicate you are. After uttering this, he lowered his gaze to inspect Azhi's forehead. Azhi's fair complexion, coupled with a propensity to mark easily, revealed a faint red mark where he had just touched her. His brow furrowed slightly. Why must she be so sensitive? Azhi's almond-shaped eyes met his, accusing him playfully. Your Majesty is deliberately bullying this servant. The evidence of his recent actions lingered on her forehead. Observing the mark, Han Yan's tone softened. It is my fault. What would you like? I shall have Zhao Fu bring it to you. Azhi tilted her small face upward, emboldened by a smile. She asked, Is this a compensation from your Majesty to this servant? Han Yan replied coldly, Now, you seem quite courageous. Who has ever dared to claim that an emperor is at fault, let alone speak of compensation? Azhi caught his gaze and decided to retreat gracefully. Nestled in Han Yan's embrace, she behaved most obediently. During her half-month stay in Taihe Palace, Azhi had been nurtured tenderly, and she herself had not noticed the improvement in her complexion. Not only that, she appeared to have gained a little weight as well. Azhi had not realized, and naturally, Han Yan would not remind her. Everyone assumed he favored delicate women, hence the ladies in his harem consumed less than anyone else, with many going entire days without a morsel. In truth, Han Yan had never been drawn to such frail women. Holding one felt akin to grasping a mere wisp of air. However, he never voiced this sentiment. If they chose to demean themselves, why should he intervene? There was also an unknown reason behind his indifference. In his youth, Han Yan endured a period of hardship, where it was common to subsist on a bowl of rice soup every 2 or 3 days. Those around him feared his demise, but were unwilling to allow him an easy existence, thus keeping him in a state of limbo. As he remained silent, Azhi nestled against him. Before long, the purpose of her visit resurfaced in her mind, and she could no longer stay still. The previous day, the matron had taught her how to write her name, and Azhi had practiced late into the night. Today, she had dressed with care, eager to show Han Yan her writing. Noticing her restlessness, Han Yan gently patted her, asking what she was up to. Azhi, feeling shy, replied in a soft voice. The matron taught me to write my name. Han Yan understood her intent. Did she wish to present it to him? With a bashful nod, Azhi reminded Han Yan of his own childhood, when he would eagerly await the moment to show his father his writing. In that moment, he felt a poignant nostalgia for the innocence he had lost. Han Yan directly offered her the imperial brush. Your Majesty. Azhi hesitated to take it, aware that such an item was not meant for her touch. Do not be afraid. Han Yan placed the brush in her hand and instructed Zhao Fu to lay out a fresh sheet of rice paper. Zhao Fu, head bowed, dare not look too long, swiftly preparing the paper and standing by attentively. He could not help but elevate his perception of Azhi's status. She had only been in Taihe Palace for half a month, yet he had already lost count of how many precedents the emperor had broken for her. It seemed the dynamics of the harem were shifting. Azhi, having just begun her writing journey, aimed to impress Han Yan with her skills. Yet the more she tried, the more anxious she became. Her hand trembled slightly before she even began. Han Yan feigned ignorance of her state, and as she completed the 2 characters of her name, her face flushed with embarrassment as she turned to gauge Han Yan's reaction. Her eyes filled with trepidation and anticipation. Han Yan cast a fleeting glance at her work, which, resembling that of a toddler, hardly captured his attention. However, the nervous excitement in Azhi's gaze momentarily transported him back to his own childhood. Han Yan picked up the paper, his expression serious as he examined her writing, which was indeed crooked and oversized. Her characters, like her, were round and full. Your Majesty. Azhi, anxious in the silence, awaited his judgment. For someone who has just begun, to write like this is quite remarkable. Azhi's eyes brightened considerably. Thank you, Your Majesty. With a smile, Han Yan cleared his throat, unable to resist adding, though your strokes are juvenile, there is evident talent. You are truly kind. Your Majesty. Azhi, overwhelmed with joy, disregarded decorum and planted a kiss on Han Yan's cheek. While Azhi's innocent nature rendered her oblivious, Zhao Fu keenly perceived the emperor's unease. questioning the propriety of such an act. Han Yin lightly patted her behind, prompting Azhi to blush and descend from his lap. Aware that the emperor still had official documents to review, she dutifully resumed her work, yet her movements gradually slowed. Stealing a glance at Han Yin, who was engrossed in his paperwork, she boldly took her hot water bottle into her hands, brazenly indulging in idleness before the emperor. Azhi foolishly believed her actions to be discreet. When Zhao Fu glanced her way, she smiled sweetly, causing him to involuntarily return the smile. Just as the creases of joy appeared on his face, Han Yin cast a sidelong glance, prompting Zhao Fu to straighten up with an expression of seriousness. Meanwhile, after Lin Zhaoi returned to the palace, she had shattered several precious porcelain pieces. Just as she was about to smash another, Su Yi hurriedly intervened, exclaiming, "Your Highness, this jade bottle was bestowed by the emperor. To destroy a gift from emperor would constitute a grave offense," and Lin Zhaoi ultimately refrained from further vandalism. The nearby senior maid, and Xiang, swiftly took the jade bottle from her grasp and placed it safely. That wretched servant! How dare she? How could she? What right did she have? Lin Zhaoi recalled the scene she had witnessed earlier in the Taihe Palace and felt an intense desire to smite that wretched servant on the spot. Chapter 8. Desires for Status in the Hall of Contemplation. Lin Zhaoyi's presence stirred quite the commotion. Many in the harem were aware that she had returned from the emperor's presence in less than a quarter of an hour, visibly flustered. "Your Highness, is it not against propriety for that Azhi to remain in the Hall of Supreme Harmony?" Yu Chun whispered. "Propriety?" The empress, twirling her prayer beads, replied softly, "In this realm, all conventions hinge on the emperor's whims. But, Your Highness, the emperor has not graced the harem in quite some time." Yu Chun expressed her concern for the empress. The empress handed her prayer beads to Yu Chun and took the scissors from her. "Isn't that just as well? In the current palace, the one most restless must be the lady of Yuning Palace." With a swift snip, the empress trimmed away the dead branches next to the peony. Yu Chun understood her intent, biting her lip and falling silent. Since the incident 3 years prior, the emperor had seldom visited Yuning Palace, and even on auspicious days, his appearances had dwindled to a rare occurrence. Feng Xia, attending to the empress, shared in her sorrow. "Your Highness, the imperial kitchen has prepared roast lamb today and sent some over. Too greasy. Remove it." Feng Xia and Yu Chun exchanged glances, feeling both pity and helplessness. In Yuning Palace, Feng Cha was massaging the legs of Xu Fei, who was embroidering a nearly finished nightgown adorned with a vividly depicted 5-clawed golden dragon. Xu Fei's embroidery skills were exceptional, rivaling even those of the matriarchs in the weaving bureau. "Your Highness, the emperor has not visited in a long time, you." Feng Cha hesitated to continue. "Is she merely a lowly maid? Does the emperor find her novel enough to warrant your concern?" Xu Fei's needlework did not falter. As the daughter of the Grand Tutor and a lady in the harem, she regarded Azhi as a nameless, unremarkable orphan. Yet, despite her thoughts, she felt a twinge of unease. Suddenly, she pricked her fingertip, drawing blood. Azhi remained oblivious to her newfound notoriety among the palace's inhabitants. Her arm was outstretched, her body trembling uncontrollably. The emperor, Han Yin, gazed deeply, his dark eyes harboring a desire that seemed ready to consume Azhi entirely. She felt a mix of shame, anger, and inexplicable pleasure, her body feeling weak. Han Yin observed her every alluring move. Eventually, Azhi melted against him, resting weakly in his embrace. Buried against his shoulder, she whimpered softly, "You bully." Han Yin playfully extended his long fingers towards her, teasing, "Azhi, you truly are difficult to please." Azhi, reluctant to meet his gaze, nudged him away to wash his hands. Once she saw the redness fade from his face after he rinsed with tea, she sat upright in his arms, flustered. "Your Majesty." Seeing her dazed expression, Han Yin chuckled softly. "As long as one is not overly ambitious, anything is possible." As bit her lip, unable to decipher the emperor's intentions. She was perplexed by his reference to greed and what rank could possibly be deemed excessive. Moreover, as had never contemplated this matter, despite having engaged in numerous intimate and unspeakable acts with HNYN, the thought of becoming a palace consort had never crossed her mind. Biting her lip, She confessed, "I truly do not know. Your Majesty shall decide." Hyn gathered her into his embrace once more, playfully tapping her forehead. "You are quite astute." As nestled against him in silence. "I shall choose an appropriate position for you," he continued. Initially, Hyn intended to select a position from the 7th rank for Az. But now he felt no urgency. He would take his time. In just 2 days, the winter solstice would arrive, and the inner palace had already begun to bustle for several days in anticipation. During this time, the emperor would host a banquet for the officials, who could bring their wives and children along. Only consorts of the 3rd rank and above were permitted to summon their relatives, and even then, the occasions for such reunions were pitifully few. Fi, favored as she was, could only meet her family 2 or 3 times a year, while those of lower rank and lesser favor might not see their loved ones even once throughout the year, merely catching a fleeting glimpse of them at such banquets. In previous years, Az had celebrated the winter solstice by making dumplings with Unbo and Elder Yang, but this year, she was uncertain if she would have the same opportunity. Just the other day, Hyn had sent Zoff to deliver a box of exquisite ink to Az, which she now fiddled with in her hands, her mind preoccupied, rendering her unable to write a single word. Mississippi Shyo entered, carrying a box. "This has just arrived from the weaving bureau." Inside was a set of garments, neither resembling the attire of palace maids nor the ostentation of consorts. Observing Az's lack of enthusiasm, Shyo whispered. The matron from the weaving bureau said, "This is crafted from the finest shoe silk. Shoe silk is precious, with only a select few of high rank in the inner palace able to obtain any." As touched the fabric, she found it soft and gleaming, a delicate pink, which suited her perfectly. With just a few days until her coming of age, Shyo styled her hair into a double bun, making her resemble a young lady from a noble family at first glance. Az's appearance was rather incongruous within the palace. Yet Hyn had a fondness for her youthful charm. After dressing, Az proceeded to the front hall, where Zoff's smile deepened as he spotted her. Today, during the morning court, an official had submitted a report on the Minister of Revenue's embezzlement, with irrefutable evidence. The minister, protesting his innocence in the Grand Hall, was soon found to have 3 million taels of silver in his residence, inciting the emperor's fury. Before the morning assembly concluded, he decreed the minister's residence to be searched, while the minister himself was imprisoned, awaiting his fate. The emperor, still in a rage and having not yet taken his breakfast, presented a dilemma for Zoff, who then noticed Miss Az, seeing Zoff grinning obsequiously from afar, as sensed trouble. "Zhao Gong, since the emperor is occupied, I shall return later." She turned to leave, but Zoff, with a pained expression, intercepted her. "Miss, as the hour has passed, and the emperor has not yet had his breakfast, perhaps you could persuade him." Zhao Fu is a shrewd individual. On several occasions, when the atmosphere in the hall grew tense, he would push Azhi forward. After a few instances, Azhi learned to recognize his obsequious smile as an indication that Han Yin was in a foul mood. Reluctantly, she hurled the soup pot at Zhao Fu and took the food box from his hands. "Thank you, Miss Azhi," he responded with a genuinely radiant smile. It was not that he intended to be unkind. Rather, in such moments, anyone who entered would inevitably face reprimand. And only Azhi possessed the ability to soothe Han Yan's ire. Upon hearing footsteps, Han Yan did not lift his head, but instead threw a memorial at her feet. Barking, "Get out!" Startled, Azhi gasped as the memorial landed beside her. Hearing her distinct exclamation, Han Yan pressed his fingers against his brow, exuding a sense of exasperation. That old fool Zhao Fu. Chapter 9. Indifference. Azhi stood there, feeling aggrieved, as Han Yan descended the steps. "Do not be afraid," he reassured her. With a slight raise of her brows, Azhi let out a soft, discontented hum. Han Yan sighed, acknowledging, "Is indeed my fault." Azhi murmured, "Zhao Gong mentioned that His Majesty has yet to partake in breakfast. So that old man brought you out because of that?" She questioned. "Isn't it because you refuse to dine properly?" "Zhao Gong is merely concerned for your well-being." Azhi pulled Han Yan to sit down. "I haven't eaten either. Could you please join me for a meal?" Reluctantly, he acquiesced. Life in the Taihe Palace was comfortable for Azhi, as Han Yan's indulgence allowed her to wake around the hour of C and enjoy breakfast leisurely. Initially concerned that this might harm her digestion, Han Yan, after consulting the imperial physician and learning there was no issue, permitted her habits. Azhi had a hearty appetite, and Han Yan would often dine with her, even managing to consume a little more than half a bowl when he felt unmotivated. Azhi relished her meals, and Han Yan never restricted her, appreciating the vibrancy she brought to the otherwise dull harem. At the entrance, Zhao Fu remarked, "Miss Azhi truly possesses a remarkable ability. Just a moment ago, the emperor was in low spirits and lacked appetite, yet with her presence, he has brightened." However, Zhao Fu's good mood evaporated within moments as he noticed several people approaching recklessly. Without needing to guess, he knew the foremost among them was Li Jiu. Indeed, it was she who, without waiting for Zhao Fu's announcement, knelt at the entrance of Taihe Palace. "Your Majesty, my father has been wronged." Several maidens following Li Jiu promptly followed suit, kneeling beside her. Zhao Fu rushed over. "Jiu, what is the meaning of this?" He wore a stern expression, his patience waning. The evidence against her father, the Minister of Revenue, was irrefutable, especially with the treasure unearthed from his residence. What was there to contest? "Zhao Gonggong, I implore you to inform His Majesty that I wish to see him," Li Jiu insisted, having hastily come upon hearing of her father's predicament. In her disarray, her previous disdain for eunuchs like Zhao Fu was forgotten, as she lowered herself considerably for the sake of her father. Zhao Fu regarded Li Jiu with a tempered gaze. She was among those selected to enter the palace in the first year of the new emperor's reign and had once enjoyed favor due to her father's position. Elevated to the rank of a fourth-grade Jiu, she had once basked in the glory of her status. Yet now she was likely to face the repercussions of her father's actions. "Jiu, the emperor is currently occupied. I advise you to return," Zhao Fu said, having served Han Yan for many years and recognizing the gravity of the situation. Today, the emperor was genuinely incensed over the minister's transgressions. His words served as a rare warning to Li Jiu. There was no room for negotiation. If she were wise, she would remain discreet within the palace until the emperor's ire subsided, rather than recklessly approaching Taihe Palace and courting disaster. At this moment, Li Jiu was completely preoccupied with thoughts of her father, unable to grasp the goodwill in Zhao Fu's words. She adamantly declared, "My father would never commit such an act. He must have been wronged by others. I implore your Majesty to see the truth." Since Li Jiu was intent on her own destruction, Zhao Fu did not intervene. Han Yan, observing Zhao Fu hesitating at the door, coldly commanded, "If there is something to say, then speak." Cao Fu cautiously replied, "Your Majesty, Li Jiu is requesting an audience outside." Han Yan scoffed, "Does she still have the audacity to face me?" Zhao Fu bowed his head, refraining from further comment. Beside him, Azhi, witnessing Han Yan's anger for the first time, softened her walnut-cracking motions, fearful of drawing his ire. "Do not admit her," Han Yan stated firmly. "Let her kneel there. No one is to assist her in rising." Zhao Fu hurried off to convey the message, while Azhi focused intently on her task, wishing to remain unnoticed by Han Yan. Upon observing her visibly frightened demeanor, Han Yan's expression softened. "Why is your courage still so feeble?" He naturally took the small hammer from Azhi's hand, cracking 2 walnuts himself, and, after deftly removing the shells, placed them into her waiting hands. With someone to assist her, Azhi graciously accepted the help, though she was unaware of the reasons behind Li Jiu's kneeling. She could faintly surmise it was related to the previous dynasty. Azhi was always aware of what questions were appropriate and which were not, particularly concerning matters of state. So she remained silent. The winter solstice was approaching, and there would be a banquet for the officials. Did she wish to join the festivities? Azhi had never attended a banquet and was indeed curious to witness it, but after a moment's thought, she gently shook her head. "It is too cold. I shall remain in the Taihe Palace." Han Yan, seeing her reluctance, did not press the matter. He pulled her onto his lap, gently chiding her for her tendency to avoid exertion. News of Li Jiu's kneeling in the Taihe Palace quickly spread among the harem. The next day, they learned that she had knelt all night and ultimately fainted, which not only failed to soften the emperor's heart, but also resulted in her demotion to a lowly maid. Many whispered behind her back, calling her foolish. However, after a few remarks, they considered the emperor's demeanor and were consumed by sorrow. Today, it was Li Jiyu. Who might it be tomorrow? The thought that one day that person could be themselves extinguished their interest in mocking Li Jiyu. On the day of the winter solstice, at the third watch, when someone had yet to arrive, Han Yin inquired of Zhao Fu, who was attending him, "Where is she?" Recalling the words of Xiao Yao from half an hour earlier, Zhao Fu replied with a smile, "Mrs. Ji is likely preparing some festive gifts for your majesty." Han Yin shot him a sidelong glance, and his stern expression softened slightly. That little ungrateful one. Han Yin recalled how many gifts he had unknowingly sent to Azhi through Zhao Fu. Had it been any other woman in the harem, she would have expressed her gratitude countless times by now. Yet, Azhi remained utterly oblivious to his affections. Listening to Zhao Fu's tone, Han Yin couldn't help but smile. Within a mere quarter of an hour, Zhao Fu observed the emperor glance towards the entrance 4 or 5 times. Standing beside him, Zhao Fu too stifled a laugh. This Azhi possessed a remarkable ability. Historically, it was a rarity for a woman in the harem to capture the emperor's attention even slightly. From his vantage point, it seemed that Azhi had secured at least a 2-point favor in the emperor's heart. Unbeknownst to Azhi, Han Yin was eagerly waiting. Clutching the pouch she had just crafted, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. "Xiao Yao, do you think the emperor will like it?" she asked, her face betraying her nervousness. Xiao Yao, glancing at the pouch in Azhi's hands, replied with feigned conviction, "The emperor will surely appreciate something made by your own hands." Bolstered by Xiao Yao's words, Azhi felt a flicker of confidence as she gingerly made her way forward, cradling the pouch. Chapter 10. Collision. Zhao Fu had long been waiting at the door, eagerly anticipating the arrival of Azhi. As soon as she appeared, he hurriedly approached her with a smile. "Miss Azhi, the emperor is already inside waiting for you." His keen eyes caught sight of the pouch in Azhi's hand, and the smile on his face gradually faltered. However, he concealed his emotions well, and in the next moment, his expression returned to normal. "Miss Azhi, please to go in." Azhi was almost pushed into the hall by him. Han Yin immediately noticed the pouch in her hand. Though he was too far to discern its design, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. "Come here." As Azhi approached, gripping the pouch tightly, her face flushed with embarrassment. She hesitated, unsure of what to say. Unable to bear the silence, Han Yin spoke first. "Is this for me?" "Yes." Azhi gently nodded, shoving the pouch into Han Yin's hand, turning her head away, unable to meet his gaze. Han Yin felt a surge of joy. This was the first time Azhi had gifted him something, and it was a pouch she had embroidered herself. Yet, as he examined the pouch, his expression grew complicated. The bamboo pattern was awkwardly stitched, and even the character for Yin was misspelled. The 3 dots of water were reduced to 2. Han Yin sighed, contemplating the pouch in his hand, and then glanced at the finely crafted pouch hanging from Azhi's waist. It seemed evident that her own pouch was not made by her hand. When Azhi did not hear Han Yin speak, she turned away, her face clouded with disappointment. "My embroidery skills are lacking, and I have embarrassed the emperor." She reached out to reclaim the pouch from Han Yin's grasp, but he sidestepped, saying, "What you have given to me is now mine." But Azhi glanced at the exquisite pouch at his waist and instantly regretted her decision. As emperor, Han Yin possessed only the finest of things, and her pouch seemed utterly out of place in his hands. Han Yin, looking at the unsightly pouch, felt a headache coming on. If he did not wear it, this ungrateful person would surely never make him anything again. He stood up, unfastened the pouch from his waist, and tossed it to Zhao Fu to keep. He then returned Azhi's embroidered pouch to her, saying, "Put on me." Azhi glanced at the 2 contrasting pouches, her face flushing with embarrassment. "Does the emperor really want to wear mine?" Han Yin replied with irritation, "If I do not wear it, someone might just end up in tears." "I would not," Azhi softly retorted, deftly fastening her hand-stitched pouch on a Han Yin. Zhao Fu quietly reminded, "Your Majesty, the banquet is about to begin." Han Yin looked down at the obedient Azhi standing beside him. "Do you truly not wish to go?" Azhi shook her head obediently. "I will wait for the emperor to return in the Taihe Palace." Seeing her genuine reluctance, Han Yin did not press the matter further. Today was the winter solstice. A day of grace for all the palaces, and Taihe Palace was no exception. As soon as Azhi returned to her chambers, the imperial kitchen sent over a pot of rich dishes, accompanied by a plate of dumplings. What brings joy to Azhi is not merely the presence of the pot, but rather the arrival of Yuan Bao, the one who delivers it. It has been over a month since Azhi last laid eyes on Yuan Bao, and on this winter solstice, the sight of him brings a genuine smile to her face. She longs to converse with Yuan Bao, yet the moment is not opportune. Instead, Yuan Bao discreetly approaches her, whispering, "Sister Azhi, happy winter solstice." Tears well up in Azhi's eyes before she can utter a word. Yuan Bao swiftly departs with the attendants from the imperial kitchen. Beside her, Xiao Yao offers companionship, and the two find solace in each other's presence. Tonight, there will be fireworks, Azhi murmurs. In days gone by, after sharing dumplings with Yuan Bao and the esteemed Yang Gonggong, Azhi would sneak away with Yuan Bao to the back gate of the palace to catch a glimpse of the fireworks while Yang Gonggong retired early. If the young lady wishes to see the fireworks, I know of a splendid location, Xiao Yao suggests. Azhi's eyes sparkle with curiosity. Where? The Tianke Tower. Azhi has heard of the Tianke Tower, yet both she and Yuan Bao lack the courage to ascend it. Sensing her trepidation, Xiao Yao reassures her softly. The Tianke Tower is desolate. Especially during the festive season, you need not worry about going there. The Tianke Tower, the highest point of the palace, was constructed by the late emperor for the current emperor's mother, the beloved Lu Gufei. Regrettably, she passed away shortly after its completion, and the new emperor has not visited it even once in 5 years. Since the emperor does not go, the concubines naturally refrain from visiting, leading to its abandonment. This circumstance has inadvertently benefited the palace maids and eunuchs, as some daring individuals often sneak up to the Tianke Tower to watch the fireworks. With the chief eunuchs and matron turning a blind eye, Azhi feels a surge of excitement, and together with Xiao Yao, they exit the Taihe Palace. Meanwhile, on the palace path, Lin Zhaoyi, seated in the ceremonial procession, feels a wave of nausea. Just moments ago, she inquired about the fishy odor causing turmoil within her. A nagging suspicion lingers in her mind, though she dares not express it. She feigns drunkenness to return to the palace early, delicately placing her hand upon her abdomen. If her suspicions hold true, a smug smile inadvertently graces Lin Zhaoyi's face. In the harem, only Defei nurtures the sole heir to the throne, the eldest prince, who is now 6 years old. Since then, no other offspring have graced the harem. Over the years, while many concubines have conceived, none have successfully given birth. Lin Zhaoyi caresses her belly, envisioning the future of her little prince, her eyes sparkling with hope. "Your Highness, there are 2 palace maids ahead." A voice interrupts her reverie. Suyi whispered a reminder, and Lin Zhaoyi had yet to discern the faces of the 2 palace maids when her gaze fell upon the rotund figure of Azhi. At that moment, a shadow of recognition darkened Lin Zhaoyi's countenance, recalling the day she encountered Azhi in the Taihe Palace. She exchanged a knowing glance with Suyi, who had served her since childhood, and immediately understood the situation. As Azhi and Xiao Yao entered the imperial garden, they spotted a procession approaching from afar. Azhi remembered Han Yan's words regarding the importance of proper etiquette and knelt to pay her respects, executing her duty flawlessly. However, in her earnestness, she failed to notice Suyi deliberately approaching her. Xiao Yao, standing nearby, perceived the unfolding drama with clarity, a flicker of concern in her eyes. As Suyi drew near and glanced at Azhi kneeling on the ground, she intentionally collided with her, causing Azhi to wince in pain, tears springing to her eyes. Azhi, too afraid to utter a sound, had barely risen from the ground when she heard Suyi's sharp voice. "Vile servant, how dare you deliberately collide with Her Highness, the Zhao Yi?" In the palace there was but one Zhao Yi, and Azhi instantly comprehended the identity of the individual seated in the procession. Realizing the intentionality behind the act, Azhi bit back her pain and remained on her knees, pleading, "This humble servant did not act with malice. I beseech Her Highness for forgiveness." Having just been struck by Suyi, Azhi's hair was disheveled, her clothes soiled with dirt, rendering her a pitiful sight. Observing her disarray, Lin Zhaoyi felt a measure of satisfaction, Yet the memory of that day in Taihe Palace rekindled a simmering resentment within her. For your audacity in confronting one of higher rank, you shall be punished to kneel for 3 hours, she decreed. Suyi, assign someone to ensure she fulfills the time. Azhi's heart sank in bitterness as tears welled in her eyes, which she could no longer contain once Lin Zhaoyi's procession had departed. Chapter 11. Punishment of Kneeling. Xiaoyao felt a pang of distress. Azhi, please endure for a moment. I shall summon His Majesty. Azhi seized Xiaoyao, who was about to rise and call for help. Do not go. Xiaoyao's eyes glistened with unshed tears. My lady, why must you do this? Azhi remained silent. That man was his esteemed Zhaoyi, while she was merely a trivial palace maid meant to amuse him in his leisure. Han Yan would not come to her aid. Though simple-minded, Azhi understood that emperors possessed no heart and would certainly not squander their scant affections on a mere maid. From a very day, she entered the palace. Gong Yang had advised her never to entertain thoughts that should not be entertained. Azhi knelt upright, with Xiaoyao beside her. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from the sky. Azhi looked up to see fireworks bursting in the heavens. Unfortunately, their position rendered them unable to witness the spectacle. Azhi adorait fireworks. She had never missed a single display throughout the years, yet this was her first time witnessing them like this. Unbeknownst to her, the ladies of the harem were in disarray, their handkerchiefs shredded in frustration. The cause lay in a banquet where the empress, seated beside Han Yan, had noticed a pouch at his waist. The craftsmanship was rudimentary, and, amusingly, the stitching was flawed, the bamboo design crooked and plump. The empress inquired softly, which sister gifted His Majesty this pouch, so endearingly clumsy? Instantly, all eyes turned to the emperor. Those seated far away could see nothing but closer ones. Like the Fei and Shu Fei, discerned everything clearly. Shu Fei's expression darkened. Such shoddy workmanship could not possibly have originated from the weaving bureau. Even her own casual creations surpassed this in refinement. Yet, the emperor had chosen to wear it, especially on the significant occasion of the winter solstice banquet. Han Yan idly adjusted the pouch at his waist, exhibiting a trace of clumsiness. The empress and the other consorts visibly paled. Outside, snow began to fall. A small eunuch, braving the wind and snow, hurried in and whispered urgently in Zhao Fu's ear. Zhao Fu promptly relayed to Han Yan, Your Majesty. The Han Palace has just summoned the imperial physician. Lin Zhaoyi is with child. The empress, who was nearby, naturally overheard, her countenance maintaining a faint smile that obscured her true emotions. Lin Zhaoyi's pregnancy was a matter of great significance. After the banquet, everyone hastened toward Han Palace. The imperial garden lay along the path to Han Palace, and from a distance, Azhi and Xiaoyao spotted a gathering of people approaching. Having learned from Lin Zhaoyi's recent reprimand, the two girls were frightened and retreated several steps, hiding entirely within the knightess embrace. Upon hearing 3 claps of the hands, Azhi's icy fingers tightened around Xiaoyao's mouth as the emperor's scepter passed before them. Azhi kept her gaze lowered, while Han Yan, holding the jade ring, maintained his deep-set eyes, never once casting a glance downwards. The pure white snowflakes cascaded gently, with only 2 small palace maids kneeling by the roadside, unnoticed by all. Beside the scepter, Zhao Fu recognized the 2 kneeling palace maids, finding them reminiscent of Miss Azhi. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. For Miss Azhi possessed a countenance of fortune, adorned in the finest attire and delicacies, and was particularly sensitive to the cold. She should be in the Taihe Palace by now. The 2 small maids, clad in ordinary palace garments, could not possibly be Miss Azhi. Yet, the night was shrouded in darkness, and, as Azhi knelt, a pot of butterfly orchids cultivated in the flower chamber obscured half of her figure. Among the concubines following behind, some sharp-eyed individuals indeed recognized Azhi, but chose to feign ignorance. Only a fool would dare inform the emperor. Once the crowd had dispersed, Xiaoyao's eyes reddened with sympathy, questioning why the young lady subjected herself to such hardship. To Xiaoyao, it seemed that with the emperor's affection for Azhi, a mere word from her would spare her from this torment. Having already knelt for an hour, Azhi's body could no longer endure, and she leaned weakly against Xiaoyao. Throughout her years in the palace, She had never knelt for such an extended duration, as eunuch Yang typically spared her from such suffering. Xiao Yao inquired why Azhi did not seek the emperor's audience, but Azhi herself could not articulate the reason. It felt as though a heavy breath was lodged within her chest. After this ordeal, perhaps her heart might grow a little colder. Xiao Yao, please heed my words and return for now. Lin Zhaoi was targeting her, and Xiao Yao saw no necessity to accompany her in enduring this torment. Xiao Yao shook her head, holding back tears. I shall stay with you, my lady. As Han Yin entered the Hall of Harmony, Lin Zhaoi awaited him at the entrance, her face alight with joy. Your servant pays her respects to the emperor. Han Yin assisted her to her feet. Now that you are with child, there is no need for excessive formality. As Han Yin turned to look at her, the nearby physician Wang quickly interjected, Your Majesty, Lin Zhaoi is already 2 months pregnant. The other accompanying concubines observed Lin Zhaoi nestled beside Han Yin, their expressions inscrutable, yet all bore pallor. Your Majesty, Lin Zhaoi gazed up at Han Yin with feigned shyness. Han Yin responded gently, You must take care of yourself during this time of pregnancy. I shall come to see you when I have the opportunity. He then turned and exited the Hall of Harmony with Zhao Fu, his narrow, phoenix-like eyes betraying no hint of joy regarding Lin Zhaoi's condition. Lin Zhaoi stood frozen, taken aback by the emperor's unexpectedly frigid demeanor. The usually unsympathetic Zhou Guipin let out a disdainful huff, remarking, Some may bear the emperor's air, yet it proves futile. Lin Zhaoi's expression soured, vexed further by Zhou Guipin's familial ties. Her father was the minister of war, a close confidant of the emperor, and a figure of merit. Although Zhou Guipin's rank was modest, few dared to slight her in the palace. Lin Zhaoi could only retort, At least I'm not like some, who have been in the palace for 2 years and barely shared the emperor's bed. Zhou Guipin felt little impact from Lin Zhaoi's words, but the accompanying junior concubines reacted with evident displeasure. Some amongst them had served since their time in the Taihe Palace, but had never been summoned to the emperor's chambers. Lin Zhaoi's remark was indeed ungracious, even causing the Defei to darken her expression. The empress, observing Lin Zhaoi's thoughtlessness so early in her pregnancy, could not be bothered to intervene. Now that you are with child, please refrain from daily greetings and focus instead on nurturing this pregnancy. Ensuring a safe delivery of the emperor's heir is of utmost importance. The queen's words were unequivocal, and the expressions of those present varied widely, with some eagerly anticipating the spectacle. In this imperial harem, pregnancy was not a rarity. What truly mattered was the safe delivery of the royal heir. Numerous women within the palace were expecting, including both the queen and the noble consort. Yet what was the outcome? After all these years, the palace boasted only the firstborn prince as its sole heir. With the emperor's departure, their continued presence seemed futile, and one by one, they departed with resolution. Upon the departure of one such figure, Lin Zhaoi shattered a vase in her frustration. Your Highness, do remain calm, Su Yi urged, hastily assisting Lin Zhaoi to sit carefully. Given that the princess was with child, there was no need to engage in quarrels with them. Her immediate priority was to ensure the safe birth of the heir. Lin Zhaoi, though of modest lineage, had ascended to the second rank of imperial consort through her intellect. You speak the truth. Their jealousy towards me is palpable. Su Yi leaned closer, whispering, As long as the young prince is born safely, all that you desire will come to fruition. Lin Zhaoi felt a sense of relief wash over her. Yet the memory of Han Yan's demeanor from earlier lingered in her mind, casting a shadow of concern. Nevertheless, the paramount importance of the heir eclipsed all else, and she chose not to dwell on such matters. Chapter 12. The Emperor's heart is hard to gauge. Han Yan emerged from the Honda Hall, enveloped in silence, with Zhao Fu cautiously trailing behind. Upon entering the Taihe Palace, Han Yan's expression softened somewhat. Has she fallen asleep? Zhao Fu, having been by Han Yan's side for many years, remained unaware, while the attendant, Xiao Luzi, hurriedly darted toward Azhi's chamber. Han Yin found himself unable to read a single word from the memorial in his hands, though the news of a palace consort's pregnancy should be joyous. His heart felt devoid of any elation. Xiao Luzi returned swiftly, and upon hearing his words, Zhao Fu's heart sank. Having served Han Yin for so many years, He immediately sensed something amiss. What has transpired? Han Yan inquired. Zhao Fu weighed his words carefully, responding, Your Majesty, Miss Azhi is not in her chamber. With a sharp motion, Han Yin cast aside the memorial, causing Zhao Fu's heart to race. Xiao Luzi added, Miss Azhi left at the 3rd watch. The time was now well past the 5th watch. The vast hall echoed with the sound of Han Yin's fingers rhythmically tapping against the imperial desk. Zhao Fu's legs weakened, and he hastily knelt, pleading, Your Majesty, forgive me. The grand hall fell silent, save for Han Yan's voice, cold and piercing. If anything befalls her, your head shall be forfeit. Zhao Fu bowed repeatedly in gratitude, realizing the urgency was to locate Miss Azhi. He and his men scoured the Taihe Palace from top to bottom, yet she remained elusive. In the biting winter chill, beads of sweat formed on his brow. Suddenly, Zhao Fu recalled 2 palace maids he had seen an hour earlier in the imperial garden. His brow furrowed in worry. After inquiring, he confirmed that Xiao Yao was also absent from the palace. This revelation compelled Zhao Fu to rush back into the hall, urgency propelling him forward to the point of stumbling. Your Majesty, Miss Azhi may be in the imperial garden. Han Yin remained silent, striding out of the Taihe Palace with determination, while Zhao Fu hurriedly followed, a retinue of eunuchs and palace maids carrying the imperial scepter trailing behind. Han Yin moved with such speed that Zhao Fu struggled to keep pace. As he finally caught up, his umbrella was knocked aside. Clad in a dark dragon robe, Han Yin faced the wind and snow headlong. The commotion at Taihe Palace naturally stirred the inner court. Some, like Consort De, Consort Shu, and the Empress, sat in their chambers with complex expressions. An unfeeling emperor is not to be feared. It is the emperor's affections for others that truly evoke concern. Others, unaware of the situation, could not sleep, disturbed by the upheaval, anxious that they might inadvertently become entangled in matters beyond their knowledge. Only Lin Zhao had extinguished her candles early, her thoughts consumed by the prospect of bearing an heir. Azhi had long since lost consciousness, collapsing into Xiao Yao's embrace. Peony yearned to implore the emperor, yet Azhi's hand clung to her tightly. The darkness enveloped them, and she dared not abandon Azhi in such a place. Countless palace maids and eunuchs had perished due to unforeseen circumstances within the palace walls. Embracing Azhi, Peony shielded her from the biting wind and snow with her frail body. Unlike Azhi, Peony had entered the palace without anyone to rely upon. She had endured all manner of suffering, especially during her initial days when being punished to kneel was a commonplace occurrence. However, the cold today was unbearable, even for her. Cradling Azhi, she could feel the warmth gradually emanating from her, while the rest of her body remained icy to the touch. They still had half an hour before the ordeal would conclude. Peony quietly wept, for in the palace, lives like theirs were deemed worthless, easily trampled upon. Not even a second thought would be given by someone as high as Lin Zhao or a mere head eunuch or matron who could claim their lives with impunity. From a distance, Han Yin spotted Azhi collapsed in the snow, her body blanketed in flakes, while a maid wept beside her. His heart seized in panic, and he abruptly halted, nearly colliding with Zhao Fu, who was closely following. Upon discerning the scene before him, Zhao Fu was struck with horror. He instinctively glanced at Han Yin's expression, but before he could fully assess it, Han Yin hastened forward, the last few strides almost turning into a run. It had been many years since Zhao Fu had witnessed the emperor in such disarray. He recalled only 2 instances of the emperor losing his composure. Upon the passing of his beloved mother, imperial concubine Lu, and now, in this moment. Zhao Fu's expression was complex. He had thought the emperor held merely a passing fancy for Azhi, but it appeared his long service left him woefully mistaken. Peony repeatedly bowed her head before Han Yin, beseeching him to save Azhi. Han Yin's countenance darkened as he accepted the cloak offered by Zhao Fu, bending down to envelop Azhi securely before lifting her into his arms. He kicked Zhao Fu, who stood frozen in shock, and commanded, "Summon the imperial physician." Zhao Fu hurriedly scrambled towards the imperial medical department. Han Yin, cradling Azhi, boarded the palanquin, nearly stumbling as he did so, causing the eunuchs and maids around him to to tense with alarm. Within the palanquin, a brazier was placed, and Han Yin held Azhi tightly. She was freezing, reminiscent of his mother in her final days. No matter how fervently he had tried to warm her hands, they had remained perpetually cold. His mother had departed during winter. On a day just like this, amidst heavy snowfall, Han Yin was at a loss for his emotions. Seeing Azhi lying in the snow stirred a profound panic within him. In that moment, Azhi and his mother seemed to merge his mind. At 10 years old, he had been unable to save his mother. Now, at 25, as the emperor, he was determined to rescue Azhi from the snow. Upon reaching the Taihe Palace, Han Yin carried Azhi directly into the main hall. Just as he laid her upon the bed, Zhao Fu arrived in a flurry with the head physician, Zhao Taishe, in tow. Dr. Zhao, advanced in years, had nearly reached his limit after the arduous journey. Not daring to linger, he carefully assessed the pulse and remarked, "Mrs. Azhi has coldness within her body. She must take great care in her recovery during this period, lest..." Han Yan's dark eyes glimmered with an icy intensity. "Lest what?" Dr. Zhao knelt and replied, "Lest her progeny be jeopardized." The entire court fell silent, with palace maids prostrating themselves on the floor, not daring to breathe. Recalling another matter, Dr. Zhao hesitated momentarily before continuing. "Mrs. Azhi has been kneeling for an extended period, allowing the cold to penetrate her knees. If she were to catch a chill in the future, it could very well lead to renewed pain in that area." The physician refrained from stating the worst, but his use of "very well" indicated a grim certainty. Leaving 2 maids to attend to his eye, Han Yin took the opportunity to stride ahead while the young eunuch prepared the medicine. Secrets within the palace were scarce, dependent solely on the emperor's desire for knowledge. Xiao Luzi had already laid bare the entire sequence of events, prompting Zhao Fu to inwardly chastise the fool, who in the palace was oblivious to the identity of Azhi's protector. Moreover, Azhi still officially served as a maid of Taihe Palace. Even the favored consort Shu would not dare extend her influence over those from Taihe Palace. Yet Lin Zhaoi, the foolish one, had the audacity to do so. Perhaps it was true that fools often enjoyed foolish fortunes. Today, Lin Zhaoi had been diagnosed with pregnancy and considering the life within her womb. The emperor would likely show her leniency. Chapter 13. The time for the emperor's embrace, Zhao Fu and Xiao Luzi knelt below, frozen in place, as the emperor remained silent. Lin Zhaoi had been confined for 3 months, sentenced to transcribe 10 volumes of Buddhist scriptures. Zhao Fu's heart sank. With Lin Zhaoi now bearing the emperor's heir, her confinement was a veiled form of protection from the emperor. However, the punishment of transcribing scriptures was undeniably severe. The emperor's harem was sparse in offspring, and he traditionally showed leniency towards pregnant concubines. This was the first instance of one provoking displeasure so early in her pregnancy. As if that were not enough, Zhao Fu then heard that the maid Sui, who attended Lin Zhaoi, had been condemned to kneel before the hall of contemplation. This punishment meant kneeling until death, and it was to be done in full view of Lin Zhaoi, leaving no semblance of dignity. Everyone serving in the hall of contemplation received 10 lashes and a 6-month salary deduction. Not only the hall of contemplation, but the entire Taihe Palace also faced a 3-month salary penalty, with Zhao Fu and Xiao Luzi each receiving 10 lashes. Gratefully, Zhao Fu and Xiao Luzi knelt to express their thanks before respectfully exiting the Grand Hall. Neither harbored any resentment. Rather, they felt fortunate that Miss Azhi was in good health. Zhao Fu, as the head steward, and Xiao Luzi, on duty at Taihe Palace, felt their punishments were just. However, their immediate concern was to visit the Hall of Contemplation, as Lin Zhaoi was the root cause of this turmoil. With the emperor's decree issued, Zhao Fu could not afford to delay, regardless of the late hour or whether Lin Zhaoi, pregnant with the heir, was asleep. He braved the wind and snow to the Hall of Contemplation. Upon arrival, the young eunuch had just brought the medicine. Han Yin personally took the medicine bowl, while Azhi, feeling feverish, sensed a mix of cold and heat enveloping her, rendering her extremely uncomfortable. As the bitter concoction approached her lips, she resisted vehemently. Han Yin nearly had the bowl knocked from his hands, his brow furrowed in concentration, as it was his first experience administering medicine. and he had not anticipated it would be so challenging. The physicians and numerous maids and eunuchs present kept their heads bowed, not daring to breathe. Azhi's unwillingness to cooperate tested Han Yan's patience, and after several attempts, he directly took a large sip himself, grasped her chin, pried open her tightly shut jaws, and administered the medicine. After several tries, Azhi finally swallowed the entire bowl of medicine. Han Yan rinsed his mouth with tea provided by the eunuch, but the bitter taste lingered. During this period, Azhi's health was entrusted to his care, and the medicine needed adjustments. The physician, Zhao, murmured in agreement. After taking the medicine, Azhi's condition stabilized significantly. She lay still in bed, obedient and gradually regaining some color. Unable to resist, Han Yan gently pinched her chubby cheek, reminiscing that her face had been most beautiful in its vivacity. He climbed into bed and held her close in his embrace. That night, none in the harem could find sleep, as the commotion at the Hall of Contemplation at the witching hour captured everyone's attention. Lin Zhaoi had stirred the signs of pregnancy. There was no sign of the emperor's presence, nor a hint of mercy sought. Punishment remained unwavering and complete. Zhao Fu and Xiao Luzi observed as the people from the Honda Hall completed their 10 lashes before returning to the Taihe Palace. As they exited, they cast a glance at the kneeling Su Yi at the entrance of the Honda Hall, both unable to suppress a silent curse of serves her right. Lin Zhao Yi, protected by the royal heir, would always have a way to survive, regardless of her actions, yet she failed to measure her own worth. It was one thing to refrain from stopping a foolish master, but to aid in tyranny was utterly contemptible. Su Yi knelt at the entrance of the Honda Hall throughout the night. She had pleaded for mercy, but after several hours, she gradually resigned herself to her fate. By noon the following day, she could no longer endure and collapsed in the snow, lifeless. When the news reached Zhao Fu, it was reported that Lin Zhao Yi had once again suffered a miscarriage as a result. Zhao Fu could not help but scoff. The emperor's stance was clear. If Lin Zhao Yi continued her reckless ways, she would ultimately lose the heir, thereby losing her last lifeline. Since awakening, Azhi had sensed a change in Han Yan's demeanor towards her. It was as though he personally fed her medicine, a gesture he had performed before when offering her tea. Although the actions were identical, Azhi felt an unidentifiable difference. Unable to comprehend this shift, she chose to dismiss it from her mind. Azhi had sustained serious injuries, and under Han Yan's orders, she had remained in bed for a full 10 days. In truth, she had already recovered, but the emperor placed great importance on her health, inquiring daily with Dr. Zhao about her condition. Naturally, Dr. Zhao dared not be negligent. Even though Azhi was nearly fully healed, he would only report 5 parts of her recovery. The medicinal herbs provided were of the finest quality, and the imperial kitchen sent varied soups and meals each day. This day, Han Yan arrived shortly after the morning court session had concluded. Before he could approach, he heard the sound of reading from within, which made Azhi chuckle. Han Yan's brows gradually relaxed. As the year-end approached, local officials' assessments and various other matters piled up. The workload was visibly increasing, with numerous memorials to review and officials to meet without respite. Zhao Fu, observing closely, understood better than anyone how rare it was for the emperor to carve out even an hour to see Azhi each day. Peony was the first to notice Han Yan's arrival. She quickly rose to greet him and stepped aside. Zhao Fu, following behind, couldn't help but reflect on the fate of individuals. That day, although Peony had endured some hardship while protecting Azhi, it also ensured that the emperor remembered her. "Your Majesty," Azhi called out with a smile, her cheeks still flushed from laughter. "What are you looking at?" Han Yan's gaze fell upon the book hidden behind Azhi, and her expression grew uneasy. "It's nothing," she replied. However, Han Yan was unconvinced. He knew Azhi had been bored from lying in bed all day, and although her literacy was limited, she would have someone read to her. He had caught her engaged in this activity several times, but he had never seen her so genuinely joyful. "Hand it over," he commanded. Azhi hesitated, eventually extending the book towards him. Upon receiving it and glancing at its contents, Han Yan's brow furrowed deeply. Sensing the tension, Zhao Fu swiftly signaled Peony to exit the room. Han Yan remained silent, and Azhi's heart raced. "Your Majesty," she cautiously began, "it's merely a common storybook." "Huh?" Han Yin snorted coldly, questioning the charming scholar and the domineering female general. Is this what you occupy your days with? His expression darkened as he casually flipped through the pages, discovering scenes of elopement. The mere thought of Azhi running away with someone sent a wave of discomfort across his features, suggesting that Azhi had fully recovered. Azhi, with her wide, innocent eyes, was utterly bewildered by Han Yan's sudden remarks. Without any further ado, he unceremoniously lifted her onto his lap, deciding that it was time for intimacy. Azhi's cheeks flushed fiercely, her garments disheveled, as her flowing skirt began to slip away. The Emperor's jade belt lay carelessly atop her pink dress, while the resplendent yellow dragon robe concealed the room's burgeoning spring ambience. The sounds of water and soft sobs intertwined with the echoes of their collision, as outside. Zhao Fu retreated with a composed demeanor, and Xiao Yao, her face flushed with embarrassment, stood at a distance. After a prolonged silence, the call of water could be heard. Chapter 14. The arrival at the unassuming pavilion as the sudden rain began to abate. Azhi lay utterly exhausted, lost to consciousness. Han Yin cast a glance at Azhi, who was curled up on the bed, and with a resigned sigh pressed his fingers to his brow. He, no longer a naive youth, found himself unexpectedly overwhelmed today, especially in broad daylight. Zhao Fu and Xiao Yao averted their gazes, not daring to look, as Han Yin had no intention of summoning others to attend to Azhi. He took it upon himself to carry her and assist her with her care. Exchanging a silent glance, Zhao Fu and Xiao Yao discreetly stepped outside. Once Azhi was tended to, Han Yin returned to the freshly made bed, cradling her in his arms. He had official matters to attend to that day, so he could not linger to watch over Azhi as she slept. As she lay there, the moment Azhi felt Han Yan's presence, she instinctively nestled into his embrace, seeking a comfortable position to continue her slumber. The lingering allure of the previous encounter had not entirely dissipated. As soon as Azhi pressed against him, Han Yan's eyes darkened with an intensity that barely suppressed his desires. From their initial dalliance to this moment, it was the first time he had come precariously close to losing control, yet he ultimately remembered Azhi's innocence and was filled with tenderness. Outside, upon hearing Han Yan's voice, Zhao Fu entered, holding garments and bowing his head to assist Han Yin in dressing. As Han Yin prepared to leave, he instructed Xiao Yao to ensure Azhi could sleep soundly, to which she quietly acquiesced. Azhi's slumber was prolonged, and when she finally awoke, the skies had fully darkened. She felt as though she had been run over by a cart. Xiao Yao, who had been vigilantly waiting outside, quickly entered to attend to her. Upon entering, she immediately noticed the mottled red marks on Azhi's skin. Particularly when assisting Azhi into her clothes, she observed the faint bruises around her waist, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. Azhi, too, was too shy to meet Xiao Yao's gaze. After a struggle, she finally dressed, but as she took a few steps, her legs buckled, nearly causing her to fall. Xiao Yao swiftly caught her just as Han Yin entered and witnessed this moment. He strode forward, taking Azhi from Xiao Yao's grasp and gently seated her in a chair. "Does it hurt?" Han Yin asked, noticing Azhi's flushed face upon his arrival. Hearing his question, she felt a mix of shyness and annoyance as she retorted, "Your Majesty is being cruel." Han Yin cleared his throat, feeling a twinge of guilt. Azhi, with her arms wrapped around him and her lips pursed in a sulky manner, remarked, "The Emperor shows no compassion at all. What nonsense is this?" Han Yin playfully swatted her lightly, incredulous that such words could be spoken so casually. He shot a glance at the stifled laughter of Zhao Fu, who quickly suppressed his mirth and bowed as he retreated from the room. Once they were alone, Han Yin remarked, "A young lady should behave with some modesty." Azhi paid no heed to notions of propriety. All she could feel was the pervasive ache throughout her body. Han Yin, captivated by her adorable pout, felt his heart soften profoundly. "How is Wani?" Han Yin suddenly inquired. Azhi paused, momentarily stunned by his words. The title of fifth rank 1E was a thought she had scarcely dared to entertain. Ever since Han Yin had mentioned the possibility of bestowing a rank upon her, Azhi had privately entertained hopes. believing that even a position as a seventh-rank selected maid would be an extraordinary blessing. In this dynasty, there had yet to be a precedent for a palace maid ascending to a high position, and thus, Azhi dared not harbor any ambitious dreams. The previous cohort of palace ladies still included several who were merely selected attendants, all daughters of noble families. Azhi, having entered the palace as an orphan maid from a young age, felt that even attaining the rank of a seventh-grade attendant was a fanciful aspiration. To her astonishment, Han Yin had bestowed upon her the esteemed title of a fifth-grade 1E. Stunned, she remained silent for quite some time, while Han Yin, feigning a cold demeanor, teased her. What? Is it too low? Azhi shot him an annoyed glance, fully aware that the emperor understood her intentions were far from what he suggested. Boldly, she pressed a kiss to Han Yan's thin lips, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, your majesty, you are truly kind. Han Yan gently patted her forehead, remarking on her ungratefulness and the simplicity of her words, which seemed to revolve around just those two phrases. Azhi was genuinely elated. She had not anticipated such a high rank from Han Yan. However, a wave of apprehension washed over her, her face a portrait of hesitation. Han Yan, sensing her trepidation, encouraged her to speak her mind. Azhi lifted her gaze to meet his, hesitantly inquiring, "Why would your majesty grant me such a high position?" Han Yan regarded her with a bemused smile. Is merely being a 1E considered high? Azhi dared not delve into the deeper implications of his words. Her thoughts occupied solely with the present. Maintaining her silence, Azhi noticed Han Yan's contemplative expression, his gaze fixed on her, revealing a depth of thought that remained unspoken. Even Han Yan himself could not elucidate the feelings he harbored for Azhi. Previously, the highest rank a consort could achieve upon entering the palace was that of a noble lady, granted only in consideration of their familial backgrounds. For instance, Zhou Guiran had only attained the status of a noble lady upon her entrance, and it took 2 years for her to advance to the rank of a third-grade consort. Han Yan had never seriously contemplated these matters. However, following the incident with Lin Zhao, he found it intolerable to witness Azhi in such a lowly position, where it seemed any individual in the harem could easily belittle her. He was determined not to witness such a scenario again. Yet, these thoughts remained unvoiced. Neither spoke of them further, for the current outcome was satisfactory, although a high position within the harem attracted attention. Azhi understood that since the day she stepped into the Taihe Palace, she had already become a target in the eyes of many within the harem. Whether she sought to compete or not was beyond her control. Thus, she chose to accept her fate with equanimity. In the harem, a high rank always afforded a better existence than a low one. Seizing the emperor's lingering compassion, she resolved to strive for greater heights. For she could not allow just anyone to easily crush her spirit. Her life must be firmly in her own grasp. Having served the emperor, Azhi knew she could no longer remain in the Taihe Palace, and the matter of relocating was brought to the forefront. On that day, Han Yin had inquired about her preferred palace, but Azhi, lacking knowledge, playfully requested Han Yin to select one for her. Ultimately, he chose Fei Gu for her. Upon returning to her quarters, Azhi learned from Xiao Yao that Fei Gu was indeed a rare and splendid abode. Although situated to the east of the Paixiang Palace, the latter lacked a main position, and the western side was also vacant. In other words, the vast Paixiang Palace housed only Azhi as its sole mistress. Furthermore, its proximity to the Taihe Palace made it the closest residence within the harem, a fact that had drawn envy from many consorts in the past. Yet, 5 years have elapsed, and the fragrant hall remains unoccupied, leading everyone to gradually lose hope. Today marks the day of Azhi's relocation to the palace. A few days prior, Xiao Luzi had already tidied up the Chuefei Pavilion with his team. Azhi, lacking any family background, possesses all items within her quarters as gift from Han Yin, many of which originate from his private treasury. When Xiao Luzi and his crew arranged the space, they could not help but marvel quietly, for while not every item in the Chuefei Pavilion was extraordinary, the majority certainly exceeded the standards appropriate for a mere fifth-rank lady-in-waiting. The commotion surrounding the Chuefei Pavilion was too pronounced to escape the notice of the other residents of the palace, who were all acutely aware of who was about to move in. However, The act of taking residence in the Taihe Pavilion still left a sense of discomfort among them, coupled with curiosity regarding the rank that the emperor had conferred upon Azhi. Chapter 15. Chunwan E. During the morning greeting at Taihe Palace, someone could not help but inquire about the rank bestowed upon the emperor. The empress smiled faintly, directing her gaze toward the speaker, Zhao Jiu. Zhao Jiu had once enjoyed a period of favor upon entering the palace and had aspired to reside in the Taihe Pavilion. This was known by all in the palace. Yet she ultimately ended up in Xianlin Pavilion. Now, upon hearing that someone had taken residence in Taihe Pavilion, she could hardly contain her curiosity. The others, though silent, also hesitated in their movements, clearly intrigued. The empress continued with her gentle smile, Chunwani. An abrupt silence enveloped the space. The empress twirled her prayer beads, observing their reactions. Yesterday, when Zhao Fu arrived, he mentioned that Han Yan had conferred a rank upon a Jiwan Yi, which took her by surprise. Their emperor had always been rather stingy with titles. This time, however, he was quite ostentatious, even bestowing a name upon her, pure and kind. The empress could not suppress a bitter smile. Azhi was completely unaware of the happenings in Taihe Palace. Today, as she moved to her new quarters, she had intended to wait for Han Yan to return from court to inform him in person. However, after waiting until the hour had passed and he had not yet returned, she decided to depart, accompanied by Xiao Luzi and others. Azhi made her way to Taihe Pavilion. Upon entering, she was greeted by Yang Zhengde, who was waiting with a group of palace maids and eunuchs. Azhi's eyes brightened at the sight of him. Yang Zhengde cleared his throat, causing Azhi to temper her smile. You have been granted the title of Chunwan Yi. Chunwani? Azhi instinctively glanced at Xiao Luzi beside her. He leaned in and whispered, The emperor has conferred a name upon you. This was news to Azhi. She had been content with merely receiving the title of Wan Yi and had not dared to inquire further. She was astonished to learn that Han Yan had also bestowed a name upon her. With a polite smile, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Master Yang, for making this special trip. Yang Zhengde, the deputy supervisor of the palace, was not required to personally handle such matters, especially since Azhi was merely a Wani. He maintained a courteous yet distant demeanor, treating the encounter as a formal duty, as if they were strangers. I have been ordered to bring some attendants for you to choose from, he stated. According to protocol, a Wani was entitled to 12 maids and the same number of eunuchs. Azhi refrained from selecting herself, smiling softly. I'm rather fatigued from my journey. Please assist me in choosing a few. She did not know any of these individuals and was wary of making arbitrary selections, uncertain of their allegiances. Azhi, being self-aware, recognized her own limitations and lacked the ability to discern character at a glance. Trusting Yang Zhengde to make the selections for her, she felt assured that he would not harm her. Yang Zhengde had personally come today to meet Azhi, and seeing her now, he felt a sense of relief. Though he appeared to casually point out a few individuals, he had already thoroughly assessed their backgrounds. Otherwise, he would not have dared to place them around Azhi. Azhi handed him a purse, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, master. Yang Zhengde did not decline, and the servant respectfully congratulated Chunwani on her continual ascent, taking the eunuch's auspicious words to heart. After Yang Gonggong departed, Xiao Luzi did not linger long as he had to return to report. Azhi also bestowed upon him a purse, which he accepted with a smile before leaving. Last night, Han Yan had been quite unruly until the late hours, and after such tumult, Azhi could hardly endure any longer. She languidly leaned against the concubine's couch and inquired, What are your names? A more mature-looking palace maid stepped forward first, addressing Chunwani. This humble servant is Chun-Yi. The names Chun and Ji sounded similar, causing Azhi to involuntarily furrow her brows. The next moment, she heard Chun-Yi say, This name was given to me by a cold palace matron when I first entered the palace. Now, I dare to request a name from Chunwani. Azhi raised an eyebrow slightly. Yang Gonggong had chosen a rather clever individual. This not only alleviated the awkwardness of the similar-sounding names, but also provided a commendable reason. After all, no concubine would wish to be associated with the cold palace. Thus, she decided on the name Ranyu. Ranyu was a name that Azhi had come across in a novel not long ago, and she had found it pleasing enough to remember. Little did she expect it to be of use today. Ranyu expressed her gratitude to Chunwani for the bestowed name. Azhi casually elevated both Ranyu and Luyu, whom she found agreeable, to the rank of first-class maid, and the little eunuch assigned Xiao Fuzai to oversee them. Noticing the fatigue etched on Azhi's brow, Ranyu thoughtfully suggested, Chunwani, perhaps you should take a rest? With that, Ranyu assisted Azhi to a private chamber for repose. Azhi enjoyed a refreshing slumber, awakening only at the hour of you. Unlike summer, the winter evenings were already cloaked in darkness by that time. As Ranyu helped her dress, she noticed faint red marks on Azhi's skin, causing her face to flush. Azhi felt a tinge of embarrassment and quickly inquired, what did the Imperial kitchen prepare today? Ranyu hesitated, as Xiao Fuzai had yet to fetch the meal. Azhi raised an eyebrow slightly, puzzled by the delay. Sensing a potential misunderstanding, Ranyu hurriedly clarified, today is an auspicious day for Wani, and I thought the Emperor might visit. This aspect had not crossed Azhi's mind. Through the bronze mirror, she regarded the maid who was combing her hair and softly asked, Ranyu, how long have you been in the palace? Earlier in the day, Azhi had wished to ask, for Ranyu appeared significantly older than the others. Moreover, Azhi felt an odd familiarity with her. Ranyu respectfully knelt and replied to Chunwani, this humble servant entered the palace at the age of 8 and has now been here for 12 years. Indeed, that was a considerable span of time. It meant Ranyu was now 20 years old, and in 5 more years, she would be eligible for release from the palace. Have you served in any other palace before? Azhi inquired. I previously served in the palace of the late Empress Dowager Gao, and after her passing, I returned to the main hall, Ranyu answered. Azhi, having only just awakened and with a plain visage, contemplated her circumstances clearly. In the past, she had been under Yang Gongong's protection within the main hall. However, now that she had entered the inner palace, she must stand on her own. The Emperor might protect her once or twice, but he would not do so indefinitely. Furthermore, since being brought back to the palace by Yang Gongong, she had grown up by his side. Although Yang Gongong had not personally instructed her in her duties, he had never intentionally kept her at a distance. Some matters are merely observed, and once understood, they become clear. In the past, she simply lacked the motivation to contemplate or to act. Azhi gently assisted Ranyu to her feet, declaring that from henceforth, she would entrust the Fey Pavilion to her, with the promise that upon reaching the appropriate age, she would personally ensure her release from the palace. The maid vowed to serve Chunwan with utmost dedication. Ranyu knelt once more, and just as Azhi reached out to help her, the curtain was abruptly lifted. It was Han Yin. Azhi's face instantly brightened with joy as she sprang into Han Yin's embrace, exclaiming, Why did you not send word of your arrival, Your Majesty? Following Han Yin were Zhao Fu and the perceptive Ranyu, who discreetly withdrew. Han Yin lifted Azhi and carried her towards the imperial couch. What, did you not wish for my presence? He teased. Of course not. Azhi pouted, feeling a sense of unfairness at the royal teasing. Han Yin's grip on her gradually descended, applying gentle pressure, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Your Majesty. Azhi softly grasped his hand. We have yet to dine. Han Yin's throat tightened, his voice husky as he replied, There is no rush. He guided her hand downward, leaning in closer, overpowering her with his presence. Before long, Azhi found herself unable to resist, softly whimpering a plea for him to stop. Outside, Zhao Fu and Ranyu discreetly distanced themselves. Chapter 16. The Emperor's Favor After a Tumultuous Experience. Azhi felt utterly drained, unable to raise even a finger, and could only allow Han Yin to carry her into the bath. Following their intimate encounters, Azhi preferred solitude, disliking the presence of others to assist her. Han Yin, however, was relentless, leaving her marked and, at times, with remnants of their union. Despite Azhi's thick skin, she felt embarrassed to request assistance in cleaning up. Understanding her shyness, Han Yin, during their first night together, tenderly helped her due to her youth and inexperience. Once the first occasion had passed, it naturally led to subsequent encounters, and Han Yin had since come to accept this new reality. Initially inexperienced, he had inadvertently caused Azhi discomfort during their earlier encounters, but he had grown adept over time. After tidying both of them, he cradled Azhi and returned to their bed. Han Yin summoned Zhao Fu to bring in a scroll, reclining against the headboard with Azhi nestled against him, her small head resting on his waist. Several braziers filled the room with warmth, utilizing the finest silver charcoal. Outside, snow began to fall once more, arriving unusually early this year, with several flurries already gracing the onset of winter. Azhi had yet to partake in her evening meal, and after a while, Han Yin gently roused her from slumber. As she opened her eyes, her lips formed a pout of discontent, and she sweetly pleaded to be allowed to sleep a little longer. Han Yin, tenderly pinching her soft, fair face, almost succumbed to her charms. However, recalling that Azhi had not dined, he steeled himself against her request, warning, "If you do not rise, you may as well remain in bed." No sooner had he spoken than he leaned in closer, startling Azhi, who immediately sat up, clutching her blanket. With a pitiful expression, she gazed at Han Yin, silently accusing him with her eyes. Observing the red marks adorning her exposed skin, remnants of their previous encounters, he felt a twinge of guilt. "Get up. The Imperial kitchen has prepared new dishes." Azhi let out a soft whimper before allowing Ranyu to assist her in dressing. Azhi had a fondness for hot pot, and Han Yin had arranged for some to be brought from the Imperial kitchen, accompanied by 2 exquisite dishes. Outside, the heavy snowfall continued, while inside, the atmosphere was warm and inviting. This night, all eyes were on the Emperor's actions. It had been a considerable time since he had visited the harem. Despite the concubines regularly delivering soup to the Taihe Palace, only Lin Zhao, Yi, and Shu Fei had been granted entrance during this extended period. Although they were aware the Emperor was likely to visit the Taihe Pavilion that evening, the news of his intentions caused many restless nights. In the Yuning Palace, Feng Cha and Dong Yi watched anxiously as the untouched evening meal was removed. Ever since learning that the palace maid, Azhi, had been elevated to Chun Wan Yi, their mistress had scarcely spoken a word and had skipped lunch. Feng Cha, feeling pity, softly reassured, "Your Highness, you are the Emperor's most favored Shu Fei. She is merely a palace maid. Even if she has briefly captured the Emperor's attention, she is but a 5th-rank Wan Yi. How could she possibly compare to you?" Indeed, Feng Cha believed this to be true. Their mistress held the esteemed rank of first-class Shu Fei, and aside from the Empress, none could rival her status within the harem. Furthermore, their mistress basked in the Emperor's affection. The noble consort sat before the mirror, 2 years younger than the Emperor, having entered the royal residence in the esteemed position of a side consort. Before her marriage, everyone praised her for her exceptional beauty and talent. Her father, the Grand Preceptor and the Emperor's tutor, had advised her prior to her entry into the palace. Yet upon meeting the Emperor, her heart was utterly captivated. Gently caressing her face and gazing at her reflection, she murmured, "Am I truly the most favored noble consort?" Her companions, Feng Cha and Dong Yi, looked on with sorrow, unable to bear the sight and turning their faces away. The most affected was the Honda Hall. With Su Yi gone, Xiang had to serve with even greater caution. She vividly recalled Su Ye's final moments, frozen like an ice sculpture, carried away by the palace eunuchs. Xiang had endured many sleepless nights haunted by nightmares. Yet she understood the pressing importance of the situation. Thus, when news arrived that Azhi had been bestowed the title of Chun Wan Yi and was to share the Emperor's bed, she had promptly instructed against any discussion, particularly warning that Lin Zhao Yi must not be informed. Lin Zhao Yi's current condition could not withstand further agitation. The last physician had warned of her precarious pregnancy, stating that any additional stress could lead to miscarriage. However, in the brief moment that Xiang stepped away to retrieve something from her chamber, Lin Zhao Yi learned of the news from 2 gossiping eunuchs. Upon entering, Xiang cast a glance at the 2 kneeling eunuchs, her brow furrowed in thought. She hurried past them, urging, "Your Highness, your health is of utmost importance." Lin Zhao Yi clutched her handkerchief tightly, her long nails digging in her flesh without her feeling any pain, seething, that wretched woman. Xiang gazed back with a look of helplessness, unable to comprehend why her mistress was so fixated on that particular individual. Though it might have been bearable before, now with her pregnancy, ensuring a safe delivery of the Emperor's heir was paramount. Observing Lin Zhao Yi's pallid complexion, dark circles under her eyes, an increasingly frail figure, One could hardly discern any signs of pregnancy. After much coaxing, Xiang finally managed to soothe Lin Zhao Yi's troubled spirit. As she exited, she glanced back at the two still kneeling eunuchs and ordered them to be gagged and removed. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, when Han Yin departed that morning, he noticed Azhi sleeping soundly and specifically instructed Ran Yu and others not to disturb her. As the hour approached, Ran Yu hesitated, aware that the emperor had declared the morning's audience at Taihe Palace to be exempted. Nevertheless, after much deliberation, she decided to rouse Azhi. Azhi, heavily drowsy, struggled to sit up, asking the time. It is just past the hour of the rabbit. Ran Yu, noticing Azhi's fatigue, softly suggested, the emperor, in his affection for Wan Yi, has exempted her from attending Taihe Palace. Shall I seek permission from the empress on your behalf? Absolutely not, Azhi interjected firmly. Today marked her first audience, and she was aware that many eyes would be upon her. If she were to rely on the emperor's scant affection and become complacent, her future would undoubtedly become more arduous. As Ran Yu assisted Azhi in rising, the silk quilt slipped, revealing marks upon Azhi's skin, causing both to blush. Azhi favored the color red, which she could not wear, so she typically donned pink. However, today she chose a simple yet elegant white attire, adorned only with a single silver hairpin. Ran Yu hesitated, pondering, Wan Yi, is such a modest appearance too plain? In the eyes of Ran Yu, it was not merely plain, it even bore a hint of destitution. Just yesterday, she had meticulously catalogued the treasures within the Fey Pavilion's storeroom and was well aware of the numerous valuable items contained therein. To speak solely of the jewelry, the emperor had graciously bestowed an abundance of jade and agate, not to mention the gold and silver artifacts. Yet, Wan Yi had chosen the most inconspicuous silver hairpin. Azhi, rarely playful, let out a light-hearted laugh. Everyone in the palace knew that this consort had once been a palace maid. Was this not fitting in the present? Azhi's rank was already sufficiently conspicuous, and she had no desire to attract further attention. However, Ran Yu feared that Azhi might feel slighted by such a visit of courtesy. Azhi assisted her to rise, knowing they would merely exchange a few words, which would not be bothersome. This was a lesson Azhi had learned from eunuch Yang, who had previously taught her that jealousy is a natural human emotion, particularly when one observes another's superior fortune. In such moments, if one were to flaunt their own status, especially within the confines of the harem, it would be akin to courting disaster. Chapter 17. Azhi, having hastily consumed her breakfast, escorted Ran Yu to the Taihe Palace to pay her respects. Only those of the second rank and above were entitled to an escort, and Azhi found the journey arduous. Han Yin had always been quite assertive in such matters, and last night had been a particularly late affair. Her legs trembled with fatigue, relying heavily on Ran Yu for support. Just a little longer, whispered Ran Yu gently. It's nothing, Azhi replied, arriving neither too early nor too late. She hesitated over where to sit until a young maid from the queen's palace guided her to her place, which was slightly towards the back in the middle. Those who had arrived earlier turned their gazes upon her as she entered. Upon noticing Azhi's attire and figure, a few stifled laughs erupted, while others engaged in hushed whispers. Unperturbed, Azhi gracefully took her seat. One by one, other concubines entered, each casting a fleeting glance in her direction, evidently curious about the recent rise of the favored Wan Yi, how an unassuming maid could ascend to such heights. Even the queen, upon entering, inadvertently glanced at Azhi, momentarily taken aback. The ladies of the imperial harem were all striking in appearance, each possessing unique charms that rendered them all equally beautiful. Yet, Azhi's fortuitous countenance was a rare sight indeed. Sensing the queen's gaze upon her, Azhi shyly lifted her face, offering a bashful smile. Her round, cherubic visage, paired with her bright, clear eyes, softened even the queen's heart, which was no small feat. It was no wonder the emperor took notice. Your servant pays her respects to her majesty, Azhi said respectfully. Rise, the queen replied kindly. Those at court have already sent word to excuse you. Why not rest a while longer? Azhi looked up at the queen, who wore a gentle expression. I am quite well, your majesty. I appreciate your concern, she responded, maintaining an attitude of utmost respect that left no room for fault. After the queen had inquired, Azhi returned to her seat. The gathering was nearly complete, save for an empty chair at the front. Azhi surmised who it might be, as only the esteemed Shufei from Yuning Palace could command such attention. She had heard tales of Shufei's unparalleled favor within the harem, being the emperor's most cherished. Azhi was eager to meet the legendary beauty, having always held a fondness for exquisite things, including people. She longed to witness for herself the splendor that had once graced the capital. While discussions unfolded in front of her, it was not her turn to interject, so she savored the delicacies placed before her. The pastries from the queen's palace were a feast for the eyes, though each guest was allotted merely a small dish containing two. Just as Azhi sampled one, it was gone. Turning to Ranyu, she whispered, "Do we have these in our palace?" Ranyu's expression flickered momentarily before she composed herself and replied softly, "If Wani wishes for them, the imperial kitchen can certainly provide." Indeed, Azhi nodded earnestly, resolving to send Xiao Fu to the imperial kitchen upon her return. Though their voices were low and indistinct to those ahead, Yang Ronghua, seated beside them, heard their exchange quite clearly. She cast a discreet glance at Azhi beside her, her expression laden with complexity. After 5 years in the palace, having paid her respects countless times, this was her first encounter with someone who truly relished these delicacies. In the palace, who is unaware that one must not indulge in whatever is presented. Even within the queen's chambers, the same caution applies. One must harbor no ill intentions, yet remain ever vigilant against the designs of others. In this realm, who could claim to be entirely innocent? Yang Ronghua observed those around her and felt a sense of foolishness wash over her. Azhi, completely oblivious to the impression she had made on others, promptly escorted Ranyu away after the audience dispersed. Having consumed merely half a bowl of millet porridge for breakfast, she felt both hungry and weary, eager to return to her humble abode. As Azhi approached the imperial garden, she spotted 2 figures seated in a pavilion, with some distance still to cover. She contemplated taking a detour to avoid them, but the occupants of the pavilion spoke first. "Isn't that Shun Wani? How is it that upon meeting someone of higher rank, you display such ignorance of etiquette?" Azhi had no choice but to steelly confront the situation, greeting Zhao Jiu with the customary respect. Beside her was another individual, whom Azhi vaguely recalled from earlier. She was El Chiron. Zhao Jiu, observing Azhi kneeling, refrained from instructing her to rise, instead continuing her cheerful conversation with El Chiron. The half-kneeling position was particularly uncomfortable, far more so than kneeling fully. Before long, beads of sweat began to form on Azhi's brow. Nearby, several concubines, having concluded their own greetings, lingered, yet none approached to assist her. Zhao Jiu held the rank of a 4th-grade Jiu, and as long as she did not command Azhi to rise, Azhi dared not lift her head, even as her legs trembled under the strain. Azhi understood that Zhao Jiu had come to confront her today, though she struggled to recall any offense she may have committed against her. Nevertheless, she did not dwell excessively on the matter. In the palace, it often takes little provocation to turn against someone. Just as Azhi felt she could bear no more and was about to collapse, Zhao Jiu finally spoke. "You may rise." Azhi straightened, ready to depart, when Zhao Jiu continued, "These walnuts are difficult to shell, since you were once a maid. I presume you are accustomed to such tasks." She raised an eyebrow at Azhi, her meaning unmistakable. Azhi responded quietly, "Yes." Like clay molded by hands, Azhi exhibited no hint of defiance, even removing her heavy cloak under the pretense of discomfort and handing it to Ranyu. Dressed lightly, she approached Zhao Jiu, bowing her head in submission as she meticulously shelled the walnuts one by one. Upon noticing Azhi had shed her cloak, Zhao Jiu's brow furrowed slightly. She recalled the lesson learned from Lin Zhaoi, yet Azhi's swift movements and the presence of onlookers rendered her unable to lose face. Time passed, and Azhi's fingers grew red and stiff from cold. Unperturbed, Azhi remained silent as the wind and snow intensified, the expressions of Zhao Jiu and El Chiron growing increasingly grim. "Zhao Jiu, what are you doing?" Azhi lifted her gaze to the newcomer, who was none other than Zhou Guifei, with whom she had exchanged greetings only moments before. Zhou Guifei was known in the palace for her straightforward nature. She spoke her mind without reservation, although at times her words could infuriate others to the brink of despair. Her status as the daughter of the Minister of War afforded her a certain immunity within the harem, rendering her untouchable. The women of the palace were well aware of her temperament, and given her lack of favor, they chose not to engage with her. Zhao Jiyu, who had always been at odds with Zhou Guiren, coldly remarked, "This concubine merely requested that she shell a walnut." Zhou Guiren, unconcerned with such trivialities, boldly strode over and pulled Azhi behind her, asserting her position as a fifth-ranked Chunwan official, no mere servant to be bullied. Hearing these words from Zhou Guiren, Azhi could no longer hold back her tears. Chapter 18. He knows everything beside her. Ran Yu's eyes brimmed with compassion as she clutched the cloak, about to approach, only to see Azhi subtly shake her head. Although Ran Yu was uncertain of Azhi's intentions, she complied and refrained from advancing further. Zhou Guipin's words rendered Zhao Jiyu's expression momentarily grim. It was far from over. Zhou Guipin directly placed the remaining plate of walnuts in front of Zhao Jiyu, declaring, "I too wish to enjoy some walnuts. I trust you will oblige, Zhao Jiyu." Zhao Jiyu's face darkened as she retorted, "What do you mean?" Zhou Guipin coldly replied, "Is what I say of no consequence?" Zhao Jiyu's expression contorted in frustration. Zhou Guipin shot her a disdainful glance. Although they had previously engaged in verbal sparring, it had never escalated to this point. Now, as a dignified third-rank consort, she felt it was high time to discipline Zhao Jiyu for her disrespectful behavior toward a superior. Zhao Jiyu had always regarded Zhou Guipin with disdain, and in such a public setting, she found it difficult to maintain her pride. Just as the tension escalated among them, 3 sharp claps resounded, instantly easing Zhao Jiyu's demeanor as she stepped forward with a beaming smile. Zhou Guipin pouted, but understood that with the emperor's arrival, she could no longer penalize Zhao Jiyu. Turning back to comfort Azhi, she reassured her, "I shall seek retribution for you another day." Azhi, her eyes red with gratitude, softly expressed, "I thank you, Consort Zhou." The earnestness of Azhi's words made Zhou Guipin, accustomed to a more boisterous demeanor, feel a rare sense of discomfort. "You need not be so formal," she replied. As Han Yan approached, he immediately noticed Azhi hiding behind Zhou Guipin, her attire inadequate for the chill. His brow furrowed as he coldly commanded her, "Come here." Zhao Jiyu, standing nearby, felt her smile falter as she watched him address Azhi, her teeth clenched in irritation. Azhi, sensing Han Yan's icy demeanor, was filled with trepidation. With her head bowed, she approached him, appearing pitiful as if she had committed a grave error. Before she could reach him, Han Yan swiftly closed the distance, draping his cloak around her. The surrounding consorts widened their eyes, struggling to maintain their composure. They had previously assumed that Chun Wan Yi was favored, but had never witnessed the emperor's interactions with her, mistakenly believing that a man as cold as he would treat everyone similarly. Now, they realized how wrong they had been. Even the emperor's affections were not impartial. The cloak hung far too long for Azhi, trailing on the ground. Han Yan enveloped her snugly, revealing only her round face. Noticing that her hands were red and her fingertips had begun to bleed, his expression darkened. "What happened?" "Your Majesty," Zhao Jiyu began, but fell silent under Han Yan's frigid gaze. "You speak," he commanded, turning to Ran Yu, who promptly knelt, her eyes brimming with tears as she recounted the events in full detail. Upon finishing, she wept and bowed her head, pleading with the emperor to act on behalf of their Wan Yi. Han Yan cast a stern gaze towards the 2 plates of walnuts, one of which was already shelled. His eyes shifted to the delicate hands of the person in his embrace. Those hands, fair and tender, were not meant for such labor, and he could hardly bear to let her engage in it. Yet now they were rough and swollen. His expression turned icy as he looked at Zhao Jiyu. Having served the emperor for many years, Zhao Jiyu felt as though she had fallen into an icy abyss under his frigid stare. In a flurry of panic, she knelt and pleaded, "Your Majesty, I was merely playing with Sister Azhi. It was not intentional." Han Yan addressed the kneeling figure with a voice as sharp as ice. "Playing, you say? Since you enjoy it so much, I shall grant you your wish." Zhao Jiyu's head snapped up, Confusion etched upon her face, but comprehension dawned upon her in an instant. Zhao Fu, send 2 baskets of walnuts to her, and let her finish them by hand. Zhao Jiayu's eyes widened in disbelief, but before she could protest, Han Yan's cold voice continued, "The ruler shall show no mercy. From this day forth, you shall be demoted to the rank of Guerin." She collapsed onto the snowy ground in shock. Azhi, who had been secretly watching Han Yan, was taken aback by the severity of his punishment. Sensing her slight movement, Han Yan shot her a frosty glance, causing Azhi's heart to skip a beat. Throughout their return to the Taihe Pavilion, Azhi felt a growing sense of dread, remaining silent and cautious. Upon entering the pavilion, Han Yan sat upon the noble concubine's couch, his cold gaze fixed on Azhi, who stood before him. "Do you have nothing to say to me?" Azhi clutched her cloak, glancing at Zhao Fu and Ranyu nearby. Perceiving Han Yan's displeasure, Zhao Fu promptly exited with Ranyu. Alone now, Azhi timidly spoke. "I was wrong, Your Majesty." She looked up at him, her voice quavering, "Please do not be angry with me." Han Yan scoffed, acknowledging her awareness of his ire. Before he could voice any reproach, Azhi lowered her head and began to sob softly. The tension in Han Yan's heart dissipated instantly. He furrowed his brow and remarked, "I have yet to say a word, yet you have already taken on the burden of grievance?" Having spent nearly every day with Han Yan in the Taihe Palace, Azhi was well acquainted with his temper and sensed that he was not truly upset. With tearful eyes, she clung to the long crane cloak draped over her. Burying herself in his embrace, her voice a soft, quivering whisper, "Azhi is timid. Please do not frighten me, Your Majesty." Han Yan playfully poked her. "You seem quite bold to me." His gaze darkened as he recalled seeing Azhi in the imperial garden, a chill glimmering in his eyes. He was aware of his genuine concern for her, understanding that her background was less fortunate than that of others in the harem, making her life more arduous. Thus, he had willingly indulged her, bestowing upon her the title of Wan E and even granting her a name. However, all of this came with conditions. His willingness to cherish Azhi stemmed from her pure and kind nature. If she were to become like everyone else, the gifts he had bestowed would hold no distinction. Azhi is not particularly astute. She cannot fathom what Han Yan is contemplating. However, she can distinctly sense his anger, or perhaps his dissatisfaction with her. When he gazes at her in the imperial garden, his eyes are laden with a chilling indifference. Unable to decipher Han Yan's thoughts, Azhi feels compelled to lay everything bare. Is the emperor blaming his concubine? She gazes up at him, her face etched with anxiety and trepidation. Han Yan responds softly, "Then tell me, what do you believe I hold against you?" Azhi bites her lip, thinking he blames her for deliberately targeting Lady Zhao. Han Yan's expression is a blend of amusement and mockery. So, it seems his beloved consort is indeed plotting against Lady Zhao. Though he smiles, Azhi feels an icy dread seep into her heart. Indeed, he knows everything. Chapter 19. Heartache. Azhi gazed at him helplessly, fresh tears cascading down her cheeks. Han Yan maintained a stoic expression as he regarded her, his thoughts inscrutable, leaving Azhi unable to fathom his mind. With a quivering voice filled with grievance, she lamented. It was she who started it. She said, "I am unworthy of the stage, destined only to serve others." As she spoke, her tear-filled eyes pleaded, extending her swollen hands towards Han Yan amidst the watchful crowd. Han Yan's demeanor softened, and Azhi, sensing this shift, let out a wail, "Your Majesty, they are all bullying me." At that moment, Han Yan's heart melted entirely, the vague remnants of any prior unease dissipating. He recalled the lineage of the woman in his embrace, fully aware of the treacherous waters of the imperial harem. Even those of noble birth tread cautiously, much like his late mother, and Azhi, being utterly reliant on herself, faced far greater peril. Compassion welled up within Han Yan as he observed Azhi gasping for breath amidst her sobs, gently coaxing, "Do not weep. I harbor no blame against you." Azhi cried fiercely, as though attempting to expel every ounce of her pent-up grievances. This was the first time Han Yan encountered someone who dared to weep so openly before him. Since ascending the throne, none, be they courtiers or those within the harem, had the audacity to weep in his presence. Yet, this woman seemed unfazed by their status, almost oblivious to the fact that he was the emperor, Rather than feeling annoyance, Han Yin found himself inexplicably pleased by Azhi's uninhibited display of emotion. However, her tears flowed as if a dam had burst, stirring his heartache. "It is mine, is it not? Please cease your tears," he implored softly, wiping away the tears from her face. Azhi gradually composed herself, recognizing the authority of the man before her. Her sobs diminished significantly, with tear-streaked cheeks. She looked up at him, her voice barely above a whisper. "They've bullied me, and even you, your majesty, have bullied me." Hearing her incessant refrain of me, Han Yin found himself too weary to admonish her for her lack of decorum. He gently tapped her forehead, exclaiming, "You ungrateful little one. I have already intervened on your behalf, yet you claim I have wronged you?" Recalling the demotion of Lady Zhao to a mere fifth-rank noble, Azhi cautiously leaned in and planted a kiss on Han Yin's cheek, declaring, "You are the best, your majesty." Following her affectionate gesture, she showered him with several more kisses, her tears smudging his face. Feeling the moisture on his cheek, Han Yin scrunched his brow in mild distaste. "Have you mistaken my face for a handkerchief?" Azhi, noticing the glimmer of dampness on his visage, fell silent, having indeed harbored a playful intention. Yet, witnessing Han Yin in such a disheveled state stirred a pang of guilt within her. "Ran Yu, bring in a basin of water," Han Yin commanded, turning to Zhao Fu outside the door. "Do not hurry." He then instructed the imperial physician to enter. Azhi, catching sight of the physician, discreetly glanced at Han Yin. It turned out Zhao Fu had already summoned the doctor. Han Yin pretended not to notice her subtle movements, allowing a hint of a smile to escape once her gaze was averted. Azhi remained oblivious, while Zhao Fu observed with keen interest, marveling at Azhi's capabilities. Azhi's fingers were swollen and alarming, yet the injuries were not severe. The gravity of the situation stemmed from the fact that she had previously stood in the cold with insufficient clothing, leading to her catching a chill. When Azhi was punished by Lin Zhaoyi and forced to kneel, the cold had penetrated her body, causing lasting harm. Although physician Zhao had tended to her for some time, and her condition had improved, her health remained fragile. After physician Zhao spoke, Azhi dared not meet Han Yan's gaze. Feeling guilty beside him, Zhao Fu and the attendants, including Ran Yu, discreetly withdrew. Azhi silently inched a few inches away from the side of the Empress Dowager's couch. But before she could move further, Han Yan's large hand swept her into his embrace, placing her on his lap. Outside, Zhao Fu promptly instructed Ran Yu to bring in the hot water that had been prepared. Han Yan, observing the evident guilt of the person in his arms, could no longer maintain a stern demeanor. "Regardless of your intentions, you must learn to cherish your health," he admonished. Azhi timidly looked up at him, acknowledging her folly. "I understand, your majesty," she replied softly. She obediently wrapped her arms around Han Yan's neck, promising, "I shall never be so reckless again. Please do not be angry." Han Yan, exasperated by her lack of consideration, sighed in resignation and gave her a light pat. Azhi let out a small whimper, prompting Han Yin to remark, "You are too delicate." At that moment, Azhi was exceptionally compliant, nestling in his embrace without uttering a word. Han Yin carried her further inside, causing Azhi to gasp in surprise, her cheeks flushing crimson. "Your majesty, it is still daylight," she protested. With playful intent, Han Yin teased, "And what of it? I am a son of heaven." Azhi, taken aback by his boldness, felt her face grow even warmer. Although Han Yin had not intended any impropriety, he found himself increasingly drawn to Azhi's charm. Nevertheless, he restrained himself, gently placing her into the bath. With a raised brow, he whispered, "I understand your eagerness, my beloved. I shall certainly satisfy you well this evening." "What do you mean by my eagerness?" Azhi's round eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Han Yin. Amused by her reaction, he playfully kissed her moist, rosy lips. Embarrassed, Azhi pushed him away and called for Ran Yu to attend her. Han Yin retreated to the adjoining room to change his clothes. Having cried vehemently moments before, Azhi's tears had stained his clothes. Though he bore no ill will, the stickiness was nonetheless discomforting. When Azhi emerged, she found Han Yin lounging on her couch, engrossed in a book. She tossed her hair over her shoulder and settled beside him, prompting Han Yin to pull her into his embrace. He glanced down at her hair, now dry, before returning his attention to the text. Azhi had only recently begun to learn to read, and many characters remained unfamiliar to her. Even when she perused storybooks, her understanding was often limited, relying on Xiao Yao to read aloud for her. The thought of Xiao Yao tugged at Azhi's heartstrings. When she departed from the Taihe Palace, she had wished to bring Xiao Yao with her, but ultimately refrained from expressing her desire. As a mere fifth-ranked Shanwani, having Xiao Yao in her company would not compare to her position at court. As a first-rate palace maid, Xiao Yao was relatively safe, as long as she did not err and no one could easily mistreat her. However, if she were to accompany Azhi, she would likely face undue hardship. Han Yin had grown accustomed to Azhi's presence in the Taihe Palace. Whether reading or reviewing memorials, he never felt the need to shield her from his activities, especially since Azhi's illiteracy rendered her incapable of comprehension. Later, although he arranged for a tutor to teach Azhi how to read and write, he never considered keeping his distance from her. Han Yin himself could not articulate the reason behind this. It has long been a rule throughout history that the imperial concubines are not permitted to interfere in politics, and Han Yin had always adhered to this principle. In the past, even while reading, the concubines were not allowed to approach him. Naturally, they understood this unspoken rule. However, the person in his embrace was entirely different. Those regulations seemed to have never existed from the very beginning. Han Yin could not help but chuckle softly as he glanced down at Azhi, only to discover that she had fallen into a deep slumber. Cradling him around the waist, she slept soundly, and perhaps feeling uncomfortable, she stirred slightly. Yet, Han Yin did not move her to the bed. He simply allowed her to hold on to him. Chapter 20. The comfortable days. Han Yin accompanied Azhi for lunch at Taihe Pavilion before taking his leave. Shortly after his departure, Xiao Luzi arrived with rewards. In addition to a lavish jade screen, the most notable gift was an assortment of exquisitely crafted pastries. Azhi's expression was complex as she accepted the gifts amidst the teasing of Ran Yu and others. Following the emperor's bestowals, various palaces sent their tributes. Azhi was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the half-human height red coral sent by the empress, but she instructed Ran Yu to place it outside. While the other gifts were stored away, Azhi held little interest in these offerings, finding them dizzying and merely glanced at them before delegating the responsibility to Ran Yu and the others. Ran Yu organized the items neatly and brought in a plate of pastries. Azhi, having just taken a brief rest, was now holding a book, reading it with only partial comprehension. After a moment of hesitation, Ran Yu quietly remarked, "You took quite a risk today." Azhi set down the book and languidly reclined on the noble concubine couch, replying, "I am aware. However, if I do not act, they will only become more audacious." But what if the emperor does not come? Ran Yu's brow furrowed in concern. She had immediately guessed Azhi's intent when she saw her remove her cloak. Azhi pondered for a moment. The emperor promised he would come. She vaguely recalled Han Yin mentioning his return to accompany her for lunch at Taihe Pavilion. It was this assurance from Han Yin that had sparked her plan when Lady Zhao had attempted to vex her. Azhi did not consider herself to possess a good temper, especially when provoked first. She found it impossible to endure in silence. Her thoughts were resolute, since Lady Zhao aimed to confront her. She could not afford to let her adversary have an easy time. Yet, Azhi was without power or influence. Her only ally was Han Yin. The Imperial Garden was an unavoidable route to Taihe Pavilion. The notion that Han Yin might not arrive had never crossed Azhi's mind. Looking back now, she found it incredible how certain she had been that he would come. Had Han Yin been occupied and failed to arrive, all her suffering would have been in vain. Regaining her composure, Azhi realized how rudimentary her tactics were, explaining why Han Yin had seen through her intentions so easily. She felt a wave of frustration wash over her and exclaimed, "Ran Yu, why is the imperial harem so complex?" Ran Yu, cautious not to comment on the emperor's harem, simply poured Azhi a cup of hot tea, saying, "Your Highness has injured your hand, yet you still wish to write?" The teaching matron assigned by Han Yin had also accompanied Azhi to Taihe Pavilion. Han Yin had stated that whenever Azhi felt she could learn no more, she could dismiss the matron. Previously, while in Taihe Palace, Azhi had spent 2 hours daily learning with the matron and continued to practice her writing afterward. She did not wish to abandon this habit. Azhi's expectations were modest. She merely desired to be able to write some basic characters. Setting aside the book, Azhi resolved to write a single note today, considering her hand as discomfort. Ranyu ground ink beside her, attending to Azhi. Despite her awkward grip on the brush due to an injured hand, persevered and completed a calligraphy piece. Once finished, Ranyu carefully tucked the writing away. Life in the Taihe Pavilion was pleasant for Azhi. She took a few days off from Taihe Palace, citing the cold as a reason. After all, it was well known that Zhao Gairan had punished Azhi, with many eyes watching, leaving no room for deception. After skipping her morning greetings, Azhi returned to her routine of waking at the hour of the snake, and on one occasion, she even slept past the second hour of noon. Her days were comfortable, with the sole burden being the bitter, dark medicine she had to consume daily, devoid of any other worries. Recently, Azhi had developed a fondness for painting, particularly vibrant colors, prompting her to send Xiao Fuzi to the palace to procure some bright pigments. Lacking any artistic skill, the outcome of her paintings was left to fate, yet her passion for creating remained unwavering. Over the course of 2 days, nearly every maid and eunuch in the Taihe Pavilion received one of her creations, each holding the paintings with a complex expression. Ranyu leaned against the window, a pained expression on her face as she observed Azhi, who, upon raising her hand, expressed her displeasure by puffing up her cheeks and huffing. Ranyu, do not move. If you keep shifting, it won't look like you anymore. Ranyu recalled the other portraits, her hopes dwindling, yet she straightened her posture slightly, merely wishing that Chun Wani might be depicted as a human. The surrounding maids and eunuchs, aware of Azhi's painting endeavor, had scurried to the sidelines, fearful of being summoned to participate. When Han Yan arrived at the Taihe Pavilion, he noted the excessive silence within. He turned to Zhao Fu, who wore a similarly bewildered expression. As Han Yan approached, a young eunuch attempted to announce his presence, but was halted by Han Yan's gaze. He entered alongside Zhao Fu. Azhi, engrossed in her artwork, remained oblivious, but Ranyu, ever observant, immediately knelt to pay her respects upon seeing the emperor enter. Startled by Han Yan's sudden appearance, Azhi lost her grip on the brush, causing a couple of drops of ink to splatter onto her work. She pouted and looked up at Han Yan, who, momentarily taken aback, asked, "What is the matter?" Azhi circumvented the table and, in a perfunctory manner, performed a curtsy before boldly stepping forward to grasp Han Yan's arm. "Why did you not inform me of your arrival, Your Majesty?" Since Han Yan had returned her to the Taihe Pavilion, he had not visited in nearly 5 days. Azhi had not inquired about his whereabouts directly, but had heard Xiao Fuzi allude to his absence from the harem during this time. Han Yan frowned and replied coldly, "What do you mean? I come go as I please." Azhi smiled sweetly, Yes, of course. What are you doing?" At Han Yan's question, Azhi's eyes sparkled with delight. She tugged him towards the Wong Wally wood table, exclaiming, "I've been learning to paint recently, and just finished a piece. It's not very good, but Your Majesty, please bear with it." Han Yan chuckled as she led him along, never having encountered anyone quite like Azhi. Typically, those aware of their lack of talent would hide their work, fearful of exposure, let alone presenting it to the emperor. Yet, Azhi was uniquely untroubled by such concerns. Knowing full well her lack of artistic prowess, she was the first to dare present her work to the emperor. Han Yan could not help but smile wryly. He resolved that regardless of how poor Azhi's painting might be, he must not hurt her feelings. However, upon gazing at the inky mass on the rice paper, he found himself momentarily stunned. "What is this?" Han Yan regarded Azhi's work with a complex expression. Her painting bore no lines, no semblance of beauty, merely large circles enclosing smaller ones. In fact, many areas of ink had muddled together, forming an indistinguishable blob. Such a creation was even inferior to what he had produced at the tender age of 3. Chapter 21. A tinge of greed. Han Yan's expression was one of indescribable complexity. Meeting Azhi's expectant gaze, he hesitated, then diverted the conversation. "It's acceptable." Azhi's face immediately lit up with delight, her eyes sparkling. "Since Your Majesty finds it agreeable, shall I paint something for you?" Han Yin thought to himself that this truly was akin to lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. He cleared his throat and awkwardly shifted the topic. Do you enjoy painting? It's rather amusing. Azhi, pulling him towards the couch, admitted that her interest was more out of boredom than genuine passion. Han Yin raised an eyebrow in jest. Do you still find yourself bored? Despite being preoccupied with state affairs, he was well aware of Azhi's daily life, which seemed exceedingly comfortable. She rose late in the morning, indulged in reading novels, enjoyed 2 plates of snacks daily, and diligently practiced her reading and writing. Her life was far more leisurely than his as an emperor. Caught in her little deceit, Azhi smiled sheepishly, claiming she missed the emperor. Han Yin, however, found her words utterly unconvincing. If she truly missed him, she would have come to the front hall after recovering these past few days. He had come to understand that this person before him was rather carefree. Despite her sweet words, she hardly seemed to hold him in her thoughts. With a cold scoff, he remarked, little deceiver. Azhi felt a twinge of guilt, yet fortunately, Han Yin did not seem to hold it against her. Today, I came to inquire if you desire anything for your birthday tomorrow, he said. Azhi suddenly lifted her head from his embrace. Your Majesty? Only eunuch Yang and Yuan Bao knew of her birthday. She had never shared it with Han Yin, so she was astonished that he remembered. Han Yin gazed down at her. For your birthday tomorrow, you may request anything you wish. Azhi's eyes instantly glistened with tears. She looked up at Han Yin, who bore a gaze that was both profound and complex. In that moment, it felt as though he would grant her any wish. Han Yin also observed Azhi, knowing that his words were solemn and binding. Moreover, he was curious to discover what this person truly desired. After a fleeting moment of emotion, Azhi quickly regained her composure, and Han Yin noticed her eyes returning to their familiar demeanor. He subtly tightened his hold around her waist. Cautiously, Azhi asked, Will your Majesty grant whatever I desire? Han Yin's voice turned slightly colder, his smile not reaching his eyes. Naturally, Azhi wrapped her arms tightly around Han Yin's neck, resting her head gently on his shoulder. Whispering her warm breath into his ear, I am quite greedy. I wish for the Emperor to accompany me for every birthday in the years to come. Han Yan's heart skipped a beat, and he tightened his embrace around Azhi, his voice husky as he responded, That is indeed a great greed. Azhi tightened her grip around Han Yan's neck. Han Yin gently pulled her away, their eyes locking in a mutual gaze. With a cold, commanding look, he declared, I have granted it. Azhi's expression shifted instantly to one of palpable panic, a mix of disbelief and the urge to flee. All her emotions were laid bare before Han Yin. Han Yin suddenly felt a surge of joy and lightly inquired, Is there anything else you desire? Azhi, blushing, shook her head, replying, I am quite content. To receive such a promise was more than enough for her. Even if the Emperor's affection were to wane in the future, the fact that she would at least have the privilege of visiting Taihe Pavilion once a year ensured that her days in the palace would not be excessively harsh. That night, the Emperor graced Taihe Pavilion with his presence. In the span of time, he had only entered the inner palace twice, both times at Taihe Pavilion. The following day, when Azhi finally regained her health and came to pay her respects, she felt numerous gazes, subtle yet palpable, directed at her. She chose to ignore them, dutifully taking her seat. As she gazed at the delicacies before her, she could not resist the temptation and reached out. Ran Yu, witnessing this, could hardly bear to look. After that visit, she had subtly mentioned her concerns, yet their gentle demeanor seemed to have gone unnoticed. Azhi understood that Ran Yu had her best interests at heart, but she was also acutely aware that this was the Empress's domain, where everything was meticulously arranged by her. Even if the Empress had intentions, her methods would not be so clumsy. If anything were to happen due to the pastries of Kuan Palace, the Empress could not absolve herself of responsibility. Moreover, it was beneath the Empress to target someone of Azhi's modest rank. As Azhi savored her treats, she suddenly heard someone mention her. We are not like Chun Wan, monopolizing the Emperor's favor. The remark was clearly malicious, and Azhi chose not to lift her gaze, disinterested and engaging. The onlookers who had been waiting for a spectacle quickly lost interest. Yet the voice persisted relentlessly. One wonders what means Chun Wan he has employed. The words were harsh, and even Azhi, typically composed, felt a flicker of annoyance. She turned her gaze towards the speaker, a familiar face, and with a light laugh, remarked, "It seems Lady Zhao has finished shelling her 2 baskets of walnuts." Laughter rippled through the hall. Everyone in the palace was aware of the incident involving Azhi and Lady Zhao just days prior. Lady Zhao glared at Azhi with resentment, her hands still bandaged from the ordeal. Recalling the events of that day stirred a mix of hatred and frustration within Lady Zhao, yet she had learned to temper her reactions. Following Azhi's words, she feigned wiping away non-existent tears, dramatically kneeling in the center of the hall. "Your Majesty, I did not intend to offend Shanwani. I have not seen the Emperor for quite some time, so," Azhi observed as Lady Zhao's words trailed off, giving way to tears, and the gazes of those around began to shift. Unhurried, Azhi meticulously wiped the remnants of the pastries from her hands before mimicking Lady Zhao's pose, kneeling as well. "Your Majesty, I feel so wronged. How can a mere girl like me comprehend the Emperor's heart?" She feigned wiping away her tears. Though her actions were exaggerated and her words provocative, Azhi's cherubic visage rendered her antics disarming. At least the Empress above could not help but chuckle at the scene, particularly as the year drew to a close, with numerous matters weighing on the court, while the Emperor would ultimately decide the affairs of the harem. Kneeling on the ground, Lady Zhao was about to speak when Azhi, having already collected her handkerchief, obediently remarked, "The Empress Dowager is indeed wise." With a decisive grace, Azhi rose to her feet, her smile fading as swiftly as it had appeared. The concubines, all daughters of noble families, had never encountered someone like Azhi, and they regarded her with a complex mixture of emotions. Suddenly, laughter echoed, and Azhi looked up to see Lady Zhou. She recalled how Lady Zhou had once assisted her and shyly returned the smile. Lady Zhou reciprocated with an open and generous grin. News of the events in Taihe Palace had reached Taihe Palace even before the morning greetings had concluded. Han Yin, upon hearing this, glanced at the memorial in his hand and snorted disdainfully, noting her audacity to weave tales even about himself. Zhao Fu, standing nearby, forced a smile while inwardly scoffing. "Is it not your indulgence that has emboldened Chun Wan to act in such a manner?" Chapter 22. Joy of birth after expressing her thoughts. Azhi obediently indulged in her snacks, disregarding the glances cast her way by others. Having finished 2 pieces of lotus cake and just about to wipe her hands, she noticed a palace maid bringing in a new platter from behind. Azhi, somewhat taken aback, looked up at the Empress. The Empress was engaged in conversation with concubine Da, and merely smiled warmly upon noticing Azhi's gaze. Azhi returned to her meal, albeit at a much slower pace this time. The Empress's demeanor was indeed peculiar, particularly towards her, leaving Azhi puzzled, unable to comprehend it. She ultimately decided to dismiss her thoughts. As the morning greetings concluded, Azhi promptly left, accompanied by Ran Yu, and made her way back to Taihe Pavilion without pausing. Upon entering, she was met by Zhao Fu, who awaited her arrival. Azhi was momentarily taken aback as Zhao Fu approached with a box, smiling. "Chunwan, the Emperor is waiting for you." Azhi glanced at the box in his hands, and Ran Yu took it, opening it to reveal a vibrant red garment. "Esteemed eunuch, are you certain this is a gift from the Emperor?" Azhi's skepticism was understandable. It was well known that such a color was reserved solely for the Empress in the palace, and for any other concubine to wear it would be considered a grave disrespect. If the matter were to be pursued, the consequences would be quite severe. Zhao Fu, sensing Azhi's apprehension, chuckled, his face creasing with wrinkles. Chunwani need not worry. Only then did Azhi proceed into the inner chamber. Ran Yu assisted Azhi in changing her attire, while Azhi glanced at Lu Yu, who remained in Taihe Pavilion. Before she could inquire, Lu Yu softly spoke. "Eunuch Zhao has been waiting for Wan Yi for a quarter of an hour." Azhi refrained from questioning Zhao Fu's intentions for delivering the dress, as such matters were not ones that the cunning old fox would disclose. Azhi was quite fond of the outfit sent by Han Yin. From its design to its hue, it perfectly aligned with her tastes. Clad in the Emperor's ceremonial attire, Azhi entered the Taihe Palace. Upon hearing the commotion, Han Yin looked up from his book and immediately spotted Azhi, radiant like a flame. "Come here to me," he beckoned. "Your Majesty," Azhi exclaimed joyfully, leaping into Han Yan's embrace and gazing up at him with a bright smile. Are you taking your concubine out of the palace? Initially uncertain, Azhi's doubts dissipated upon seeing the dark ceremonial robes adorning Han Yin. She understood his intentions. I shall take you out for a stroll. Your Majesty is truly kind. Azhi leaned up to plant a gentle kiss on his lips. Han Yin firmly grasped her hand and stood, saying, "Let us depart." With delight, Azhi followed closely behind him as they exited the palace in a modest carriage. Having entered the palace at the age of 7 years had passed, and this marked her first excursion outside. Azhi's childhood was spent in the harshness of cold and hunger. Thus her memories of life beyond the palace were not fond recollections. Over time, her memories of the outside world had faded, with her only learning about it through Yuan Bao's recounts upon his return. Once outside the palace, Azhi surreptitiously stole a glance at Han Yin, who was engrossed in his book, and quietly lifted the carriage curtain to peer outside. Han Yin kept his lips pressed together, continuing to read. Their carriage halted before a tavern, where Han Yin disembarked first, then turned to half-lift Azhi down. In the outer chamber, unlike within, someone glanced over, causing us to blush and instinctively hide behind HNYN. HNYN gently pulled her out. An awaiting attendant guided them upstairs to a private room. After ordering dishes, only ZHOF remained to serve, as felt a surreal sensation, repeatedly stealing glances at HNYN, blissfully unaware that her subtle actions had not gone unnoticed. When she looked over once more, HNYN unexpectedly met her gaze, urging her to speak freely. As sincerely smiled and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, you are truly kind." HNYN pulled her closer, playfully saying these two phrases to delight himself, and he was undeniably fond of it. He assessed her reaction and handed over a box held by ZHOF, as was momentarily taken aback. "Is this for me?" HNYN tucked a stray hair behind her ear, remarking that a birthday always warrants a gift. Yet, gazing into his gentle eyes, as felt a twinge of bittersweetness, her eyes glistening as she whispered, "Thank you, Your Majesty." HNYN softly encouraged, "Open it and see." Upon unveiling the Zeton box, she discovered a bracelet inside. Just a glance made her fall in love with its beauty. She handed the box back to him, playfully asking, "Could you help me wear it, Your Majesty?" HNYN was more than willing. He refrained from informing as that it was called a QNGS bracelet. ZHOF, witnessing Az's ignorance and HNYN's silence, felt anxious. However, since HNYN had no intention of revealing it to her, he dare not speak. "Your Majesty is truly kind," as repeated, and HNYN, unable to resist, playfully pinched her cheek, as scrunched her face, exclaiming, "That hurts." HNYN retorted, "You're so delicate." As they conversed, a voice called from outside, "Seventh Master." Az was momentarily stunned, quickly realizing that the Seventh Master referred to HNYN. The former emperor had 12 sons, and the current sovereign was the seventh. Understanding, she gracefully stood to leave, but HNYN gently pressed her back down, assuring her to sit comfortably. Az obediently complied. Noticing her attempt to shift aside, HNYN frowned slightly, urging her to remain still. Az straightened her posture. Sieti NGWN entered, noticing a lady seated beside HNYN, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He concealed his surprise, respectfully greeting, "Your Majesty, I pay my respects and have the honor of meeting Chun NY." Az, with her bright eyes, smiled warmly. HNYN subtly frowned her display. Sieti NGWN, about to speak, hesitated, glancing at Az. HNYN's deep voice reassured, "It's fine." Sieti NGWN, inwardly startled, lowered his voice and began, "Your Majesty, after my visit to Jiangnan, I discovered that this private salt case involves a vast network, with nearly 100 officials implicated." Bored after listening for a while, Az's attention waned, especially as the waiter swiftly brought the dishes. One bowl contained longevity noodles. Unconsciously, Az looked towards HNYN, who effortlessly slid the bowl toward her. Sieti NGWN was momentarily taken aback by the gesture, then solemnly declared, "I wish Chanu NY a joyful birthday." "Thank you," she replied with a captivating smile. while Hny's expression visibly darkened. Azhi, perceptively, noticed the change. Her delicate face flushed as she softly uttered, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Only then did Han Yan's expression finally soften, his words flowing freely. Though his tone bore a semblance of reproach, it was devoid of any anger. Anyone could discern the affection woven within his voice. Han Yan personally lifted a strand of longevity noodles from the bowl and brought it to Azhi's lips. Surrounded by others, Azhi felt a rare sense of embarrassment. Yet after a brief hesitation, she blushed and bit down on the noodles he offered. The longevity noodle was singular, and Azhi delicately refrained from breaking it. Han Yan instinctively supported it from below. Zhao Fu had grown accustomed to such scenes. But for Xie Tingyu, it was a novel experience. Xie Tingyu had been Han Yan's companion since the age of 8, remaining by his side until the age of 25, making him one of the emperor's closest confidants. From their childhood hardships to the perilous struggle for the throne, culminating in Han Yan's ascension to the imperial throne, Xie Tingyu had never witnessed this side of the emperor. Deeply imprinting Azhi in his memory, Xie Tingyu unconsciously adopted a more respectful demeanor. Chapter 23. The Emperor's thoughts after Xie Tingwei departed. The two ventured into the streets. Azhi, indifferent to silks and satins, as well as gold and jewels, exhibited a fondness for various delicacies. On their return, not only Zhao Fu, but even several guards beside them were laden with an assortment of items. Apart from some quaint and delightful trinkets, most of the haul consisted of confections. Even Han Yan found himself in possession of a skewer of candied hawthorns, two of which had already been sampled by Azhi. Exhausted, Azhi nestled in Han Yan's embrace, drifting into slumber. Han Yan, holding the candied hawthorn, cast a glance at Azhi, feeling a slight throbbing in his temples. He had indeed indulged her, pouring so much thought into a mere girl. A frown etched deeper on his brow, especially as he gazed at the sleeping figure in his arms. Before the palace gates were secured for the night, the pair returned to the palace. Azhi slept soundly, and Han Yan, reluctant to disturb her, carried her directly to his chamber, returning to the Taihe Pavilion together. Despite their best efforts to conceal Azhi's outing, secrets in this world seldom remain hidden. In the Yuan Palace, Lu Ji cautiously massaged the shoulders of the Taihe, afraid to make a sound. The Taihe reclined, her eyes closed, leaving others to ponder her thoughts while the remaining attendants had long been dismissed. Only Lu Ji and Mog remained to serve her. Lu Ji, what do you think the emperor is truly contemplating? The Taihe inquired softly, her voice piercing the stillness of the grand hall. Unfaltering in her task, Lu Ji replied quietly, "This servant is but a simpleton." The Taihe did not press further. Her thoughts drifted to the earlier incident when she accompanied the crown prince to Taihe Palace to seek an audience with Han Yan. They were met by Xiao Luzi, who claimed the emperor was occupied. The Taihe sensed something amiss. Despite her lack of favor over the years, the crown prince was the emperor's sole heir, and thus, the emperor would always find time for him, even if he neglected her. She had noted the absence of Zhao Fu at that moment. A vague suspicion began to take root in her mind. Upon realizing that the occupant of Taihe Pavilion was not in the palace, she surmised that the emperor had taken Chun Wan-yi out of the palace. The emperor, burdened with affairs of state, especially as the new year approached, nevertheless personally escorted Chun Wan-yi beyond the palace walls. The Taihe lazily opened her eyes, acknowledging Chun Wan-yi's apparent favor with the emperor. Mog gingerly set a small, dark bowl beside the Taihe, who merely glanced at it, a flicker of distaste crossing her features. Mog gently reassured her, "Your Highness, why trouble yourself with her? You nurture the emperor's only heir. None can surpass you. Once the crown prince matures, your fortunes will flourish." The Taihe understood, choosing to dismiss such thoughts, and grimaced as she drank the medicine that Mog had offered. With only a few days until the New Year's Eve, Han Yan had also put down his pen. Zhao Fu, hoping for a brief respite, was startled to see Li Dahai, the chief eunuch from the Jing Shifang, approaching with a tray. His brow twitched unexpectedly. Li Dahai, equally furrowed with concern, addressed him, "Master Zhao, the emperor has not issued a decree in nearly 2 months. and the Empress Dowager has sent word several times to inquire. Zhao Fu was acutely aware of the challenges faced by his peers. Ultimately, when the emperor disapproved, there was little recourse for those beneath him. Nonetheless, certain duties must still be fulfilled. In recent months, Han Yin had ventured into the palace only a handful of times, and each visit had been to the Taihe Pavilion. Historically, the inner court and the outer court have been inextricably linked, leading to several admonishments from the censors and other officials during court sessions. Consequently, the emperor had departed from court on multiple occasions with a heavy heart. Zhao Fu entered and announced, "Your Majesty, Chief Steward Li from the Jingshi Fong is here." Han Yin frowned, wondering why he had come again. Cao Fu internalized, hesitant to respond. "Very well, allow him to enter." At last, the emperor had decided to grant an audience, prompting Li Dahai to nearly weep with joy. As Han Yin surveyed the various tablets, he hesitated not a moment, seemingly casually but deliberately selecting the one belonging to Azhi. Upon exiting the Taihe Palace, Li Dahai could not suppress a wry smile. There was little distinction between whether the tablet was turned or not. Finally, he stepped into the Taihe Palace, where the concubines awaited with eager anticipation, only to be met with disappointment. As dusk fell, news arrived from the Taihe Pavilion regarding the emperor's evening entertainment. With no pressing matters, Han Yin arrived early at the Taihe Pavilion, only to frown upon seeing Azhi standing at the entrance. "Why are you out here?" Azhi approached and grasped his hand, declaring, "Your servant has missed the emperor." Han Yin cleared his throat awkwardly, feeling uncomfortable with her boldness. Azhi softly hummed, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "Your servant knows that the emperor holds a fondness for someone like me." Previously, Azhi had no habit of waiting outside, but one day out of sheer boredom, she found herself standing at the door. It was then that she witnessed Han Yin's previously stern visage soften. Since that moment, during his subsequent visits to the Taihe Pavilion, she made it a point to wait at the entrance. Her audacity prompted Han Yin to scoop her up effortlessly. "Azhi, you truly are clever," he remarked, carrying her inside while his voice dropped to a low murmur. "But know this, my affection extends beyond mere admiration." As he spoke, he drew closer, prompting Azhi to gasp softly. That fleeting sound soon vanished amidst their shared kisses. "Your Majesty, you have yet to dine. There is no rush. Azhi must first satiate me." From within the red gauze curtains, delicate moans occasionally echoed. Ran Yu and Lu Yu, who were attending, hurried to retreat to a safe distance. Zhao Fu, ever the astute observer, had long since made himself scarce. By the time the sudden rain ceased, Azhi had lost consciousness. That night, she was oblivious not only to the missed dinner, but also to the hour at which Han Yin had departed the following morning. Today was New Year's Eve, and the emperor would host a banquet for the officials, during which not only the concubines, but also court officials and their families would be welcomed into the palace. This was Azhi's first experience attending such an event, and as it approached noon without her waking, Ran Yu and the others had no choice but to enter and rouse her. The brocade blanket had slipped, partially revealing her delicate form, adorned with crimson marks, the impressions of fingers clearly visible. These marks trailed downward, ultimately fading into obscurity. Both Ran Yu and Lu Yu felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Azhi, however, had grown accustomed to such sights. Besides, she was overwhelmingly fatigued, finding the mere act of standing exhausting. Even when Ran Yu was applying her makeup, she could barely keep her eyes open. It was only once everything was complete that she felt fully awake. Xiao Fuzi had just returned from the imperial kitchen with the dishes. Azhi had never attended such a banquet and had not considered this aspect at first. However, Ran Yu, who had accompanied the noble consort Gao to similar events on several occasions, possessed some experience. Though the banquet displayed an array of dishes, the serving pace was slow, and many plates had grown cold by the time they arrived from the kitchen. Moreover, on such occasions with so many people around, one must be vigilant to avoid mishaps. Heeding Ran Yu's advice, Azhi chose to dine early in the Taihe Pavilion. This year, the snow had been abundant, especially as winter deepened, with fresh falls occurring almost every other day. Without any ceremonial retinue, Azhi and Ran Yu relied on each other, taking careful steps toward the front hall. Chapter 24. affection, or exploitation. By the time Azhi arrived, there were already several individuals seated within the palace, particularly among the officials' families, creating a somewhat lively atmosphere. As Azhi approached her designated spot and prepared to take a seat, a young eunuch hurried over with quick, small steps. "Your position is at the front, Lady Chunwan," he informed her. Confused, Azhi furrowed her brow slightly. The eunuch quickly added, "This is specifically instructed by eunuch Zhao Fu." With that, Azhi felt reassured and followed the eunuch as he led her forward. The eunuch guided Azhi to a seat beside the esteemed Lady Zhou Gui. Azhi was momentarily taken aback. "I pay my respects to you, Sister Zhou Gui." Lady Zhou Gui, feeling rather bored, welcomed the presence of someone who seemed interesting, and upon seeing Azhi's courteous demeanor, she smiled and urged her to rise. "Please, there is no need for such formalities." Azhi obediently took her seat. "What brings you here?" Lady Zhou Gui inquired directly. Had it been anyone else asking, Azhi might have pondered further, but since it was Lady Zhou Gui, who had assisted her on several occasions, she felt at ease. "I am uncertain," Azhi replied with a gentle shake of her head. The harem of Han Yin was not extensive, and there were even fewer in high positions. Only 2 consorts held the title of Wei, and there was but one each for the roles of Zhao, Yi, and Gui Pin. Azhi's relocation instantly attracted attention, especially from Yang Ronghua, who had been seated beside her during the previous greetings at Taihe Palace. Yang observed as Azhi was led to the front, introspectively reflecting on the differing fates of individuals. While they had exhausted every means to catch the emperor's eye, some seemed to receive everything effortlessly, without striving or competing. Azhi hesitated to touch the pastries on the table. Just as she turned to seek conversation with Ranyu, she unexpectedly spotted Lin Zhao Yi approaching slowly. Frowning, Azhi murmured, "Why is she here?" Lady Zhou Gui, overhearing her, remarked quietly, "I heard she sought the empress. On such a significant day, and given her condition, the empress will likely grant her request." She continued in a hushed tone, with her state, "I cannot fathom why she dares to come here. It seems quite mad to me." Azhi withdrew her gaze, exchanging a concerned look with Lady Zhou Gui, who, despite her carefree nature, wore a frown. Gently tugging at Azhi's sleeve, Lady Zhou Gui kindly advised, "Lin Zhao, he does not appear well. It would be wise to keep your distance today." Grateful, Azhi responded, "I understand. Thank you for the warning, sister." The familiarity in her address warmed Lady Zhou Gui's heart, prompting her to gently pinch Azhi's round cheek. So soft. Azhi blinked in surprise, her endearing expression eliciting a playful reaction from Lady Zhou Gui, who pinched her cheeks a few more times. "Azhi, you're truly delightful." Azhi, feeling somewhat shyly replied, "Sister is also very beautiful." As the two exchanged light-hearted banter, Lin Zhao Yi approached, supported by her maids. When Azhi inadvertently lifted her gaze, she met Lin Zhao Yi's eyes, which were filled with resentment directed at her. Yet in less than 2 months, Lin Zhao Yi has transformed into someone entirely different from the memory that lingers in her mind. Azhi recalls the first time she encountered Lin Zhao Yi in Taihe Palace. She was radiant and vibrant, exuding a spirited charm. However, the Lin Zhao Yi standing before her now shows signs of a burgeoning pregnancy, with pronounced cheekbones, sunken eyes, and skin that appears waxen and pallid, all of which makeup fails to conceal. Azhi, having never seen a pregnant woman before, feels an inexplicable sense of panic and fear as she gazes upon Lin Zhao Yi, who seems to have had all vitality sapped from her. Simultaneously, the look in Lin Zhao Yi's eyes unsettles Azhi, prompting her to regard Lin Zhao Yi with caution. Suddenly, Lin Zhao Yi offers her a smile, causing Azhi to feel a chilling sensation, as if the hairs on her arms have stood on end. Naturally, Zhou Gui Pin notices this and furrows her brow, giving Azhi a gentle tug. "Do not worry, just keep your distance from her," she advises. Azhi forces a smile as she watches Lin Zhao Yi take her seat before Zhou Gui Pin, and her unease deepens. Just as Azhi considers an excuse to retreat to the palace, Han Yin enters with the empress, compelling her to suppress the urge to rise. Upon entering, Han Yin immediately spots Lin Zhao Yi, who should have been under house arrest. A flicker of disdain and coldness crosses his features. If she herself is indifferent to the life within her, why should he care? At such a gathering, Azhi is not afforded the opportunity to speak. She lowers her gaze, finding the pastries and wine too daunting to approach, and opts for longan instead. With her mind preoccupied, she continues to eat longan one after another. Han Yen, seated above, has been observing Azhi since his arrival. Among the attendees, she is the most warmly dressed, her rounded form quite pleasing to behold. Zhao Fu, remove her longan and bring her a cup of tea, he commands, just as Azhi is about to reach for another longan. The platter is whisked away by Xiao Luzi. With a smile, Xiao Luzi places the tea beside Azhi. Chunwan, too many longan can cause heatiness. Azhi raises her gaze only to meet Han Yan's cold stare, prompting her to smile awkwardly and immediately lower her head. The tea sent over by Han Yan is undoubtedly of good quality, and Azhi delicately sips from the cup. Azhi, the emperor is truly kind to you, remarks Zhou Gui Pin with an air of calmness. As fellow consorts in Han Yan's harem, Azhi feels a twinge of discomfort at Zhou Gui Pin's words, offering a small, uneasy laugh. Though Azhi's actions are subtle, they do not escape notice, particularly regarding matters related to Han Yan. The empress, following his gaze, spots Azhi drinking tea with her head bowed. Her expression remains neutral, but beneath the table, her fingers tighten into a fist, turning pale at the tips. As the banquet progresses into its later stages, Zhao Fu appears bearing the imperial decree. The emperor is stingy with titles, showing none of the lavish generosity displayed by the late emperor during festivals. As Zhao Fu presents the decree, many attendees subtly extend their necks to catch a glimpse. Azhi is no exception. However, she quickly averts her gaze after a brief glance. Azhi understands her own position. She was recently awarded the 5th rank title of 1E, and it has hardly been long enough for her to be considered for any significant recognition. To her astonishment, her name is the first to be called. Azhi abruptly lifts her head to look at Han Yan, seated at the highest position. Cao Fu finishes reading. Yet Azhi remains momentarily stunned. Kun-ya. She astonishingly surpassed the 4th rank of Ronghua and directly ascended to the esteemed position of a 4th rank Jiyu. Moreover, with her title, she subtly eclipsed even the Jiyu herself. In less than 2 months, Azhi transformed from a mere palace Maid into the illustrious Jiyu Nyang of the imperial court. This favor bestowed upon her is indeed unprecedented in recent years, surpassing even the previous affection shown to the favored Xu Fei. Today, the emperor conferred numerous honors upon many, promoting all who had served in the inner chambers, elevating them a rank, with the exception of the consorts. Now, Zhou Guipin has been elevated to Zhou Xiui, placing her among the few high-ranking ladies of the harem. With her elevated status, she was naturally delighted, gently pinching Azhi's hand in a gesture of camaraderie. The other honored consorts displayed expressions of joy, filling the hall with a sense of warmth and harmony. The empress, seated above, cast a seemingly casual glance at Azhi, perplexed by the emperor's intentions. Previously, the empress suspected that the emperor harbored some affection for Azhi, yet now she found herself uncertain. If the emperor were genuinely invested in someone, how could he be oblivious to the fact that rapidly elevating Azhi to such heights would place her squarely in the line of scrutiny? A mere palace maid, Azhi had received the emperor's favor, rising from the 5th rank as Chunwan to the 4th rank as Chun Jiyu in such a brief span. The emperor's actions have placed Azhi in the spotlight, rendering her a living target. The jealousy among the women of the harem can be lethal. Is the emperor's action a genuine sentiment, or merely a means of manipulation? Chapter 25. Bias. Not only was the queen perplexed, but she was not alone in her sentiments. The concubine Shu, who was somewhat closer to the situation, wore a bitter expression. Within the palace, it was widely said that concubine Shu was deeply favored by the emperor, reigning supreme among the 6 palaces. The emperor rarely entered the inner court, and it was already a rarity for him to visit 10 times a month. Yet, during those visits, she consistently received 6 or 7 days of his attention. After nearly 5 years of such favor, she had easily discerned that Han Yin's actions were not mere manipulation, but stemmed from genuine desire. How much other intent mingled within, concubine Shu could not ascertain. Nevertheless, the sincerity in his feelings outweighed any semblance of exploitation. Unlike his treatment of her, from her 4 unremarkable years in the Wang residence to 5 years of so-called favor in the inner palace, the entirety of 9 years was nothing but a calculated use of her. Concubine Shu was astute, having accompanied the emperor for so long. She understood that a sovereign's heart was devoid of warmth. Yet, she still found herself ensnared, day by day, sinking deeper until it reached her very bones. If the emperor remained indifferent, she would have been content, for ultimately, no one had truly won his affections. But then, Azhi appeared. It turned out that the emperor was not heartless. Rather, his affections had simply not been bestowed upon them. Her radiant visage was marred with bitterness as she disregarded Feng Cha's attempts to dissuade her, consuming cup after cup of wine. The virtuous concubine observed her emotional turmoil clearly, and with a gentle smile, seemed to be in good spirits, even indulging in a small morsel of delicacy. Above, tumult reigned, with minds in conflict. Below, the atmosphere was equally charged. Lin Zhao's expression twisted, unable to maintain her fa-ade any longer. Zhou Xiaoyi, witnessing this, quietly distanced herself. While she was not apprehensive of Lin Zhaoyi, the latter's condition, bearing the royal heir, was akin to cradling a precious golden nugget, and she dared not provoke her. Azhi spent the entire evening in trepidation, finally releasing a sigh of relief as the banquet began to disperse. During the scattering of guests, she was anxious to avoid any interaction with Lin Zhaoyi, quickly leading Ranyu to the sidelines. Once Lin Zhaoyi had moved past, Azhi felt a weight lift from her heart. Yet at that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A hand, emerging from the shadows, forcefully shoved Azhi, propelling her directly towards Lin Zhaoyi. Azhi's pupils dilated, caught completely off guard. In that fleeting instant, numerous thoughts raced through her mind. Lin Zhaoyi was with child, and in a palace where offspring were scarce, if this child were to perish because of her. Azhi could scarcely fathom the consequences that awaited her. Having struggled to reach this point, she could not allow anyone to succeed at her expense. As she teetered on the brink of collision with Lin Zhaoyi, Azhi desperately twisted her body, aiming to crash into the nearby steps instead. But it was too late. As Azhi collapsed onto the steps, her head spinning, she heard gasps of shock from those around her. Lin Zhaoyi had indeed fallen. A throng surged towards the pregnant Lin Zhaoyi, while only Ranyu managed to break through the crowd to reach Azhi's side. Seeing her lying on the ground with a pool of crimson seeping from the back of her head, Ranyu was frantic, crying out for help. "Someone, save Our Lady! Save Our Lady!" Ranyu dared not touch Azhi. As a mere maid, she lacked the strength to lift her. Nearby stood eunuchs, but Azhi was a consort. Aside from the emperor, no man was permitted to lay a hand on her. As Yin Yu beheld the emperor approaching, her tear-streaked face implored him to rescue their lady. Yet, Azhi, beneath her, gently tugged at her sleeve. Azhi's head was in a daze. She anticipated pain, yet unexpectedly, she felt none. All that resonated within her was the clear knowledge that Lin Zhaoyi had fallen. Under the gaze of the multitude, it was due to her own misstep. As the emperor drew near, the crowd parted slightly. Lin Zhaoyi lay beneath, blood already visible, while some of the younger concubines, terrified, had covered their mouths with their handkerchiefs. Spotting Han Yan's approach, Lin Zhaoyi's complexion turned ashen as she weakly called out, "Your Majesty." Before her words could fully escape her lips, she succumbed to unconsciousness. With a grim countenance, Han Yan strode forward and, amidst the astonished stares of the onlookers, scooped up the fallen Azhi. His cold gaze swept over Lin Zhaoyi on the ground before he hastily retreated to the inner palace. Cradling Azhi without a moment's pause, Zhao Fu swiftly commanded the young eunuchs to lift Lin Zhaoyi. The faces of the concubines in the harem darkened considerably, and under the queen's lead, they made their way to the inner hall. In Han Yan's embrace, Azhi struggled to open her eyes, glimpsing his stern visage, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. "Your Majesty." Her voice was scarcely audible, almost lost to the air, were it not for Han Yan's undivided attention upon her. He leaned down, his voice husky yet soothing. Do not be afraid. Despite his perpetually stoic expression, Azhi's tears flowed even more profusely upon hearing his words, and only then did she become acutely aware of the throbbing pain at the back of her head. Your Majesty, it hurts. Carefully, Han Yin laid her upon the bed, but upon noticing the physician had yet to arrive, his countenance darkened severely. Where is Zhao Qinghe? Your Majesty, please temper your anger. Zhao Fu knelt, explaining that Xiao Luzi had been dispatched to summon physician Zhao, and he would surely arrive shortly. Han Yan's expression remained grim. Azhi lay pale upon the bed, devoid of color. Blood stained his hands from carrying her. Though unperturbed by the sight of blood, having taken countless lives to ascend the throne, at that moment, Han Yin was starkly aware of the fear gripping him, a sentiment he had not felt in a long time. Since the death of his mother, fear had been a distant memory. Even amid the treacherous power struggles of his past, he grasped Azhi's hand tightly, his voice a low murmur. The physician will be here soon. Do not fear. Azhi gazed at him, unable to discern his expression, yet instinctively she tenderly held his thumb. Xiao Luzi, along with physician Zhao, rushed in defiance of decorum. Finally arriving at the scene, Minister Zhao reports to the emperor. Rise, first attend to Chun Juyu. Physician Zhao, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, hastened to examine her. Outside the hall, the queen and others awaited, oblivious to the conditions of Chun Juyu and Lin Zhao. The emperor remained inside, attending to Chun Juyu, while all stood outside, their hearts heavy with concern. The emperor's evident favoritism towards Chun Juyu was clear to all present. In such circumstances, the emperor unexpectedly embraced Lady Chun Jie, remaining with her inside. Meanwhile, the expectant Lady Lin was merely a room away, yet the emperor never inquired about her well-being, let alone cast a glance in her direction. The heart of an emperor, indeed, is chillingly indifferent. After a quarter of an hour, the empress and the others awaited his return, and finally, the emperor emerged. I pay my respects to your majesty. The concubines offered in unison. The emperor, seated in his elevated position, surveyed the obedient women before him, his eyes devoid of any emotion, his anger and joy imperceptible. Yet the oppressive aura he emanated rendered the atmosphere stifling. Han Yin remained silent for a prolonged moment, and the others felt a growing anxiety in their hearts. Rise, he commanded. Zhao Fu, grant seats to the esteemed ladies. Immediately, a young eunuch moved small stools to place behind the empress and her companions. Among the gathered court ladies, only the empress, the virtuous consort, and the graceful consort took their seats, while the rest remained standing. Chapter 26. The heart has long been biased. The empress glanced at Han Yin beside her, furrowing her brows as she inquired in a low voice, what exactly transpired today? De Fei and Xu Fei remained silent, their expressions unyielding, while the other palace ladies dared not utter a word. The atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. What? Have you all lost your voices? Han Yan's voice was cold and commanding. The palace ladies lowered their heads, fearful of incurring his wrath at such a moment. At that instant, Tao Xian, standing at the back of the hall, timidly stepped forward. Before Han Yin could inquire, she dropped to her knees with a thud. Your Majesty, I witnessed. I saw. Tao Xian stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. The empress, with a gentle frown, encouraged her, speak freely about what you have seen. The emperor will not blame you. Tao Xian dared to glance at Han Yan's expression before finally stating, I saw Chun Jieyu collide with Lin Zhao. This incident was not witnessed solely by her. Several others nearby had also seen it. Yet, no one else dared to speak of it. Zhou Xiu turned to Tao Xian, recalling that she had been selected as a beauty 2 years prior and had yet to receive the emperor's favor. She had lived in the shadows, almost as if she did not exist. Yet now, she had suddenly emerged. Zhou Xiu stepped forward, retorting coldly, Are you suggesting that Chun Jieyu deliberately collided with Lin Zhao? Tao Xian trembled at the accusation. I did not mean that. Oof. Zhou Xiu scoffed dismissively. Tao Mei merely spoke the truth. Why must Sister Zhou be so angered? Zhao Gui Run interjected, harboring long-standing resentment towards Azhi. She vividly remembered that had it not been for Azhi, she would still be Zhao Jieyu and not a mere Gui Run. Even on this day of near-universal favor, she remained overlooked. The truth? Zhou Xiu retorted with a cold expression. Did you Zhao Gui run? Witness Chun Jiayu collide with Lin Zhao. Zhao Gui Ren opened her mouth to respond, but faltered under the chilling gaze of the emperor, shuddering, and promptly fell silent. Zhou Xiu continued, Your Majesty, I was beside Chun Jiayu at the time, although I do not know why she fell. I clearly saw that she exerted every effort to avoid colliding with Lin Zhao, and instead fell hard upon the steps. The crowd in the hall shifted their gazes towards Zhou Xiu, their expressions revealing a mix of intrigue and skepticism. It was unusual for her to speak so thoughtfully. When had she ever shared such a bond with Chun Jiayu? What audacity to defend another at such a tense moment. At that moment, the physician attending Lin Zhao stepped forward. Physician Yang knelt and declared, Your humble servant has failed. The royal heir within Lin Zhao Yi's womb could not be preserved. Even when Lin Zhao Yi fell, many had sensed the dire outcome. It was clear that a pregnancy was lost. Yet, speculation was one thing, and hearing it confirmed by the physician was another. Some maintained their composure, while others wore expressions of complex emotions. With Lin Zhao Yi's child gone and Tao Xian's words echoing in the air, all eyes turned towards Azhi. In profound silence, the emperor's presence rendered all present too apprehensive to raise their heads. Yet each harbored silent speculation regarding whether he would advocate for Lin Zhao. The crime of plotting against the imperial heir was a grave offense, deserving of the harshest punishment. Amidst this stillness, Lin Zhao emerged, supported by palace maids and Xiang. Her steps unsteady, all eyes turned towards her, and Han Yan furrowed his brow at her disheveled state. The remnants of blood still stained the ground beneath her, portraying her as utterly wretched and pitiful, prompting many to avert their gazes in compassion. However, some who had suffered under Lin Zhao's reign found a sense of vindication upon witnessing her current plight. With great effort, Lin Zhao approached Han Yan, enduring excruciating pain as she knelt before him, declaring, Chun Jiayu possesses a heart as venomous as a viper, deliberately scheming against the imperial heir. I beseech your majesty to uphold justice for our unborn child. Her words were fervent, each syllable resonating with conviction. Xiang knelt beside her, fervently bowing her head, Your Majesty, I implore you to stand by our mistress. The sound of their repeated bows echoed heavily in the still air. Barely having knelt, Lin Zhao felt fresh blood seeping beneath her. Han Yan maintained a stoic countenance, seated upon his Nanma chair, his gaze cast downwards. His dark eyes, fixed upon the kneeling Lin Zhao, held no trace of compassion or sympathy, chilling the hearts of onlookers. It was hard to fathom that this disheveled woman had, merely 2 months prior, been the imperious and favored Lin Zhao within the palace. Xu Fei glanced at Han Yan, her lips curling into a bitter smile. This man had always been thus, a trait common to emperors throughout history, cold and devoid of grace. Han Yan, twisting the jade ring upon his finger, spoke in a frigid tone, Lin Zhao, are you certain that Chun Jiayu intended to harm your offspring? Lin Zhao's gaze shot up, disbelief etched across her face. What did he mean by her offspring? This was undeniably their child. Your Majesty, the heir was lost due to Chun Jiayu's actions. Lin Zhao's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice laced with desperation. I implore you to act on behalf of me and our child. Han Yan's fingers continued their restless dance upon the jade ring, his cold gaze lifting slightly, a decision forming within him. Just then, a weak voice broke the tension. Your Majesty, Azhi emerged, supported by Ran Yu from behind. Upon seeing her, Han Yan's brow furrowed deeply. Azhi turned her gaze towards the prostrate Lin Zhao, who glared back, her eyes venomous, as if wishing to tear Azhi apart. In the past, Azhi might have felt fear, but now, her expression grew equally frigid as she approached Han Yan, standing defiantly before him. Your Majesty, I did not collide with Lin Zhao. Injured and suffering from head wound, each word she uttered caused her intense pain. Yet, she felt compelled to clarify the truth. She had overheard Lin Zhao's accusations clearly. To conspire against the imperial heir was indeed a heinous crime, one that she could never admit to, especially since she had never committed such an act. Although Azhi harbored no fondness for Lin Zhaoyi, she would never stoop to harm an innocent fetus. Azhi distinctly recalled that she had never laid a hand on Lin Zhaoyi. In the fleeting moment before a collision with Lin Zhaoyi, Azhi made a resolute decision, even if it meant wagering her own life. She would never bear the heinous charge of murdering the imperial heir. Han Yan's gaze drifted away from Azhi, surveying the room filled with concubines, each seated or standing with companions, while Azhi stood solitary in the center of the grand hall, utterly alone. All eyes were upon her, awaiting the judgment of her transgressions, with the most favorable outcome being a death sentence. A sense of unease settled in Han Yan's heart. As this scene echoed Azhi's previous words, everyone was complicit in her torment. Within the vast palace, aside from himself, all others eagerly anticipated her fall from grace, hoping for nothing less than her utter destruction. Azhi gazed at Han Yan with reddened eyes, and upon witnessing his unwavering, cold demeanor and silence, her heart gradually grew colder. Chapter 27. I believe Yu Azhi was acutely aware that she had not even brushed against Lin Zhaoyi's sleeve. Yet she understood that her own clarity was of no consequence. Only if the emperor believed her words would she have a chance at survival. With her head wrapped in bandages and her body trembling, she was about to kneel when Han Yan rose and strode towards her, carefully cradling her in his arms. He gently reprimanded her. Nonsense. Azhi straightened her posture, her swollen eyes fixed intently on Han Yan as she choked back tears and tentatively asked, "Does your majesty believe in me?" Han Yan, still holding Azhi, returned to the Nanma chair, lowering his gaze to meet her anxious eyes. The once bright sparkle in Azhi's gaze was now clouded with worry and fear. In a hushed tone, Han Yan affirmed, "I believe you." Your Majesty. Lin Zhaoyi, who had been valiantly maintaining her kneeling position, finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground in disbelief. Her eyes were wide with incredulity. It was not just Lin Zhaoyi. Everyone present was taken aback by the emperor's declaration. The sovereign was known for his suspicion, and with Chun Jiyu colliding with a pregnant Lin Zhaoyi in plain sight. Regardless of the reasons, the outcome was Lin Zhaoyi's miscarriage. Even if there were underlying circumstances, Chun Jiyu could not escape culpability. Now, with but a fleeting word from her, the emperor had seemingly absolved her from any connection to the tragedy. All eyes turned to Azhi, nestled in the emperor's embrace, and a wave of resentment surged among the onlookers. With so many witnesses present, including the empress, Azhi felt self-conscious in Han Yan's hold and shifted uncomfortably. "Be more composed in your injuries," Han Yan gently admonished her. Azhi's pale complexion flushed slightly, and she murmured, "Your Majesty." Han Yan cast a glance at Zhao Fu beside him, urging, "Why are you not fetching a chair?" Efficiently, the young eunuch behind Zhao Fu brought forth a chair, and after a brief hesitation, Zhao Fu placed it beside Han Yan, a mere few inches lower than the empress's position. The empress's expression remained unchanged, though noticing Azhi's pallor. She expressed concern. "You have suffered today. I have a millennium-old ginseng that I will have sent to you shortly." Azhi was momentarily taken aback, but softly replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Consort Shu had not once lifted her gaze, her posture impeccably straight, yet only she knew the blood pooling in her palms. Even the usually placid consort's demeanor shifted, her expression darkening, particularly when she regarded Azhi, her emotions inscrutable. Meanwhile, Lin Zhaoyi, devoid of grace as she knelt on the floor, was still in disbelief. She cried out, "Your Majesty, my child is gone." It was her. She pointed a finger at Azhi, exclaiming, "This wretched woman has harmed my child." She had repeated this accusation multiple times. Many in the room could not help but scoff at her insistence on the gender of the unborn child, which had yet to take form. Truly, it was madness. Moreover, in this palace, only those heirs who were born could truly be called heirs. The rest were merely flesh. Azhi watched as Lin Zhaoyi continued to insist that she was the cause of her misfortune. She wore a frosty expression, uncertain whether Lin Zhaoyi intended to ensnare her or genuinely believed the circumstances to be as she claimed. Regardless of the possibility, Azhi could never bear the accusation of plotting against the crown prince. With a voice faint yet articulate, she addressed the emperor, "Your Majesty." I fell because someone forcefully pushed me from behind. The situation took a different turn. The Empress's gaze flickered slightly, while the Fae quietly adjusted the lid of her teacup without a sound. At the end of the hall, Tao Xian, the attendant, subtly trembled. Chunjiu, do you possess any evidence for your claims? The Empress inquired solemnly. Azhi nodded resolutely, stating, I recall that the maid had a mole approximately 2 inches above her right eyebrow. However, I cannot remember her facial features, as I was pushed violently and only managed a fleeting glance. Hanya nodded toward Zhao Fu, who promptly bent and exited swiftly. With clear clues provided by Azhi, Zhao Fu searched all the palaces, ultimately identifying only one individual. In less than a quarter of an hour, Zhao Fu returned to the hall, his expression grave as he subtly glanced at Azhi. A sudden wave of unease washed over her. Indeed, he reported to the emperor, we found the person. However, she is already deceased. Han Yan's visage darkened, urging him to clarify. Zhao Fu met Azhi's gaze briefly before kneeling and whispering, the deceased is Shui Er, a maid from Fei Pavilion. When I arrived, she had already hanged herself in her chamber, leaving behind a note. Zhao Fu bent low, carefully presenting the note. Han Yan did not shield Azhi from viewing it. The note contained a single plea, a request for Azhi to spare her family outside the palace. Azhi furrowed her brow, glancing at Ranyu, who nodded gently. Clenching her hands tightly, she could not suppress a cold scoff. The mastermind behind this was truly formidable, meticulously orchestrating events to ensure she would be implicated in the crime against the crown prince. Rising, she walked to the center of the hall, disregarding her pain, and knelt respectfully, her gaze unwavering as she looked to Han Yan. Your Majesty, Lin Zhaoyi's fall has nothing to do with me. I did not touch her. Lin Zhaoyi pointed an accusing finger at Azhi, her face twisted with hatred. The evidence is irrefutable, and you still dare to. Lin Zhaoyi. Azhi suddenly raised her voice, sharply interrupting her. I do not understand why you insist on placing this blame upon me, but the heavens are watching. Beware that one day, the consequences may fall upon you. Lin Zhaoyi's pupils constricted sharply, her hands gripping her clothing tightly as she gazed at Azhi, her eyes momentarily flickering. Though it was but an instant, Azhi perceived it, her heart sinking and her expression darkening. From earlier, Azhi had pondered why Lin Zhaoyi was so adamant that she had been the one to collide with her, speaking with such conviction. Deep down, she knew the truth of whether she had touched her. The moment Zhao Fu returned with a note, Azhi suddenly understood that today's events were a carefully orchestrated trap aimed at her, with Lin Zhaoyi likely involved in the scheme. Since I have not encountered Lin Zhaoyi personally, it can only be concluded that she deliberately fell. In this dynasty, there is a strong belief in Buddhism and the principles of cause and effect. Hence, Azhi spoke as she did just now. The brief moment of panic on Lin Zhaoyi's face led Azhi to surmise that Lin Zhaoyi was indeed the one who fell, subsequently placing the entire blame upon her. Han Yan's gaze was profound, revealing no hint of joy or anger. Azhi regarded him with calmness, articulating her thoughts in a logical manner. Your Majesty, it is true that Shaer serves in my palace, yet she is merely a cleaning maid from the outer courtyard. There are certainly not fewer than 8 or 10 such servants in my palace. How could I dare to entrust such a matter to someone whose name I cannot even recall? She then turned her gaze towards Lin Zhaoyi, coldly retorting, Lin Zhaoyi, if the roles were reversed, would you do the same? Chapter 28. Poverty can save lives. Lin Zhaoyi's gaze flickered momentarily before she regained her composure. The person in question was indeed deceased, and the evidence was irrefutable. Could Chunjiu still dare to deny it? Irrefutable evidence? Azhi smirked slightly. The handwriting of that palace maid is even neater than mine. One can only presume her background is not lacking. I must inquire, Lin Zhaoyi. As a mere orphan who has received the emperor's favor for barely a month, how could I possibly possess the means to dictate his life or death? Moreover, to threaten her family outside the palace. Lin Zhaoyi's complexion shifted from pale to green, a sight most unpleasant. Just as she was about to appeal to the emperor for justice, her gaze met Han Yan's cold, dark eyes, causing her words to falter. At that moment, Xiao Luzi entered the hall with small, hurried steps. After hearing Xiao Luzi's report, Zhao Fu hesitated for a moment before whispering, "Your Majesty." A eunuch mentioned that the palace maid who hanged herself sent 200 taels of silver home a couple of days ago. The hall fell silent, and everyone heard the statement with clarity. Han Yan's face remained stern, and the empress, noticing, gently asked, "Chun Jiu, do you have any explanation for the 200 taels of silver?" Just as Azhi was about to respond, the maid beside Lin Zhaoi, He Xiong, interjected, weeping, "Chun Jiu, Our Lady has always been kind-hearted. Even if there had been previous misunderstandings, the crown prince is innocent. Why would you harm Our Lady's unborn child?" Before Azhi could utter a word, He Xiong began to kowtow fervently, pleading for the empress and the emperor to take action. Azhi nearly burst into laughter at the absurdity. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, if that palace maid had taken a few hairpins from me, I could truly find myself at a loss for words. However, regarding the 200 taels of silver, I am utterly wronged. The total amount in my treasury likely does not even reach that sum." At that moment, some could not help but stifle their laughter behind handkerchiefs, surprised that Azhi would bring such a meager matter before the emperor. Yet, there were also those among the less favored consorts who felt a pang of sympathy. The distribution of allowances among the palace's ranks was strictly tiered. The empress received only 1,000 taels each year, while the lower-ranking consorts received merely 120 taels annually. Such a sum was hardly sufficient for their needs, compelling them to have their families send additional funds. As Azhi had no parents or kin to rely upon, she naturally lacked guardianship, although she had previously held the title of 5th rank 1E. Her monthly allowance was a mere 15 taels. Having recently entered the palace, she had just received her first month's allowance of 15 taels, without a single extra coin. During her time as a palace maid, she earned only 2 taels a month, and after years of frugality, she had managed to save a mere 80 taels. Han Yan's expression also grew uneasy. "Such nonsensical talk. I do not speak nonsense. If your Majesty does not believe me, you may have Zhao Fu bring people to verify." Han Yan, of course, trusted her words, but still sent Zhao Fu to conduct a verification. Zhao Fu returned swiftly, carefully presenting the accounts. Upon seeing Chun Jiu still kneeling, his expression grew complex. Although he had an inkling of the situation, he was astonished to discover that Azhi, a dignified Jiu, possessed only 105 taels of silver. He recalled the small pouches Azhi had previously handed him during his visits to Taihe Palace, each containing 2 taels, and he nearly felt compelled to add a few more taels to return to Taihe Palace. Han Yan casually flipped through the accounts before handing them to the queen beside him. Both wore expressions of complexity. The queen instructed Yu Chun to present the accounts to Lin Zhaoi for her personal inspection. Lin Zhaoi's hands trembled as she read through the documents, and in the end, she repeatedly flipped through them, seemingly in disbelief. This was impossible. Lin Zhaoi could hardly accept the truth. The immense cost she had borne had culminated in this outcome. Azhi, observing her distress, raised an eyebrow. How could this be impossible? As a concubine without parents, without support, the over 100 taels she possessed were the result of years of frugality. Witnessing this scene, Lin Zhaoyi's grip on the account book slackened abruptly, and she collapsed to the ground, laughing and crying simultaneously, leading others to believe she was merely heartbroken over the loss of the royal heir. Han Yan was already aware of Azhi's background, yet now, as she knelt in the center of the grand hall, surrounded by noble ladies, many looked upon her with disdain. It seemed as though Azhi was destined to be a servant, born to a life of inferiority. Han Yan furrowed his brow, his expression darkening, as feelings of compassion and reluctance welled within him. Reluctance to see her so humble, reluctant to witness her in such a state of abandonment. Once again, Han Yan rose and descended from his throne. This time, he did not embrace Azhi, but extended his hand adorned with a jade ring. "Azhi, rise." Azhi looked up at Han Yan, hesitating to take his hand, and reiterated, "Your Majesty, I did not harm Lin Zhaoi." Han Yan's gaze darkened, a tempest brewing in his eyes. "I know," he replied. Only then did Azhi manage a faint smile, placing her hand into his outstretched palm. Having already been injured and enduring the strain of kneeling for so long, her body was on the verge of collapse. As she attempted to rise, she nearly fell, but Han Yin swiftly caught her, intent on escorting her to the back. Azhi, unwilling to depart so easily, implored, "Your Majesty, I beseech you to grant me justice." Though she had cleared her name of suspicion, it was evident that someone sought her demise, and if that individual was not unmasked today, she would forever bear a thorn in her heart. Moreover, why should she suffer so much while the true culprit remained unscathed and at ease? Azhi extricated herself from Han Yin's embrace and resumed her previous position, casting a cold glare at the disheveled Lin Zhao-yi. Azhi had indeed considered the possibility that Lin Zhao-yi orchestrated this entire affair, but she quickly dismissed that notion. When she had confined Lin Zhao-yi had already been placed under house arrest. It was no easy task to send anyone in, let alone for someone to emerge and threaten the maidservants in her palace. At that time, Lin Zhao-yi likely did not even know which maidservants had been sent to her palace. Furthermore, these individuals had been chosen by eunuch Yang. If that maid named Shui Er was indeed problematic, it was likely that she had been bribed long ago within the palace. Such a hidden pawn could have been in the palace for an indeterminate length of time. Azhi did not believe Lin Zhao-yi possessed the capability or means to execute such a scheme. If Lin Zhao-yi had that level of cunning, today's events would not have been so intricate yet riddled with flaws. Perhaps even Lin Zhao-yi, the one who sought to harm her, had fallen victim to someone else's machinations. Only those of high status possess such means and capabilities. Lin Zhao-yi has already secured a significant position within the palace. To persuade her and encourage her to take such risks must be someone of even greater nobility. Among the entirety of the inner court, only the Empress, De Fei, and Shu Fei surpassed Lin Zhao-yi in rank. The more Azhi contemplated, the more alarmed she became. If these three were indeed plotting against her, Azhi furrowed her brow, unable to fathom the implications, her complexion darkening, utterly devoid of the relief that might accompany innocence. Instinctively, she glanced at Han Yin, who, upon seeing her troubled expression, assumed she was merely shaken by the events of the day. Chapter 29. The Death Sentence. Azhi sat beside Han Yin, recognizing that the situation had escalated to a point where it could not simply conclude hastily. Since Azhi was unable to provide the 200 taels of silver, it was evident that someone else was capable. Despite Shue'er's usual caution, she was not one of the people from Chuefei Pavilion. Azhi subtly nodded towards Ranyu, who promptly departed from the Grand Hall. Zhao Fu had also instructed Xiao Luzi to accompany the eunuch to the same location. Soon, both Ranyu and Xiao Luzi returned simultaneously. Ranyu returned behind Azhi, offering a slight nod. Kneeling, Xiao Luzi reported, "Your Majesty," upon investigation. It has been confirmed that Shue'er had contact with the palace maid Mu Xin from Lin Fei Yuan prior to her demise. Lin Fei Yuan? Azhi struggled to recall which consort resided there, when suddenly, the attendant Tao Xian knelt down abruptly, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, this is a grave injustice." "Yes, you. I did not harm Lin Zhao-yi." It dawned on Azhi that Lin Fei Yuan was indeed the residence of both Tao Xian and Wei Xian. As she pondered, she found herself looking instinctively at Han Yin, whose expression was stern and unyielding, his gaze towards Tao Xian resembling that of one observing a lifeless object. She shivered. Your Majesty." Her voice quivered as she spoke. Tao Xian was unlike Lin Zhao-yi. She had never enjoyed favor and rarely saw the emperor. Each encounter filled with trepidation, especially in such a dire moment. Before Tao Xian could further defend herself, two young eunuchs dragged in a disheveled and pallid palace maid. Upon seeing Tao Xian, the maid rushed towards her, crying out, my lady, you must save me." Instinctively recoiling 2 steps, Tao Xian stumbled and fell to the center of the hall. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The attempt to maintain her composure was futile. Her initial panic upon seeing Mu Xin was evident to all. When Tao Xian finally gathered her wits and looked up, she was met with the stares of everyone present, especially that of the emperor, whose face was darkened and gaze piercing. She collapsed onto the ground, her expression vacant. It was over. Everything was over. Mu Xin continued to plead for Tao Xian's help, oblivious to the fact that Tao Xian was now in dire straits herself. "Do you have anything else to say?" Han Yin's voice was icy and piercing. Slowly, Tao Xian raised her eyes to the emperor above her, feeling an overwhelming distance despite being in the same hall. Even more so than the first time she had glimpsed him from afar in the imperial garden. Her gaze shifted to Azhi seated beside him, and she felt a surge of bitterness. A mere maid could earn his favor, yet they, the meticulously selected ladies of the court, were deemed unworthy of his attention. Then, her gaze fell upon Lin Jiaoyi, who knelt before her, a fierce determination etched on her face. If she could not survive, why should this woman thrive? Rising from the ground, she knelt upright and calmly declared, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, I am acutely aware of my grave transgressions." But all of this was instigated by Lin Jiaoyi. An uproar erupted within the hall, with many consorts visibly disturbed. Azhi noted the slight furrow in the brows of both the empress and the Shu Fei. Except for one person, the noble consort Da. Her expression remained unchanged as she continuously twirled her tea lid without the slightest pause. Azhi furrowed her brow, sensing a lurking tension. Below, the attendant Tao Xian continued. 3 days ago, the fragrant he approached me on behalf of Lin Jiaoyi. Besides presenting me with 200 taels of silver, she promised that if successful, my father would be promoted to the position of vice minister of the Dali Temple. This revelation caused the crowd to frown, their faces darkening. The harem must not interfere in political matters. Although the inner court and the outer court are inextricably linked, once one enters the palace, they belong to the emperor. Such covert affairs could remain unspoken, but now laid bare, it was nothing short of an affront to the emperor. Moreover, it pertained to the significant matter of official appointments. Indeed, Han Yan's face turned ashen as he glared at Lin Jiaoyi on the ground. His voice cold. "I was unaware that a mere vice minister of the Dali Temple wielded such power, capable of influencing official appointments." Upon realizing the implications in Han Yan's words, Lin Jiaoyi felt a chilling dread. If her father were implicated, their entire family would be ruined. "Your Majesty, this is all slander from Tao Xian. This child is mine. Since learning of my pregnancy, I have been cautious every day, cherishing him dearly. How could I possibly commit such an act? I implore your Majesty to see the truth." No sooner had Lin Jiaoyi's words fallen than Tao Xian produced a purse, which a young eunuch accepted and presented forward. Upon seeing the style of the purse, He Xiang's legs went weak. Instinctively, she looked up at Lin Jiaoyi. "Seeking help, Your Highness." At that moment, Lin Jiaoyi dared not meet her gaze, wishing only to distance herself. In a rush, Lin Jiaoyi clarified, "Your Majesty, I had no knowledge of this. Everything was orchestrated by this vile maid behind my back. It was her own decision." He Xiang's heart sank. She recalled the tragic fate of Su Yi, who had perished from exposure at the palace gates. She should have known that, despite being born in the household, their supposed bond was nothing but a delusion. In the eyes of their masters, servants would always remain just that, servants who could be cast aside at any moment. Realizing her impending doom, He Xiang felt a surge of defiance. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, this was all the idea of Jiaoyi." "He Xiang." Lin Jiaoyi's voice rose sharply. Attempting to halt her, Han Yin cast a cold glance at Lin Jiaoyi, causing her to fall silent, her spirit utterly crushed. After He Xiang spoke, Azhi looked at Lin Jiaoyi, perceiving her descent into madness. All because of a physician's remark. The fetus is unstable. She had the heart to use her own flesh and blood to ensnare Azhi. With a crash, Han Yin hurled a celadon tea bowl at Lin Jiaoyi. She felt as if her heart had turned to ash, unable to utter a single word. At this juncture, any words spoken would be in vain. Han Yin regarded her with an icy stare, delivering his verdict with chilling finality. "Lin, your heart is malevolent, harming the imperial heir and framing your fellow consort. Henceforth, you are demoted to a commoner, imprisoned in the cold palace for life, never to emerge. Tao, you conspired against the imperial heir. Your crime is punishable by death. You are also demoted to a commoner, and death shall be your fate." The palace maid and the incense executed. The empress, standing nearby, hesitated to speak, ultimately remaining silent. It was not uncommon for imperial heirs to perish inexplicably, yet one had never witnessed the emperor's fury manifesting in such a manner. To decree the death of a concubine was unprecedented in this dynasty, Confinement in the cold palace had always been deemed the utmost punishment. Azhi sat quietly by, uttering not a single word. Zhao Fu shook his head in lamentation, hastily beckoning several young eunuchs to escort the individual away. As Lin Zhao, he was led out. She suddenly lifted her gaze to glance at Azhi, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of her lips. Azhi furrowed her brow tightly, a chill creeping down her spine. She turned to observe Han Yin, and even she could discern that Lin Zhao lacked such formidable power. How could he be oblivious? Or was it that her life held little significance? Chapter 30. The dual approach of kindness and severity at the break of dawn. This night of turmoil finally drew to a close. Han Yin rose, and Azhi promptly followed suit, but as they did, she staggered and collapsed backward. Han Yin reacted swiftly, catching her in his arms. Cao Fu, Dr. Xuan, he called out, cradling her as he departed hastily. The other concubines watched this scene with a sense of discomfort. They had all been present throughout the night. The seated ones fared better, while those standing had already felt their legs weaken, leaning against the palace maids for support, yet they received not a word of concern from the emperor. Feng Xia carefully assisted the empress to her feet, declaring, "Today's audience is henceforth waived. Ladies, return to your quarters and rest well." "Thank you, your majesty," the empress replied, raising her hand lightly, signaling the dispersal. The palace, which had been bustling all night, finally settled into silence. "Reporting to your majesty. Chun Jie has sustained an injury to her head and has been greatly distressed. She requires a careful recuperation of half a month," Dr. Zhao reported. Having prepared the necessary medicine, Zhao Fu personally escorted her out. Azhi remained unconscious, her small face pale. Han Yin slipped into bed, holding her gently in his embrace, and unknowingly drifted into slumber. The inner palace had not found peace throughout the night, while the daylight hours were unexpectedly tranquil. Azhi slept for an extended period, awakening to find herself in Taihe Pavilion. As she stirred, Ran Yu and Lu Yu, who were keeping watch, immediately surrounded her. "How long have I been asleep?" Azhi asked, her head throbbing. Lu Yu hastily offered a gentle massage to alleviate the discomfort. "Your Highness, you have slept for an entire day and night." "What?" Azhi turned to Ran Yu, her brow furrowed in uncertainty. "Did you say I slept for how long?" "Your Highness, you have been in slumber for a full day and night." "What time is it now?" "It is just past the hour of you." Understanding Azhi's concerns, Ran Yu quickly reassured her, "Your Highness need not worry about the morning audience. The physician has advised a month of rest, and the emperor has already sent word to the empress to excuse you." Only then did Azhi feel at ease. "How did I return?" Her memory was clouded. Lingering on the moment of her fainting, she could not recall how she had arrived back at Taihe Pavilion. "It was the emperor who brought you back," Ran Yu replied with a light smile. "Moreover, His Majesty had gifts sent over. Would you like me to have them brought for you to see?" "Never mind. Just store them in the treasury." The emperor's gifts typically consisted of jewelry, silks, and fine adornments for the room. Ran Yu chuckled mischievously, "Your Highness, it would be best if you laid eyes upon them yourself." Azhi raised an eyebrow, sensing that Ran Yu would not typically make such a suggestion regarding gifts. Intrigued, she replied, "Then bring them to me." Moments later, a line of palace maids and eunuchs entered, carrying a tray. "What is this?" Azhi inquired, puzzled. "Your Highness, please take a look," Ran Yu said just as the cloth covering the tray was lifted. Azhi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly requested Lu Yu to assist her in approaching. This is... She was momentarily at a loss for words. Ran Yu beamed. "His Majesty has bestowed upon you 100 taels of gold and 500 taels of silver." Unable to resist, Azhi reached out to touch the gold, marveling as she had never encountered it before. "Do you like it?" Han Yin suddenly appeared in Taihe Pavilion. Azhi looked at him, her eyes narrowing with a smile, filled with delight. Han Yin approached her, gently supporting her as he half embraced her towards the Guifei couch, while Ran Yu and Zhao Fu, along with the others in attendance, hurriedly retreated. Azhi's eyes instinctively followed the glimmer of silver. Unable to suppress his smile, Han Yin remarked, "What a lack of ambition. A mere concubine lacks aspirations." Azhi, unfazed, nestled in Han Yin's embrace and cheerfully replied, "In my life, I have never seen such a vast amount of silver. Is this meager some sufficient to satisfy you? Han Yin shook his head in exasperation. The naive one before him was oblivious to the true value of the treasures he had previously gifted her, each worth a fortune, some even priceless. Anything he had bestowed upon her within the palace was surely worth far more than this silver. Unable to restrain himself, Han Yin playfully poked her forehead, calling her vulgar. Azhi immediately exaggerated her reaction, covering her forehead with her hand, her round apricot eyes staring wide at Han Yin. "Your Majesty, that hurts." Although there were no tears in her eyes, Han Yin recalled the injury on her head and felt a pang of regret. "Does it hurt a lot?" Azhi nodded vigorously. "Very much. It hurts so much that I feel I might perish." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Han Yin frowned, clearly displeased. Azhi, sensing his mood, obediently responded, "I was wrong." She had momentarily forgotten that the palace held a strict taboo against speaking of death. Han Yin's expression softened slightly. "From now on, refrain from mentioning such words. If I hear it again, you shall be in for a stern reprimand." "I understand," Azhi said, pitifully clinging to his thumb. "Your Majesty, please do not be angry." How could Han Yin genuinely bear to scold her, especially given her injury? "Enough. Cease your feigned innocence." "Is your head still aching?" he inquired. "It's bearable now," Azhi replied, her youth allowing her to recover quickly. The pain had lessened considerably. According to Ranyu, Dr. Zhao had visited 3 times today, and the wound on the back of her head had begun to scab. Han Yin gazed at the bandage on her head, feeling a surge of heartache, though he concealed it from Azhi's view. "In the future, be more cautious," he advised softly. Azhi, nestled in his embrace, murmured stubbornly, "I have been very careful." Han Yin understood all too well, as he had grown up in the palace and was well aware of its sordid affairs. "I shall arrange for someone to assist you," he declared. Azhi looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty." She had considered that the schemers like Lin Zhao could thrive right under her nose because her K-Fei pavilion was too lax. Although the attendants had been sent by Yang Gong Gong and were trustworthy, one could never be certain that someone like Shui Heir would not appear again. Even though Ranyu was prudent, it was still insufficient. Azhi's heart swelled with joy at the prospect of Han Yin sending someone to support her. In the palace, perhaps only the emperor would not wish her harm, and certainly the person he would send would be of good quality. "You are truly kind to me, Your Majesty," Azhi said softly. Han Yin stayed with her to share an evening meal before taking his leave. As soon as he departed, Azhi's countenance turned cold. "Green Willow, summon everyone in." In a short while, the palace maids had gathered. Although they all bowed in respect, Azhi did not bid them to rise. She toyed with the Eastern Pearl in her hand, remaining silent for an extended period, causing the eunuchs and maidens below to tremble with anxiety. Eventually, Azhi spoke in a frosty tone, "You may rise." "Thank you, Lady Jiu," they replied, yet Azhi's expression remained unchanged. She continued at a measured pace. "You are all undoubtedly aware of the matter concerning Shui Heir. There is no need for me to elaborate, but from this day forward, should any of you harbor ulterior motives, I shall personally seek the Emperor's judgment. Life or death shall be determined by fate." The incident involving Lin Zhao was well known throughout the palace, and upon hearing Azhi's words, they hastily pledged their loyalty. Azhi raised her hand to silence them, for she did not trust their easily spoken assurances. Only interests were steadfast. "As long as you serve diligently, I shall ensure you are not treated unjustly. Any maid who reaches the age of 25 shall be permitted to leave the palace under my direct authority. Furthermore, if any eunuchs find favorable opportunities, I shall not hinder them." Though palace maids were typically released upon turning 25, having the favor of a lady within the palace made a significant difference. Even if they were to marry, their families would regard them with greater esteem. Azhi's blend of kindness and authority effectively subdued the palace attendants. Chapter 31. Zhang Kairan Azhi, unable to attend to the emperor due to her injury, instructed Ranyu to inform the empress in Kuinning Palace the following day to remove her nameplate from the Jingshi room. With the cold weather, Azhi, who was not of a lively disposition, could easily spend an entire day reclining on the favored couch. The palace was well heated with charcoal, and an unending supply of fruits and pastries graced her presence. Moreover, the palace staff sent her new and intriguing storybooks every couple of days. Azhi's life was indeed quite indulgent. However, as time wore on, a sense of ennui began to set in. She wished to take a stroll, yet the incident involving Lin Zhao left her apprehensive, fearing further troubles might ensue. Thus, she preferred to remain in Taihe Pavilion. One ungrateful scholar. Azhi furrowed her brow as she flipped through the pages, becoming increasingly incensed until she tossed the book aside in frustration. To abandon one's wife and children upon achieving academic success, only to marry the daughter of the chancellor. How could such a heartless and ungrateful person still hold an official position? It was utterly baffling. Upon hearing Azhi's audacious remarks, Ran Yu's face paled dramatically. "Your Highness, such words should not be uttered." Seeing Ran Yu's fearful expression, Azhi felt a twinge of guilt. "Do not worry, Ran Yu. I shall refrain from speaking thus in the future. Is your Highness still suffering from headaches?" Ran Yu gently placed a cup of hot tea beside her and moved to massage her shoulders. "It has subsided over the past couple of days," Azhi replied, touching the bandage wrapped around her head, wondering when it could be removed, as it was quite unsightly. Unable to suppress a laugh, Ran Yu remarked. "The imperial physician said it must remain for at least 3 more days." Azhi muttered softly, "I shall secretly remove it tomorrow." Ran Yu gasped in shock. "Your Highness, you dare!" At that moment, Han Yin appeared at the doorway, prompting Ran Yu to swiftly withdraw. "What brings the emperor here?" Azhi languidly reclined on the favored couch, offering a perfunctory greeting. Han Yin, unfazed by her lack of decorum, drew her into his embrace. "I just heard you mention wanting to remove the bandage on your own." Feeling embarrassed, Azhi hastily replied, "I never uttered such words. You must have misheard, Your Majesty." Han Yin snorted. "Should I discover that you dare to tamper with it yourself, you shall not step outside for half a year." Azhi quickly promised. "I shall certainly heed the physician's advice." "Such a worry," he remarked. "When have I ever been a source of concern?" Azhi retorted. "I have been dutifully following the physician's orders. I have not stepped outside Taihe Pavilion for 10 days, despite the tedium. I would never dream of causing you worry." Each day, her activities were reported to Han Yin, so he was well aware of her compliance. "You wish to go out?" Azhi's eyes widened in surprise. "Is it allowed?" Han Yin, unable to refuse her, instructed a palace maid to dress her warmly. "I shall take you to admire the plum blossoms." Azhi's heart brimmed with joy as she summoned Ran Yu and the others to assist her in dressing. She was aware of the plum garden within the palace, a place reserved for concubines. Even when she had previously visited with Yuan Bao, they had only dared to gaze from afar. Ran Yu and Lu dressed Azhi warmly, ensuring she donned a thick cloak. In addition, Ran Yu had somehow procured a hat made of white fox fur for her. Azhi was momentarily taken aback by her reflection in the mirror, and one could only imagine the surprise it would evoke in Han Yin. In this dynasty, neither men nor women had the custom of wearing hats, save for a few children. Azhi, bundled up snugly and adorned with a hat, appeared remarkably petite, resembling a girl of 11 or 12. A sense of discomfort stirred within Han Yin. "Let's go," he said. Azhi instinctively slipped her hand into his large palm. Han Yin glanced down at their entwined hands and scoffed. Such impropriety. Upon hearing this, Azhi immediately felt displeased and attempted to withdraw her hand. Han Yin tightened his grip. "Do not be troublesome." "Humph." Azhi pouted. "Isn't it you who said it was improper?" Han Yin was momentarily speechless before finally retorting, "You have grown quite bold, unafraid of me now. Who else but you dares to challenge the emperor?" Azhi swiftly nestled closer to Han Yin, smiling sweetly. "This humble concubine knows the emperor is wise, martial, and magnanimous, and would never hold a small matter against a mere woman." Asmila grasa Han Yin's lips. His demeanor softening. "It appears you've been learning well." Azhi modestly replied, "The matron has praised me." Han Yin inquired softly, "What did she say?" The matron commended this humble concubine for her intelligence and potential as a scholar. Han Yin listened as Azhi recounted her small anecdotes, occasionally interjecting with a comment. Meanwhile, Zhao Fu, trailing a few steps behind, shook his head in astonishment. The emperor had been in a rather foul mood lately, burdened by the private salt case in Jiangnan that implicated many. Following the morning court session, The emperor had privately summoned Lord Xie Tingwei, and afterward, his countenance had darkened further. Zhao Fu attended him with trepidation, yet Han Yan's thoughts still lingered on the well-being of Chun Jiu. It was indeed a rare occasion that he could accompany her to admire the plum blossoms. The plum trees were in full bloom, and the consorts of the palace often took leisurely strolls there. Azhi soon spotted two figures in the plum garden, each carrying a small basket. She lifted her tiny face, a playful smile dancing upon her lips as she looked to Han Yan. He, uncharacteristically flustered, asked, "What are you staring at?" Azhi raised her chin slightly and scoffed. She did not believe this was mere coincidence. It was likely that news had already reached the other palaces the moment they had departed. Who would venture out in the depths of winter clad in a flimsy summer dress? From a distance, Lady Zhang noticed the emperor's silhouette in the plum garden, her cheeks flushing involuntarily. She glanced at her attendant, her eyes brimming with excitement and joy. Lady Zhang had entered the palace 3 years ago during the selection process, and in nearly 3 years, she had only received the emperor's favor twice. Over the past year, he had not visited her at all. With the upcoming selection in just 2 months, she feared that once new candidates entered the palace, the emperor would hardly remember her. Upon learning that the emperor was to visit the plum garden, Lady Zhang hurried ahead to await his arrival. This humble concubine pays her respects to the emperor and to Chun Jiu. Azhi observed the expanse of bare skin exposed to the cold, now tinged with a deep crimson hue, sending a shiver down her spine that compelled her to wrap her cloak more tightly around herself. Han Yan, with a gentle furrow in his brow, inquired softly, "Are you cold?" Azhi shook her head, affirming that she was not cold, for her concern lay with Zhang Qiren. Upon hearing the emperor's concern for Chun Jiu, Zhang Qiren's smile faltered, becoming strained. Han Yan had frowned upon catching sight of her from a distance, questioning her actions. "What are you doing?" A flicker of joy surged within Zhang Qiren as she responded in a hushed voice, "Your Majesty. I heard that the plum blossoms are particularly splendid this year, so I brought some palace maids to gather a few to make plum blossom cakes." As she spoke softly, her body leaned slightly, revealing her elegant neck and the fullness of her fair bosom. Whether Han Yan was pleased or not remained unclear to Azhi, but she found herself captivated by the sight. Chapter 32. The emperor held a captivating expression, while Zhang Qiren lowered her head, oblivious to the fact that Azhi had witnessed her blooming allure. Han Yan, however, observed Azhi's movements and subtle glances with great clarity. His expression darkened instantly, and he squeezed Azhi's hand with a grip that was neither too harsh nor too gentle. Azhi immediately averted her gaze, offering a conciliatory smile. Han Yan chose not to spare Zhang Qiren another glance, leading Azhi away instead. Once he departed, the flush on Zhang Qiren's face vanished completely, leaving her trembling and on the verge of collapse, saved only by the assistance of a nearby maid. That evening, Azhi learned that Zhang Qiren had caught a chill. Of course, that was a matter for another time. Presently, Azhi held Han Yan's hand, her heart filled with trepidation. "Your Majesty," she softly called out several times before he, with a stern countenance, inquired, "Is it truly beautiful?" Azhi cautiously assessed his demeanor. "We are all women. It is only natural to take a glance." As Han Yan's expression grew increasingly forbidding, Azhi hastily amended her words, regardless of gender. "It is undoubtedly improper to gaze." Her tone was resolute, her petite face set in earnestness, brows furrowed. Han Yan, unable to suppress a smile at her earnestness, pinched her hand lightly and scoffed. "Should there be another instance, I shall ensure you have ample opportunity to observe." This time, Azhi had learned her lesson and dared not speak further. The plum blossoms in the garden were well tended by the eunuchs, and unable to resist the urge, Azhi plucked a branch. "I will present this to the emperor." Han Yan frowned. For what purpose? He had never been fond of flowers and plants, let alone holding them. "I simply wish to gift this to your Majesty," Azhi insisted, placing it directly into his hand with a smile. "It will look splendid in your grasp." "How inappropriate," Han Yan grumbled, yet ultimately did not discard the plum blossom. After that day, several days passed without Azhi seeing Han Yan. She refrained from inquiring and contentedly remained in her secluded quarters. One day, after finishing her calligraphy practice, she was visited by Zhao Fu, accompanied by 2 maidservants. This humble servant pays respects to the esteemed Lady Chan. Azhi smiled and gestured for him to rise. "What brings you here, my good sir?" Zhao Fu replied with a grin. "The emperor is concerned for you, and has specifically sent me to deliver 2 attendants for your service." Upon seeing Zhao Fu enter with the attendants, Azhi had an inkling of what was to come. She had anticipated 1 servant, but was taken aback by the arrival of 2. She hesitated, wondering if this might contravene propriety. "Your Highness Yist, as you have been elevated to the rank of Jiyu, it is only fitting to have additional attendants." Reassured, Azhi instructed Ranyu to slip Zhao Fu a handful of gold seeds. Once he departed, she turned her attention to the emperor's gifted attendants. "What are your names? And what skills do you possess?" Knowing they were sent by the emperor, she expected them to be capable. In response to the esteemed lady, "I am Fu Rong, trained in the healing arts since childhood." Azhi's eyes sparkled with delight. She had previously wished for a knowledgeable healer in her palace, and now the emperor had granted her this boon. In response to the esteemed lady, "I am Wu Xiang, skilled in martial arts from a young age. I must say, the 2 individuals bestowed upon me by His Majesty have truly reached the depths of my heart. Not only are they precisely the companions I require, but I also need not worry about their capabilities. Although they are sent by the emperor, I am confident that I shall not engage in any inappropriate actions. Thus, their allegiance to the emperor becomes inconsequential. From this day forth, you shall serve as the foremost maidens of the Taihe Pavilion. As long as you diligently attend to my needs, I shall ensure you are well treated. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to return you to the emperor." In an instant, Furong and Wuxiang knelt before me. Unlike ordinary maids who might be sent back to the halls only to be reassigned to other palaces, their fate was made clear by eunuch Zhao. Should they be returned, it would mean certain doom. This detail was unknown to me, and as I listened to their vows of loyalty, I remained somewhat skeptical. Flattering words can be spoken by anyone. What truly matters is their future conduct. The following day, as I rose from slumber, Wuxiang informed me that Zhou Xiui had arrived. I was momentarily taken aback. The last time Zhou Xiui had spoken on my behalf, Ranyu later informed me, and I had planned to seek an opportunity to express my gratitude once I had recovered. Little did I expect that before I could make my visit, Zhou Xiui would come to me first. I instructed Wuxiang to personally escort her in and went to greet her. As I reached the entrance, I saw Zhou Xiui approaching with her maid. Noticing me standing at the door, she expressed concern, asking, "The wind is strong outside. Why have you come out?" I smiled and replied, "I specifically came out to welcome Sister Zhou." The way I addressed her as Sister Zhou truly resonated with her. Zhou Xiui had initially worried that her sudden visit might make me uncomfortable, but hearing me call her sister Zhou made her smile warmly as she affectionately took my hand. "I was afraid I might be intruding," she said. "Not at all. I'm genuinely delighted by your visit, Sister Zhou." My happiness at her arrival was sincere. Zhou Xiui was straightforward and unpretentious. After just a brief conversation, we began to refer to each other as sisters, feeling an immediate connection. Seeing me with my hair down, Zhou Xiui playfully teased, "Did you just wake up?" I blushed and explained, "I am somewhat lazy and overslept." Realizing there was no time to style my hair, I decided to leave it as it was. "I have come to inquire if you would like to share a carriage during the upcoming spring hunting event in a couple of days." Zhou Xiui expressed her desire for companionship, recalling how her previous journey with Lady Zhao had been utterly unenjoyable. Given my amiable nature, she particularly cherished our bond, believing that traveling together would certainly make the day more bearable. However, I looked at her in confusion and asked, "Spring hunting?" Zhou Xiui, noticing my bewilderment, was equally puzzled. "In a couple of days, the emperor is taking the civil and military officials to the West Mountain for the spring hunt. Were you not informed?" I shook my head in disbelief. I truly had no knowledge of this. "Did the emperor not mention it to you?" Zhou Xiui exclaimed, astonished that I was unaware. Azhi continued to shake her head. The emperor had not graced them with his presence for several days. Furthermore, Azhi had always been prohibited from allowing anyone from the Fey Pavilion to inquire about news. Thus she had received no whispers regarding the matter. Zhou Xiui furrowed her brow with a complex expression, remarking, "Your heart is indeed quite vast." It was the first time she had encountered someone in the palace with a heart even larger than her own. Azhi offered an awkward smile, explaining that imperial physician Zhao had advised her to rest quietly, which is why she had not concerned herself with such matters. Consequently, when the news broke 2 days later that the emperor was to embark on a spring hunt in the western mountains, Azhi remained utterly unaware. No sooner had Zhou Xiu departed than Azhi summoned Ranyu to assist her in dressing, wrapping herself up snugly before promptly making her way to the front hall. Chapter 33. Azhi seeks the emperor in truth. It has been over 2 months since Azhi departed from the Taihe Palace, and she has not graced the front hall even once. Without a formal entourage, she leisurely strolled alongside Ranyu, treating the occasion as a mere outing to enjoy the scenery. Xiao Luzi, stationed at the entrance of the Taihe Palace, spotted 2 figures approaching from a distance and instinctively frowned, assuming yet another thoughtless individual was making their way here. In recent days, due to the spring hunting list, the concubines visiting the Taihe Palace have come in waves, some expressing gratitude while others, under the guise of delivering soup, sought to have their names added to the emperor's entourage. Aside from a few who came to express thanks, the emperor refused to see the others, which made it quite challenging for those serving in attendance, as they had to concoct numerous excuses. What was more disheartening was that all the supplementary soups the emperor refused to drink ended up in their own stomachs. Initially tolerable, the situation became unbearable after repeated occurrences. Just as Xiao Luzi was preparing to dismiss the visitors, he recognized Azhi as they drew nearer, and his eyes immediately brightened. Before she could approach, he hurried forward to greet her. This humble servant pays respects to Lady Chun. Having previously served in the Taihe Palace, Azhi was somewhat familiar with Xiao Luzi, and with a smile, she inquired, "Xiao Luzi, is His Majesty available at the moment?" Lady Chun's arrival surely indicates His Majesty is free, was what Xiao Luzi thought, but did not voice. "Please wait here for a moment. I shall inquire with eunuch Zhao." Knowing the established protocol from her time in the palace, Azhi complied and stood with Ranyu, awaiting his return. Inside the grand hall, Zhao Fu noticed Xiao Luzi peering out and instinctively furrowed his brow. He cautiously glanced at Han Yin, who was engrossed in reviewing memorials, before quietly stepping outside. "What are you doing? Did you not hear the emperor say he would not see anyone?" Cao Fu chided Xiao Luzi softly. Despite the reprimand, Xiao Luzi's cheerful demeanor remained unchanged. "Eunuch, if it were anyone else, I would certainly know how to handle it, but this visitor is Lady Chun." He stepped aside, allowing Zhao Fu a clearer view. Upon recognizing Azhi, Zhao Fu's expression brightened considerably, and he kicked Xiao Luzi lightly. "In this bitter cold, why do you not promptly invite her inside?" While Xiao Luzi went to summon her, Zhao Fu turned back toward the inner hall. "Your Majesty," Zhao Fu began, but Han Yan's curt response interrupted him. Not seeing anyone, Zhao Fu looked up at the emperor, his expression somewhat disgruntled, yet he boldly persisted, "Your Majesty, the visitor is." "Not seeing anyone. Tell her to leave." Han Yan's irritation had reached its peak, and he was fed up with the incessant disturbances from both the court and the harem. "Since the emperor does not wish to see the concubine, I shall take my leave," Azhi remarked, having overheard. Upon seeing her at the door, Han Yan's demeanor softened immediately. "What brings you here?" Azhi let out a playful hum. "It seems my visit was ill-timed. I shall take my leave." "Stop!" came a voice from behind as Azhi lifted her foot to depart. Han Yan strode down toward her, while Zhao Fu quickly retreated. "You know very well I was not referring to you." Who knows what the emperor truly thinks? He must have long forgotten about me." Azhi stood rooted to the spot, pouting in indignation as she gazed at him. What prompted his visit today? Azhi raised an eyebrow. Could it be that the emperor was concealing a favored concubine here, and her arrival had disrupted his plans? Han Yan furrowed his brow. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Azhi huffed lightly, distancing herself from him. Han Yan, displeased, commanded, "Come here." Azhi, with her bright eyes darting around, pretended not to hear. Han Yan, nearly amused by her unreasonable antics, effortlessly pulled her onto his lap. Azhi plopped down unceremoniously, pouting in protest. "The emperor only bullies me." Han Yan frulvnit. "Well, have I ever bullied you?" Azhi counted on her fingers, recounting, "You just scolded me and told me to leave." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. deliberately adopting a pitiful expression that was both endearing and sorrowful. Han Yin, feeling exasperated, relented. All right, it is indeed my fault. Azhi, not one to be unreasonable, seized the moment. After a while, she cast a hesitant glance towards Han Yin, waiting for him to speak. Yet, he remained silent. Despite having lavished her with gifts over the past 2 months, and she had not once expressed her gratitude. Her arrival now was clearly regarding the spring hunt. As Han Yin remained uncooperative, Azhi finally broke the silence. Your Majesty, today Zhou Xiui came to see me. Han Yin replied coolly. Azhi summoned her courage, stating that Zhou had invited her to share a carriage to the spring hunt at Xishan. Stealing a glance at Han Yin, she hoped he understood her implication. To her surprise, he countered, "What spring hunt?" Azhi was taken aback. She never expected the emperor to feign ignorance. Han Yin found her reaction amusing and deliberately teased her, as the list of attendees for the spring hunt had been announced days prior. Azhi was genuinely stunned. No one had informed her. Was she not included? She yearned to attend. Zhou Xiui had mentioned that this time of year was the most enjoyable, with vast skies and fewer restrictions, allowing for great freedom. Tentatively, Azhi's hands crept up to Han Yan's neck. Your Majesty, I wish to go. Han Yan, welcoming the beauty in his embrace, subtly supported her, drawing her closer. He lowered his voice, playfully asking, "You want to go?" Feeling his wandering hands around her waist. Azhi's face flushed as she whispered, "I want to go." Opportunities to leave the palace were exceedingly rare in all her years. She had only ventured out once with Han Yan. Your Majesty, I wish to go. Please include me. Want to you? Azhi pleaded, shaking her head against Han Yan's neck, her voice soft and endearing. Han Yan's eyes darkened momentarily, his tone low and husky. It is not impossible. As his eyes instantly sparkled, and just as she was about to express her gratitude, she heard HNYN murmur softly. But it depends on whether, as possesses the sincerity to request a favor. HNYN gradually exerted pressure, drawing us closer to himself. His delicate lips brushed against Az's petite earlobe. The implications in HNYN's voice were unmistakably suggestive, causing Az's cheeks to flush as if they might ignite. In a moment of hesitation, she was abruptly lifted into HNYN's embrace, facing him. Her white undergarment was pushed up high, adorned with a crown. HNYN leaned down, and Az's long, fair neck arched gracefully. Your Majesty, her voice trembled, breaking. Do not be afraid. HNYN cooed softly to the person in his arms. Shortly thereafter, the delicate sound of water began to emerge, as could hardly bear to look, tightly closing her almond-shaped eyes. A tear welled up at the corner of her eye. Outside, a cold wind swept through, causing the rosewood window to rattle. That night, Az remained at the Taihe Palace. Chapter 34. The incident of the morning greetings. Han Yin had granted Azhi leave from the Kuan Palace. And although Azhi initially desired to indulge in a few more days of leisure, she recognized that after having served the emperor, it was only proper that she attend the morning greetings the following day. Ran Yu, mindful of the time, entered the palace just after the rooster crowed. Your Highness, it's time to rise, she urged. Azhi rolled over, reluctant to awaken. Your Highness, we must go to the Kuan Palace for the morning greetings today. Only then did Azhi, with great reluctance, open her eyes. She weakly lifted her arm, and Ran Yu assisted her in sitting up. Azhi did not glance at her body, marked with red marks, and lazily inquired, "Where is the emperor?" "The emperor has gone to the morning court," Ran Yu replied. Azhi's consciousness began to stir. Upon realizing she was still in the Taihe Palace, her brows furrowed as she became more alert. Did the emperor not send someone to escort me back last night? The emperor, being considerate of your highness's fatigue, graciously permitted you to stay overnight in the Taihe Palace, Ran Yu explained. After this exchange, a silence enveloped them. Let us be swift today. We should head over early, Azhi said, her brows knit tightly. In this dynasty, it was unprecedented for concubines to spend the night in the Taihe Palace. Not even the empress had been afforded such an honor. Azhi could already envision the atmosphere during the morning greetings. Xiao Luzi stood guard at the entrance and, upon seeing Azhi emerge, smiled broadly. Your Highness, the emperor has instructed me to escort you with the royal palanquin. Azhi, feeling sore and weak, found the prospect of riding in the palanquin to be most agreeable, although she was aware that such ostentation was rather conspicuous. It paled in comparison to the attention drawn by her overnight stay in the Taihe Palace, since she had already engaged in more flamboyant actions. Adding one more did not seem to matter. Upon arriving at the Kuan Palace, as soon as she entered the hall, many early arrivals fixed their unabashed gazes upon her. Azhi pretended not to notice. Today marked her first morning greeting since her promotion, and as she sought her designated spot, she noticed Zhou Xiao waving a handkerchief. "Azhi, over here," she called. Azhi then observed that a position beside her was vacant. As she approached, she fortuitously found herself beside Yang Ronghua, who, after the grand banquet, had been elevated to Yang Jieyu. Upon noticing Azhi's arrival, she rose and performed a half-bow. Azhi was taken aback by this gesture and hurriedly returned the greeting. Though both were Jieyes, and despite Azhi's higher title, their ranks were ultimately equal, rendering Azhi unworthy of such deference from Yang Jieyu. "Azhi, you are to depart for the Western Mountains tomorrow. Will you accompany us?" Zhou Xiaoyi, having returned to the palace last night, was aware that Azhi was not on the accompanying list and had nearly petitioned the empress on her behalf. After learning that Azhi had gone ahead, she had been eagerly anticipating good news from her. As she waited anxiously and saw no sign of Azhi, her concern grew. If Azhi could not go, the journey would surely be tedious, especially if she were to be seated in the same carriage as someone she found disagreeable. That would be a veritable torment. Azhi, upon hearing Zhou Xiaoyi's inquiry, felt her cheeks flush. She wondered if Han Yan was satisfied or displeased after the events of yesterday. Having made such significant sacrifices, surely the emperor must have been pleased, she mused. "Azhi, why is your face so red?" Zhou Xiaoyi asked, puzzled. Azhi hesitated, saying, "I'm still uncertain." By the end of the previous evening, she had felt almost faint, leaving her with little recollection of her purpose for visiting the Taihe Palace. "Ah," Zhou Xiaoyi furrowed her brow, "but weren't you there yesterday?" Suddenly, the entrance announced the arrival of the esteemed Lady Shu. Zhou Xiaoyi's words were abruptly interrupted. The concubines within the hall rose to pay their respects. Azhi had spent the past month in the Chuefei Pavilion, and her new title as Jiyu felt rather abstract until now, with Lady Shu's presence lending it a tangible reality. The woman she could only admire from a distance now occupied the prominent seat directly opposite her. Lady Shu was stunning, truly deserving of the title of the most beautiful in the capital. Although she was of a similar age to the Empress and the Defei, time had left no mark upon her. The opulent jewelry she adorned only accentuated her brilliance. Such a woman, adored by the emperor for so many years, could evoke admiration even from Azhi. Upon catching Azhi's gaze, Lady Shu noticed immediately, lowering her head to sip her tea with indifference. However, Azhi's prolonged stare lingered a moment too long. Lady Shu furrowed her brow in response. Azhi, taken aback by Lady Shu's attention, quickly averted her gaze, pretending to be busy with her tea. Lady Shu, clearly surprised by Azhi's naivety, had initially assumed this rising Jiyu wished to flaunt her status before her. After all, the palace was a place where newcomers thrived at the expense of those more established. Zhou Xiaoyi, standing nearby, wore a complex expression. "Azhi, are you awestruck?" Azhi's cheeks flushed as she whispered, "Lady Shu is so beautiful." This small quirk of hers was an affection for aesthetically pleasing individuals, regardless of gender. Azhi bore no ulterior motives. She merely appreciated beauty. Indeed, she instinctively desired to gaze longer upon those who were striking. As the empress entered, she observed Azhi smiling warmly. "Is the esteemed Jiyu feeling well?" Just as Azhi was about to respond, another voice chimed in, "Your Majesty, you may be unaware, but Jiyu has already attended to the emperor last night. I believe she has fully recovered." A ripple of light laughter echoed through the hall. Azhi chose not to glance back, for their idle chatter was futile. She bowed respectfully, expressing her gratitude to the empress for her concern, assuring her that she was indeed well. Historically, it was uncommon for anyone to serve in the Taihe Palace, and indeed, Jiyu had evidently gained favor, surpassing even the empress in standing. Though Azhi had no intention of holding a grudge, the remark was undeniably jarring. She turned to the speaker, finding her face unfamiliar. "May I ask your name?" Azhi inquired innocently. Yet, her question elicited a chorus of hushed giggles throughout the hall. Lady Feng's complexion shifted from pale to flushed. Unable to contain her anger, even if Jiu does not favor the concubines, there is no need to demean us so. Azhi found the situation bewildering. She did not even know who this Lady Feng was, so how could she be deemed demeaning? Lady Feng's expression shifted once more. Moreover, is merely asking your name a form of insult? Azhi, with a cold expression, retorted, if that is the case. What punishment awaits you for disrespecting the Empress and casually defaming her? I. Consort Feng replied with a restrained tone. Lady Chun must have misunderstood. I would never dare to speak ill of the Empress. Ha! Azhi scoffed. The Empress is the rightful wife of His Majesty. No one in this realm can surpass her. Moreover, the matter of overnight stays is not within the purview of a humble concubine like myself. Her words caught the attention of several high-ranking individuals, particularly the Empress, whose brow visibly relaxed in response. Chapter 35. The noble consort Feng, Azhi's words resonated deeply with the Empress. As a figure of unparalleled status, she was the sole person entitled to stand beside the Emperor in this world. However, since the Emperor ceased to frequent the Taihe Palace 3 years ago, she had become nothing more than a splendid facade. The entire palace was aware of the Emperor's indifference towards her. He would not even grace the Taihe Palace with his presence on the 1st and 15th days of the month, leaving her without any semblance of dignity. Particularly in light of the favor shown to noble consort Shu and the unique position of noble consort De, who bore the Emperor's only son. The Empress found herself in an increasingly precarious position. Thus, she was more than pleased to witness Azhi's rise in favor. Today, Azhi's words brought her great comfort. Turning to Azhi with a smile, the Empress remarked, "Such a silver tongue you possess. No wonder the Emperor dotes on you." Azhi's previously composed demeanor faltered as her cheeks flushed with bashfulness, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. The Empress, in a rare good mood, instructed Yu Chun beside her, kindly present the red agate necklace sent a few days ago to concubine Chun. Azhi was genuinely taken aback by the Empress's generosity. Quickly bowing in gratitude, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kind gift." Noble consort Feng, still reluctant to concede, attempted to interject, but the Empress's smile dimmed slightly as she addressed her, "Noble consort Feng." Under the Empress's gaze, even if she harbored discontent towards Azhi, she dared not act out. Retreating to her seat with a tightly grasped handkerchief, Azhi then realized that she was indeed noble consort Feng, though she did not dwell on it. Once the formalities concluded, Azhi walked alongside Zhou Xiu Yi for a stretch. Upon seeing Azhi exchange brief pleasantries with Zhou Xiu Yi, noble consort Feng hurriedly departed with her maid. Zhou Xiu Yi, disdainful of such behavior, remarked, "A small-minded person reveling in their fleeting success." Confused, Azhi looked at her. Zhou Xiu Yi remembered that Azhi was likely unaware of the attendees accompanying them to the West Mountain. She leaned in and whispered, "Among those accompanying us to the West Mountain is noble consort Feng. Though she lacks favor, her father was once the Emperor's archery instructor, ensuring her presence in such gatherings over the past 3 years. Not only noble consort Feng, but Zhou Xiu Yi also mentioned several other names that were unfamiliar to Azhi. However, she was taken aback to learn that noble consort De, occupied with caring for the crown prince, would not attend, and even noble consort Shu would be absent. Curiosity stirred within her, yet she refrained from questioning Zhou Xiu Yi. As they parted ways, Zhou Xiu Yi persistently urged Azhi to make her appearance the following day. Azhi shook her head in resignation. She too wished to attend, yet she remained uncertain of the Emperor's stance. As Azhi entered the Fey Pavilion, she was greeted by the sight of numerous large and small boxes arranged in the courtyard. Green Yao and the others quickly approached with smiles, exclaiming, "Your Highness, you have returned. What are you all doing?" Azhi inquired. "Your Highness, little Luzi just visited, bearing the Emperor's decree for you to accompany him to the West Mountain." Knowing how much Azhi yearned to go, Green Yao and the others had begun preparations as soon as little Luzi departed. Indeed, a smile unconsciously graced Azhi's lips. However, looking at the boxes in the courtyard, she could not help but remind them, do not bring too many clothes and accessories. By the way, did Xiao Luzi mention how long this trip would be? Luing smiled and replied. Xiao Luzi said it would be about half a month. Azhi nodded in satisfaction, and then recalled that this journey was for the spring hunt, which should provide an opportunity for horseback riding. She instructed Ranyu and the others to prepare several sets of riding attire. Azhi thought to herself, although she could not ride, she could certainly learn, as she had time to spare. At a quarter past the hour of you, there was no news from the respectful affairs chamber, suggesting that the emperor would not be visiting the inner palace tonight. Azhi instructed a young eunuch to securely lock the palace gates. Tomorrow, they would head to Shishan, and Azhi was so excited that she found it difficult to sleep. Hence, she asked Ranyu to bring her the new storybook she had been reading a few days prior. Once Azhi began reading, she lost track of time. Noticing that it was already past the hour of high, Ranyu could not help but remind her, Your Highness, we must rise early tomorrow. Good Ranyu, I am well aware of that. There is no need for you to stay and watch over me. You may return to your quarters, Azhi replied, propping herself up on the bed, her slender legs swinging gently, revealing her delicate and fair ankles. This lack of decorum stirred an unusual warmth in the heart of the man who had just completed his duties. As Ranyu turned, she caught sight of Han Yin at the doorway. Your Majesty. Just as she was about to bow, Zhao Fu gestured for her to stop. Ranyu glanced at Azhi, who remained oblivious and quietly exited. Han Yin approached, standing beside Azhi's bed, and observed the storybook in her hands for a moment before furrowing his brow. A scholar and a maiden fleeing the capital, seeking freedom? He suddenly exclaimed, startling Azhi, who quickly sat up. Your Majesty, when did you arrive? Azhi felt a pang of guilt, uncertain of how much Han Yin had seen. She hurriedly attempted to conceal the book behind her. Observing her guilty demeanor, Han Yin's expression darkened slightly. So, it seems that Chun Jiu enjoys such tales. Azhi's heart skipped a beat. Being addressed as Chun Jiu indicated that the emperor was indeed displeased. Cautiously, Azhi reached to grasp his little finger. Your Majesty, I was merely bored and casually reading some storybooks to pass the time. Yet, Han Yin only caught 2 words, bored. He leaned in, coldly questioning. So, does that mean whenever Azhi is bored, she will flee the capital? Azhi's eyes widened in protest. How could that be possible? Your Majesty cherishes me dearly. How could I ever bear to leave you? Azhi's incessant declarations of affection momentarily stunned Han Yin, who maintained a serious expression, dismissing her words as nonsense. I never uttered such sentiments. You lack shame. Han Yin playfully tapped her forehead, causing Azhi to fall back onto the bed, still holding onto his hand, and he naturally went along with it. The next day, before dawn, Zhao Fu called out from outside. Han Yin glanced at the peacefully sleeping Azhi in his embrace and gently withdrew his arm. Azhi, recalling that today was the day they would travel to Shishan, began to stir as soon as he moved. Is your Majesty getting up? As Han Yin noticed her attempt to rise, he promptly pressed her back down, asserting that it was still early and she should continue to rest. Azhi, clutching his arm, murmured with a sticky voice, No. Ranyu said we must rise early today. Yet, despite her words, the one who proclaimed the necessity of an early awakening soon succumbed to slumber once more. Nestled against Han Yan's arm, unable to stifle a smile, he gently kissed her and reclined beside her. Outside, Zhao Fu wore a puzzled expression. There had been a stir moments ago, and logically, the emperor should have awakened. So why had it suddenly fallen silent? He hesitated, contemplating whether to call out again, but ultimately refrained. After all, there was no court assembly today, and there remained ample time before their departure. So a later rising for the emperor would not pose a problem. Chapter 36. The unconventional woman last night's revelry extended late into the night, and upon falling asleep, Azhi found herself awakening in a carriage. Han Yin, enjoying an unusual moment of leisure, had just brewed tea when he noticed a stir beside him. He casually lifted her onto his lap. Awake? Azhi, still in a daze, believed they were still at Chuefei Pavilion. Nestled comfortably in his embrace, she spoke softly. Your Majesty, do we not have an early court session today? Han Yin chuckled lightly, teasing It appears you're still not fully awake. Hearing the sound of the wheels on the road, Azhi jolted and reached to lift the curtain, only to be stopped by Han Yen. This did little to dampen her exuberant spirit. Your Majesty, have we left the palace? We have already departed the capital. In half a day's time, we shall arrive at Shishan. Ah, Azhi exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. But were we not at Chufa Pavilion? How could I suddenly find myself in a carriage? And having already left the capital, it must be at least noon. Without uttering a word, Han Yin observed her as her expression shifted through various emotions. When Azhi tugged at his collar, feigning tears, he felt a headache coming on. What are you doing? Have you no sense of decorum? Azhi cannot bear the thought of being carried to the carriage by the likes of Xiao Fuzi. It makes her feel utterly ashamed. She lamented, growing increasingly despondent. On such an important day, when the concubines were present and surrounded by numerous imperial guards, she had been publicly carried to the carriage. Had she known it would be like this, she would have preferred to remain behind. Azhi nestled closer, playfully seeking his affection, and Han Yin was in no rush to console her. When her tears seemed imminent, he leisurely grunted, "Your imagination is quite vivid." Azhi, upon hearing this, looked up at him with her small, round face scrunched in confusion. "What do you mean, Your Majesty?" With a light pat, he replied, "Do you truly believe I would allow anyone else to touch you?" After a moment's contemplation, Azhi concluded that such a scenario was indeed unlikely. Though eunuchs were peculiar, they were ultimately still men. "So, it was Your Majesty who carried me into the carriage?" she inquired, her certainty wavering. Han Yen, being a man who inherently valued propriety, would never openly embrace her in the presence of outsiders, no matter how much he doted on her. Moreover, Azhi was acutely aware that, despite his apparent affection, she could never occupy the most cherished place in his heart. His true beloved was the ethereal and enchanting Shu Fei within the palace. Or perhaps, he loved no one at all, and they were merely distractions to alleviate his boredom. Han Yin could not fathom Azhi's thoughts, but as he noticed her expression gradually fading, he frowned, pondering what fanciful notions occupied her mind. Feeling guilty, Azhi denied it. "I was merely reflecting on how kind Your Majesty is to me." Though her words were sweet, Han Yin believed not a syllable. Her eyes revealed no joy for him. He feared he held no place in her heart. Truly, she was a little ungrateful. Zhao Fulai reported that Az had awakened, prompting Ranyu to hasten over to assist her with her grooming. Az, who harbored a distaste for cosmetics, merely dusted her face with a hint of fragrant powder and styled her hair. This was the Emperor's carriage, although he had not uttered a word, as, upon finishing her preparations, instinctively disembarked during a brief halt. Han Yin observed her decisive departure, ultimately leaving the exquisite pre-rain Longjing tea untouched. As a step down from the Emperor's carriage, her mere presence attracted a multitude of subtle gazes from those around her. It was only upon her arrival that she comprehended the vastness of the entourage accompanying them to the spring hunt in the Western Mountains. The Imperial Guard was not to be mentioned. Even a glance at the officials' carriages revealed a seemingly endless procession. The Ministry of Internal Affairs had arranged a carriage solely for Az, and she proceeded towards her own with Ranyu in tow. While walking, she fortuitously encountered a woman approaching her. This woman was strikingly beautiful, exuding a different kind of allure from the vibrant and ostentatious charm of Consort Shu. Dressed in a simple moon-white garment, she appeared ethereal and otherworldly. The young lady offered her respects to Chunji, as smiled and gestured for her to rise, refraining from further conversation. As they brushed past each other, Az felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort and curiosity in her heart. Turning her head, she noticed that the woman had halted in front of the Emperor's carriage. It was then that Az understood the source of her unease. This woman was not one of the palace's consorts, and her boldness in approaching the Emperor could be deemed presumptuous. Az was indifferent to whether the Emperor would receive her. With so many women in his life, the absence of one would hardly matter. Nevertheless, a flicker of curiosity remained regarding the audacity of such a woman. "Ranyu, do you know who she is?" Az inquired. Ranyu furrowed her brow and shook her head, replying to the lady, "I do not know. Would you like me to inquire?" "It is of no consequence. I was merely asking out of curiosity." Just as Az returned to her carriage, she was approached by Zhou Xiui, who had received word and immediately arrived with a senior maid. "Sister Az, your carriage is indeed spacious and comfortable," Zhou Xiui exclaimed as she settled down. "You cannot imagine. Our carriage was cramped, and I was unceremoniously placed alongside concubine foam. The journey was quite unbearable." Az, with a smile, pushed a cup of tea towards her. "Sister Zhou, if you do not mind, we could travel together." "I wouldn't mind at all." Zhou Shui eagerly gulped down a few sips of tea. "Az, you are truly wonderful." As she spoke, she could not resist playfully pinching Az's soft cheeks, relishing the delightful texture until she reluctantly withdrew her hand. "Az, will you join me for a horseback ride tomorrow morning?" Zhou Shui asked. Az, feeling a bit embarrassed, softly replied, "I cannot ride." Zhou Shui paused, taken aback. The founding emperor of this dynasty had established his realm upon horseback, and although the status of military officials has diminished over time, all emperors have historically placed great importance on martial skills. The current emperor, even during his time as the Prince of Huai, had commanded troops and held immense prestige within the military. Thus, it was expected for both men and women to possess some proficiency in horsemanship and archery. Particularly among the highborn ladies, their equestrian skills often rivaled those of men. Every year, Fongaren has the privilege of accompanying the emperor, a favor not solely attributed to her father's influence, but also due to her remarkable equestrian and archery skills. Zhou Xiui paused momentarily, recalling that Azhi, having originated from the palace maid's ranks, likely had little opportunity to engage in such pursuits. With a bright smile, she inquired, "Would you like to learn?" Azhi's eyes sparkled as she eagerly nodded, unreservedly expressing her desire. "Very well. Come find me tomorrow at the first hour of the day. I shall take you to select a horse and teach you," Zhou Xiui declared. Azhi's heart swelled with joy as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Sister Zhou." Her happiness was genuine and unfeigned, prompting Zhou Xiui to playfully pinch her cheeks once more. Azhi, far from being annoyed, cheerfully presented her face once again. Chapter 37. Encountering one's own conspiracy upon arriving at the designated location, Azhi was about to follow Zhou Xiui when Zhao Fu approached her. "Chun Jieyu, why are you still here? The emperor is looking for you." Zhao Fu's smile was so broad it resembled a blooming flower, and Azhi felt an ominous premonition at the sight of his sycophantic grin, which invariably indicated the emperor's displeasure. Quietly, she took 2 steps back, having finally escaped. She had no desire to provoke a tiger. Noticing Azhi's subtle retreat, Zhao Fu's expression stiffened, the creases on his face becoming even more pronounced. He did not intend to be unkind by pushing Chun Jieyu forward, but only she could extinguish the emperor's wrath. Casting a glance at Zhou Xiui beside Azhi, who then departed with her maid, Zhao Fu's face fell. "Chun Jieyu, there's nothing I can do. Please, you must help me." With a heavy heart, Azhi followed Zhao Fu forward. What a troublesome affair. As she approached, a memorial was abruptly tossed at her feet. Regret washed over her. She should not have come. Just as she turned to leave, Zhao Fu gently nudged her, unexpectedly thrusting her into Han Yan's line of sight. "What brings you here?" Han Yan furrowed his brow at her. Azhi, quick to respond, declared, "I miss the emperor." As she spoke, she carefully sidestepped the memorial on the ground, advancing towards Han Yan. "It must have been that old Zhao who summoned you." By now, Han Yan had thoroughly discerned the nature of the person before him. It was nearly impossible for her to approach him voluntarily, especially after receiving favors without so much as a word of gratitude. Despite these thoughts, his hand reached out to catch her. "Zhao Gonggong is genuinely concerned for you." Outside, Zhao Fu nearly knelt upon hearing this. Chun Jieyu was indeed understanding of his difficulties. Han Yan seated himself, and Azhi, with 2 open memorials on the table. Though she had no intention of looking, she couldn't help but steal a glance. "Your Majesty, how can this person's handwriting be worse than mine?" Azhi remarked with a frown, quickly averting her gaze. Han Yan burst into laughter, his pent-up frustration dissipating in an instant. "Look," he thrust the memorial into Azhi's hands. It felt scalding, causing her body to stiffen, her eyes frozen in place. Han Yan inquired with a smile, "Why are you so nervous about something I gave you?" Azhi pouted, "Your Majesty, I cannot look at this. It is written in the tales that such characters are calamities to the nation." Han Yin raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the person before him, plump and fair, with his thoughts clearly reflected in his eyes. Did she dare aspire to be a calamity to the nation? He pinched her cheek lightly. You certainly have the audacity to think so. Azhi huffed in response, falling silent as she seized the opportunity to return the memorial to Han Yin. This was something the emperor dared to present, but she could not bring herself to read it. She understood well enough that the inner court must not meddle in state affairs, despite her limited education. Observing her reluctance, Han Yin did not press the matter further. You tend to be lazy, but since you are out, you should take the opportunity to walk around. There is nothing to do these days, so you might as well explore the surroundings. The concubine humbly obeys the emperor's decree. Azhi, in a somewhat peculiar manner, performed a curtsy in Han Yin's embrace. Upon hearing the voice of an external official requesting an audience, she promptly and discreetly descended from Han Yin's lap and exited with admirable awareness. Outside, upon seeing Azhi, Xie Tingwei quickly bowed and stepped aside. Azhi was somewhat taken aback to see him. However, recalling that he was a close minister to the emperor, his presence here was not entirely unexpected. Ran Yu, upon seeing Azhi emerge, hastily draped a cloak over her shoulders. Your Highness, shall we return to our tent, or take a stroll outside? Let us walk, Azhi replied. It is a rare opportunity to be out. The sky had darkened, yet torches illuminated the surroundings sufficiently. Your Highness, the woman we encountered today is from the Liu family. Azhi had nearly forgotten this matter, but Ran Yu's mention reminded her. Which Liu family? She inquired. In a hushed tone, Ran Yu uttered 4 words. Empress Dowager Xiao Yi. Instantly, Azhi recalled that the late Empress Dowager Xiao Yi, the emperor's biological mother, hailed from the Liu family. A subtle change washed over her expression. So this person is the emperor's cousin? Ran Yu remained silent. Azhi merely spoke offhandedly and soon dismissed the thought from her mind. As she and Ran Yu strolled leisurely, they ventured further, the flames around them dimming. Just as they were about to turn back, they overheard voices behind a small tent ahead. Azhi and Ran Yu exchanged glances and turned to leave. Chun Jiyu is currently favored by the emperor. Are you certain you wish to proceed thus? A deliberately subdued male voice mentioned her name, causing Azhi to halt in her tracks. The emperor is merely enamored by fleeting novelty. A mere palace maid, should she perish, would evoke not even a blink from him. This was a voice unfamiliar to her. Azhi's countenance darkened, and exchanging a glance with Ran Yu, they retreated cautiously, treading lightly. Azhi's pace quickened, her urgency escalating, her mind racing with the terrifying notion that someone sought to take her life. In her haste, she collided head-on with Xie Tingwei, who instinctively reached out to steady her. Azhi found herself crashing into his embrace, the impact causing her nose to sting. Tears welled in her eyes as she glared at Xie Tingwei, hastily extricating herself from his grasp. Without uttering a word, she hurried back to her tent with Ran Yu. Xie Tingwei gazed down at the jade earring snagged on his clothing, holding it carefully for a moment. Azhi completely forgot this minor incident, her thoughts consumed by the ominous words she had overheard. Meanwhile, Ran Yu furrowed her brow slightly. She had been trailing closely behind the empress and had observed everything clearly. Mr. Xie had evidently seen the empress and could have avoided her, yet chose to walk straight past. Once Azhi returned to her tent, she regained her composure, contemplating the exchange she had overheard. Ran Yu, who do you think wishes to harm me? Upon hearing this, Ran Yu's expression soured significantly. Your Highness, should we inform the emperor about this matter? No, Azhi replied without hesitation, shaking her head firmly. 2 mere sentences hardly constitute irrefutable evidence. If she were to seek the emperor's intervention based solely on those ambiguous remarks, it would be exceedingly rash. Moreover, the emperor is engrossed in a plethora of state affairs. Even if she were to face some untoward incident, as suggested by those 2 individuals, she is merely a palace maid, and her demise would scarcely elicit a flicker of concern from him. Where is Ran Yu and Wu Xiang? Replying to her highness, she has gone to fetch the meals. On this journey, each imperial consort is permitted to bring only 1 attendant, yet Azhi has been graciously allowed to bring an additional companion by the emperor's favor. She now feels immense relief for having brought Wu Xiang along. Azhi instructed in a low voice, starting tomorrow, you shall remain in the tent, while Wuxiang will accompany me closely at all times. Chapter 38. Deliberate intent. On the following morning, as dawn broke, Azhi had just finished her meal when Zhou Xiui arrived. The two set off together to select horses. You have never ridden before. Allow me to assist you in choosing a gentle little steed, Zhou Xiui offered. Thank you, Sister Zhou. Azhi, entirely inexperienced in horseback riding, listened intently to Zhou Xiui's every word. Upon reaching the location, Azhi's gaze immediately fell upon a charming little white horse. Zhou Xiui took a moment to assess it, confirming it was indeed a gentle pony. If you fancy it, then this shall be the one. Azhi was delighted, and Wuxiang helped to lead the little white horse out. Azhi's selection was swift, while Zhou Xiui seemed to deliberate longer over her own choice. Azhi, unable to discern the quality of horses, watched as Zhou Xiui examined several before finally pausing before a tall black stallion. Just as Zhou Xiui moved to lead it, a hand intervened. Miss Liu, I find this horse quite appealing, declared Lady Feng, seizing the reins for herself, leaving Lady Liu visibly uncomfortable behind her. I pay my respects to Zhou Xiui and to Chun Jiu, Lady Feng acknowledged, only appearing to notice Azhi and the others upon hearing Lady Liu's greeting. She performed a half-hearted curtsy, rising before any further words could be exchanged. It was evident to all present that her insincerity was palpable, causing both Azhi and Zhou Xiui to wear displeased expressions. Yet, Lady Feng feigned nonchalance, stating, "The Emperor has mentioned that the outside world differs from the palace. We ought to be more relaxed. I trust my two elder sisters will not mind." With that, she attempted to lead the horse away, but Azhi, with a stern countenance, interjected, "Stop right there." Lady Feng's expression faltered momentarily, yet she complied, uncertain of what further instructions Chun Jiu might have. Azhi regarded her coolly, her gaze falling upon the large black stallion in Lady Feng's grasp, an animal Zhou Xiui had chosen. "Even if you have taken a liking to it, I would kindly request that you select another." To Zhou Xiui's surprise, the typically gentle Azhi stood up for her, prompting Zhou Xiui to take a small step forward. "I must insist, Lady Feng, that you choose anew." Lady Feng's face contorted with dissatisfaction as she clutched the reins. Through gritted teeth, she retorted, "I was unaware that you favored this horse, but it has a fiery temperament, and I fear you may struggle to manage it. There is no need for your concern." Zhou Xiui replied coolly, and her attendant promptly reclaimed the reins from Lady Feng. Standing there, Lady Feng's countenance darkened, and Lady Liu hastily pulled her away. This brief altercation was dismissed by Azhi and Zhou Xiui without much thought. Azhi grasped the reins firmly. "Now, place your legs over the saddle. Do not hesitate." Zhou Xiui instructed. "You must push off. Loosen your grip on the reins." After instructing Azhi for an entire hour, Zhou Xiui grew increasingly frustrated as Azhi struggled to mount the horse. "Azhi, why can't you grasp this? It is such a simple task. At 8 years old, I learned to ride after just 2 lessons from my father." Azhi lowered her head, feeling quite embarrassed. She had not anticipated that this seemingly simple action would prove so challenging. Cautiously lifting her gaze, she addressed Zhou Xiui, "Sister Zhou, perhaps you could ride first while I practice on my own?" Zhou Xiui furrowed her brow deeply, feeling a sense of unease. "No, I cannot leave you here alone, especially since you cannot even mount a horse." "It is all right," Azhi reassured her, pulling Wuxiang closer. "Wuxiang can teach me." "Her?" Zhou Xiui expressed her skepticism, doubting that a palace maid could possess martial skills, dismissing Azhi's claim as a mere deception. With no other option, Azhi revealed, "She is someone sent by His Majesty." Only then did Zhou Xiui relent. However, as she departed, her concern prompted her to admonish Azhi, "Place safely here. I shall return shortly." Azhi promised repeatedly, allowing Zhou Xiui to leave. Once Zhou Xiui was gone, Azhi's expression fell. "Wuxiang, do you think I am too foolish?" Azhi approached the little white horse, gazing into its large eyes. Wuxiang's brow twitched slightly as she tactfully replied, "Your Highness learned to ride quite swiftly the first time. Is that true?" Azhi turned to her. "How long did it take you to mount the first time you learned?" "Well," Wuxiang hesitated, "I mastered it after 1 session." Upon hearing this, Azhi's dejection vanished instantly. If Wu Xiang took an hour, then her own experience seemed trifling. Wu Xiang, please hold the reins for me. I wish to try again. With Wu Xiang's assistance, Azhi awkwardly climbed onto the horse. Just as she steadied herself, the sound of hooves echoed from behind. Your Highness, be careful. Lady Feng rode past on her steed, nearly brushing against Azhi, startling the little horse, which reared up on its front legs. Wu Xiang, clutching the reins tightly, could only watch helplessly as Azhi fell to the ground. Swiftly, Wu Xiang led the little horse away to prevent it from causing further harm to Azhi. Your Highness, are you all right? Wu Xiang hurried to help Azhi up, her face etched with guilt. It was unacceptable for Azhi to be injured right under her watch. Wu Xiang immediately knelt to apologize, but Azhi grasped her hand, saying, I am fine. Azhi, always clad warmly, even in riding attire thicker than others, was fortunate. Otherwise, the fall could have caused her significant pain. Lady Jiu, are you unhurt? Azhi looked up at the instigator of the incident, Lady Feng, who sat atop her horse. Outside the palace, the formality was less stringent. Lady Feng donned a vibrant red riding outfit that accentuated her alluring beauty. Azhi cast a frosty glare at Lady Feng, recalling the moment when the horse had charged past her. The memory still sent shivers down her spine. Seeing Lady Feng's continued smile and indifferent demeanor, Azhi's voice turned cold. Lady Feng dismount. The amusement on Lady Feng's face faded slightly. Everyone is riding. I did not even touch you. Are you truly blaming me for your lack of stability? Lady Feng had long harbored resentment towards Azhi. Why should a person of lowly origins overshadow her? Not only did the emperor favor Azhi, but even the empress seemed to lean in her direction. As the commotion attracted the attention of several officials' wives, they began to gather around. Az refrained from engaging in a dispute with her, yet her countenance betrayed her displeasure as she coldly inquired once more, Lady Feng, I implore you, will you not descend? Lady Feng's expression became rigid and unsightly. The concubine was indeed correct, for even if the noble lady harbored grievances, it was unseemly to unjustly direct her ire at others. Suddenly, Az broke into a smile, and an ominous sense of foreboding stirred within Lady Feng. Az then turned to the nearby W11 and remarked, This learning has proven rather dull. I crave something more exhilarating. W11 immediately comprehended the unspoken intention and deftly mounted another horse. Lady Feng, witnessing W11's swift ascent, felt a wave of dread wash over her. What are you planning to do? The expressions of the two women shifted dramatically, and now it was Az who regarded her with a radiant smile. Chapter 39. An eye for an eye. Azhi cast a glance at Wu Xiang on horseback. With a flick of her whip, the horse bolted forward like an arrow released from its bow. Instantly, Lady Feng felt a tightness in her chest. As Wu Xiang's steed galloped past her, she finally exhaled in relief. However, her respite was short-lived, for she soon heard the urgent sound of hooves rapidly approaching from behind. Turning around, she witnessed Wu Xiang tumble off her mount, while the horse, now uncontrollable, charged directly toward her. The speed was overwhelming, leaving Lady Feng no time to react. In the blink of an eye, a collision occurred. Bang! Ah! The sound of Lady Feng hitting the ground, along with the startled gasps of the surrounding ladies, erupted in the enclosure. The fall had been quite disastrous for Lady Feng. Her meticulously arranged hair and attire were now in disarray. Wu Xiang swiftly returned to Azhi's side and knelt gracefully, pleading, Your Highness, forgive me. I did not see Lady Feng in front of me. Please punish this servant. Azhi helped her to her feet, asserting, How could this be your fault? Just as Lady Feng was managing to rise in a rather pitiful state, Azhi waved her hand dismissively and said with a smile, You were riding splendidly and did not even touch Lady Feng. She fell through her own folly. What connection does that have to you? Azhi echoed back Lady Feng's earlier words with precision. Self-aware of her temperament, Azhi was not one to easily forgive, especially when it involved repaying malice with kindness. Lady Feng, fully aware of Azhi's limited equestrian skills, had acted with malicious intent. Her behavior was utterly reprehensible. Chunjia Waiyu, Lady Feng called out, limping over with assistance from the palace maids. Azhi surmised that her leg was likely broken. How unfortunate. What is it that you wish to say to this concubine? Lady Feng inquired, her complexion darkening. I was merely jesting with you, yet you retaliate with such malice. Azhi interrupted with a frown. Lady Feng, one may indulge in erratic consumption, but one must not speak recklessly. When did this concubine ever seek revenge upon you? Were you not the one who acted with intent? Lady Feng's face turned a shade of iron. Lady Feng, this is the enclosure. Is it not permissible for my maid to ride? Lady Feng's expression flickered, and suddenly she knelt before Azhi, imploring, Chunjia Wayu, I beseech you to spare me. I shall never return to the enclosure again. Azhi furrowed her brow in confusion. What had come over her? At that moment, Wu Xiang tugged at Azhi's sleeve. Before Azhi could turn around, a synchronized chorus of greetings erupted, and everyone around them knelt. Only Azhi remained standing, bewildered. Han Yin approached, and, noticing Azhi's bewilderment, frowned. Why do you still stand there? Upon seeing Han Yin, Azhi understood the reason behind Lady Feng's sudden display. Just as she was about to step forward, she saw Lady Feng, who had been kneeling not far away, rise unsteadily and stagger toward Han Yin, kneeling before him and pleading, Your Majesty, I implore you to advocate for this concubine. Han Yin frowned at her disheveled appearance. What has happened to you? Azhi remained silent, letting out a small hum of discontent. Lady Feng was about to speak, but she cast a wary glance at Azhi, as though fearful of some impending threat. As nearly burst into laughter, Han Yin wore a solemn expression. Speak plainly. Only then did Lady Feng begin, her words laced with sorrow and despair. Had it not been directly involved, she might have been swayed by the performance. Upon finishing, Han Yin turned to Az, who stood awkwardly to the side. Did you instigate the maid to do this? Han Yin remained still, while Lady Feng appeared like a fragile willow, kneeling at his feet. The sight was irksome to Az, especially as she witnessed Han Yin still inquiring about Lady Feng, intensifying her discomfort. With a furrowed brow, Az coolly replied, It was I who pushed her. Az's admission was direct and unambiguous. A smirk of triumph crept onto Lady Feng's lips. Han Yin was taken aback by Az's forthrightness, his brow furrowed in thought, ready to speak, when he noticed the previously defiant girl's eyes gradually reddening. Az gazed intently at Han Yin, her eyes glistening with tears. Han Yin, momentarily at a loss, thought, I have yet to say anything. What is this? Az pouted. Why does your majesty not inquire why I acted thus? Az blinked, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Lady Feng, fully aware of Az's inability to ride, had deliberately approached on horseback, causing Az to fall. Ignoring the specifics, Han Yin only heard that Az had fallen, deepening his frown as he stepped closer to her. What nonsense! Why did you not say so earlier? He scrutinized her for injuries. It hurts. It hurts terribly, Az exclaimed, pushing Han Yin away. After all, the emperor favored Lady Feng and disregarded her. She might as well suffer. I shall return to the palace this instant, and will not trouble your majesty. With tears streaming down her face, Az hastily departed. Han Yin's expression darkened, and the surrounding officials and ladies dared not utter a word. Even Lady Feng, kneeling on the ground, regarded Az's retreating figure with a complex expression. That was the emperor. Even to meet his gaze was a grave offense, let alone to push him in full view of others. Az quickly left. The moment she was out of Han Yin's sight, her tears ceased. Her face bore no trace of sorrow, leaving Wu Xiang, who had intended to offer comfort, utterly perplexed. Your Highness, what is this? Az then remembered that she was not accompanied by Rainey today. This person was indeed the Emperoress. After a moment's thought, Az sighed, Wu Xiang, you're still young and do not understand. This is called feigned retreat. Wu Xiang's expression was complicated, although she did not fully grasp the concept. She was aware of its meaning. Could it be employed in this manner? Upon returning to the tent, Az left Rainey alone. Having witnessed the earlier events, Rainey was startled. Your Highness, that was overly bold. Az was acutely aware of the danger in her actions, yet in comparison to her life, it paled in significance. The moment Az laid eyes on Han Yin, numerous thoughts flashed through her mind. She recalled the whispers from the previous night. Since there were those among the hunting party intent on her demise, she might as well return. Just moments ago, she had openly declared her intent to return to the palace, showing blatant disrespect to the emperor. It is presumed that the emperor's decree summoning her back to the palace will arrive shortly. However, your highness, are you not afraid that the emperor might truly be angered with you? Azhi lightly scoffed. If he is angry, so be it. He will not take off my head. At worst, I shall be relegated to the cold palace. Azhi's words startled Ranyu. Your highness. Such words should not be spoken lightly. Noticing the tension on Ranyu's face, Azhi chose to remain silent. Yet in truth, this was precisely how Azhi felt. Having endured a difficult existence previously, she would have perished long ago were it not for eunuch Yang. Thus, Azhi cherished life more than anyone else. As long as she could live, it mattered little whether she were a favored concubine or a mere inhabitant of the cold palace. The emperor's fleeting affection was inherently transient. Relying on something so ephemeral was wearisome. Azhi had come to a clear understanding. Regardless of her circumstances, as long as she lived, eunuch Yang and Yuan Bao would not abandon her. Ranyu, please tidy up your belongings. We shall depart shortly. It is best to leave this perilous place as soon as possible. Chapter 40. The art of seduction through withdrawal. Azhi acted swiftly, and before long, all items were tidily arranged. Han Yin, with a stern expression, was accompanied by Zhao Fu, who wore a similarly distressed demeanor. He had never anticipated that Chun Jiu would possess such audacity. Her boldness was nothing short of astounding, daring even to challenge the emperor himself. Observing the emperor's current state, Zhao Fu, with his understanding of the emperor, surmised that Chun Jiu was likely to fall from grace. Initially, Zhao Fu had held Chun Jiu in high regard, especially since she treated the servants kindly. It was indeed a pity for her to lose favor in such a manner. As Zhao Fu lamented, Han Yin, suppressing his ire, commanded, "Summon her to me." A pang of apprehension coursed through Zhao Fu. Recalling Azhi's past kindness, he ventured, "Your Majesty, Chun Jiu is still young. It is conceivable that she has endured great indignities today, prompting her actions." Han Yin scrutinized Zhao Fu with his dark eyes, causing Zhao Fu to falter and kneel. Realizing he had overstepped, "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon for my impertinence." Zhao Fu, confess honestly, how many benefits have you received from her? Zhao Fu, an old fox in such matters, was acutely aware of what should or should not be said. Instances of defending someone like this were rare over the years. "Your Majesty, I am wronged," he insisted, prostrating his forehead against the ground. Han Yin snorted coldly, choosing not to pursue the matter further. "Bring the maidservant who attends her." Zhao Fu hesitated, uncertain whether the emperor wished to see Wu Xiang or Ranyu. He hurried out and, after contemplation, opted to summon Wu Xiang. Once Wu Xiang departed, Azhi and Ranyu immediately understood, exchanging a knowing glance about the purpose of Wu Xiang's visit. Ranyu assisted Azhi in changing out of her riding attire and checked for any injuries. Relieved to find no significant harm, her brow furrowed upon discovering a small abrasion on Azhi's palm. How brazen of this Lady Feng! She is but a minor noble, yet displays such reckless audacity. Lowering her voice, Ranyu inquired, "Your Highness, could Lady Feng be one of the two individuals from last night?" "Not her," Azhi replied decisively, shaking her head. Though she had once suspected Lady Feng, further reflection led her to conclude that the assailant was not Lady Feng. Despite her ill intentions, Lady Feng lacked the courage to act so boldly. If she were truly audacious, she would have feigned nonchalance and directly charged at Azhi on horseback today. While Azhi pondered the identity of the assailant, Han Yin, having received Wu Xiang's report, was left in a state of disbelief. Did she truly say that? Wu Xiang knelt upright, responding, "Your Majesty, Chun Jiu indeed made such a statement." Han Yin's expression turned complex. The art of seduction through withdrawal. Could Azhi truly comprehend such a concept? He harbored doubts, suspecting Azhi might not even grasp the meaning of those words. Yet she had spoken them. Nearby, Zhao Fu noticed Han Yan's countenance brighten and marveled. To turn the tide like this, Chun Jiu truly possesses remarkable prowess. With Han Yan's mood visibly improving, he recalled Azhi's mention of her fall from horseback, furrowing his brow anew. What precisely transpired today? Wu Xiang has been gone for quite some time, and has furrowed her brow as she gazed at the neatly packed boxes at her feet. "Rainy, why has there been no decree from His Majesty yet?" Rainy, equally anxious, noted that Wu Xiang had been away for a quarter of an hour, and logically, she should have returned by now. My lady, should I go out and take a look? Az frowned and replied, no, let us wait a little longer. If she hasn't returned in another quarter of an hour, we shall leave directly. However, Rainey hesitated, her words caught in her throat, and ultimately said nothing. Suddenly, footsteps sounded from outside the tent. Az glanced at Rainey and immediately laid down on the bed, covering herself with a quilt, beginning her pretense. Rainey, surely his majesty no longer favors me. Despite my affection for him, he still shows preference for consort foam. Truly, how fickle men can be. The last remark was a line she had memorized from a novel, and it now served its purpose well. Az was so engrossed in her performance that she was oblivious to the fact that the person entering was not Zhao Fu delivering a decree, but rather Han Yin himself. Rainey, kneeling by the bed, wished to offer a warning, but Az was too absorbed in her act. She coughed several times, but Az remained unaware. Zhao Fu, having accompanied the emperor, heard her words upon entering and instinctively glanced at the emperor's expression. Remarkably, he observed a hint of guilt on Han Yan's face. My fate is truly wretched. It seems I am utterly undesirable. How can you claim to be undesirable? Az was lamenting when she abruptly heard Han Yan's voice, causing her body beneath the quilt to stiffen in fear, paralyzed with trepidation. Come out. Do not suffocate yourself. Han Yan tugged at the quilt, but has clutched it tightly. Fearing for her safety, he released his grip. The figure beneath the quilt remained motionless, and Han Yan's expression darkened. I shall say this once more. Come out. In desperation, Az pinched her thigh with her other hand, tears welling in her eyes, and slowly began to peel back the quilt. Gradually, her tear-streaked, rosy eyes emerged. Even Han Yan, with his hardened heart, softened upon seeing Az in such a state, gently wiping away her tears. Why are you crying? Zhao Fu and Rainey, witnessing the scene, hurriedly withdrew. Az, with her round, glistening eyes wide open, looked at him filled with grievance and pitiable sorrow. Enough! I have yet to punish you, and here you are, already feeling wronged. Az evaded Han Yan's attempt to embrace her. Noticing her resistance, Han Yan's cold gaze deepened. Az, do not be troublesome. Az detected a hint of impatience in his voice. Her lips trembled with indignation, and she burst into tears. The commotion startled Zhao Fu and Rainey waiting outside. Han Yan, too, was taken aback by Az's sudden outburst. He had not witnessed such childlike tears in many years, yet here they were, manifested in his beloved Zhaojia. This struck him as refreshingly novel. However, he knew that if he continued to cry, she would ruin her voice and eyes, so he quickly gathered her, quilt and all, into his lap. No more crying. Han Yin had no experience in comforting others. His words were blunt and devoid of warmth. Azhi, with tear-filled eyes, gazed at him, lamenting how the emperor had bullied her, now even forbidding her to shed tears. Han Yin, upon hearing Azhi's accusations, was baffled, wondering when he had ever mistreated her. Humph, the emperor wouldn't dare to admit to his misdeeds. Azhi's sobs gradually softened. Han Yin, with a furrowed brow, retorted, Nonsense. What nonsense have I spoken? Azhi replied, her eyes swollen and red, her voice laden with grievance. At the hunting grounds, it was clearly Lady Feng's fault. Yet the emperor chose to side with her and bully me, even insisting I return to the palace, perhaps intending to cast me into the cold palace. Han Yan's brow furrowed deeply, his expression one of complexity. It was the first time he realized the remarkable skill with which she could distort the truth and turn the tables, surpassing even the eloquence of the censors at the imperial court. Chapter 41. The impetuous one. Upon finishing her statement, Azhi noticed the silence from Han Yin and discreetly glanced at him. Their eyes unexpectedly met, causing Azhi to feel a wave of discomfort wash over her. Her tears had dried up, leaving her feeling quite awkward. No more fussing, she muttered, her eyes reddened. She understood the wisdom of knowing when to cease. I had no idea my Chun Juyu possessed such remarkable skills in fabricating tales, she thought. I do not, Azhi retorted. Han Yin raised an eyebrow. Do you not? Azhi felt a twinge of guilt. If the emperor said it was true, perhaps it was. Han Yin nearly burst into laughter from her exasperation, but hesitated to strike her lightly upon seeing the tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. "Undress, let me see," he commanded. Azhi's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Han Yin. "Your Majesty, given my current state, how could you still think of such matters?" she exclaimed, a blend of embarrassment and anger flooding her. Han Yin's expression darkened. "What do you occupy your mind with all day? Do you perceive me as some sort of insatiable lecher?" Realizing her misunderstanding, Azhi forced a smile and leaned closer. "That was not my intention." Obediently, she removed her outer garment. No injuries were visible on her body. Han Yin furrowed his brow. Does anything hurt? After all, she had fallen from her horse. While there were no external wounds, internal injuries could not be dismissed. Azhi softly reassured him, "Your Majesty, do not worry. I am warmly dressed. I feel no pain." Han Yan's frown deepened. "I shall summon physician Zhao to examine you." Seeing him about to call for Zhao Fu, Azhi quickly interjected, "I assure you, I am perfectly fine." Little Bai is small and short. The fall did not hurt at all. She looked up at him, noticing Han Yin still furrowing his brow. She extended her palm, slightly scraped towards him. "This is where it hurts." Azhi's hand was fair, slightly plump, and her fingers were round and adorable, features that Han Yin had always enjoyed holding and playing with. The injury was minor, merely a scrape, yet the vibrant red mark was strikingly noticeable. "Why did you not mention your injury sooner?" Han Yin's tone revealed his growing relief. Seizing the moment, Azhi nestled into his embrace. Thinking how Han Yan's gaze had been fixed solely on concubine Feng, seemingly oblivious to her presence. "Enough of your nonsense," he said, giving her a light pat. "This ungrateful little one speaks without restraint." He had merely asked a question, and she had erupted in a fit, disregarding the public setting. Now, he found himself in the position of comforter. Han Yin found this experience intriguingly novel. "Let physician Zhao come to check on you. For the next few days, you shall refrain from riding." Azhi sat up straight, indignant, and glared at him. Unable to resist, Han Yin leaned in and planted a gentle kiss on her forehead, softly coaxing, "Once your hand is healed, I shall personally teach you to ride." "Really?" Azhi's clear eyes sparkled with excitement. "Your Majesty is so kind." Han Yin observed the swift change in her demeanor, feeling utterly bemused. Though he had come out for the spring hunt, the influx of petitions had not diminished. He was hardly spared a moment's respite, and the half-hour spent with Azhi had been carved out of his busy schedule. Azhi reluctantly bid farewell to the departing figure. Yet once Han Yin had left, her delicate features darkened, her brows knitting tightly in concern. "Your Highness, Dr. Zhao has arrived," Ran Yu gently reminded her. Azhi's expression was muted as she replied, "Let him in." The injury on her hand was trivial. A mere application of medicine for a couple of days would suffice for complete recovery. She bore no concern for her own wound. Her anxiety stemmed from the fact that she could not return at present. A brief glance at the neatly arranged boxes beside her revealed the futility of her efforts. Once Dr. Zhao had departed, Ran Yu cautiously tended to Azhi's injury. "Your Highness, we are in the hunting grounds, right beneath the Emperor's watchful eye. Surely those individuals would not dare to be so audacious." Ran Yu reassured her, sensing that Azhi was overthinking the situation. Even if someone harbored ill intentions, they would not act under the Emperor's scrutiny. Azhi shook her head gravely. "Ran Yu, there is a saying, danger lurks in the light. Do not underestimate the audacity of certain individuals." She cherished her life, preferring to be overly cautious rather than fall victim to unforeseen dangers. Lowering her gaze to the bandages wrapping her right hand, she contemplated, "Ran Yu, I have been injured. From this day forth, I shall not meet anyone." Ran Yu immediately grasped Azhi's intent. This servant understands. Although Azhi had no family outside the palace, she had received several invitations just after her arrival yesterday. She had perused them briefly, noting they were from the wives of officials of the 5th and 6th ranks. Azhi was not naive. She understood these individuals approached her with ulterior motives. Lacking ambition, she naturally wished to avoid entanglements with these court officials. Later that evening, Zhou Xiu visited, already aware of the day's events, her face etched with guilt as she berated herself for having left. She departed, leaving behind numerous gifts, which Azhi could only accept, unable to refuse. The following morning, Ranyu entered with a beaming expression. "What brings such joy?" Azhi inquired. "Your Highness, Consort Feng has returned to the palace and has been placed under house arrest for 3 months." This revelation was unexpected. Azhi scrutinized Ranyu. Is the news credible? It was personally conveyed to this servant by eunuch Zhao. Thus, it must be true. When Consort Feng had left, she had done so most reluctantly, yearning to meet the emperor, waiting outside his tent for over an hour, only to be escorted away by 2 young eunuchs. It was indeed a pitiful sight, lacking in grace. Upon hearing Ranyu's account, Azhi did not find amusement in the misfortune of others. Rather, her expression was one of complexity. She did not wish to return, yet yearned for the very thing she could not attain. Azhi had secluded herself in the tent for 2 days. On this day, while conversing with Ranyu, Zhao Fu approached with an unusually cordial demeanor. Before he could speak, Azhi preemptively interjected, "Eunuch Zhao, I am injured. The physician has advised rest, so I shall refrain from disturbing the emperor." Zhao Fu's smile faltered. "Lady Jia." Azhi emitted a cold snort. "Ranyu, please pour a cup of hot tea for eunuch Zhao. Once he is finished, see him back personally." Zhao Fu's demeanor shifted entirely. His face contorted in despair as he pleaded, "Lady Jia, you misunderstand this old servant." Azhi regarded him with a skeptical gaze. "Is that so?" Zhao Fu is truly a cunning individual. Every time he smiles ingratiatingly, it invariably heralds trouble. Whenever he wears that expression, Azhi finds that, in 8 out of 10 instances, the emperor is in a foul mood when she approaches. Having been deceived so many times, Azhi has learned to be wise. Engaging in such perilous endeavors is best avoided. Even if one manages to escape and scathe a time or two, there is no guarantee that fortune will smile upon them indefinitely. "Your Highness, you have truly misunderstood. It is by the emperor's decree that I, an old servant, have come to summon you," Zhao Fu asserted, taken aback by Chun Jiu's newfound wariness. Yet, this time, Chun Jiu had indeed wronged him. Zhao Fu repeatedly assured her, and thus, Azhi, albeit with lingering doubts, accompanied Wu Xiang to the designated location. Chapter 42. Roasting and eating. Zhao Fu guided Azhi towards the encampment. Azhi, puzzled, inquired Zhao Gonggong, "Is the emperor not in the tent?" Her question stemmed from the emperor's preoccupations. He had been here for several days, utterly busy. "The matters concerning his majesty require my utmost discretion," Zhao Fu replied, not daring to elaborate further. As they approached, Azhi caught sight of Han Yin galloping towards them, exuding vigor in his martial attire. From a distance, he resembled not an emperor, but rather a valiant general. This was a visage of the emperor Azhi had never encountered, and she found herself momentarily entranced. Upon reaching her, Han Yin noticed her captivated gaze and felt a surge of pride, almost wishing to gallop another lap. However, he refrained. "Have you had your fill of watching?" Azhi sweetly replied, "Your Majesty looks splendid. I cannot gaze enough." "What nonsense," Han Yin chuckled, dismounting. "Which young lady is so shameless?" Azhi, lifting her skirts, playfully responded, "The one from the emperor's household." Han Yin could only shake his head in amused resignation, recognizing her talent for flattery. Her words dripped with honey. Yet he sensed an insincerity beneath her charming facade. What does His Majesty wish to summon the concubines for? Han Yin led a white horse forward. Did you not express a desire to learn horseback riding a few days ago? Today, I shall personally instruct you. The prospect of the emperor teaching her thrilled Azhi. Yet the imposing stature of the horse stirred an apprehension within her. With a furrowed brow, she hesitantly proposed, "Your Majesty, might we switch to the smaller white horse?" She longed for the gentle, diminutive steed she had ridden before, fearing a fall from the larger horse would be far more perilous. Memories of noble consort Feng limping after a tumble haunted her thoughts. Understanding her trepidation, Han Yin reassured her in a gentle tone, "This horse is very docile. Do not fear." Yet, his words only intensified her anxiety. Despite her hesitation, Han Yin grasped the reins firmly and whispered, "I shall lead the horse for you. There is no need to be afraid." His deep, dark eyes, when focused on her, seemed to draw her in, leaving her unable to resist as she nodded in agreement. Too late to reconsider. Reluctantly, she approached the white horse, aware that such a privilege as the emperor personally guiding her was an honor unprecedented. Many onlookers watched with envy from afar, unable to draw near. Since noble consort Feng had been returned to the palace, Lady Lu had refrained from venturing out, fearing she might be the next to face such a fate. Although she bore no ill will towards consort Chun, her proximity during that incident left her vulnerable. With consort Chun now favored, who could assure her that misfortune would not befall her as well? Elmarin, known for her timid nature, had been plagued by nightmares for several consecutive days. Only after a few days did she muster the courage to venture out with her maidservants. As she stepped outside, she unexpectedly encountered Chun Jiyu and the emperor. My lady, who would have thought the emperor would bestow such affection upon Chun Jiyu? One of Elmarin's maidservants exclaimed. Observing the distant scene, Elmarin's expression turned forlorn. The emperor indeed showered Chun Jiyu with affection, even personally tending to her horse. A wave of melancholy washed over her. Who could have anticipated that the inconspicuous palace made from the inner court merely half a year ago would ascend so rapidly to become Chun Jiyu? Such a swift promotion was unprecedented in the harem. Moreover, the emperor regarded her with utmost importance, providing her with luxuries that far surpassed her rank. And no one dared to utter a word of discontent, for it was bestowed by the emperor himself. Chun Jiyu had merely suffered a minor injury. Yet Feng Guiran was sent back to the palace. The emperor's favoritism was glaringly apparent. Elmarin's enthusiasm for horseback riding dissipated instantly. Let us return. The maidservant trailing behind her hesitated to speak, ultimately remaining silent. Their mistress was out of favor, and words would be futile. Han Yin believed he had shown ample patience. But seeing Azhi's fear of the horse, which had persisted for half an hour without her daring to mount even once, he could no longer suppress his frown. Han Yan's expression darkened, which only intensified Azhi's trepidation. She looked at him nervously, her voice trembling with fear. Very well, Han Yan conceded. If you cannot learn, then do not. Upon hearing his words, Azhi quickly distanced herself from the horse. Han Yan found her reaction amusing. Had she not previously vowed to learn a ride? Azhi retorted with conviction. That was then. This is now. Han Yan chuckled at her lack of resolve. Azhi readily admitted. A concubine is indeed without ambition. Despite her words, she could not help but feel a pang of envy as she observed others riding freely in the arena. Do you wish to try? He inquired. Azhi, momentarily taken aback, did not grasp his meaning. Before she could react, he swiftly lifted her by the waist and placed her upon the horse. Startled, Azhi clung tightly to Han Yan's neck, not daring to let go for a moment. Fear not. I am here, he assured her, gaining confidence from his promise. Azhi cautiously opened her eyes. The expansive view before her gradually eased her tension. Han Yin guided Azhi into the woods, since they were at the spring hunt. They ought to catch something. On the first day of his arrival at Shishan, he established a rule. The top 3 participants in the hunt over the next 5 days would receive rewards. As the emperor, Han Yin had no need to compete for such accolades. He leisurely rode through the forest with Azhi, occasionally drawing his bow to shoot at any game that caught his eye. Azhi's keen eyes spotted a white rabbit behind a tree stump from a distance. Your Majesty, she called. Han Yan's gaze followed hers. Do you wish to catch it? Yes, Azhi nodded, envisioning how delicious it would be after being seasoned with salt by Gong Zhao upon their return. Han Yin nearly dropped the arrow he had just knocked, his expression a mixture of incredulity and exasperation. You intend to roast it? Han Yin recalled the time when he had hunted a gray rabbit, and the gentle consort had shed tears upon witnessing the injured creature. She had taken it upon herself to care for the rabbit tenderly. He had assumed that all women would respond in a similar manner, yet he was surprised to find that Azhi was contemplating roasting it for a meal. Azhi, not grasping the deeper implication of Han Yan's words, thought that roasting would render it unpalatable, suggesting that braising would be a preferable option. She reminisced about how Yuan Bao would always bring her rabbit heads upon returning from the palace market. Initially, she had been hesitant to partake, deeming it too cruel. Yet once she had tasted it, such feelings dissipated. Since Azhi relished it, Han Yin naturally felt no objection. With a swift release, the arrow flew forth, and the guards trailing behind promptly retrieved the struck rabbit. It was Azhi's first encounter with a living rabbit, and she found it intriguing. Just as she leaned in for a closer look, a sudden noise emanated from the front, indicating the presence of officials or noble youths hunting in the woods. Azhi had encountered such situations multiple times during their journey with Han Yin, and thus paid it little mind. However, in the next moment, a face emerged from behind the trees, causing Azhi to instinctively sit up straighter and gaze towards the individual across from her. Chapter 43. Encountering danger, two individuals approached, seemingly siblings. One of them, Azhi recognized, Lu Yin, the esteemed daughter of the Lu family. The other, a gentleman, was presumably Lu Yin's elder brother, Luin. Your Majesty, I extend my greetings, as well as to Lady Chun, spoke the minister. Your Majesty, I humbly offer my salutations, along with my respects to Lady Chun. The young lady echoed. Azhi discreetly observed the pair of siblings, noting their exceptional appearances. She then glanced back at the emperor, who was said to resemble his mother, the stunning Empress Dowager Xiaoi, both possessing remarkable beauty. As Azhi regarded Lu Yin, the latter was also contemplating Azhi. Over the past few months, she had heard her mother speak of Lady Chun countless times. Yet, since their last encounter, she had come to realize that Lady Chun was far from what they had all assumed. She was underestimated by many. Azhi had presumed that the emperor would be more cordial towards the Lu siblings, given their familial ties, but the reality seemed otherwise. The emperor's demeanor was notably aloof. Throughout the encounter, he had uttered little more than a greeting. In the absence of the emperor's words, the Lu siblings lingered behind without expressing any intention to depart. Azhi found the situation increasingly tedious. The emperor's obvious disinterest should have prompted anyone with discernment to take their leave. The other individuals she had encountered on her journey had all offered their greetings and departed promptly. While the Lu siblings remained behind, Azhi felt a growing discomfort. The shift in her demeanor did not go unnoticed by Han Yin, who sensed her unease and exhibited subtle signs of impatience. Just as he was about to speak, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby bushes, followed by the gradual appearance of a white tiger. The guards swiftly encircled Han Yin and Azhi. Upon seeing the white tiger, Azhi's complexion paled significantly, her expression turning grave. She understood that the officials responsible for the spring hunt would have conducted thorough checks to ensure the emperor's safety and enjoyment, making the presence of such a formidable beast inconceivable. Han Yan's expression darkened. He was well aware of the implications that Azhi had grasped. As the white tiger's eyes glimmered ominously, the captain of the Imperial Guards, Wei Qian, spoke in a grave tone, Your Majesty, I shall escort you and Lady Chun to safety. Confident in his capable guards, Han Yin was unperturbed. After leaving behind a few men for protection, he intended to depart under the escort of Wei Qian and his team. However, from the moment the tiger appeared, it had its gaze fixated on Han Yin and Azhi, shadowing their every move. Your Majesty, Azhi's voice trembled. She pressed herself tightly against Han Yin until his cold, commanding presence enveloped her, allowing her to regain a semblance of calm. The wind howled past her, reddening her cheeks with the chill. In this moment, she found her composure and, gathering her courage, glanced back. The tiger's jaws dripped with saliva, its large, bell-like eyes glaring fiercely, glowing with a sinister light. Azhi harbored no doubt that it intended to rend her asunder. Han Yin suddenly halted, the white horse rearing up, causing Azhi's body to lean backward. With deftness, Han Yin dismounted, holding Azhi at the waist. Wei Qian and the Imperial Guards swiftly drew their swords. At this moment, the white tiger hesitated, observing Azhi and the others from a distance, cautiously advancing step by step. The atmosphere grew tense. Not only the Imperial Guards, but even Han Yin's expression was unusually grave. Azhi, entirely oblivious to the unfolding events, could do nothing but cling tightly to Han Yin, striving not to become a burden. She trembled all over. Han Yin spoke coldly. Wei Qian, take Chun Jieyu away first. Wei Qian, startled, replied, Your Majesty, this. Han Yin reiterated with a stern voice, Take her away. As you command. Azhi straightened her posture, gazing up at Han Yin with unwavering determination. "I will not leave." Despite her usual sluggishness, Azhi sensed that the situation was dire, and it was certainly more complicated than just the white tiger. Leaving now not only posed the risk of not returning safely to the tent, but even if she miraculously did, if anything were to happen to the emperor, her predicament would be worse than death. Moreover, at times like this, the safest place in the world was by the emperor's side. Azhi understood that, regardless of the danger, those around them would fight to the death to protect the emperor. Han Yin could not fathom Azhi's thoughts, but her resolute gaze struck deeply at his heart. His expression was complex. "Have you made up your mind?" "I have. I will accompany your majesty," Azhi replied, her small face serious and taut, making an effort not to reveal any trace of her fear. Han Yan's cold eyes darkened, his tone firm and unyielding. "This is your choice. It is too late to regret now." Suddenly, a sharp arrow whizzed in from the left, aimed directly at Han Yan. He sidestepped to evade it, only to be followed by several more arrows. Azhi, initially startled, quickly composed herself. Lacking martial skills, she stayed behind, determined not to complicate matters for Han Yan and the others. Observing from behind, Azhi clearly saw that the assailants were targeting the emperor. Their strikes were ruthless, showing no intention of allowing him to survive. At this moment, Azhi exhibited an unexpected calmness. After much contemplation, she could not fathom who possessed the audacity to attempt regicide. Such an act was punishable by the annihilation of one's entire clan. Furthermore, when the emperor ascended the throne, all other princes from the late emperor had perished. If the emperor were to fall now, who would stand again? Azhi's eyes widened in realization. Could it be the crown prince? If the emperor met with misfortune today, the crown prince, as the sole heir, would naturally ascend to the throne. Thus, the instigators must be aligned with the Taihe faction. However, a moment later, Azhi dismissed this notion. The crown prince was still young, and even if he were to be placed on the throne, he would merely be a puppet emperor, a scenario Taihe would certainly wish to avoid. Moreover, with the emperor having only one offspring, she had no need to take such risks. Who else could it be? Az was utterly at a loss when, in a moment of desperation, she was unexpectedly shoved from behind. Before she could turn to discern the identity of her assailant, she found herself face to face with a looming white tiger. Her pupils dilated in terror, rendering her voiceless as she watched the magnificent beast rise on its forequarters, lunging ferociously toward her. In that critical moment, Az's instinct for survival ignited. As the tiger pounced, she instinctively crouched low and awkwardly rolled across the ground twice. As the white tiger approached once more, Az, having just twisted her ankle, could only sit helplessly on the ground, gazing at the beast barreling toward her. Resigned, she closed her eyes, awaiting her fate. However, after what felt like an eternity without any sensation of pain, she cautiously opened her eyes. To her astonishment, the tiger had an arrow embedded in its skull, the force of the shot having penetrated its massive head completely. Chapter 44. Take her away, as still trembling with shock, lifted her gaze towards the figure in the distance. HNYN held a bow, an arrow in his hand, with blood smeared across his face. His eyes, as they met Az, burned a deep crimson, icy and menacing. Logically, I should have felt fear. Typically, even a mere frown from HNYN would send her into a frenzy of dread. However, this time, she felt no fear at all. Struggling to rise while dragging her cloak, she began to run towards him. But as she took a step, she abruptly glanced to her left. That was where she had just stood, having been pushed, and now there stood a trembling figure. It was New York N, the legitimate daughter of the Lee family. Crouching on the ground in utter disarray, New York N appeared to be terrified by the scene unfolding before her. Yet, as S gaze hardened, she did not wish to indulge in unfounded speculation about others, but the facts were evident. The Imperial Guards, loyal to the Emperor, would not harm her. And as for the assassins, their intention would only be to push her aside. The true threat lay with the seemingly frail Lee family maiden before her. As S' mind flickered back to the words she had overheard that day, two youthful voices, a man and a woman, speaking with an intimate familiarity devoid of honorifics. Coupled with New York N's recent actions, as had come to the grim conclusion that it was indeed the Lee siblings who sought her demise. Yet, she found herself perplexed. She had no connection to the Lee family, so why would they wish her harm? But now was not the time for such musings. Casting one last glance at Lee Y New York Inn, as diverted her attention and sprinted towards HNYN. Your Majesty, upon reaching HNYN. She grasped his outstretched hand firmly. HNYN tightened his grip and ordered in a hushed tone, "Close your eyes." Obediently, as shut her eyes, placing her life entirely in his hands. With her eyes closed, her other senses heightened, she could hear the sickening sound of blades piercing flesh. Suddenly, warmth splattered across her face. The pungent scent of blood invaded her senses. It was blood, uncertain of whose it was, as fought against the tumult in her stomach. Gripping HNYN's hand with all her might, his grasp was firm and painful, yet brought her a sense of reassurance. Without warning, HNYN pushed her away with force. Before she could comprehend, a member of the Imperial Guard had lifted her onto a horse. As, in disbelief, opened her eyes wide, exclaiming, "Your Majesty!" HNYN did not look back, and in the next moment, as witnessed a sword slash across his arm. Dressed in dark attire, the blood was not immediately visible, but she could see droplets erupting as the blade tore into him. "Release me," as cried, striking the hand of the guard with all her strength. Regardless of her efforts, the guard remained silent. HNYN's figure grew smaller, soon fading from view. As understood that this guard must have received a direct order from HNYN in such perilous circumstances. The absence of even one guard could spell danger for him. Her heart was laden with conflicting emotions. Time lost meaning as she ran, eventually, as regained her composure. They were now safe. "Release me," she demanded once more. The guard hesitated, yet ultimately dismounted with Azhi, kneeling to beg for forgiveness and imploring Lady Chun to show leniency. Azhi's small face remained composed as she addressed him, stating that she bore him no ill will, but commanded him to return with utmost haste to summon aid. "But your safety," the guard faltered, recalling the Emperor's orders to ensure Lady Chun's protection. Should anything happen to her, he would face dire consequences. Azhi exhaled deeply, assuring him that she would wait here for the Emperor's arrival and would not venture elsewhere. The guard surveyed the surroundings. They were on the edge of the hunting grounds, devoid of ferocious beasts, with only small creatures like wild rabbits nearby. The threat to Lady Chun was minimal. "Please await here, my lady, while I hasten back." With that, he mounted his horse and rode off, leaving Azhi to finally succumb to her trembling legs and sink to the ground. The forest was eerily silent, but soon rustling sounds emerged behind her. Azhi tensed and turned, only to find it was merely a wild rabbit. She sighed in relief, yet dared not fully relax. After a moment's contemplation, she abandoned the notion of returning to the tent. Venturing further could lead to complications. Moreover, she firmly believed that Han Yen would come to her rescue. As darkness enveloped the sky, the rustling intensified, causing Azhi to shiver with fright on several occasions. Yet thankfully, it was merely small animals. An hour passed, tightening her heart. 2 hours elapsed, and a sense of foreboding settled in. By 3 or 4 hours, acceptance began to wash over her. The Emperor's prolonged absence suggested 2 possibilities. Either the guard had perished before he could relay her location, or something had befallen the Emperor. Azhi was untroubled by the first scenario. Given today's events, she was certain the Emperor would not neglect her. However, it was the second possibility that filled her with dread. As the night grew darker, her expression turned grave, deep down. She sensed that something had indeed gone awry with the Emperor. Azhi suddenly felt lost, uncertain of her next steps. Without Han Yen, her fate was sealed. Neither the Liu siblings nor the concubines in the palace would wish for her survival. Overwhelmed, she found herself at a loss, sobbing softly to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Engrossed in her sorrow, she failed to notice the several wild rabbits that had gathered around her. By the time she sensed movement beside her, the rabbits had begun to climb onto her. One particularly bold rabbit nestled directly into her embrace, and Azhi, with red-rimmed eyes, froze, surrendering to the creatures that had chosen her as their refuge. The night was too dark for her to traverse the forest, so she remained seated, waiting. Azhi was resilient. Despite the day's harrowing events, she managed to wrap herself tightly in her cloak and drift off to sleep. The chill of early spring left her rest uneasy, her form curling into a small ball. The presence of the rabbits inadvertently provided her with some warmth. In the dead of night, a sudden bird call startled her awake, and she sat up abruptly. The wild rabbits, nestled beside her in slumber, stirred awake, yet upon glimpsing Azhi, they resumed their rest, huddled close to her. Azhi casually scooped one into her embrace to warm her hands. Initially, she presumed the bird's call to be an isolated incident, but within moments, the tranquil forest erupted into a symphony of chirps and the sounds of various creatures. Among these, she discerned faintly intermingled voices, and a sudden thought blossomed in her mind. Someone was approaching. As the sounds grew nearer, she caught the mention of the name Chunjuyu, those who had come to rescue her. Startled, Azhi sprang to her feet, causing the rabbits to scatter in disarray. Yet, they did not flee far, clustering around her feet. The voices became increasingly distinct, and soon, she beheld the flickering glow of torches. In the procession, Wu Xiang quickly spotted Azhi, exclaiming, "Your Highness, it is our beloved princess." At the forefront, Xie Tingyu hurried forward with the others. Upon seeing Wu Xiang, the weight that had burdened Azhi throughout the day finally lifted. Chapter 45. The Emperor in a coma. As Xie Tingwei approached, his previously tense expression finally softened. "Chunjiyu, I have been commanded to seek you. Are you unharmed?" "Thank you, Lord Xie. This humble consort is quite well." "Your Highness," Wu Xiang exclaimed upon seeing Azhi's swollen eyes, "I have finally found you. It is such a relief to see you safe." Wu Xiang appeared disheveled, looking worse than Azhi. It was clear she had searched tirelessly for her. Azhi's heart stirred, recalling how she once thought Wu Xiang, being sent by the emperor, was different from the likes of Fu Rong and Rinyu. However, over the past few days, Wu Xiang had attended to her with unwavering dedication. Though she was indeed sent by the emperor, her genuine concern for Azhi could not be overlooked. Azhi gently placed the gray rabbit on the ground and wiped away Wu Xiang's tears. "I am fine now, do not worry." Wu Xiang nodded through her tears. Azhi then turned to Xie Tingwei, who stood nearby. "Lord Xie, may I inquire about the emperor's condition?" Xie Tingwei's eyes revealed his anxiety, and his silence tightened Azhi's chest with dread. As a close aide to the emperor, his expression suggested something grave had occurred. Furthermore, the pallor of his face indicated that the emperor's situation was far from optimistic. "Wu Xiang, take me back," Azhi urged. Xie Tingwei had arrived on horseback, but upon reaching the forest, they had been compelled to lead their steeds. Hearing Azhi's command, Wu Xiang wiped her tears and deftly mounted her horse. Azhi reached out, pulling Wu Xiang up beside her. As she grasped Wu Xiang, she glanced back to see Xie Tingwei maintaining a respectful distance. She then quietly inquired, "Wu Xiang, please tell me the truth. What is the emperor's current condition?" Regarding the emperor's state, Azhi could only rely on Wu Xiang for information. If she were to question Xie Tingwei, he would not speak candidly, and those accompanying him from the Imperial Guard were even less likely to divulge details. After a moment's hesitation, Wu Xiang replied in a hushed tone, "The emperor has been struck by an arrow in the back. He is now suffering from high fever and remains in a deep coma." Being one of the emperor's own, Wu Xiang naturally possessed more knowledge than others. Azhi's heart sank at this revelation. She had not anticipated the gravity of the emperor's condition. A wound to the back, an unyielding fever, and an unresponsive state. Each of these afflictions would be enough to stir a tempest in the realm. The emperor had only been attacked today. If those with malicious intent were to strike again in this vulnerable moment, Azhi could scarcely contemplate the consequences. "Wu Xiang, we must hurry." Azhi's voice trembled with urgency. The chaos surrounding the emperor's tent was palpable. Imperial physicians rushed in and out, carrying basin after basin of blood. The area surrounding the encampment was illuminated by torches, and despite the brightness, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Outside the emperor's tent, officials knelt in distress. The sound of Azhi and Wu Xiang's horses drew everyone's attention, and each person could not help but steal a glance at them. Before losing consciousness, the emperor had made only one arrangement: to send Lord Xie to rescue Chen Jiyu. Zhao Fu, with eyes reddened by age and anxiety, hurriedly stepped outside upon hearing sound. Azhi dismounted with the aid of Wu Xiang, and upon seeing Azhi, Zhao Fu felt a surge of reassurance. "Chen Jiyu, take me inside," he implored. Just as Zhao Fu and Azhi were about to enter, an official abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "Zhao Gonggong, the emperor is currently in a deep stupor. It may be inappropriate for Chen Jiyu to enter." Azhi halted her steps, casting her gaze upon the official. Unfamiliar with him, she remained oblivious to his identity. At that moment, her sole desire was to see Han Yin, and thus she responded to the obstruction with little courtesy. "Esteemed sir, I am the Emperor's Chen Jiyu, the very person he commanded to protect with his life upon being attacked today. Might I inquire what objection you have to my entry?" The official's expression soured. "Who knows your true intentions?" he retorted. Azhi let out a cold laugh. "It seems the one with ulterior motives is you, sir." "Mind your words, Chen Jiyu. I harbor no such intentions." The official countered. "It is you who should be cautious," Azhi replied, and shortly thereafter, several voices echoed her sentiment. Given the emperor's current condition, it is advisable for Chen Jiyu to remain outside. If she is permitted entry, then those of us who care for the emperor's well-being should also wish to see him. Raising her voice, Azhi proclaimed loudly enough for all present to hear, "The emperor is the son of heaven. Though injured, he has avoided critical harm. I trust he will awaken shortly, at which point I shall relay to you all the concerns you have voiced tonight regarding his health." Xie Tingzong then approached, sword in hand, standing guard at the entrance of the emperor's tent. As a close minister to the emperor, and with Wei Qian and the imperial guards present, the previous speakers fell silent. Azhi followed Zhao Fu into the tent. Upon entering, Zhao Taihe and the others immediately prepared to bow, but Azhi coldly commanded, "No need for that." "Zhao Taihe, what is the emperor's current condition?" she inquired, moving closer. Han Yan's condition was far from favorable. Her earlier words had been mere fabrications. The hesitation of those outside stemmed from the uncertainty of the situation, compounded by the temporary support of Xie and Wei. However, if the emperor were truly in peril, chaos would ensue in no time. The arrow lodged in Han Yan's back had been removed. He lay on the bed, turned to the side, his brow furrowed tightly, eyes shut, face ashen, and sweat beading forth from his forehead. Concerned for the emperor's health, Zhao Taihe hesitated. Yet, recalling the emperor's last conscious thoughts were of Chen Jiyu, he resolved that even in this dire moment, he must send Xie to fetch her. After a moment, he spoke. "In response to Chen Jiyu, although I have removed the arrow from the emperor's back, it was poisoned. He remains unconscious and cannot ingest medicine, and the high fever shows no sign of abating. If this continues, I fear." Zhao Taihe could not bring himself to finish. Azhi, maintaining her composure, "Press further. What do you fear?" Zhao Taihe found it difficult to voice his thoughts. "I fear for his life." As stumbled slightly, and Zhao Fu hurriedly supported her. "Your Highness," he exclaimed, his eyes also reddened with emotion. As straightened herself and declared calmly, "This matter must remain confidential. If even a whisper escapes, Lord Xie and Lord Wei are stationed outside and will execute anyone on the spot without mercy." The group of imperial physicians knelt in response. Zhao Taishe remained behind, while the others withdrew to prepare another potion. Once everyone had exited, only Zhao Taishe and Zhao Fu remained in the tent. Both had witnessed Azhi's journey from a palace made to her current esteemed position as Chen Jiyu. At this moment, the expressions on their faces were a mixture of complexity and admiration. Her ability to remain so composed and methodically orchestrate the situation was truly beyond their expectations. Chapter 46. Aftermath, especially for Zhao Fu. It was unexpected that at such a moment, Chen Jiyu would be able to rise. Numerous concubines accompanied them. Yet all that could be heard was lamentation for the injured emperor. Their weeping outside the tent was utterly vexatious, prompting him to send them away an hour prior. The emperor's injury had made Zhao Fu anxious, but ultimately, he was merely a servant, incapable of devising any plans. Now that Chen Jiyu had regained her strength, Zhao Fu felt an indescribable sense of comfort and gratitude, whether for her sake or the emperor's. Did the imperial physician Zhao and Zhao Fu share the same thoughts? As the hour of Z had passed, it was already the latter half of the night. Outside, Xietingyu and Wei Qian were on guard, preventing any disturbances for the time being. The immediate priority was to rouse the emperor from his slumber. The physician soon entered with the prepared medicine. Azhi personally took the bowl and attempted to feed it to him, yet Han Yin refused to open his mouth, causing the 2 spoonfuls of medicine to spill out. This could not continue. Without the medicine, the emperor's condition would only worsen. Gazing at the dark, bitter concoction in the bowl, Azhi cast aside the spoon, took a sip herself, leaned down, pried open Han Yin's jaws, and poured the liquid into his mouth. Zhao Fu and the physician quickly turned away in modesty. After several attempts, Azhi finally managed to get the medicine down. Once the medicine was administered, the physician cautiously changed the bandages on the emperor's wounds. The arrow embedded in his back had been removed, yet the bleeding could not be completely staunched, necessitating a change of bandages every half hour. Azhi dampened a cloth, wrung it slightly, and gently wiped Han Yan's face, cleaning the blood around the arrow wound. Zhao Fu and the physician had previously focused solely on saving him, inevitably overlooking these details. However, Azhi, being a woman, was far more meticulous. By the time all was completed, Azhi was utterly exhausted. She had found no moment of peace that day, but now, standing by Han Yan's side after a long day, her heart finally settled. Zhao Fu and the physician kept a careful watch nearby, stealing a moment of tranquility. Azhi held Han Yan's large hand, reflecting on the day's events, which felt surreal as if they were merely a dream. Yet, upon gazing at the emperor's brow furrowed in pain, her feelings became intricate. From the very first day, she was taken to Taihe Palace by Xiao Luzi. Azhi knew she could neither like nor allow herself to fall for the emperor. His heart was burdened with the weight of the world, leaving little room for anything else. That minuscule space was coveted by all, yet none could claim it, least of all herself. In the palace, one must never harbor aspirations deemed inappropriate. Sometimes, merely entertaining such thoughts could cost one's life. This was a lesson imparted to Azhi by eunuch Yang, which she had always remembered. Yet today, the emperor's actions stirred ripples within her heart. Although faint, they were undeniably present. Azhi tightened her grip on Han Yan's hand, contemplating, even if one day the emperor were to grow weary of her, as long as he did not treat her harshly and allowed her to reside peacefully in Shuefei Pavilion, she would, in gratitude for today's saving grace, be willing to pray for him for a lifetime. 2 hours later, Azhi once again fed Han Yin the medicine. The effects began to take hold, and his high fever gradually subsided. After the examination by Dr. Zhao, both Azhi and Zhao Fu felt a great sense of relief. The emperor had escaped danger, and now all that remained was to await his awakening. Azhi clutched his hand, sitting on the floor with her back against the bed, finally able to steal a brief moment of rest. Zhao Fu had intended to mention the chill of the floor, but ultimately refrained. Throughout the night, he kept his observations to himself. When it came to concern for the emperor, Chun Jiu's worries were hardly less than his own. It seemed that she could only find solace in being by the emperor's side to sleep, even for a little while. Cao Fu cautiously stepped outside, where a throng of officials knelt in the cold, not to mention that Lord Xie and Lord Wei were still keeping watch. He felt it prudent to inform them of the emperor's condition. At the second watch of the day, Han Yin finally awoke. Upon regaining consciousness, he saw Azhi resting her head beside his hand, her face turned to one side. She wore the same cloak from the previous day, her attire disheveled and soiled, her hair in disarray. She bore no resemblance to a lady of the palace, instead resembling a beggar from the streets outside the imperial city. Han Yan's previously furrowed brow softened as he gazed at her. At that moment, Zhao Fu re-entered the room, only to find the emperor awake. Overwhelmed with joy, he exclaimed, "Your Majesty!" But upon noticing the emperor's displeased frown, he quickly covered his mouth and glanced at Chun Jiu beside the emperor. He couldn't help but marvel at her fortunate fate. Surely, her standing in the emperor's heart would be elevated, and upon returning to the palace, she might receive further accolades. Azhi, though not daring to truly sleep, had drifted into a light slumber. The moment Zhao Fu uttered a word, she stirred groggily. The emperor? Azhi was still coming to terms with Han Yan's awakening. In the next instant, Han Yin grasped her fingers firmly, gently caressing them. Tears like pearls cascaded down Azhi's cheeks as she looked at Han Yin, weeping pitifully. She could only sob, unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. Hearing her cries, Han Yin felt a pang of sorrow, purely heartache and relief. He was grateful she was unharmed. Had she sustained any injury, with her delicate nature, she might not have endured. In truth, he had never intended to let Azhi leave. Since she chose to remain, she ought to stay by his side, come what may. Yet, he ultimately found it hard to part with her. Those adversaries were more formidable than he had anticipated. Han Yin had considered the possibility of that individual taking advantage of the situation, and he had prepared himself accordingly. However, he had not foreseen just how much that person desired his demise. As tears blurred his vision, Han Yin finally awoke, his throat dry and hoarse. Azhi, her face streaked with tears, looked up at him. Han Yin tenderly wiped away her tears, murmuring, "I know this must have frightened you terribly. It is my fault, and it shall not happen again." In a hushed voice, he gently coaxed, "Please do not cry." Azhi had indeed been frightened. After weeping, her heart felt somewhat lighter. "I shall not cry any longer," she declared, hastily wiping her face. "Does it hurt, Your Majesty? I will go summon the physician at once." With that, she prepared to rise and call for assistance. Han Yin grasped her hand gently, but how could it not hurt? Seeing him feign strength, Azhi's heart ached, her eyes welling with tears. After all, the emperor was but a man, and how could such grievous injuries not cause pain? The mere recollection of the numerous basins filled with blood sent chills down her spine. So much blood had been shed, it was inconceivable that there would be no pain. "Your Majesty, please be a bit more compliant. I shall summon the imperial physician at once." As Azhi turned, she noticed Zhao Fu entering with physician Zhao, and it dawned on her that Zhao Fu was one of the emperor's attendants. With the emperor awake, how could he not summon the physician for such a significant matter? Azhi sat on the ground for what felt like an eternity, her legs growing numb. With Zhao Fu's assistance, she slowly rose to her feet, positioning herself nearby to allow physician Zhao to examine the emperor. Chapter 47. I shall compensate you. Han Yin bore 2 wounds. One was a sword injury on his arm, which would heal in a fortnight. However, the arrow wound on his back required a significant period of rest to mend properly, for neglect could lead to lingering ailments. Fortunately, he was no longer in mortal peril. After the imperial physician Zhao finished applying the ointment, he took his leave, and Han Yin cast a glance at Zhao Fu, who promptly assisted him in sitting upright. "Summon Xie Tingru and Wei Qian to see me." Zhao Fu, having received the command, hurried out to fetch them. Within the tent, only Azhi and Han Yin remained. Azhi furrowed her brow, her expression one of disapproval. The emperor had just awakened and ought to rest. Han Yin, his lips pale, murmured, "It is of no consequence." Azhi merely offered this sentiment. She understood that since yesterday, significant events had unfolded. Although the chaos outside had not escalated, minor disturbances were inevitable. All these matters awaited the emperor's decisions. For the first time, Azhi felt a twinge of sympathy for the emperor. "Be strong, Your Majesty. I shall take my leave," she said, rising to depart. Han Yin grasped her hand, insisting, "Listening will not harm." Since Azhi's arrival at Taihe Palace, he had never felt the need to guard against her. It was not a matter of trust. Rather, she appeared timid, preoccupied with her own thoughts. As for any ability to interfere in state affairs, she possessed none. Azhi hesitated. She knew the harem must not meddle in politics. However, with the emperor summoning Lord Xie and Lord Wei, it was evident the matter of the assassin would be discussed. Azhi was keen to understand who sought her demise. What if it was not merely Lu Yinin who wished her harm? Her large eyes darted thoughtfully. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to sit by Han Yin's bedside. "This is what the emperor has permitted me to hear," she said cautiously. Han Yin recognized her apprehension about attracting criticism, fearing she might be labeled as meddling in court affairs. He could not help but chuckle at her trepidation. Such a timid little kitten. "Well, I shall be as timid as I please," she retorted. As they spoke, Xie Tingru and Wei Qian entered. Their presence did not surprise them, given Azhi's continued presence. Han Yin's voice turned cold. "What have you found?" Exchanging glances, it was Wei Qian. the commander of the Imperial Guards, who reported, "Your Majesty, those who attacked were all assassins. Though none survived, it appears they were sent by the same individual as the previous group." Xie Tingru and Wei Qian elaborated extensively, their discourse intricate and entwined with court matters, which Azhi found tedious. She discerned that this assassination attempt had no connection to her. The target was the emperor himself. Thus, the individuals seeking her death were undoubtedly the Liu siblings. Azhi could not recall any offense she had committed against the Liu family that would incite such deep-seated animosity. Han Yin glanced at her and noticed her lost in thought, unable to suppress a slight smile. He mused that her distraction during discussions of state affairs bore no relation to governance. Yet, she often indulged in such fanciful thoughts. Xie Tingru discreetly raised his gaze for a brief moment before quickly averting it. It was not until half an hour later that Xie Tingru and Wei Qian took their leave. Azhi took a couple of sips of tea to moisten his throat and then said, "Zhao Fu, let the left chancellor enter." Azhi turned her head and cast a discontented glance at Han Yin, saying, "Your Majesty has just awakened. Dr. Zhao advised that you should rest more." Cao Fu, about to step out, hesitated, observing Han Yin's indecision. Normally, he would comply with the emperor's wishes without question. But given the emperor's injury and the evident distinction in his treatment of concubine Shun, he found himself in a quandary. With a sigh of resignation, Han Yin decided, "Let the left chancellor come tomorrow instead." Zhao Fu retreated with a cheerful demeanor. Han Yin glanced at Shikai, beginning here closer. Azhi was momentarily taken aback. Han Yin then gently squeezed her hand and said, "You haven't slept all night. Rest here with me." But Azhi hesitated for a long moment, finally voicing, "This is against protocol. Even though we are outside the palace, this is still the residence of the emperor. Moreover, there are ministers outside. It is indeed quite improper for a concubine to remain here." Han Yin frowned, his tone leaving no room for rebuttal. "My word is the protocol. I command you to come here." With the emperor's decree pronounced, Azhi felt emboldened. "This humble servant respectfully obeys your Majesty's command." A whimsical smile graced her lips as she prepared to climb onto the bed without hesitation. However, as she moved her foot, a sharp pain surged, nearly causing her to fall. What is wrong? Han Yin furrowed his brows in concern. Azhi looked at him with wide, innocent eyes. "I sprained my ankle yesterday." "Foolishness." Han Yin's expression darkened instantly. "Why did you not mention your injury?" He called out, "Zhao Fu, summon Dr. Zhao Qinghe." Azhi was about to protest that it was unnecessary, but upon meeting Han Yin's gaze, she felt a wave of guilt wash over her. "Your Majesty, please do not be angry. I truly am fine." Had it not been for the sudden pain when she stood, she might have forgotten about the injury entirely. From the moment she awoke in the morning, every matter seemed more pressing than her sprained ankle. When Azhi rose with Zhao Fu's assistance, she dismissed her minor injury as unworthy of concern. Han Yin's displeasure grew as he thought about how Azhi had concealed her injury from him. "You are not a physician. It is the healer's duty to determine if you are well or not." Azhi accepted his admonishment in silence, aware that she was in the wrong and dared not utter a word. With a furrowed brow, Han Yin, his tone sharp, inquired, "Is there anywhere else that is injured?" No. Azhi shook her head vigorously. "I only sprained my ankle. Everything else is fine." "Only a sprain?" Han Yin repeated coldly. "Do you wish to sustain further injuries?" Azhi felt tears welling up. It seemed that whatever she said was incorrect, so she resolved to remain silent. Zhao Fu soon returned with Dr. Zhao and a female medic in tow. While the female medic examined her, Zhao Fu and Dr. Zhao turned their backs. Azhi's ankle was exposed, and Han Yin lowered his gaze to see her swollen ankle, which resembled a dumpling, his expression darkening further. "This is what you call fine?" Azhi, seeing her ankle for the first time, had initially thought it was merely a sprain, but now the sight was indeed alarming. Being naturally sensitive to pain, she found herself on the verge of tears as the medic lightly touched her ankle. Upon witnessing her distress, Han Yin could not find it in himself to utter a word of reproach. The physician's assistant carefully administered the medicine to Azhi, gently guiding her to the bed. Zhao Fu followed closely behind, accompanying Zhao Taihe and the physician's assistant as they exited. At this moment, Azhi's eyes brimmed with tears, and she murmured, "Your Majesty." It hurt so much. She had stifled her cries during the application of the medicine, but now, with the treatment complete, her tears flowed freely. It was evident that her display was meant to elicit sympathy from him. Despite knowing she was merely being coy, Han Yan's heart softened, and he inquired, "Does it hurt?" "Yes, it hurts terribly," she replied, her body involuntarily inching closer to him, seeking the comfort of his presence. She only ceased her movements when she was pressed tightly against him. Han Yan pretended not to notice her subtle actions and, observing her swollen ankle, softly remarked, "You have endured much this time. I shall make it up to you upon our return." Cuddled against Han Yan, Azhi's exhausted body could no longer withstand the fatigue. Her eyelids felt as heavy as lead. After a few moments, they finally closed, and she fell into a deep slumber, completely oblivious to the words he had spoken. Chapter 48. Conspiracy and Open Schemes. Han Yan waited for a considerable time without hearing a word from the person beside him, initially believing that Azhi was moved. However, before long, he discerned the gentle sound of her breathing. His expression faltered as he looked down at Azhi, who had already succumbed to slumber. His countenance became a tapestry of complex emotions. She was indeed carefree, falling asleep so swiftly. Yet in the next moment, he couldn't resist the urge to lean down and softly kiss her forehead. This day and night must have terrified her. It was a relief that she could now find rest. Outside the tent, Zhao Fu had kept watch for a while, but could no longer endure the fatigue. He instructed the on-duty young eunuch to keep a vigilant eye while he settled down on the ground for a brief nap. Azhi slept deeply, and when she finally awoke, the sky outside had turned dark. The tent was illuminated by a copper lamp. "Awake?" came Han Yan's voice. Azhi raised her head gently, noticing that Han Yan had propped himself up. He held an ancient scroll in his hands, the pages tinged with yellow, suggesting its preciousness. "Does your injury still cause you pain?" Azhi inquired. Han Yan replied softly, "It is not hurt." Azhi sat up alongside him, incredulous that he felt no pain. With the candlelight as her guide, she examined the wounds on his arm, which had already been treated with medicine. The imperial physician had declared there were no severe issues. "What about your back? I wish to see," she urged. Han Yan chuckled lightly. "My dear Chun, Jieyu has grown quite bold, daring to command me." Azhi blushed at his teasing. "I do not presume, Your Majesty, you jest." Despite his playful words, Han Yan's actions were resolute. He turned his back to her. The wounds were already bandaged, and no fresh blood seeped through. "Has the imperial physician changed your dressings?" Azhi asked. "Rest assured, Chun Jieyu. Physician Zhao has already attended to me," Han Yan said, casting a disapproving glance at Zhao Fu, who quickly excused himself to fetch the meal. Azhi laughed softly. "Why frighten eunuch Zhao, Your Majesty?" Noting her amusement, Han Yan felt slightly uncomfortable since you were awake. "Rise." With a soft huff, Azhi reluctantly got out of bed. After their meal, accompanied by Wu Xiang, Azhi returned to her quarters. "Wu Xiang, how is Lu Yinyin?" Azhi inquired. Having overheard Zhao Fu mention that Lu Yinyin had also been injured, her thoughts had been solely on Han Yan at the time, so she had not pressed further. Wu Xiang's expression soured at the mention of Lu Yinyin. "Miss Lu was only rescued this afternoon." "What?" Azhi furrowed her brows in disbelief. "Rescued? What happened?" It was said that the situation had been dire. Miss Lu had selflessly shielded the emperor, taking an arrow to her chest. Physician Wang and others had toiled for a day and night to save her, and she had only just regained consciousness. This incident had circulated widely, becoming common knowledge. Azhi's expression turned complex and troubled. She had intended to inform the emperor of Lu Yinyin's actions in a few days, hoping to gauge his sentiments. But now, it seemed unnecessary. Lu Yinyin was a heroine who had saved the emperor, nearly sacrificing her own life in the process. Regardless of the emperor's current trust in her, the merit of saving his life would likely outweigh any misdeed she might commit. Moreover, she is currently in good health. Azhi chuckled coldly, surprised that a young lady from a prestigious family could possess such audacity. With an arrow lodged in her chest, perilously close to her heart, it was a marvel that this Miss Lu could be so ruthless. Wu Xiang's expression darkened as well. She had already been informed by Chun Jiyu upon her return about Lu Yinin's actions, which is why she felt distressed now. Your Highness, what shall we do now? Azhi, with a solemn expression, suggested, let us return first. Wu Xiang did not inquire further and assisted Azhi back to their tent. Since the moment she heard of the emperor's injury and Chun Jiyu's disappearance, Ranyu had been anxious throughout the day and night. After learning of Chun Jiyu's return, she had repeatedly considered going to the front to check, yet she remembered Azhi's orders and dared not leave the tent without permission. At such a time, should she venture out and inadvertently provide others with an opportunity, she would find it difficult to face Chun Jiyu again. Seeing Wu Xiang supporting Azhi back, her eyes immediately welled with tears as she rushed forward. Your Highness, you have finally returned. Azhi smiled gently. I am fine now, do not worry. This harrowing night had been equally distressing for both Ranyu and Wu Xiang. Thank you for your concern. It is all behind us now. Ranyu wiped away her tears, her voice choked. Your Highness, you speak as if we are not fortunate to be in your service. Wu Xiang's eyes were also red-rimmed. She could not find the words, but held Azhi tightly. Witnessing their emotions, Azhi felt her own eyes grow moist. Let's go inside, she urged. Ranyu, noticing this, quickly joined Wu Xiang in supporting Azhi into the tent. Aside from Lu Yinin's affair, have any other incidents occurred in the past 2 days? Ranyu shook her head in confusion, but Wu Xiang hesitated. Azhi observed her, what is it? Wu Xiang hesitated before speaking. Your Highness, there is indeed another matter. Having spent the day with eunuch Zhao Fu, Wu Xiang was privy to more information than Ranyu. She spoke softly. Today, during the hour of Shun, the legitimate son of the Li Duke's residence, Li Mingjue, was found drowned in the lake within the estate. Azhi was momentarily taken aback. The Li Duke's residence? Wu Xiang confirmed quietly, indeed. Azhi was not well versed in the intricacies of court relationships, yet she recognized the significance of the Li Duke's title, as it belonged to the maternal family of the current Empress Dowager. The Li family was a century-old lineage, having enjoyed imperial favor since its ancestors' time, producing 2 empresses. The current Empress Dowager hails from the Li family, and both the late emperor and the current one have placed great importance on the Duke's residence. Curiously, the current generation of the Duke's family is dwindling. Disregarding the collateral branches, the main line of the Duke's residence comprises only 1 son and 2 daughters. This son is the legitimate heir, Li Mingjue. Azhi frowned. How could he drown in his own home? Wu Xiang could not respond, as the circumstances surrounding Li Mingjue's drowning were evidently suspicious. It was said that when he was retrieved from the water, he was already swollen. The Duke's residence had only this one legitimate son, who was cherished by the Duke as if he were his own eye. Typically, he was accompanied by a retinue, even within his own home. In the grand estate of the Duke, amidst the multitude of maids and guards, how could it possibly be that they only discovered the drowning incident after it had occurred? Yet, such is the rumor circulating outside, and most onlookers merely revel in the spectacle, lacking any desire for deeper inquiry. Azhi found this perplexing, but dismissed it, recognizing that the affairs of the court were of no concern to someone like her, residing in the depths of the palace. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Lu family's tent, Lu's mother wept softly, lamenting, "Why must you go through such hardship?" Lu Yinin, pale and feeble, lay upon the bed, responding, "Mother, I have no choice. This is the only course of action I can take." At that moment, when Chun Jiyu cast her gaze upon her, Lu Yinin realized her exposure. Chun Jiyu was aware that it was she who had pushed her. To conspire against a favored consort is a grave offense, and Lu Yinin understood that since Chun Jiyu had survived, it was her own life that now hung in the balance. She had no option but to take this perilous risk. Ultimately, she succeeded. Although she had nearly lost her life in the process, she had managed to survive. Luin frowned at her, clearly disapproving of her impulsive actions from the day before. Lu Yinin, maintaining her composure, replied, "Brother, if I had not acted thus, it would have been our Lu family suffering the consequences." Luin refrained from further comment, yet inwardly agreed with his sister's assertion. With the selection of consorts approaching and the emperor's disdain for the Lu family, it was certain that prior to this day, the emperor would never have permitted a daughter of the Lu family to enter the palace. It was only through a clandestine bargain with a certain individual that a glimmer of opportunity had been secured. The Liu family had aided this person in eliminating Chun Jiyu, and in return, she was granted the chance for Liu Yinin to enter the palace. Although Chun Jiyu had not been disposed of, the current situation was far more favorable than they had anticipated. Chapter 49. Left to the Emperor's choice on the following day, as Azhi awoke. Ranyu entered with hot water upon hearing some commotion outside. She assisted Azhi with her morning rituals, and Wu Xiang entered carrying the meal. Just as Azhi finished her breakfast, Zhao Fu arrived. "Your servant pays respects to the esteemed Chun Jiyu," he announced. "What brings you here, my lord?" Azhi inquired. Zhao Fu replied with a smile. "The emperor has sent me to inquire whether Chun Jiyu will accompany him back to the palace tomorrow, or if she wishes to remain here to recuperate first." Azhi was momentarily taken aback. "The emperor is returning to the palace tomorrow? The emperor's decree has been issued." Zhao Fu confirmed. Azhi's expression darkened. She was acutely aware of the emperor's injuries. Zhao Tai had mentioned just yesterday that he required ample rest. How could he contemplate returning so soon? Turning to Zhao Fu, Azhi tentatively asked, "Do you know the reason behind the emperor's decision?" Zhao Fu appeared troubled and hesitated. "Well, enough," Azhi interjected, allowing Ranyu to assist her in rising. "I wish to see the emperor." Zhao Fu, understanding her intent, made no effort to obstruct her. As Azhi approached, she encountered Xie Tingsu, who was just emerging from the tent. She nodded slightly, and Wu Xiang guided her inside. Upon seeing Azhi enter, Han Yin furrowed his brow. "Why are you here when you should be resting in the tent?" Azhi pouted, realizing that even the emperor understood the necessity of proper care when injured. Wu Xiang helped Azhi sit by Han Yin's bedside before quickly retreating with Zhao Fu. Taken aback by Azhi's retort, Han Yin was momentarily speechless. "How is your injury?" he finally asked. "My foot no longer pains me," Azhi replied before directly addressing her purpose for coming. "How can the emperor consider returning so soon when his injuries are not yet healed?" Han Yan gazed at Dashi, his dark eyes searching hers. "Do you wish to stay or accompany me back?" Azhi mirrored his tone. "What does the emperor prefer I choose?" Reflecting on her journey thus far, Azhi concluded that whether to return to the palace or remain was ultimately a matter of the emperor's will. He could have easily sent Zhao Fu to inquire without needing her input. This action suggested that he too was in a state of indecision, prompting Azhi's participation in the choice. Given the emperor's own uncertainty, Azhi felt it unwise to make a decision that might displease him. Thus, she resolved to let the emperor decide for her. Han Yin chuckled softly. "I was unaware that my Chun Jiyu possessed such cleverness." Receiving his praise, Azhi displayed no modesty, declaring, "I have always been quite intelligent." Amused by her prideful demeanor, Han Yin couldn't resist playfully pinching her cheek. "You are quite bold." He took her hand in his, caressing it gently. "I hope you will choose to stay." Azhi gazed at him, her eyelashes fluttering. With her head lowered, she remained silent. While she felt ambivalent about returning to the palace, where life was splendid, yet freedom lay beyond, Han Yin, noticing her silence, spoke softly. "If you are unhappy, I shall not force you." Azhi lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "If I remain here, will the emperor come to fetch me?" Han Yin met her gaze, seriousness etched upon his features. "I will." Fearing that Azhi might entertain frivolous thoughts, he softly reiterated, "Within a month, I shall personally come to fetch you." Upon hearing this, Azhi pouted her lips, exclaiming, "Must it truly take a whole month?" Han Yan, interpreting her sentiment as reluctance to part, gently reassured her, "I shall arrange for Xie Tingwei to escort you to the Western Mountain Palace, and a contingent of imperial guards will be assigned to protect you." Azhi nestled comfortably against him, declaring, "Your Majesty must come for me sooner. I shall miss you dearly, each and every day." At that moment, Han Yin chose not to delve into the veracity of her words, for she was known for her sweet tongue. That night, Azhi did not return, choosing to remain within the royal tent. Having stayed there previously, one additional night made little difference. Wu Xiang and Ranyu received the news and hurried back to gather their belongings. The Western Mountain Palace was not far from the encampment. The late emperor had often resided there during the spring hunts. However, the current emperor preferred tents for his accommodations. The following day, just past the hour of the tiger. Zhao Fu entered to assist Han Yin with his morning ablutions. Azhi lay sweetly asleep on her side, and Zhao Fu moved quietly, careful not to disturb her slumber. Upon waking, Azhi found the tent nearly empty, gazing at the vacant space in a daze for quite some time. Outside, Wu Xiang and Ran Yu, hearing the commotion, rushed in. "Your Highness, you are awake?" Ran Yu softly inquired, proceeding to skillfully assist Azhi in dressing. "When did the emperor depart?" "I was completely unaware." Azhi furrowed her brow. She was well aware of her own sleeping habits, and though she slept soundly, she could not fathom having missed the emperor's departure without a sound. Ran Yu and Wu Xiang exchanged furtive glances, their expressions betraying a hint of guilt. Azhi, realizing the truth, felt her expression chill. "Wu Xiang, you explain." Regarding the empress's inquiries, Wu Xiang hesitated, unsure how to articulate her response. Ran Yu interjected, "Your Highness, the emperor, fearing the noise of departure, might disturb you. Specifically instructed physician Zhao to add a calming herb to last night's tea." Azhi's expression grew complex, unable to fathom such actions being taken by an emperor. "And calming herbs? Shall we next add a sleeping draught?" The pangs of reluctance in her heart dissipated in an instant. She set about gathering her belongings in preparation for the palace. Xie Tingwei, having received his orders, awaited her arrival eagerly. Upon hearing that Chun Jiu had risen, he hurried over, expecting to find her in tears. He was instead greeted by a radiant face and a hearty appetite. "I pay my respect to Chun Jiu," he announced. Azhi stirred her millet porridge, maintaining her movements, and looked up with a smile. "Has Master Xie had his breakfast?" Now nearing noon, Xie Tingwei, who had risen at the hour of the tiger, had already dined. Maintaining his composure, he replied, "I have already partaken." After confirming the departure time, Xie Tingwei took his leave. Azhi remained focused on her meal, oblivious to the subtle exchanges behind her. However, Ran Yu observed keenly, noting how Master Xie had cast several intentional and unintentional glances towards their lady since his arrival. Such behavior from an external official was decidedly improper. Her brow furrowed slightly as she pondered the events of that night, her heart filled with increasing doubt. Upon returning to the tent with Chun Jiu, she discovered that one of her jade earrings was missing. The following day, she retraced her steps in search of it, yet it remained elusive. The loss of an earring by a consort could be a matter of grave concern. If it fell into the hands of those with malicious intent, it would spell considerable trouble. "Ran Yu? Ran Yu?" Azhi called out several times, and upon seeing her in a daze, raised her voice. "Please forgive me, Your Highness." Azhi, intrigued, inquired, "What could possibly captivate your thoughts so deeply?" Ran Yu shook her head in denial, responding, "I was not thinking of anything in particular. I was merely curious about what the palace of the journey would be like, as I have yet to visit it." This was also Azhi's first trip to the palace, and she chuckled lightly. "I imagine it must be quite splendid." After finishing their meal and tidying up, the group set out for the palace in the afternoon. Chapter 50. A joyful indifference to home. The Western Mountain Palace is quite close, and the group ambled leisurely. Arriving in just an hour, Ran Yu carefully assisted Azhi in descending from the carriage. The Western Mountain Palace, though not as grand as the Imperial Palace, possesses its own unique charm. As Azhi entered, she passed by a lotus pond, which looked quite bare at present. How delightful it would be to visit in summer. "Master Xie, where shall I reside?" Azhi inquired. Xie Tingfu responded respectfully, in reply to Your Highness's query. "The Emperor has said that you may choose any place that pleases you, with the Emperor's decree in hand." Azhi deliberately avoided the quarters of the late Emperor and selected a residence she found appealing. She chose a refined courtyard near a bamboo grove, with a window that opened directly onto a lake. A chilly breeze swept through, causing Azhi to shiver. Ran Yu hurriedly closed the window. Xie Tingfu did not linger long. He bid farewell to Azhi the next morning to return to the capital. The weather was splendid that day, and within the confines of the palace, Azhi felt like the most important person, with everyone catering to her whims, which in turn elevated her spirits. The garments chosen by Ran Yu were also in vibrant colors that Azhi favored. Gazing into the mirror, she noticed her delicate jawline and uncertainly remarked, "Why do I appear to have lost so much weight?" While styling Azhi's hair, Ran Yu replied, Your Highness has indeed become quite slender recently. You must take care to nourish yourself well this month. Wu Xiang chimed in, Your Highness, you were your best before. Being too thin makes one susceptible to illness. Azhi considered this reasoning. She had not suffered from colds in recent years, and Eunuch Yang often remarked that a bit of plumpness was a sign of fortune. She touched her small face, pinched her arms, and squeezed her waist, acknowledging that she had indeed lost some weight, which explained her recent misfortunes. I wish to have pig knuckles today. Wu Xiang, please inform the kitchen staff. Since the current emperor ascended, he had never visited the Western Mountain Palace, leaving those assigned to serve there with little opportunity. With the arrival of the favored Chun Jiu, they were eager to use all their efforts to please Azhi. The kitchen received their orders and prepared a variety of dishes each day. Azhi enjoyed her time there, free from a need to pay respects and without the anxiety she experienced in the palace. With a lighter heart, it was only natural that she gained weight. In less than half a month, she had developed a double chin. Her contentment and good spirits were evident, making her appear remarkably carefree. Thus, she was taken aback when news arrived from the palace. Xiao Luzi came personally, bringing with him a basket of peaches. Xiao Luzi smiled ingratiatingly, Your Highness. A few days ago, 5 baskets of peaches were presented as tribute, and the emperor specifically instructed me to bring you this basket. Xiao Luzi now treated Azhi with utmost respect. The fact that the emperor remembered a mere Chun Jiu residing in the Western Mountain Palace was a testament to her singular prominence in the court. Among the 5 baskets of peaches, one was sent to the Empress Dowager, another was kept by the emperor himself, and the most favored concubine received only half a basket. Azhi, however, did not pay much attention to the implications within Xiao Luzi's words. She was simply astonished by the sight of the basket filled with plump, rosy peaches. In this season, it is far from the time for peaches. Yet how could these peaches appear so exquisite? Xiao Luzi smiled and replied, These are specially cultivated water peaches from the south, just harvested this year and promptly sent to the capital. This was indeed intriguing. Just as Azhi was about to reach out, Xiao Luzi cleared his throat. Might the esteemed lady have anything she wishes to entrust to me for return? Azhi looked at him, evidently perplexed by his implication. Besides, what could she possibly have to send back? Even if she wished to bring something for Gongong Yang and Yuan Bao, it would be impossible to entrust it to Xiao Luzi. Your Highness, the emperor has been quite concerned about you of late. Xiao Luzi, seeing that Chun Jiu was genuinely unaware, had to be more forthright. Only then did Azhi grasp the underlying meaning of Xiao Luzi's words, and when he was about to leave, she penned a substantial letter for him to take back. Meanwhile, in the palace, Zhao Fu observed Xiao Luzi approaching from afar and could not help but hasten towards him. Zhao Gongong, this is a letter from Chun Jiu that I am tasked to bring back. Upon seeing the thick envelope in Xiao Luzi's hand, Zhao Fu finally relaxed his furrowed brow into a smile. The day before, after the Empress Dowager returned from her prayer visit, the emperor had paid a visit to Ci Ning Palace, emerging with a notably dark expression. In the past 2 days, he had berated nearly all the ministers during morning court, leaving those of them who serve in attendance trembling with fear. Chief among them was Zhao Fu, the chief steward, who had been docked 3 months' salary just the other day and had received a reprimand this morning, leaving his forehead still swollen and red. Holding Chun Jiu's letter carefully, Zhao Fu entered cautiously. Your Majesty, a letter from Chun Jiu has arrived. Upon seeing the letter in Zhao Fu's hand, Han Yan's dark countenance revealed a flicker of surprise. As he accepted the envelope, its fullness softened his expression. The contents of Azhi's letter were trivial matters, spanning 5 sheets of paper, detailing what she had eaten yesterday and today, or sharing amusing anecdotes. One even described a little sparrow that had entered her courtyard the day before, filling nearly half a page. The final page was even more straightforward, reiterating, This concubine misses the emperor. After a moment of silence, without any response, Zhao Fu cautiously lifted his gaze, only to find the emperor, who had worn a gloomy expression for several days, smiling. He shook his head in disbelief. Chun Jiu truly possessed a remarkable talent, for it was unknown what she had penned that could bring such joy to the emperor. With the emperor's spirits lifted, Azhi received another reward sent from the palace the next day, personally delivered by Xiao Luzi, a jade bracelet. Azhi glanced at it before instructing Ranyu to put it away. Upon Xiao Luzi's return, he too carried back a substantial letter. As soon as Xiao Luzi departed, Azhi's face clouded with concern. Ranyu wrung a warm cloth to soothe her wrist, asking, "My lady, why not write a bit more?" With several sheets filled, Azhi had already strained her wrist during the 2 occasions of writing. Azhi bit into a piece of peach that Wu Xiang had cut for her. Gently shaking her head, "We are no longer in the palace. We must maintain appearances, even if it merely requires a few more words." Azhi had resided in the temporary palace for a considerable period, finding profound satisfaction in her surroundings. Every aspect of life here, be it the food, the amenities, the accommodations, or the leisure activities, seemed to resonate with her desires. Were she given the choice, she might even conclude that her current circumstances were quite agreeable. However, upon entering the palace, many matters became beyond her control. Since she was bound to return eventually, it was essential for the emperor to remember her. After all, it was merely a matter of a few sheets of paper, which she could regard as an opportunity to practice her calligraphy. "Ranyu, please inform the kitchen that I wish to have some small yellow croaker for dinner," she instructed. Ranyu chuckled softly. "Your Highness, you mentioned it this morning, and the kitchen has already begun preparations." While the atmosphere in the temporary palace was serene, the palace itself was thrown into disarray due to the Empress Dowager's return from her religious observance. Chapter 51. Personal Reception in the Palace of Cunning. A sudden cough escaped the Empress, followed by a crimson stain on her pristine handkerchief. Yuchen and Fengxia, standing nearby, had already reddened their eyes with worry, while the Empress herself appeared unfazed, her expression unchanged. "Your Highness," Yuchen began, her voice trembling with emotion. The Empress accepted the tea bowl from Fengxia to rinse her mouth, and the unpleasant metallic taste finally began to dissipate. "How was the audience at Taihe Palace today?" The Empress inquired softly. Her health had been deteriorating, and she had recently excused the concubines from visiting Cunning Palace for their greetings. The Empress Dowager had returned to the palace after several days of religious observance, and although she had welcomed her on the first day, she had since been too weak to do much else. It was reported that the Empress Dowager had bestowed a string of coral bracelets upon Lady Lu and had even sent them directly to Lu's residence. Yuchen's expression turned scornful as she spoke, clearly disapproving of Lady Lu's behavior. This Lady Lu was none other than Lu Yining. Although she was still recuperating at home from her injuries, she had inexplicably caught the Empress Dowager's eye. On the day the Empress Dowager returned, many witnessed the emperor leaving Taihe Palace with a dark expression. Yet, the following day, an imperial decree arrived at Lu's residence, granting her the title of noble lady, with an expectation to enter the palace once her recovery was complete. Though she had yet to step into the palace, she frequently sent small tokens like embroidered pouches and pastries to Taihe Palace, eager to curry favor with the Empress Dowager, a display that many found distasteful. Upon hearing this, the Empress, while playing with her Buddhist prayer beads, rose and said gently, "The talented ladies will enter the palace in half a month. We should send a few capable nurses to instruct them. This palace is filled with familiar faces. It is time for some fresh ones." Yuchen and Fengxia nodded in agreement. Time swiftly passed, and half a month had nearly gone by. If it weren't for Ranyu's reminders, Azhi would hardly have realized that several days had already elapsed since the emperor had mentioned coming for her in a month. She herself was not anxious, but Wu Xiang had been fretting, developing several blisters on her lips from stress. "Your Highness, 5 days have already passed," Wu Xiang said, frowning. Azhi leisurely continued to savor the lotus seed soup in her bowl. Although it was not the season for lotus seeds, she had mentioned them once and, somehow, the kitchen staff had managed to prepare a fresh lotus seed soup for her today. "Wu Xiang, do you think I could bring the palace chefs back with me when I return?" Wu Xiang, unable to contain her impatience, replied, "Your Highness, how can you be so unconcerned?" As soon as she spoke, both Azhi and Ranyu shared a light laugh at her expense. Azhi glanced at Ranyu, prompting her to softly ask, "In the past half month, has little Luzi visited every 2 days without fail?" Wu Xiang, without hesitation, shook her head. Ranyu chose not to elaborate further, as Wu Xiang quickly understood the implication. Though she may not be as astute as Ranyu, she was certainly not dull. Little Luzi was in the emperor's service, and his visits suggested that the emperor still held them in his thoughts. While knowledge may abound, the present moment finds us 5 days beyond the originally scheduled date, inevitably causing Wu Xiang to feel anxious. With a smile, Azhi set down her chopsticks, questioning whether the outside world was truly unpleasant. Wu Xiang hesitated, responding that while it was indeed agreeable, there remained reservations. Azhi rose, turning to instruct Ranyu. Ranyu, please bring the newly crafted kite. Observing Wu Xiang's furrowed brow, Ranyu whispered, the Empress has her own plans. We need only fulfill our respective duties. Wu Xiang understood that since the noble consort was aware of the situation, she too felt somewhat reassured, and thus followed Ranyu. The gentle spring breeze of March proved ideal for kite flying, with the elevated and spacious grounds of the West Mountain Palace serving as the perfect backdrop. Dressed in a delicate green spring robe, Azhi's laughter echoed throughout the gardens as she ran. Han Yin, accompanied by Zhao Fu, deliberately refrained from announcing their arrival. The steward of the West Mountain, upon unexpectedly encountering the emperor, trembled with fear, acutely aware that his majesty sought the presence of Consort Chun. Trembling, he led the way, anxious to avoid any blunders. Upon reaching the residence, it was revealed that Consort Chun had already ventured out, prompting the steward to lower his head in deep remorse and kneel in apology. Zhao Fu, too, was taken aback by the absence of Consort Chun in the elegant courtyard. Just days prior, the emperor had glanced at Consort Chun's letter while pouring tea. She had expressed her longing for him, lamenting her lack of enthusiasm for daily activities, spending her days confined within her chambers. Why, then, upon His Majesty's arrival, was she nowhere to be found? Han Yan's brow furrowed slightly, his visage visibly darkening. A clever little eunuch hastily stepped forward, stating, Your Majesty, Consort Chun is at the back mountain. Zhao Fu, cautiously observing the emperor's expression, sternly commanded, Why do you not lead the way at once? Thus, the group hurried toward the back mountain. Before Han Yin could catch sight of Azhi, he noticed the kites soaring high in the sky, and as he drew nearer, her laughter became audible. Suddenly, he halted, causing Zhao Fu, who was momentarily distracted, to nearly collide with him. Startled, he quickly stopped and cautiously glanced at Han Yin, asking, Your Majesty? The emperor remained silent, and all those following behind dared not breathe. Zhao Fu, did you hear that? Zhao Fu, utterly perplexed and unable to fathom the emperor's inquiry, tentatively ventured, What does Your Majesty mean? Han Yin, feeling the conversation lacked substance, dismissed it with a wave of his hand. As soon as Han Yin appeared, Ranyu and Wu Xiang noticed him and promptly knelt in respect. Azhi, upon witnessing this, turned around, her face a canvas of surprise and joy. Your Majesty? Grasping the string of her kite, she hurried toward him, eagerly inquiring about his arrival. Before he could respond, she pouted, wondering why he had not sent someone ahead to announce his presence. Oh no, my kite is about to fall. Listening to Azhi's cheerful chatter, the fleeting, inexplicable emotions in Han Yan's heart gradually dissipated. He approached her, taking her hand as they together lifted the descending kite back into the sky. Azhi glanced back at him, her bright, round eyes sparkling with admiration, thinking how remarkable the emperor truly was. Han Yan chuckled lightly, teasing, Is flying a kite truly such an impressive feat? Azhi nodded earnestly. Naturally, I cannot achieve such things. Receiving praise for such trivial matters made Han Yin feel slightly uncomfortable, prompting him to hand the kite over to a nearby young eunuch and instruct him to lead the way back. He casually inquired, if given the chance to choose, Would you prefer to be a kite soaring in the sky or a domesticated sparrow? Azhi instinctively grasped his hand, tilting her small face upward to meet his gaze. Her expression earnest. I wish to be neither a kite nor a sparrow. I simply desire to be the emperor's cherished consort. Han Yin lowered his gaze upon her, his eyes profound. He observed this person before him, who spoke such sweet words, yet her eyes held no hint of flirtation. The sincerity behind her words, perhaps only she, this heartless little one, fully comprehended. Han Yin did not wish to delve deeper. After all, this person would accompany him in the palace for a lifetime, rendering the distinction between a kite and a sparrow inconsequential. Chapter 52. Lady Lu Azhi lowered her gaze to the intertwined hands of the two, sensing an ephemeral flicker of displeasure from the emperor just moments ago. It was but a fleeting moment, vanishing before she could ponder its significance. Instinctively, once she boarded the carriage, she hesitated to draw near to him. Han Yin observed the obedient figure nestled in the corner, and the brief discontent he had just quelled surged back within him. With a sudden, forceful tug, he pulled her onto his lap, his lips pressed down with fervor. The roughness of his actions caused Azhi's lips to sting, prompting her to instinctively push him away. Han Yin let out a muffled groan, his brow furrowed in annoyance. Recalling the wounds on his back, Azhi withdrew her hand, forming a gentle fist to place between them. The submissiveness of the person in his embrace emboldened Han Yin, leading him to become even more aggressive. Azhi winced as her tongue met pain, letting out a soft whimper. It hurts. Her voice was both delicate and plaintive. Despite the pain, she dared not push him away with force. Han Yin's heart softened, and he tenderly retreated, planting gentle kisses to soothe her, his voice low and husky. Foolish girl. Azhi melted into his embrace, softly contesting, claiming she was not foolish, but rather that the emperor enjoyed teasing her. After speaking, she looked up with concern, inquiring about the state of his back. Does it still hurt? Han Yin, caressing her delicate, soft fingers, nonchalantly replied, It's nothing to worry about. Azhi huffed lightly. The emperor is just deceiving me. With his reluctance to elaborate, she refrained from probing further. You have indeed contributed to my rescue this time. Is there anything you desire? Han Yin's sudden question caught Azhi off guard. She stared blankly at him, seemingly perplexed by his words. Han Yin pinched her cheek lightly, teasing, What expression is that? After a moment of confusion, Azhi's face flushed slightly. The emperor had just mentioned her merit in his rescue, yet she pondered quickly and thoroughly, unable to recall any significant act on her part. Unlike Lord Wei, who possessed martial prowess to protect the emperor, or Lu Yining, who shielded him from arrows, she felt she had only hindered him, causing him to divert his attention to safeguard her instead. With a self-aware tone, Azhi murmured, Your Majesty, I have done nothing. Han Yin tightened his embrace, repositioning her to face him directly. Zhao Fu has already informed me of your actions. My dear Chunju was most dignified at a critical moment. He gazed at her with a smile in his eyes. Azhi's cheeks flushed deeper. The emperor loved to jest at her expense. Han Yin did not elaborate further. He was somewhat surprised by her performance when Zhao Fu recounted it to him. For someone so typically delicate, to hold her ground against those experienced old foxes was remarkable, and she had even managed to gain the upper hand subtly. His heart swelled with both pride and tenderness, knowing she must have been terrified in that moment. Azhi wrapped her arms around Han Yin's neck, leaning against him as she contemplated his earlier words. Now, she lacked for nothing and could scarcely conceive of what else she might desire. Upon noticing her distress, Han Yin softly inquired, How is Chun Pin? As suddenly sat upright in his embrace, her eyes wide with astonishment as she sought to discern the truth behind his words. Their gazes locked. Han Yin's cold, profound eyes betrayed no hint of jest. As his heart sank, her complexion paling slightly. Naturally, being elevated in rank is advantageous. A high position within the palace often affords a better existence than a lowly one. However, this advancement felt precipitous, as dared not accept it. She could not fathom Han Yin's intentions, nor did she know if she had already become a pawn in the emperor's game. The emperor, more than anyone, should understand that such actions thrust her into the eye of the storm. This overwhelming favor was akin to a slow-acting poison, exceedingly perilous for someone like Az, who lacked solid foundations within the palace. Az lowered her head in silence. Although Han Yin could not discern her expression, he surmised her thoughts from her unspoken demeanor. His gaze deepened, and he coldly reiterated, What say you? Hearing the chill in his voice, Az managed a bitter smile in her heart, yet feigned surprise at the honor bestowed upon her as she nestled into Han Yin's arms, exclaiming, I am truly delighted. Your Majesty treats me exceedingly well. As he listened to her words, the warmth on his face faded entirely. Upon their arrival in the capital, he disembarked from the carriage and instructed the imperial guards to escort Az back to the palace. As observed, the carriage halted before the inn where they had once visited together, and without further inquiry, assumed that the emperor had business to attend to in the palace, and had come to see her in passing. The return of Chun Jieyu attracted the attention of the entire palace. As Azhi's carriage entered the palace gates, news had already spread throughout the various halls. In Yuning Palace, Feng Cha hurried in from outside, approaching to whisper, "Your Highness, Chun Jieyu returned alone." The Shu Fei closed her beautiful eyes, while Dong Yi gently massaged her head. Upon hearing this, the Shu Fei waved her hand lightly, signaling Dong Yi to step aside. In a cool, measured tone, she inquired, "Did you see anyone from Taihe Palace?" Feng Cha replied with certainty. This servant did not see anyone from Taihe Palace. The Shu Fei, deep in thought, asked no further questions. She gazed out at the new buds emerging from the barren trees, her expression inscrutable, and Feng Cha and Dong Yi dared not speak further. Having not returned for some time, as was greeted at the entrance by Fu Rong and Liu, who awaited her arrival with others. A throng of people knelt in greeting, and as smiled lightly, bidding them to rise. Once inside her chamber, exhausted from a day of travel, as languidly reclined on the couch, pondering whether any significant events had occurred in the palace during her absence, Fu Rong and Liu exchanged glances. As his previously languid demeanor gradually transformed into seriousness, her casual inquiry had evidently unearthed matters of import, as indicated by their expressions. Liu hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Your Highness, indeed several matters transpired during your absence. Firstly, the Empress Dowager returned to the palace after paying her respects at the temple. This, as had already heard of during her time at the temporary palace. Secondly, the young ladies from various regions have entered the palace for the final selection and assessment. Those deemed qualified will soon be admitted." As was already aware of this development, this year marks the 6th year since the emperor's ascension, and indeed, it is time for the grand selection that occurs every 3 years. To Azhi's astonishment, the last piece of information that Liu mentioned was that Liu Yining has been conferred the title of Guerin. Azhi furrowed her brows, never expecting that the injured Liu Yining would not only bypass the selection process to become a consort, but also attain a significant rank. This year marks Azhi's 8th year within the palace, and thus, she is aware that the highest position a newly arrived noble lady can achieve is that of Guerin. And typically, such a title is granted only after having served the emperor. However, considering that Liu Yining is the emperor's cousin, it is not uncommon for feelings to develop between relatives, especially after her daring act of saving the emperor's life. Thus, her elevation to Guerin seems justifiable. While Azhi was contemplating this, she noticed Xiao Fuzi hurrying in with an anxious expression. "Your Highness, Mama Fong from the Empress Dowager's side has arrived." Chapter 53. The Sinang Palace. Azhi accompanied Ranyu as they made their way to the Sinang Palace, guided by Mama Fong. An unsettling anxiety gripped her heart. Azhi had returned from outside the palace long past the hour of view, and it was indeed too late to disturb the Empress Dowager. Yet, to her surprise, as soon as she re-entered the palace, a messenger was dispatched by the Empress Dowager. It would be a lie to say she was not nervous. Azhi had never encountered the Empress Dowager before. During her time in the palace, numerous rumors circulated about this formidable figure, but ultimately, they were mere whispers, unreliable and unsubstantiated. "Chun Jiyu, please wait here while I announce your presence," Mama Fong murmured softly. Azhi obediently replied, "Thank you, Mama Fong." They waited for a considerable half-hour. Though early spring had brought a degree of warmth, the evening chill still lingered once the sun dipped below the horizon. Ranyu, distressed, remarked, "My lady, the Empress Dowager is intentionally making us wait." Azhi tightened her thin garment and gently admonished, "Do not speak foolishly." Within the Sinang Palace, Mama Fong cast another glance at the now darkening sky and quietly reminded, "My lady, it has been half an hour." The Empress Dowager rose, her movements deliberate, and stated, "It is time to serve the meal." Mama Fong hesitated, "But my lady, she is after all the Emperor's Chun Jiyu." "And what of it?" The Empress Dowager's voice turned icy as she furrowed her brow. "Has the Emperor returned to the palace?" Mama Fong paused briefly before responding, "Not yet." "Humph." The Empress Dowager scoffed lightly. "I shall see if he possesses any concern at all." Having served the Empress Dowager for decades, Mama Fong understood that her discontent stemmed from the matter concerning the 10th prince. Yet, she observed with trepidation as the Empress Dowager's actions became increasingly extreme over the past 2 years. The individual in question was no longer the 7th prince nurtured at the Empress Dowager's knee. He was now the sovereign of the realm, the most esteemed figure in the land. Mama Fong sighed softly. "My lady, why must you persist in this manner?" The Empress Dowager's expression pained momentarily before she spoke in a subdued tone. "Very well, let her enter." Mama Fong promptly went out to receive the visitor, explaining gently, "The Empress Dowager has been suffering from a headache today, and I apologize for keeping Chunji waiting." Azhi chuckled lightly, shaking her head. "Not at all. The Empress Dowager's health is of utmost importance." After standing for so long, her legs felt stiff, and Ranyu supported Azhi for a few steps, only releasing her hand just before they entered. Mama Fong pretended not to notice. Upon entering, Azhi respectfully knelt. This concubine pays her respects to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager sat above, lowering her gaze to regard the prostrate Azhi. Azhi maintained her reverence, her head bowed, her posture exuding sincerity without a hint of negligence or pretense. There was no sign of a favored concubine's arrogance, which caused the Empress Dowager's countenance to soften somewhat, preventing her from expressing further displeasure. Azhi had not knelt for such an extended period in a long while. Her knees ached subtly, and beads of perspiration formed on her forehead. At that moment, she had come to the conclusion that the Empress Dowager held no fondness for her. Puzzled, Azhi furrowed her brow, reflecting on the situation. She believed today marked her first audience with the Empress Dowager, and she had not uttered any inappropriate words in the past. All her actions today adhered strictly to the proper etiquette, and she had certainly not shown any disrespect towards the Empress Dowager. Standing beside the Empress Dowager, Mama Fong discreetly observed her several times. Yet, given the Empress Dowager's expression, she refrained from speaking. "Rise," commanded the Empress Dowager, uncertain of how long had passed, as finally heard the voice calling her. "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager bestows her grace." As knelt, her knees aching, finding it difficult to rise, while her New York beside her dared not offer assistance. The Empress Dowager had made it abundantly clear that she held disdain for Chunji. For a mere palace maid, any additional action would only serve to further incriminate Chunji. Just then, a member of the imperial kitchen arrived, and the foremost Yuan Bao immediately spotted Az. He discreetly glanced up before swiftly averting his gaze. "I have heard you once served in the palace?" Az's fingers tightened at the question. She understood the implication immediately. Yet another highborn individual deemed her origins as insignificant. Az was well aware of what the Empress Dowager wished to hear, so she candidly replied, "In response to your Majesty, I was indeed a maid in the palace." Az, of humble beginnings, found satisfaction in mere survival and never wallowed in self-pity. Nonetheless, those around her often assumed such a stance would cause her distress. The Empress Dowager's countenance turned slightly frosty at Az's forthrightness. "Upon first meeting Chunji, I sensed a connection and wished for her to serve at my table. Does she find this to be a burden?" Az's hands clenched tighter as she replied, softly and submissively, "I do not find it burdensome. To serve your Majesty at the table is a privilege." Az accepted the jade chopsticks and positioned herself beside the Empress Dowager, carefully attending to her needs. This was the first time Az had performed such duties. Even during her service in Taihe Palace, Han Yin had never assigned her such tasks. Az understood that the Empress Dowager, summoning her so late, was unlikely to grant her any leniency. Yet, despite being aware of this, her hand trembled severely by the time the evening meal concluded. Lady Fong, feeling a pang of sympathy, followed closely behind the Empress Dowager, knowing that Her Majesty rarely took longer than half an hour to dine. Today, however, it had already approached an hour. She gently reminded, "Your Majesty, the physician advised against excessive consumption at dinner the other day." At her words, the Empress Dowager waved her hand dismissively. Az's trembling hand was finally allowed to rest, and just as she intended to withdraw, a palace maid approached, holding a teacup meant for rinsing. The Empress Dowager lifted her gaze lightly. "Chunji is indeed clever and charming. It is no wonder the emperor favors you. Az immediately grasped the underlying meaning of the Empress Dowager's words and replied softly, "Thank you for your kind praise, your majesty." She reached out to take the teacup from Maid, but as soon as she grasped it, the scalding heat caused her to drop it. The celadone teacup shattered on the ground into several pieces, steam still rising from the spilled tea. Ignoring her burned hand, Az instantly knelt, "I am clumsy, please forgive me, your majesty." The sound of the Empress Dowager's jade bracelet striking the table was not loud, yet at that moment, it resonated with stark clarity. As his heart sank indeed, she heard the Empress Dowager's cold voice. "It seems Chunji you holds great dissatisfaction with me, to the extent of shattering cup in the..." As bowed her head in silence, believing the Empress Dowager to be a figure of piety who would not resort to such petty tactics even in discontent. Yet, to her astonishment, even a grand Empress Dowager could employ such trivial schemes. Upon witnessing the palace maid's steady hands, she instinctively reached out to receive the cup, only to realize it contained scalding hot tea. Without even glancing at her own hands, Azhi was acutely aware that her palms had turned crimson, and not only that, but they also burned intensely. Regardless of the Empress Dowager's utterances, Azhi refrained from offering any defense, being in the Taihe Palace, where the Empress Dowager's intentions were evidently malicious, rendered her words futile. Ultimately, Azhi and Ranyu were punished to kneel outside the Taihe Palace for 2 hours. Yuan Bao, having distanced himself from Azhi, quickened his pace and adeptly made his way back to the hall to seek out eunuch Yang. The stir caused by the Taihe Palace did not go unnoticed, as all eyes discreetly observed the unfolding events. The favored Chunjiu, upon her return to the palace, faced immediate punishment, leaving everyone eager to see how their emperor would respond. Chapter 54. The arrival of the empress upon receiving the news. Eunuch Yang instructed his subordinates to keep a watchful eye at the palace gates while dispatching someone to the Taihe Pavilion. Little Fuzai, upon learning of the situation, hurriedly made his way to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. This night, it was little Luzi's turn to be on duty, and with the emperor absent from the palace, he relished the opportunity to indulge in a moment of leisure. However, just as he began to doze off, a young eunuch at his side shook him awake, announcing, "Eunuch, someone has arrived." Frowning, little Luzi squinted into the darkness, unable to discern the identity of the visitor, who appeared to be in a great hurry. The expression on his face turned serious as the figure approached. When the visitor drew nearer, little Luzi recognized it was little Fuzai from the Taihe Pavilion, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over him. He fervently hoped that there was no trouble involving concubine Shan. He had come to realize the emperor's genuine fondness for her, having delivered countless items to her at the Western Mountain Palace over the past month: food, clothing, and all necessities. Eunuch Luzi, little Fuzai rushed over, breathless and visibly distressed. Noticing his frantic state, little Luzi furrowed his brow and asked, "What has happened?" "Eunuch, our lady has been at the Taihe Palace for nearly 2 hours and has yet to return." Little Fuzai spoke in a hurried and agitated manner. Little Luzi, bewildered, demanded, "What do you mean she hasn't returned? What exactly is going on? Speak clearly." Panting, little Fuzai articulated, "Our lady was summoned to the Taihe Palace by Matron Fong from the Empress Dowager escort at the hour of you, and she has not returned. I have just received word that our lady is being punished to kneel outside the Taihe Palace." As he spoke, tears welled in little Fuzai's eyes. "Eunuch, our lady is frail. She has suffered before from being punished to kneel in the snow. The early spring nights are chilly, and she is dressed so lightly. If, heaven forbid..." Little Fuzai broke down in tears. Little Luzi's expression darkened. Although Fuzai's words remained unspoken, he understood the gravity of the situation. The days of early spring may be warm, but the nights are frigid. He knew that some weak palace ladies still relied on charcoal braziers for warmth. If she were to kneel for several hours in such weather, the consequences could be dire. However, with the emperor absent and eunuch Zhao also away, he found himself powerless to intervene, especially with the Empress Dowager involved. Even if little Luzi had 100 times the courage, he would not dare to act. "Stop crying if you wish to save your lady," little Luzi urged, patting the weeping Fuzai. Quickly, little Fuzai wiped his tears away. Little Luzi pulled him closer and lowered his voice, the emperor has yet to return to the palace. The only one who can save concubine Chun now is the empress. You must hurry to the Ning Palace and seek her assistance. Without questioning why the emperor was absent, little Fuzai promptly bowed and swiftly turned to run towards the Ning Palace. Meanwhile, little Luzi hastened back into the hall, devising a plan to reach the emperor. Although he did not possess the favor of eunuch Zhao, he was aware of certain matters. The emperor had deliberately concluded the morning court session early today and had left immediately to fetch someone from the Western Mountain Palace. Although the reason for the emperor's absence alongside the esteemed Chun Juyu remains a mystery, it is imperative that he promptly devises a means to report the unfolding events to the emperor. Inside the Ning Palace, the empress's health has been deteriorating, her spirits particularly low in recent days, leading her to retire shortly after the hour of Su. Yu Chun and Feng Xia, attentive in their duties, exchanged glances upon hearing a faint rapping at the window, prompting Feng Xia to quietly step outside. "What troubles you?" Feng Xia inquired, her brow furrowing, aware that if it were not a grave matter, Ban Xiu would not so blatantly disregard decorum. Ban Xiu, also frowning, recounted the situation and asked, "With Xiao Fuzi waiting outside, should we inform Her Majesty the Empress?" Feng Xia hesitated, recognizing that protocol dictated such news be relayed to the Empress. However, given the Empress's recent insomnia due to her illness, she had finally managed to fall asleep a bit earlier that evening. Waking her at this hour might result in another restless night. After a prolonged silence, Yu Chun ventured forth to seek clarification. Upon hearing the details, her expression turned serious as she whispered, "We must inform Her Majesty." The group reached a consensus, and Yu Chun and Feng Xia entered the chamber, cautiously rousing the Empress to explain the situation. The Empress sat up in bed, cleared her throat lightly, and requested assistance in her grooming. Though Yu Chun and Feng Xia felt a pang of guilt, they understood the urgency of the matter. They swiftly assisted the Empress in her simple preparations, ultimately draping a cloak over her shoulders. Upon seeing the Empress emerge, Xiao Fuzi was overwhelmed with joy, expressing his gratitude as he led the way. Azhi and Ranyu had already been kneeling at the entrance of Ning Palace for half an hour, both clad in thin garments. Noticing Azhi's pallor, Ranyu's eyes glistened with tears as she choked on her words, "Your Majesty." Azhi managed a strained smile in response, assuring her, "I am fine." Ranyu, feeling a deep empathy, recognized Azhi's bravado. Azhi's knees ached, her hands throbbed, and a chill coursed through her body. She felt unwell all over, hoping that the others in the palace would exhibit some cleverness and find a solution. Mama Fong frequently glanced at the hourglass nearby, while the Empress Dowager sat with her eyes closed, turning the beads of her prayer necklace. "Do you also believe I am heartless?" The Empress Dowager asked sharply. "I would never presume to suggest such a thing," Mama Fong replied hastily. The Empress Dowager scoffed, opening her eyes. "I wish to see whether he possesses any heart at all." Mama Fong's lips curled into a bitter smile. "Your Majesty, I understand your suffering, yet Chun Juyu is innocent." "Innocent?" The Empress Dowager retorted coldly. "Is she innocent while my imperial son is not?" Mama Fong refrained from further counsel, aware that the 10th prince remained a thorn in the Empress Dowager's heart. After half an hour, the Empress arrived at Ning Palace, feeling a mix of compassion and unspoken grief upon seeing Azhi, who was hunched over in supplication. Azhi, sensing footsteps behind her, did not turn around. When the figure approached, she finally raised her head to find it was the Empress. Azhi respectfully prostrated. "This humble servant pays her respects to your Majesty." The Empress, feeling a wave of compassion, softly replied, "I shall first visit my mother." She removed her own cloak and draped it over Azhi's shoulders, saying, "You are still young. Falling ill from the cold would not bode well for you." Azhi had knelt for an extended period without feeling a hint of grievance. Even when her hand was scalded, she refrained from shedding tears. However, upon hearing the Empress's words, she could no longer suppress her emotions, and her voice quivered as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The attendants Yu Chun and Feng Xia, who accompanied the Empress, were touched to see her offering her cloak to Chun Jiu, yet they dared not voice their thoughts. The Empress Dowager, upon witnessing the Empress's return, felt no surprise. After all, this was the empress she had personally selected for the emperor. No one understood the empress's character better than she did. She was a competent empress, always mirroring the emperor's preferences. For the favored concubines in the harem, she exhibited a particular leniency. Even in light of past events, she never once forgot her identity and responsibilities as empress. Chapter 55. Regicide. As the empress settled down after paying her respects, she had barely begun to speak when she was seized by a fit of coughing. The dowager empress furrowed her brow, inquiring about her deteriorating health, urging her to seek the physician's attention. The empress discreetly clutched a blood-stained handkerchief, offering a gentle smile. "I appreciate your concern, mother. It is merely my own frailty." Having just coughed, her complexion was pallid. The dowager empress, feeling a twinge of compassion, remarked that, given her poor health, she ought to rest well in Taihe Palace, questioning the necessity of her involvement in the affairs of the servants. Upon hearing the dowager empress categorize Chun Jieyu among the servants, the empress could not help but smile bitterly in her heart. Perhaps in the dowager's eyes, Chun Jieyu was but a servant, yet to the emperor, they were all beneath him. "Mother, Chun Jieyu is still young and has recently sustained injuries while rescuing his majesty. The night is chilly, and she cannot withstand it," the empress explained. The dowager empress's expression turned icy as she retorted, "You truly are a dutiful empress." The empress maintained a serene smile, concealing her true thoughts. The dowager empress, seeing her demeanor, felt a mix of disappointment and frustration. Despite being the mother of a nation, she had forced herself into such a predicament. The empress had been personally chosen by the dowager for the emperor, and over the past decade, she had observed her struggles. Sighing softly, the dowager empress rubbed her brow. "Very well." In a low voice, she instructed, "Mother Fong, send Chun Jieyu back." Both Mother Fong and the empress exchanged glances of joy. But before they could express their gratitude, a palace maid rushed in, her hurried entrance causing discontent among the onlookers. "Your Majesty, Empress, the emperor has taken Chun Jieyu away." The empress's heart sank momentarily as she instinctively glanced at the dowager empress, whose face had turned a deep shade of anger. With a resounding clap, her hand struck the table, causing her bracelet to shatter into several pieces, clattering onto the floor. "Well, very well." The dowager empress's fury was palpable, her expression dark and forbidding. Aside from a fleeting moment of surprise, the empress quickly regained her composure. Since Chun Jieyu had already departed, there was no reason for her to linger. She rose to take her leave. The moonlight was splendid that night, and, as she exited Taihe Palace, the empress instinctively looked up. Yu Chun and Feng Xia, who were attending her, dared not speak. After a considerable pause, the empress softly said, "Have someone send some medicinal herbs to Taihe Pavilion tomorrow." Yu Chun and Feng Xia nodded attentively. At Taihe Pavilion, Lu Ying and Fu Rong were attending to Azhi's bath. The water was heated, infused with medicinal herbs prescribed by the physician to ward off cold. Han Yin sat outside with a cold demeanor, while Ranyu knelt on the ground responding to him. Ranyu, being astute, knew well what to say and what to withhold. After listening to her, Han Yan's expression darkened further, and he rose to quietly instruct. "Take good care of your Chun Jieyu." He strode away with Zhao Fu. Within Taihe Palace, the candles burned brightly, and the shattered jade bracelet had long been tidied away by the palace attendants. The commotion had lasted too long, having surpassed the dowager empress's usual bedtime. Noticing the empress's weary visage, Mother Fong stood behind her, gently massaging her shoulders. Mother Fong understood that the dowager empress was awaiting the emperor's return. She could not help but softly remind, "Your Majesty, after all, he is the emperor." The gates of the Taihe Palace stood wide open, and the empress dowager, gazing at the figure emerging in the distance, spoke in a low, icy tone. "I seem to have forgotten. He is now the emperor. The royal family is notoriously indifferent, as was the late emperor, and he is even more so." "Your Majesty," Lady Fong whispered urgently, fearing that if the emperor were to overhear the dowager's words, the already tenuous bond between mother and son might be entirely severed. The dowager, with a cold snort, chose not to elaborate further. Han Yin moved with an urgent pace, his tall stature allowing him to cover ground swiftly with each of his strides. Zhao Fu had to take two to keep up. Zhao Fu, with a grimace, hurriedly trotted behind Han Yin, inwardly cursing the dowager multiple times for her audacity. What madness was this? Not to mention the sudden return from prayer. But why was the beloved consort Chun suddenly under attack? Everyone within the palace knew that currently, consort Chun held the emperor's utmost affection, regardless of future developments. The emperor's fondness for her was tangible. Zhao Fu could see clearly that the emperor even harbored genuine feelings. Han Yan's countenance darkened, his cold gaze enveloped in an air of chilling intensity as he strode into Taihe Palace. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he fixed his gaze upon the dowager, displaying no intention of feigning cordiality. The dowager's expression was equally grim as she coldly inquired, "What brings the emperor to this humble palace at such a late hour?" Upon hearing her words, Han Yan's dark eyes grew colder. He seated himself in a nearby position, lowering his gaze as he absently twirled the jade ring on his finger. It appeared that his previous admonitions had not been sufficiently clear. Raising his gaze, he inquired, "Or perhaps, is a mere air insufficient to compel the dowager to restrain herself?" The dowager's face turned ashen. Did the emperor just acknowledge it? Li Mingjue was the sole male heir of the duke's estate, and his elder brothers had always treated him like a precious gem. Yet, he had met an untimely demise in the estate's lake. His body was only discovered after it had begun to decompose, a truly absurd joke. The ability to commit murder so quietly within the duke's residence had already sparked the dowager's suspicions. However, the emperor's actions were executed with such precision that it was inconceivable that he would be implicated. To her astonishment, he had now openly admitted it. Furious, the dowager abruptly stood, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, Zhuer is, after all, the heir of the duke's estate." Han Yin leisurely continued to twist the ring on his finger, responding nonchalantly. "And what of it?" Rising to his feet, he regarded the dowager with a gaze as frigid as ice. "I wish to inquire, what penalty does regicide entail?" His voice, calm yet resonant, reverberated through the tranquil halls of Taihe Palace like thunder. The dowager froze, her entire being seemingly paralyzed, while Zhao Fu and Lady Feng knelt in trepidation. The dowager, now chilled to the bone, looked at Han Yin with a mixture of shock and fear. "If you do not wish to occupy this position, I would have no qualms about replacing you," he stated coldly. The dowager's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Han Yin. Suddenly, she began to laugh. But the laughter quickly turned into an icy demeanor as she uttered words that were nothing short of shocking. "I should never have raised such an ungrateful wretch. You deserve to die. Your Highness, be cautious with your words." Lady Feng urgently interjected. Zhao Fu wished fervently to bury himself in the earth, hoping to be deaf to all that transpired. Han Yin's grip behind him gradually tightened. His expression remained inscrutable, yet he grew increasingly composed, akin to a mere spectator observing the Empress Dowager. Certain truths, once uttered, must be expressed candidly. The Empress Dowager descended the high platform step by step, advancing towards Han Yin. "Since the late emperor entrusted you to my care, I have believed I have never wronged you. Yet, how have you repaid my kindness?" Her finger pointed vehemently at the emperor, her expression a poignant blend of sorrow and wrath. "My son, born with a physical ailment, has never sought the throne from you, yet you still chose to take his life." With crimson eyes, the Empress Dowager stood before him, stripped of any vestige of her former regal dignity. Chapter 56. A lifetime of pretending in stark contrast to the Empress Dowager's loss of composure. Han Yin, seated opposite her, maintained an unsettling calmness. He addressed her as your imperial brother with unwavering insistence, offering her gifts regardless of her numerous admonitions to keep them for herself. "Han Yin, we owe you nothing, yet you took his life?" The Empress Dowager's eyes were swollen and red, tears blurring her vision, obscuring the figure of the man who had ascended to the throne before her. She took a step back, collapsing in her chair, while Mama Feng hurried to assist her. Han Yin remained steadfast, his posture unyielding, never once challenging the words spoken by the Empress Dowager. Silence enveloped them until, after an interminable pause, he spoke coldly. "Has the Empress Dowager finished?" With her head bowed, her expression concealed. Mama Fong beside her was already in tears, yearning to voice her support for the Empress Dowager, but unsure how to begin. I am here today merely to advise the Empress Dowager against pursuing actions that are ill-advised. Should there be a next time, it will no longer be a mere heir of a duke's household, he articulated gravely. Take heed of my words. With that, Han Yin departed the Taihe Palace without lingering. Once he left, the Empress Dowager slumped completely in her chair. Your Majesty, summon the imperial physician at once. The chaos of Taihe Palace was beyond her comprehension. She was simply overwhelmed by hunger and dizziness. Since her return, she had not even sipped a drop of water. The imperial kitchen had sent over a warming pot, which suited her perfectly. As she ate, Furong ground herbs in her palm and gently massaged Azhi's knees. Bruising had formed on Azhi's knees, requiring careful kneading to alleviate. Lost in thought, Azhi was entirely focused on the slices of lamb in the pot, urging Wuxiang, "It's ready. Leave it any longer and it will overcook." Wuxiang promptly retrieved the meat and placed it before Azhi. Your Majesty, what do you think provoked the Empress Dowager today? Wuxiang, accustomed to speaking freely after spending time with Azhi, asked without hesitation. Azhi had no qualms about this lack of decorum. She felt no need for the customary silence during meals. With her mouth full of sauce-coated lamb, Azhi slowly responded, "Who knows?" She had contemplated the Empress Dowager's motives during her time in Taihe Palace, but found herself utterly perplexed. Forget it. I won't dwell on that. Just as she lifted a slice of mushroom with her chopsticks, the door was forcefully pushed open. Startled, she fumbled, causing the mushroom to fall to the ground. Han Yin entered, his expression dark and simmering with suppressed rage, prompting the attendants, Ran Yu and Wuxiang, to discreetly withdraw. Wuxiang closed the door with a sense of trepidation, hoping that the Empress Dowager would not suffer because of his wrath. Oshi Geist Autonyan, whose demeanor was shrouded in shadows, her heart racing. On any other day, she would have playfully complained, but at this moment, she dared not act out of line. Cautiously, she rose from her seat and softly inquired, "Your Majesty, what troubles you?" Han Yin observed the delicate apprehension and eagerness to please in Azhi's eyes, which suddenly filled him with an overwhelming irritation. This reminded him of earlier that day when he intended to bestow her a title. Her expression of both surprise and fear mirrored her current duplicity. Deep down, she was terrified of him, yet she feigned a facade of concern and a desire to draw closer. He recalled the words spoken by the Empress that night, along with the actions he had taken previously. His agitation intensified. In the past, Han Yin had been indifferent, but now he found himself preoccupied with these matters. He had always been a petty and calculating individual. Since he had developed feelings for the person before him, how could she remain untouched and unaffected? In recent days, she had sent him letters intermittently, each consisting of 5 or 6 pages, half of which professed her fondness for him. Each time he read those affectionate declarations, his frustrations regarding state affairs would dissipate considerably. Those letters were still neatly stored in the Taihe Palace, and he found himself unable to resist glancing at them daily. Therefore, he had gone to fetch her in person. However, the reality was starkly different. The one who professed to miss him to the point of losing her appetite was, in the palace, seemingly more vivacious than anyone else. Upon their first encounter, Han Yin distinctly remembered the surprise in her gaze overshadowing any joy. He strode forward, gripping Azhi's chin with a firm hand, his voice cold and low. "Are you afraid of me?" His grip was forceful, compelling Azhi to meet his gaze. Tears welled in her eyes as she pleaded, "Your Majesty, it hurts." Under normal circumstances, Han Yin would have felt a pang of sympathy, but at that moment, he remained unmoved. "I shall ask you once more. Are you afraid of me, or do you harbor affection for me?" His patience for the charade they once played together had evidently waned. Azhi, gazing at Han Yin, realized he was earnest. She dared not speak, fully aware of her vulnerability before him. He could discern the truth behind her words with a single glance, and at that moment, he desired nothing but honesty. Her indecision was palpable to Han Yin. Although Azhi remained silent, he perceived everything through her eyes. Suddenly tightening his grip, Azhi felt a sharp pain as her chin was pinched, turning red from the pressure. "My dear Chunjia," It would be best for you to maintain this act for a lifetime. Even if you do not love me, you must pretend for eternity. Azhi was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp the full implication of Han Yan's words. Before she could react, he swept her up in his arms and unceremoniously tossed her onto the bed. The impact against the mattress was jarring, and before she could utter a cry of pain or plead for mercy, all sounds seemed to vanish. Han Yan's actions were brutally uncouth. He disregarded Azhi entirely, as well as his own still healing wounds. The fine silk garment made of shoe brocade was torn apart, and Azhi's fair skin was soon marked with crimson welts. As her tongue was bitten, she tasted the metallic tang of blood, unable to discern whether it was her own or Han Yan's. The sounds of distress reached the ears of Zhao Fu and Ran Yu, who were waiting outside the pavilion, prompting them to retreat in unison. Even Zhao Fu, the grand eunuch, was left blushing at the sounds he had overheard, let alone the maidens in attendance. One by one, they were so embarrassed that they could hardly bear to cover their ears. Azhi was not one to shy away easily, having inflicted pain upon Han Yan. She ensured he felt her retribution in equal measure. Azhi's beautifully manicured nails had broken several, while Han Yan felt a searing pain across his back and chest. This only intensified the redness in his eyes and rendered his actions even more ruthless. Throughout that night, the candle flames in the chamber flickered ceaselessly. It was only at the break of dawn that the commotion within subsided. Zhao Fu glanced at the time and realized it was time for the emperor's south morning court. From within came the call for water, and he entered, holding the dragon robe. Upon entering, Ran Yu and Wu Xiang were met with the sight of a disheveled garment on the floor, marred with traces of the night's events, causing their faces to flush as if they had been scalded, and they kept their heads bowed. Han Yin rose to glance at the unconscious Azhi. His heart softened despite the tumult. Once the bath was filled with warm water, he instructed them to leave and personally carried Azhi to the back. Chapter 57. The noble consort Chun Azhi had succumbed to a day-long slumber, only to be roused at dusk by the concerned calls of Ran Yu and the others. The moment she stirred, she was met with excruciating pain, particularly in certain areas. She glanced down at her body, dismayed to find not a single unblemished patch of skin. It was marred with crimson marks. Several abrasions were visible even where she could see, while more tender areas bore the brunt of the assault, marked by fingerprints and a deep flush. The slightest touch sent waves of agony through her. This was after Ran Yu and the others had applied medicine in the morning. Had they not, the situation would have been even more dire. Azhi's lips were equally afflicted, with blood at the corners, though the swelling had subsided slightly due to the treatment. "Your Highness, the Emperor is far too unkind," Ran Yu whispered, her heart heavy with sympathy. Azhi's lips curled into a bitter smile. Unkindness? He was the sovereign, and everyone was obliged to cater to his whims. The blessings bestowed upon them were but a reflection of his grace, and they were destined to endure. After sleeping the entire day, Azhi attempted to rise again after dinner, but soon succumbed to weariness and returned to sleep. However, in the depths of the night, she was struck by a sudden fever, alarming the palace attendants of Taihe Pavilion. In Taihe Palace, Zhao Fu, who had been dozing, was roused by a young eunuch bearing news of the need for a physician at Taihe Pavilion. His brow furrowed. The emperor had only just fallen asleep, and he hesitated to disturb him. Yet, considering the esteemed position of Chun Jiyu in the emperor's heart, he finally decided to tap gently at the window. "What is it?" Han Yin's low voice emerged from within. "Your Majesty, a physician is required at Taihe Pavilion," Zhao Fu replied in hushed tones. Silence followed, causing Zhao Fu's heart to race with anxiety. After a moment, he heard the command, "Enter." Zhao Fu hurried inside to assist the emperor with his attire. The sudden appearance of the emperor at Taihe Pavilion startled everyone, and the palace maidens and eunuchs knelt in shock. The physician and a female doctor had just finished tending to Azhi. She had already caught a chill for being punished to kneel outside Ci Ning Palace the day before, although she had felt somewhat better after a medicinal bath. The events of the previous night had taken a toll, leading to her current fever. In fact, Azhi had begun to feel the heat during the day, though it had gone unnoticed by Ran Yu and the others. Lu Yu entered with freshly brewed medicine, which Han Yin personally accepted. feeding it to Azhi spoonful by spoonful. Despite her fever, Azhi retained some awareness and opened her mouth when the medicine neared. Han Yin cradled her in his arms, while Lu Yu and Zhao Fu discreetly exited. After taking the medicine, Azhi's condition improved significantly. Han Yin gazed down at her, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions, especially as he recalled the horrific marks he had seen while tending to her in the morning. Regret washed over him. He should not have allowed things to escalate as they had. His anger had not been solely directed at Azhi, but had also stemmed from the Empress Dowager and his own frustrations. Yet he had unleashed all of it upon her. Lowering his head, he pressed a gentle kiss to Azhi's forehead, whispering, "It is my fault. Recover swiftly." Han Yin embraced her and lay down together, oblivious to the slight flutter of her eyelashes as she began to sweat under the influence of the medicine later that night. She felt an overwhelming heat and instinctively attempted to throw off the quilt enveloping her. The moment she moved, Han Yin awoke, tightening his embrace around her, effectively restraining her. In her drowsy state, Azhi felt an immense discomfort, her body drenched in sweat, her inner garments clinging to her skin, causing her great distress. As she gradually regained consciousness and opened her eyes, she was astonished to find that the person holding her was Han Yin. With a tentative whisper, she called out, "Your Majesty? How come?" Blinking her eyes in disbelief, her petite form nestled deeper into Han Yin's embrace. Her voice choked with emotion. "I thought you would never return." Resting her head against Han Yin's chest, he could distinctly feel the warmth of her tears. His arms around her gradually tightened. He simply could not bear to disregard her. At least not now. Throughout the day, Han Yin pondered extensively. Upon seeing Azhi lying in bed with a high fever, clarity suddenly dawned upon him. Her feelings toward him, whether affectionate or not, were not of paramount importance. It was indeed wonderful if she liked him. Yet if she did not, her own well-being was what truly mattered. Han Yin questioned himself. Even he was uncertain how long his own affection for Azhi could endure. Perhaps once the novelty wore off, she would become just another ordinary consort in the palace. The duration of affection relies solely on the heart's will. If he could not even guarantee such a thing for himself, how could he demand it from her? Emotions, inherently ephemeral and unreliable, offered him little assurance. The only gifts he could provide her were status and power. With such gifts, even if one day he no longer cherished her, she would still be able to lead a comfortable life in her elevated position. Azhi clung tightly to Han Yin, acutely sensing that the unnameable anger he bore the previous night had dissipated. Her palm-sized face was streaked with tears as she softly lamented, "Your Majesty, you have no compassion for me at all." With a firm grip, Han Yin lifted her slightly, bringing their gazes level. Azhi leaned against his chest, and he cradled her face in his hands, wiping away her tears. In a low voice, he promised, "It is my fault. I shall make it up to you tomorrow." Azhi whimpered softly in a playful manner. "Then you must remember, Your Majesty." Exhausted, she muttered incoherently before drifting back to sleep. She did not have the chance to inquire about the compensation Han Yin had mentioned. Therefore, when she awoke to discover she had been elevated to the status of a third-rank noble consort residing in the main hall of the fragrant pavilion, she was momentarily taken aback. A third-rank noble consort. This was a rank even higher than the third-rank consort he had previously mentioned during their carriage ride back from the temporary palace. Azhi was at a loss as to whether she should feel joy or concern. While a higher rank was certainly advantageous, it was rather overwhelming for her current situation. Having been in the palace for less than half a year, she had ascended from a maid to a third-rank noble consort. Presently, the palace had vacancies for a second-rank lady-in-waiting and a first-rank consort. Counting on her fingers, Azhi realized that only 4 individuals in the palace held ranks superior to hers. The Empress of extraordinary rank, the first-rank consort Da, the noble consort Shu, and the second-rank Lady Zhou. This was something Azhi had never even dared to imagine before. She pinched herself to confirm, and the pain assured her that this was no dream. Under the support of Ran Yu and others, Azhi ventured into the courtyard, where the Emperor's bountiful gifts were lavishly displayed. The Emperor, showing concern for the Empress, had instructed eunuch Zhao Fu, who accompanied the officials from the Palace of Ceremonial Affairs, to ensure that the Empress was not awakened. Azhi's expression was a tapestry of emotions. The personal announcement of the decree by an official from the Palace of Ceremonial Affairs was a privilege reserved for those of the third rank and above, marking a significant first for her. She harbored a desire to listen, for this might be a singular opportunity in her lifetime. Deep within, Azhi understood that her elevation was largely due to her merit during the spring hunt in the Western Mountains. Although she considered her actions modest, the emperor publicly credited her with saving his life, thus endowing her with merit. If Lui Nin could ascend to nobility for her act of valor, Azhi's promotion was hardly surprising. As for the initial bestowal of a concubine's rank, only to have the emperor change his mind, Azhi could surmise the reasons. Perhaps it stemmed from guilt, or perhaps from other profound sentiments. Chapter 58. The Queen Mother Azhi's elevation within the imperial harem has stirred a tempest of envy among all. It would be one thing if her rank were modest, but her rapid ascent by 2 levels has incited widespread jealousy. In the Yuan Palace, Green Ji softly announced, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince has fallen asleep." She inquired if any news had emerged regarding the events at Taihe Palace last night. The entire harem had focused their attention on that palace, particularly when the emperor made a return visit. However, the happenings within remained a mystery to all. This morning, word spread from Taihe Palace that the Empress Dowager had fallen ill. With both the Empress and the Dowager unwell, the customary morning greetings were postponed. Greenji shook her head gently, saying, after the emperor arrived at Taihe Palace last night, only Zhao Fu and Granny Fong were permitted to remain. These two are trusted confidants of the emperor and the dowager, and it would be utterly impossible to extract any information from them. The Defei lightly tapped the tea lid and remarked, "Well, we shall learn what we must when the time is right." Noticing Mog beside her hesitating to speak, she encouraged her gently, "If you have something to say, do so." Mog then spoke in a hushed tone, "Your Highness, might it be that the esteemed lady of K. Fei has risen too swiftly? Should we?" Defei calmly covered the tea lid. Rising with a light laughter, "The lady of Yuning Palace is not in a rush, so why should we be?" Mog pondered Defei's words carefully, eventually responding softly in agreement. Defei understood well that the crown prince was fundamental to her standing in the harem. As long as her son thrived and grew up safely, she would ultimately prevail when he ascended to a lofty position. In Yuning Palace, Fang Cha and Dong attentively attended to Xu Fei. Upon seeing her only pick at a few grains of rice before setting down her chopsticks, they felt a pang of concern. "Your Highness, the physician just advised you yesterday to take care of your health," Fang Cha said. Dong echoed her sentiments. Yet Xu Fei still rose from the table, leaving nearly all the food untouched. The following morning, while Azhi continued to sleep, the maidservants and eunuchs of K. Fei quietly tidied up. K. Fei, being situated to the east of the Paixiang Hall, was in no hurry. They allowed Azhi to awaken naturally around noon. Azhi had previously thought highly of K. Fei, but upon entering the main hall, she grasped the true meaning of opulence. Everywhere she looked, there were jade and precious woods. Upon entering the inner chamber, she beheld a magnificent jade screen, intricately carved and adorned with exquisite designs, a treasure beyond measure. Azhi's eyes sparkled at the sight. Ranyu whispered. This was specially sent by the emperor through eunuch Zhao from the royal treasury. Azhi surmised that such valuable items, had they not been in the emperor's private collection, would have long been claimed by others. Wu Xiang then summoned several individuals to present a tray, lightly smiling. "Your Highness, please take a look." As the cloth was lifted, Azhi's eyes widened with delight at the sight of gold and silver ingots, and a tray filled with golden melon seeds. Being rather worldly, Azhi found herself most enamored by these treasures, followed closely by the jade screen, while the other jewelry and adornments held little interest for her. It is not that she harbors any dislike. Rather, after receiving numerous gifts from the emperor, such treasures have lost their novelty. At that moment, Azhi instructed Ranyu and Wu Xiang to distribute the golden melon seeds to the palace maids and eunuchs, as was customary. The recipients of the rewards beamed with flushed faces, their laughter ringing sweetly in the air, as if words of praise were as abundant as the very air they breathed. Azhi felt a sense of joy today, even indulging in an extra half bowl of rice at dinner. The marks on her skin took a full 5 or 6 days to completely fade. And once her health was restored, she promptly asked Ranyu to inform the kitchen to prepare the necessary ingredients. Personally, she crafted a box of peach blossom pastries, which she packed into a food container, and then, accompanied by Ranyu and Wuxiang, she made her way to Taihe Palace. As a third-rank noble consort, Azhi was entitled to an escort. She sat gracefully atop her palanquin, while Ranyu held a fine enamel box in her hands. This box contained nothing other than the cloak that the Empress had gifted to Azhi on a previous occasion. As they drew nearer to Taihe Palace, Wuxiang hesitated, whispering, "Your Highness, bringing merely a box of peach blossom pastries. Does it not seem rather trivial?" However, she did not dare to voice her thoughts openly. Azhi cradled the food container carefully and replied softly, "Nonsense. The Empress lacks for nothing. It is the sentiment that counts." Seeing Wuxiang's puzzled expression, Ranyu could not help but chuckle. Initially, she had assumed that the Emperor's attendants were all shrewd and discerning, but after spending several months together, she had come to realize otherwise. Wuxiang, who was straightforward and candid, was fortunate that their mistress was the gentle consort Chun. Had it been any other lady, their lives might have been far more arduous. Upon arriving at Taihe Palace, Yu Chun and Fengxia greeted her with deep respect. "This humble servant has prepared a box of peach blossom pastries for the Empress. May I inquire whether she is available?" Yu Chun and Fengxia exchanged glances, their brows furrowed with concern. "Consort Chun, the Empress has just taken her medicine and is resting. You see," Fengxia explained in hushed tones, glancing at Azhi. Azhi did not press the matter. She handed the food container to Fengxia, saying, "Since the Empress is resting, I shall not intrude. Please be so kind as to deliver these pastries to Her Majesty." After speaking softly, she did not linger and prepared to depart. "Ranyu, how long has the Empress been unwell?" Azhi inquired, her brow furrowed in concern. Ranyu thought carefully before responding. "I have heard that the Empress has been feeling unwell since a few days prior to the spring hunt. However, it was not as severe then, and all customary greetings continued as usual." Azhi calculated silently. If that were the case, then the Empress had been afflicted for nearly 2 months. What ailment could possibly endure for such an extended period without improvement? Contemplating this, Azhi, burdened with thoughts, chose not to return to the Paisiang Hall and instead sought refuge in a pavilion within the Imperial Garden. The garden was a vibrant tapestry of blooming flowers, each tended to by dedicated palace attendants, flourishing beautifully. As Azhi pondered her concerns, she suddenly spotted a group of young women dressed in pink garments, led by 2 matrons, approaching her direction. Intrigued, Azhi mused, could these be the newly arrived talented ladies? Ranyu replied, "Indeed, Your Highness." Azhi straightened her posture and cast another glance at the approaching ladies. She recalled that the talented maidens had a designated residence and, by protocol, were not permitted to come this far, save for one exception. A subtle pallor crossed Azhi's face as she inquired of her companion, "Ranyu, is today the day of the maiden selection?" Ranyu replied softly, affirming her query. "Who presides over this occasion?" "Both the Empress and the Dowager Empress are currently unwell, and such an important event surely requires a host." Ranyu responded in a hushed tone, "This election is overseen by Noble Consort Da and Noble Consort Shu." Azhi chose not to pursue the matter further. The 2 matrons accompanying the maidens spotted the distant figure of Consort Chun and promptly guided the maidens over to pay their respects. Chapter 59. Indifference. Azhi was not one to create difficulties for others. When the ladies-in-waiting greeted her, she responded with a gentle demeanor, even taking the time to appraise those who were particularly attractive. However, unexpectedly, her gaze met that of one bold lady who dared to look up at her. The lady quickly averted her eyes. Azhi raised her eyebrows in mild surprise, marking the encounter in her memory. Once they departed, she chuckled lightly, remarking that the bold lady was quite good-looking. In a sea of bowed heads, such a gaze naturally caught her attention. Ranyu and Wuxiang shared a light laugh at her words, knowing that their mistress always held a particular fondness for the beautiful. "By the way, is there to be a delivery from the Palace of Reverence today?" Now that Azhi had risen to the rank of a third-grade noble consort, it was only fitting that more attendants be added to serve her. In response to her inquiry, They confirmed affirmatively. Azhi rose, instructing them to select individuals who were both composed and pleasing to the eye. Ran Yu and Wu Xiang giggled in agreement. Upon returning to the piping fragrance hall, Azhi entered the inner chamber. She glanced at the shelf brimming with popular novels and then looked down at the small corner where a few serious books resided. After some contemplation, she opted for a nearby novel. Her recognition of characters had significantly improved, which had led to a certain laziness. Once, she would read daily or practice her calligraphy every few days. Now, she had neglected to write even a single character for several days. The old nurse assigned by Han Yin to teach her reading and writing had taken to embroidery instead. Initially, the nurse would offer a few words of guidance. But as time passed, and she grew accustomed to Azhi's temperament, she ceased to bring up studying and practicing calligraphy after Azhi did not mention it. During Azhi's absence from the palace, the novels continued to circulate. She randomly selected a popular one and reclined on the couch to read. Green Willow was beside her, gently massaging her legs, while Fu Rong assisted by peeling grapes. Ran Yu and Wu Xiang had brought gifts from various palaces over the past few days. Indeed, life seemed quite joyful for her. As Azhi was engrossed in her reading, Zhou Xiao appeared at the door, accompanied by Yulan, who attended her. Azhi immediately sat up, surprised and delighted to see Zhou. "Sister Zhou, what brings you here today?" Upon seeing Zhou Xiao, Azhi's expression radiated happiness. Zhou Xiao had worried that their long separation might create a rift between them, but seeing Azhi's warm demeanor eased her concerns. Noticing Azhi's slightly fuller figure, Zhou Xiao playfully pinched her, feigning seriousness. "Now that you have become a noble consort, I must come to offer my congratulations." Azhi laughed. "Please do not mock me." In recent days, gifts had flooded in from various palaces, and she had only glanced at them before instructing Ran Yu and the others to store them away. However, Zhou's gift was different. Zhou Xiao took the yellow pearwood box from Yulan and presented it to Azhi. "This should have been delivered a couple of days ago, but upon hearing that you were unwell, I decided to come personally." Upon hearing Zhou mention her health, Azhi's face flushed. Zhou Xiao could sense something was amiss, but chose not to pry further, merely urging, "Quickly, open it and see if you like it." Azhi opened the box under her eager gaze, revealing a jade pendant. Such a precious item. Although Azhi was not well versed in jade, she could discern the extraordinary value of the piece gifted by Zhou Xiao. To the naked eye, its quality surpassed even the hairpin previously bestowed upon her by the Empress, and its vibrant color was strikingly vivid. As she spoke, Azhi instinctively began to return the item to the box, intending to give it back to Zhou Xiao. Observing this, Zhou Xiao feigned a stern demeanor, questioning whether Azhi looked down upon her gift. Of course, that was not the case. Azhi hurriedly denied it, affirming that she could never undervalue such a magnificent gift. Yet, her expression betrayed hesitation. It was simply too extravagant. Zhou Xiao let out a dismissive snort and glanced at the prominent jade screen in the room, remarking that her gift was but a trifle compared to the screen, and it was only natural for her sister not to appreciate it. With this, Azhi found it difficult to refuse further. Carefully, she took the pendant out again and handed it to Fu Rong, requesting her to assist in putting it on immediately. Zhou Xiao smiled, approving her action. Az, with a shy smile, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Zhou." Zhou Xiao chuckled lightly in return. "As long as you like it. I specially asked my mother to procure it from outside the palace." Azhi indeed cherished the gift. Not only was it valuable, but the sentiment behind it was unparalleled. As the two exchanged laughter, Azhi recounted her encounter with a talented lady at noon, exclaiming, "You cannot imagine, she was incredibly bold and strikingly beautiful." Zhou Xiao remained noncommittal, reflecting that no one in the entire palace, from top to bottom, could rival the audacity of the person before them. In her view, Azhi merely wished to express admiration for the lady's beauty. She had come to understand that Azhi possessed a particular penchant for those who were aesthetically pleasing. Curiously observing Azhi's cheerful demeanor, Zhou Xiao questioned, "Do you not feel even a twinge of discomfort?" Azhi, taken aback, replied, "Why would I feel discomfort?" Zhou Xiao's expression shifted as she scrutinized Azhi closely. It was evident that Azhi had no trace of unease when speaking of the talented ladies. Her demeanor appeared genuine. With the ladies returning home the following day, those selected would enter the palace 3 days later, all vying for favor. Did Azhi not harbor any other thoughts? Zhou Xiui spoke bluntly, knowing that while she was straightforward, she was also aware of what to say to whom. It was only because she genuinely regarded Azhi as her little sister that she felt emboldened to speak so candidly. Azhi understood the implication in Zhou Xiui's words and shook her head with a smile. Not at all. Zhou Xiui found herself momentarily perplexed by Azhi's response. Previously, she had assumed that due to Azhi's youth and lower status, encountering the tall and handsome emperor in such circumstances would inevitably lead to romantic inclinations. Thus, she had intended to offer guidance today. However, it now seemed she had overthought the matter. Azhi's demeanor bore no resemblance to that of someone enamored with the emperor. Had she cared even slightly, she would not have maintained such composure in the presence of those talented ladies. Unable to resist, Zhou Xiui playfully pinched her cheek. You certainly possess a clear perspective on life. Upon reaching this point in her discourse, Zhou Xiui decided against elaborating further. Since Azhi remained indifferent, it was unnecessary to offer any special admonitions regarding who might enter the palace. Azhi smiled sweetly, choosing not to respond. Initially, upon hearing the news of the new court ladies entering the palace, she did feel a twinge of discomfort, but it quickly dissipated. Azhi understood clearly that this group of court ladies would merely be the first of many to follow. During the late emperor's reign, the number of concubines in the harem once soared to 500, though this included a number who never experienced the emperor's favor. Nevertheless, even among those who did, the count was substantial. If she were to dwell on such matters and allow herself to be troubled, her days within the palace would undoubtedly become unbearable. Chapter 60. The entrance of the beautiful maidens. 3 days later, the beautiful maidens entered the palace. The empress's health gradually improved. In the fragrant pavilion, Ranyu and Luyo attended to Azhi as she washed and dressed. Azhi, who had not risen so early in quite some time, felt her body weak even as she sat up. Ranyu, with concern, suggested, "Shall I go to Kuan Palace and request leave for you?" Azhi lazily shook her head, deciding against it. Today marked the first audience of the beautiful maidens after their entrance into the palace. Even the previously ailing empress had made a special appearance. It would indeed be unreasonable for her to request leave out of mere laziness. As Azhi noticed Leo preparing to apply makeup, she drowsily remarked, "No need for such fuss. Just a touch of lip balm will suffice." Azhi had nurtured herself well, her vitality robust, which not only rendered her complexion rosy, but also imbued her skin with a delicate glow. Coupled with her youth, a mere application of lip balm already made her look quite radiant. "The lady is truly beautiful," Luyo complimented with a smile. Azhi, gazing at her reflection in the mirror, felt a sense of satisfaction. She couldn't help but pinch her cheeks, which were indeed soft. It was no wonder that Sister Zhou and the emperor enjoyed pinching her cheeks each time. Rising, Azhi declared, "Let us be off. It has been quite a while since the last audience, and we must not be tardy." Upon her arrival, it was not particularly early, yet many individuals had already gathered in Kuan Palace. As she entered, she encountered several unfamiliar faces. With her excellent memory, she quickly recognized the lady who had glanced at her that day. While Azhi observed these maidens, they too were secretly observing her. They had heard of Azhi's reputation even before entering the palace, knowing that this maid, born of the esteemed Chun Guipin, had captured the emperor's heart and risen through the ranks in just half a year. Some among them had only caught a fleeting glimpse of her in the imperial garden. Now, seeing her up close, they realized how misleading rumors could be. Chun Guipin was indeed somewhat plump, yet far from the exaggerated tales circulating outside. She could only be considered pleasantly full-figured. However, in comparison to the other ladies of the palace, she did appear somewhat exaggerated. Jin Xionyang whispered to a companion, "Chun Guipin looks younger than us." Wei Xionyang frowned. "Do not speak ill of those in higher positions." Jin Xionyang immediately fell silent. After Wei Xionyang spoke, she too could not help but steal a glance at Chun Guipin, her eyes betraying an unmistakable ambition and desire. Once in the palace, everyone aspired to compete for favor. If she were not ambitious, she would not have had the audacity to look up in the imperial garden just days prior. As Azhi took her seat, she noticed an extra plate of pastries set before her, and she looked up at the vacant seat above, a faint smile gracing her lips. Just as she settled in, she saw Taihe enter and promptly rose to pay her respects. No need for excessive formality. Dear sister, Taihe replied with a gentle smile. Azhi returned a soft smile, quietly enjoying her pastries in her seat. Zhou Xiui followed closely behind. Upon seeing Azhi indulging in the delicacies, she could not help but chuckle. Such a bold one who loves to eat, she remarked. Have you not had breakfast yet, dear sister? Zhou Xiui inquired softly. Azhi felt no embarrassment whatsoever. Breakfast is breakfast, and pastries are pastries. As they conversed, Azhi noticed Xu Fei taking a seat opposite her and offered a sweet smile. Xu Fei paused in surprise, then coldly lowered her gaze to sip her tea. Azhi remained unfazed. After all, Xu Fei was stunningly beautiful, and everything she did was graceful. As the queen emerged, the crowd rose to pay their respects, as had not seen the queen for quite some time. That night, at the entrance of Taihe Palace, shrouded in darkness, she had merely caught a fleeting glimpse. Under the veil of night, she had not perceived anything amiss, but upon seeing the queen now, as furrowed her brow. The queen appeared to be in a dire state, showing no signs of recovery. As vividly recalled the first time she beheld the queen, who had exuded a vibrant grace, reminiscent of a lavish peony. Yet now, the queen's cheeks were slightly sunken, and dark circles adorned her eyes, even with powder applied. The pallor and fine lines at the corners of her eyes were unmistakable. The queen's phoenix robe hung loosely upon her. It seemed she had mustered her strength to meet them today, as could not help but feel a twinge of suspicion. What ailment plagued the queen? Could it be that the multitude of physicians in the imperial hospital were truly inept? Throughout the morning's audience, as was preoccupied with these thoughts, failing to remember a single one of the court ladies present. However, she did learn from the queen that Luinin would be entering the palace the following day. Azhi's gaze narrowed slightly as she unconsciously scanned the faces of the court ladies below. Indeed, their expressions were far from pleasant. It was to be expected. This batch of court ladies had only just entered the palace and had yet to serve the emperor, thus lacking any rank. Yet, here was Luinin, who, without undergoing selection, was to enter the palace and had already been elevated to the status of a noble woman before even arriving. Such blatant favoritism was bound to incite resentment. As reflected on her own circumstances, realizing that it was no wonder her time in the palace had been fraught with difficulties since her arrival, she found herself yearning for her days in the temporary palace, where her only concerns had been sustenance and merriment. After the audience, as contemplated her next move to Taihe Palace, Ranyu's expression brightened. Finally, the lady had taken the initiative to vie for favor, which pleased those around her. Little did they know that Azhi's true intention was to concoct a scheme against Luinin. If there was anyone as despised the most, it was undoubtedly Luinin, who had once plotted her demise during the hunting expedition. The weather was fair today, and the emperor was inside, reviewing memorials without the need for attendance. Zhao Fu was dozing in the sun outside. Xiao Luzi was nearby, attentively serving him, when he noticed a procession approaching and took a closer look. The emperor had not visited the harem in several days, and the ladies had come several times that day alone, bringing soup, water, and handmade gifts such as pouches and undergarments. However, none of these trifles captured the emperor's interest, as Xiao Luzi observed from a distance. The figures in the procession struck him as familiar. As they drew nearer, he immediately straightened up, stirring Zhao Fu from his slumber. Before Zhao Fu could express his annoyance, Xiao Luzi, beaming with joy, whispered, "Master, Chun Guipin has arrived." Upon hearing the name of Chun Guipin, Zhao Fu felt invigorated. Although several days had passed since her elevation, she had yet to come before the emperor to express her gratitude. While it was said she was unwell, surely she could have sent a junior eunuch to make an appearance? In the past, whenever other consorts received rewards, they rushed to the palace without delay. Yet, it seems that noble consort Chun invariably forgets to express her gratitude. Zhao Fu, serving closely by the emperor's side, though the emperor does not voice it, can still discern a hint of his thoughts. The emperor has long been anticipating the arrival of noble consort Chun. having waited in vain. He even contemplated sending Xiao Luzi to the Pishang Hall. Now, witnessing noble consort Chun approaching of her own accord, Zhao Fu's face blossomed into a myriad of deep wrinkles, a testament to his broad smile. The servant humbly greeted noble consort Chun. Zhao Fu, radiating affability, urged her to rise, yet internally he remained on high alert. The cunning Zhao Fu, whenever he smiles so obsequiously, tends to harbor ulterior motives. Zhao Gonggong, might I inquire if the emperor is currently available? Zhao Fu replied with a smile. This humble servant is unaware. Noble consort Chun, please wait a moment. Internally, Cao Fuskovd. Knowing full well that regardless of the emperor's busyness, he would never neglect to see her upon her arrival. Chapter 61. My life is full of suffering. Zhao Fu entered with a beaming expression, reporting, Your Majesty, Chun Guipin requests an audience. Han Yin raised his gaze to him, noticing that Zhao Fu remained frozen in place, and furrowed his brow. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and bring her in. Cao Fu promptly retreated. Han Yang, glancing at the memorial in his hands, found himself utterly distracted, unable to focus on a single word. He discreetly peered outside several times until he finally caught sight of Azhi's figure. He cleared his throat and immediately feigned busyness. Zhao Fu brought her in, discreetly excusing himself to the outside. This humble servant pays her respects to your majesty. Han Yin uttered a low response, offering no further words, not even casting a glance at Azhi. Her lips curled downward slightly as she stood silently below. After a prolonged silence, Han Yin could no longer contain himself and coldly inquired, What brings you to me? His expression was stern and his tone was frigid. Azhi instantly lost her interest in speaking, replying, I merely missed your majesty. Since your majesty is busy with state affairs, I shall take my leave. Upon finishing her statement, she properly paid her respects and turned to depart. Finally, unable to restrain himself, Han Yin commanded her to stop. Azhi Altede, feigning surprise. Does your majesty have further instructions? With a scowl, Han Yin retorted, I see you're doing this on purpose. Azhi admitted to her intentionality. The journey from Kuan Palace to Taihe Palace was not a short one, taking nearly a quarter of an hour. She would not typically make such a trip. Han Yin observed Azhi, who remained unmoving, and coldly ordered, Come here. Azhi pouted, Your majesty only knows how to scold this humble servant. She slowly approached, lifting her skirts. The moment she reached Han Yin, he suddenly pulled her onto his lap, and Azhi expertly wrapped her arms around his neck. Han Yin looked down at her, murmuring, You ungrateful little thing. He had already showered her with affection, yet she had not graced him with her presence for several days. Azhi let out a soft huff, her almond eyes playfully glaring at him. If your majesty did not bully this humble servant, I would not have had to endure in solitude for so long. Ahem. Azhi's frankness left Han Yin feeling guilty, prompting him to cough lightly. Lowering his gaze to meet hers, he gently patted her, such a little girl, speaking without restraint, lacking in modesty. Azhi replied teasingly, Since your majesty has done what you have, what do I have to fear in speaking my mind? Han Yin found himself at a loss for words. His absence from the inner palace was partly due to the marks Azhi had left on him. He could not bear to present himself to the other consorts with such visible evidence. Moreover, he had to admit that when he entered the palace, all he desired was to be with Azhi. Yet, after having treated her poorly on that fateful day, he felt a pang of guilt whenever he thought of her injuries. Han Yin tightened his embrace around her. All right, it is my fault. Haven't I already compensated you? Azhi glanced up at him. Your majesty, this compensation is rather burdensome. She nearly voiced that the high rank he granted her felt akin to being placed in a fiery trial. Had anyone else spoken thus, Han Yin would have surely been displeased and punished them. However, the one uttering these words was Az. As HNYN contemplated her background, he discerned her thoughts and fears, thus refraining from pressing the matter further. Are you feeling better these days? As gazed at him, her cheeks flushing as she softly replied, I am well now. HNYN's embrace became somewhat unrestrained, prompting as to redden further and gently intervene, Your Majesty, it is broad daylight. Furthermore, we are in the Grand Hall. Casting a glance at the mountain of memorials before him, Hyn was compelled to temper his more fanciful inclinations. What brings you here today? Do you have a matter to discuss with me? His understanding of the person before him was not complete, yet he grasped at least 70 to 80% of her character. The saying no one visits the Three Treasures Hall without cause aptly applied to her. Since leaving the Taihe Palace, it had been 1 or 2 months since she had last come of her own accord, as with her round, expressive eyes sweetly asserted, "How could your majesty think so of me? I came here specifically because I missed you." Hyn found her words utterly unconvincing. Observing his reaction, as dramatically waved her handkerchief, feigning to wipe away non-existent tears. "Your majesty unjustly accuses me. It is clear that since your new sister entered the palace, you have lost interest in me." With this, as had clearly laid bare her intentions for visiting, Hyn merely watched her performance, assuming she was merely feeling discomfort by the arrival of the new beauties, which prompted her visit to the Kuan Palace after paying her respects. The thought that she cared for him elicited a subtle smile from Hyn, lifting his spirits considerably. "My life is so woeful, weeping day and night. It hasn't been long, yet I have lost quite a bit of weight." Hyn scrutinized Az, who was engrossed in her act. Her face appeared rounder than the last time he had seen her. As for her weight, Hyn carefully assessed her in his arms and noted she had gained quite a bit. As, sensing his scrutiny, felt uneasy, her little finger nervously pinching the handkerchief as she cast a guilty glance at him. Hyn, intrigued, inquired, "Why have you stopped your performance?" As offered an awkward smile, burying her face in Hyn's neck, "Your majesty will only tease me. Now I find myself the subject of jest," Hyn remarked, choosing not to delve into her impropriety, as she had always presented herself in a rather unrestrained manner in his presence. "How could I dare to mock Lady Gu?" Hyn chuckled playfully, upon hearing him refer to her as Lady Gu, as felt an overwhelming flush of embarrassment. Nestled against Hyn's neck, she murmured softly, "But my feelings for you are genuine." Her tone was earnest, causing Hyn to tighten his hold. "Today I encountered the new beauties who entered the palace. They are youthful and striking. Before long, your majesty will surely forget me." Hyn's expression darkened at this. The conversation continued, with Az lamenting, "Then I shall be left all alone in the P11 hall, each day yearning for your majesty's visit, hoping that one day you might remember me." Initially, Az spoke without much thought, yet with each word her sorrow deepened. The mere thought of such a future filled her with dread, imagining that the imperial kitchen might neglect her, leaving her without even a single dish of pork knuckle for days on end. In her modest kitchen, she could only prepare a few greens each day. By then, the storybooks would surely be gone as well. The more Azhi contemplated, the more sorrowful she became, and she eventually burst into tears. Han Yin had intended to scold her for her folly, but upon hearing her soft sobs, his heart immediately softened. He gently lifted her tear-stained face from his embrace and used his fingertip to wipe away her tears. "What frivolous thoughts occupy your mind all day?" Han Yin inquired gently, careful not to frighten her. Azhi sniffled, her voice choked with emotion. "It's precisely that." She unceremoniously tugged at Han Yin's sleeve, wiping her tears on it without hesitation. Han Yin gazed at the visible watermarks on his dark sleeve, his expression a medley of emotions. Yet, when he lowered his gaze to meet hers, he found himself unable to scold her. Chapter 62. Someone seeks to assassinate me. Han Yin gently patted the person in his embrace, softly assuring, "I shall not permit you to remain alone in the Pixiang Hall." "Very well," Azhi replied in a subdued tone. "Pray tell, what brings you here so unexpectedly today?" Azhi gazed at him, her hesitation palpable. She grappled with the matter concerning Lu Yinyin, uncertain whether she should divulge the details and to what extent. "Your Majesty," Azhi hesitated to inquire, "what if someone intends to take my life?" The words escaped her lips, and the gravity of confiding such a truth to the emperor filled her with trepidation. Yet, despite her timidity, her instinct for self-preservation prevailed. Although her current status appeared elevated, she possessed no allies within or beyond the palace, and none to assist her. Who could foresee the possibility of being ensnared by malevolent hands? Azhi cherished her life and was not yet ready to depart from it. Thus, she took the risk of revealing her fears to the emperor. Han Yin furrowed his brow, brushing his fingers across her forehead. What tales do you occupy yourself with daily? Azhi gently removed his hand from her brow. Your Majesty, I speak with utmost seriousness. If someone wishes to take my life, will you intervene on my behalf? Han Yan's dark eyes scrutinized Azhi, and her earnest demeanor left no room for doubt. She was not jesting. His expression turned ominous. What troubles you? He understood Azhi well. She would not utter such words without cause. Azhi felt torn. Lu Yinyin was the emperor's cousin, a noble woman of high standing, a person of consequence even before entering the palace. Would the emperor truly believe her if she confided this? She was uncertain and dared not gamble with her fate. After a lengthy hesitation, she stated, half in earnest, half in jest, during the spring hunt, I overheard someone plotting my demise. They claimed I am but a trivial object, and even in death, the emperor would not seek retribution or mourn my loss. As she spoke, she cautiously observed Han Yan's countenance, which visibly darkened, prompting her voice to diminish. Taking a shallow breath, her heart sank further as she murmured, Your Majesty, do not be angered. I shall say no more. As she attempted to rise from his embrace, Han Yin firmly restrained her, frowning. What is truly at play? Seeing that the emperor's ire was not directed at her, Azhi recounted the words she had overheard with Ranyu in their entirety. Han Yan's expression grew increasingly grim. He had never anticipated that Azhi had been in such peril since the very first day of the spring hunt. Although he had stationed guards by her side, the throngs at the venue made it all too easy for unforeseen dangers to arise. Do you know who it is? Han Yan asked, his voice low and serious. Azhi obediently shook her head. I do not know, Your Majesty. Ultimately, Azhi refrained from divulging everything to Han Yan. Lu Yinyin was not only his cousin, but had also recently demonstrated valor in saving the emperor, until she was certain of Han Yan's stance. She could not afford to take risks. Moreover, she had already expressed herself quite clearly. If the emperor was diligent, he would surely uncover the threads of this conspiracy. If he lacked interest, then her words would only serve to complicate matters further. Han Yan's expression remained inscrutable, and he refrained from questioning why Azhi had not spoken during the hunt. Some matters were obvious even without inquiry. Azhi nestled obediently against him. Azhi shifted the topic, saying, Today, I have heard that Lu Yinyin will be entering the palace tomorrow. Han Yin glanced at the person in his arms, awaiting her subsequent words. I have heard that she is your cousin, Azhi remarked, straightening her posture in Han Yan's embrace, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling as she asked, Will the emperor like her? Azhi posed the question with remarkable directness, unperturbed by the potential implications of prying into the emperor's heart. Han Yin regarded her with a frosty gaze, retorting coolly, What does noble consort Chun think? Azhi bit her lip and mustered the courage to respond. Noble consort Chun does not wish for the emperor to favor anyone else, especially Lu Yinyin. Han Yin chuckled lightly, lifting her slightly. Is noble consort Chun so domineering? Azhi gazed earnestly at him, tightening her grip around his neck, and candidly admitted, I am indeed quite domineering. Han Yin chose not to reply, and Azhi refrained from further inquiries. After they had dined and rested, Azhi leisurely emerged from Taihe Palace. The emperor had not visited the inner palace for several days. Despite the numerous offerings sent by the concubines, none had succeeded in gaining his presence. Yet, Azhi lingered for half a day, inciting jealousy among others. Today marked the first night of the new maidens entering the palace, and all eyes were fixed on the emperor's movements. Not only the newly arrived maidens were anxious, but those who had been in the palace for some time were equally intrigued, eager to discover who among them might be favored by the emperor tonight. Some even secretly placed their bets on Azhi, as she had visited Taihe Palace earlier that day. Unbeknownst to her, her own chamber had long been locked. Ranyu glanced at Azhi, who was reclining on the couch, engrossed in her book, her expression uncertain. After finishing a chapter, Azhi looked up at her. Ranyu, let us speak frankly between us. Since the first day, Ranyu had arrived at K-Fei Pavilion. She had been chosen by Eunuch Yang, and Azhi had always regarded her as one of her own. Ranyu hesitantly spoke. Your Highness, isn't it a bit too early to lock the palace gates? It is only just past the hour of you. Typically, the gates would not be locked until at least a quarter past. What difference does it make if we lock them a little earlier or later? Azhi raised an eyebrow at her. Ranyu frowned slightly. What if the Emperor arrives? Azhi laughed softly, rising and tossing her book aside. Oh, Ranyu, today is the first night for the new maidens entering the palace. With so many newcomers, do you truly believe the Emperor would remember me? Azhi sat before the mirror, while Ranyu stood behind her, carefully helping to remove her hairpins. Seeing her mistress possess such clarity of thought, Ranyu was momentarily at a loss regarding whether it was a good or bad thing. From her first day at Taihe Pavilion, she knew she had made the right choice. Noble consort Chun was kind-hearted, a rarity in the palace where cunning schemes were rampant. She had once worried that her mistress would not go far, yet unexpectedly, this very mistress had caught the Emperor's eye. Since entering Taihe Pavilion, the Emperor's gifts had never ceased, with frequent visits from the palace. Ranyu's thoughts were many, concerned that her mistress might develop feelings for the Emperor, for she had served the Empress Dowager and knew that those who became infatuated with the Emperor often met unfortunate ends. The heart of an emperor is devoid of compassion. Even if it were to possess some, it is as fickle as the winds, especially considering that the imperial harem is perpetually graced with new faces. It was only now that Ranyu realized her anxieties were unwarranted. Her mistress was far more astute than any of them. Did they know that in such a brief moment, Ranyu had already pondered so much? She merely gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her face round and soft, yielding to a gentle pinch that left her hand full of flesh. A furrowed her brow, her expression serious as she inquired, Ranyu, do you think I've gained quite a bit of weight recently? Ranyu scrutinized her closely and smiled softly. My lady, you look just perfect as you are. Uncertain, examined her reflection, tucking her chin in, which instantly revealed a double chin. Startled, it jolted in surprise. She had never had such a feature before. No, from tomorrow onward, I shall instruct the imperial kitchen to cease sending meat dishes. Ranyu chuckled lightly. Upon hearing her voice, a small face became stern. The small kitchen is not permitted to prepare any delicacies, and all those pastries must be kept from my sight. Ranyu could hardly contain her laughter as she responded with a smile. Chapter 63. Thoughts best left unthought within the Taihe Palace as Han Yin rose. Zhao Fu mirrored his movements. The imperial carriage made its way into the inner palace. The emperor did not issue any summons tonight. Zhao Fu understood well that the emperor's presence in the harem was purely driven by whim. Upon reaching the imperial garden, they approached a fork in the path. The emperor remained silent, leaving Zhao Fu in a quandary. He cautiously inquired, Your Majesty, which direction shall we take? Only then did Han Yin lift his gaze to assess the path ahead, the left leading to the Pixiang Hall, while the right encompassed a multitude of palaces. To the Pixiang Hall, he decided. She came to Taihe Palace during the day. I shall check on her to prevent any disturbances. Zhao Fu's lips curled into a smile. But just as he was about to gesture leftward, Feng Cha, the attendant by the side of the Shu Fei, suddenly appeared. Zhao Fu's heart skipped a beat, realizing that the emperor's visit to the Pixiang Hall was now thwarted. Your servant greets the emperor, Feng Cha said, her head bowed in deference. Han Yin, upon seeing her, felt his previously concealed emotions dissipate slightly. What is it? He inquired. Feng Cha, too anxious to meet his gaze, replied in a hushed tone, Your Majesty, the Shu Fei is unwell, and I have taken the liberty to summon you. After her words hung in the air, the silence that followed made her heart race, cold sweat forming on her brow. Having shared many years together, Han Yan's voice turned solemn as he commanded to Yuning Palace. Feng Cha's heart leaped with joy, while Zhao Fu wore a troubled expression. Though the emperor had redirected his course to Yuning Palace, it was evident that his interest had waned significantly. Upon entering Yuning Palace, Han Yin was immediately struck by the pungent scent of medicine, his brow furrowing in concern. Indeed, the Shu Fei was ill. On the way here, he had entertained doubts, suspecting this might be a ruse to garner favor, a common tactic among the concubines. The Shu Fei, having just coughed, appeared pale, devoid of any color. Upon noticing the commotion outside and realizing it was the emperor, her throat constricted and tears streamed down her cheeks. Even in sickness, the Shu Fei possessed a captivating beauty that was hard to overlook, particularly with tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, lending her an air of delicate sorrow. Han Yin, having shared many years with her, felt a tug at his heartstrings. "Where is the imperial physician?" he asked, with tears still in her eyes. The Shu Fei struggled to rise from her bed, murmuring, "Your servant greets the emperor." Her voice was frail, prompting Han Yin to frown. "You are unwell. There is no need for such formalities." Merely this statement brought a flicker of joy to the Shu Fei's eyes, reddened as they were. "It has been so long since I last saw you. I thought it was but a dream," she whispered, her voice choked with emotion. Han Yin did not respond, instead surveying the room. Apart from the Shu Fei's attendants, he noted the absence of the imperial physician. He furrowed his brow and inquired again, "Have you not summoned the physician?" Before she could answer, a maidservant by her side, Dong Yi, interjected with concern, "Your Majesty, the Shu Fei has been ill for several days." Yet she insisted it was nothing serious and refused to call for the physician. "Preposterous," Han Yin replied coldly. "How can one's health be considered trivial?" He commanded sternly, "Go quickly and summon the physician." Dong Yi hurriedly retreated, eager to obey. The noble consort leaned against Han Yin, her pale complexion blossoming with color due to his presence. Today, the royal physician was on duty, arriving promptly. The noble consort's health was not gravely compromised. It was merely a lingering chill she had caught. Han Yin sat quietly on the nearby mahogany chair, twirling a jade ring in his hand, remaining silent. The noble consort, seated on the bed, gazed at him, aware that despite his physical presence, his mind wandered elsewhere, leaving her heart heavy with bitterness. Once upon a time, she too had envied others. Once the royal physician departed, the chamber was left with just the two of them. The noble consort softly called out, "Your Majesty." Han Yin lifted his gaze to her, inquiring gently if she felt any discomfort. Despite the bitterness within her, she managed to smile, replying, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I'm feeling much better." Upon hearing this, Han Yin rose, stating if so, "I must attend to other matters and take my leave." As he turned to exit, the noble consort hastily descended from the bed, barefoot, and embraced him from behind, pleading, "Could you not stay a while longer with me?" Before she could finish her sentence, tears began to flow. Han Yin remained motionless. In the vast chamber, only the sound of her soft sobs echoed. "I have loved you for a decade, Your Majesty. Could you look upon me?" In that moment, the noble consort humbled herself to the dust. This year marked the 10th year she had spent by his side. In the past, she would never have stooped so low, for she was acutely aware that even if the emperor did not favor her, he would not favor another. His heart harbored no one. This was sufficient for her. Since her entry into the royal residence, the emperor's affection had occasionally kindled her fanciful hopes, which, over the years, had morphed into an obsession. She had believed this would continue indefinitely until the sudden emergence of Azhi. Azhi, illiterate and lacking in both stature and beauty, had effortlessly attained what the noble consort had long desired. Tears streaming down her face, she cried, "Your Majesty, please look at me." Though Han Yin claimed to feel no turmoil within, it was a falsehood. Regardless of his affections, he had spent a decade with her. Over the years, the noble consort had proven obedient and intelligent, undeniably making his life considerably easier. Yet one must not be greedy. "Noble consort, if you are unwell, you should rest." Han Yin firmly pried away her arms from around his waist, stating, "I shall take my leave now and visit you another day." He strode out of the room. Outside, Zhao Fu, upon seeing the emperor emerge, hastened to follow. Once he departed, the noble consort collapsed onto the floor, her hair disheveled, her face streaked with tears. Feng Cha and Dong Yi, witnessing the emperor's exit, rushed in. "Your Highness." They quickly supported her to her feet. Feng Cha, sobbing softly, asked, "Why must you endure this?" "My lady?" They had been just outside the door and had heard everything. Both Feng Cha and Dong Yi had served the noble consort since childhood, accompanying her from the royal residence to the palace. Over the years, they had discerned clearly that the emperor harbored no affection for their lady. Once upon a time, It was commonly said that consort Shu held great favor, receiving more than half of the emperor's attention each month. However, those who served her closely were well aware of the truth of the emperor's visits to her. He would call for water at least 5 or 6 times out of 10. In recent months, his visits had become even rarer, with the emperor scarcely gracing her presence at all. On one hand, the emperor frequented the inner court infrequently, and on the other, the few times he did visit were to the Fengxue pavilion instead. Feng Sha and Dong Yi watched as the consort grew increasingly emaciated. Apart from offering a few words of comfort, they felt utterly powerless. With a heavy heart, Dong Yi dampened a handkerchief, wrung it out, and gently wiped away the tears staining consort Shu's face. "My lady, you must take care of your health." The consort's condition continued to deteriorate day by day. Previously, she was willing to have the imperial physician attend to her, but in recent days, she had refused to summon him. If this continued, her health would inevitably suffer greatly. Chapter 64. Arrival at the fragrant pavilion. Azhi had stayed up late the previous night, captivated by an especially engrossing news story. When Ran Yu and the others called her this morning, she found it difficult to rise, and for the first time, she astonishingly skipped breakfast in her desire for a few more moments of slumber. As she made her way, her head remained clouded with drowsiness. It was only upon entering Taihe Palace that she began to regain some clarity. Upon her entrance, she noticed everyone casting subtle glances in her direction, causing her heart to skip a beat. Maintaining a composed demeanor, she took her seat and observed the vacant spots to her left and right before quietly inquiring of Ran Yu behind her what transpired last night. It was no wonder that Azhi felt this way. Although she had not arrived particularly early, several high-ranking individuals had yet to make their appearance, so her timing was not overly late. Last night marked the first night of newcomers entering the palace, and her own gates had been locked early, suggesting that whatever occurred should not concern her. However, with everyone subtly watching her, it was clear that something must have happened that was somehow connected to her. Last night, it was Ran Yu's turn to serve, but since the palace had been locked early, she had not received any reports from the junior maids or eunuchs regarding any incidents. "I am unaware. Once I return to the palace, I shall inquire with Xiao Fuzi," Azhi thought, fretting over her lack of knowledge. Just as she was pondering the events, the De Fei entered, remarkably accompanied by Zhou Xiui. Shortly after the Fei's arrival, the Empress also made her entrance. It was then that Azhi learned that Xu Fei had taken a sick leave that day. Seizing the opportunity, while the Empress engaged the newcomers in conversation, she quietly asked, "Sister Zhou, is it true that Xu Fei is ill?" Azhi was aware that Xu Fei had frequently taken leave in the past, but she had not missed a single audience recently. Seeing Azhi's confusion, Zhou Xiui wore a complex expression. Last night, the emperor had intended to visit the fragrant pavilion, but was intercepted by Xu Fei. However, he left Yuning Palace less than an hour later. This incident had likely spread throughout the palace by now, and Zhou Xiui was surprised that Azhi remained uninformed. Even as someone close to Azhi, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. "This matter is rather lengthy. I shall explain it to you once the audience concludes," Zhou Xiui said softly. In her view, Xu Fei's absence today was entirely reasonable, though the authenticity of her illness remained uncertain. After all, in the past, Xu Fei had frequently taken leave the day following her night of service. The depths of dissatisfaction this had caused among the women of the harem were matched only by their current glee. Zhou Xiui held no ulterior motives. She merely felt a sense of wistfulness. Who could have predicted that the once favored Xu Fei would find herself in such a position of disfavor? She glanced at Azhi, who was delicately holding a piece of pastry, her youthful face soft and round, a sight so endearing that even the emperor was fond of her. As was Zhou Xiui herself, her gaze shifted downward to see the absence token she had gifted Azhi hanging from her collar, which filled her heart with joy. Having been in the palace for 3 years, she had gained a clearer understanding of the dynamics within. Everyone here was exceedingly cautious, especially regarding items received from others, which were rarely used without thorough inspection. Yet Azhi, without a hint of suspicion, had donned the token she had bestowed upon her. The trust bestowed upon Azhi is far more precious than any priceless token. Zhou Xiui gazed at Azhi for a while, observing as her pace of eating gradually slowed, until she gently set down the half-eaten delicacy. "Sister Zhou, what is the matter?" Azhi inquired, her expression one of confusion. Zhou Xiui chuckled softly and replied, "I see you're in quite a hurry to eat. Did you skip breakfast today?" Azhi smiled bashfully. "I woke up a bit late this morning." Zhou Xiui, aware of Azhi's penchant for reading stories, surmised that she must have stayed up late the previous night. Noticing the faint shadows under Azhi's eyes, she gently advised, "It's best not to stay up too late. It's bad for your health." Azhi obediently nodded in agreement. Engrossed in their conversation, the two ladies failed to hear the earlier remarks of the Empress. Just as Azhi sipped her tea, she heard the Empress say, "Noble Lady Lu has arrived at the palace this morning and is currently accompanying Her Majesty the Empress Dowager in the Taihe Palace." Azhi's drinking slowed. She had wondered earlier that morning why she had not seen Lu Yinyin, mistakenly believing she had not entered the palace at all. Little did she know, she had been summoned by the Empress Dowager. Thanks to that evening in Taihe Palace, Azhi now regarded the Empress Dowager with a mixture of respect and trepidation. To speak irreverently, it was perhaps fortunate that the Empress Dowager had not allowed them to pay their respects, as Azhi felt she could not endure the punishment of kneeling every day. Having barely taken a sip of her tea, Azhi heard the Empress continue. "Noble Lady Lu will be residing in the west side of the Pixiang Hall." Azhi set down her teacup with a sound that was neither too loud nor too soft. Instantly, many pairs of eyes turned to her, their gazes subtly scrutinizing. Chun Guipin, currently in a position of favor, had previously been the sole occupant of Pixiang Hall. Now, with the addition of another, particularly one who had aided the emperor and was also his cousin, the intrigue among the court was palpable. Everyone was eager to witness how Chun Guipin would respond. The Empress cleared her throat gently, her voice becoming more comfortable, before she continued in a soft tone. "This is the Empress Dowager's decree." Azhi's expression darkened further. Once again, it was the Empress Dowager. She truly could not comprehend what had incurred the displeasure of this formidable figure, who had compelled her to kneel since the day she returned, and now had placed Lu Yinyin in her own palace. After the audience concluded, Azhi returned to her palace with a cold demeanor. Even before entering Pixiang Hall, she noticed several palace attendants carrying belongings inside, which only deepened her frown. Ranyu gently offered comfort. "Your Highness, Noble Lady Lu is merely residing in the West Side Hall. It is not worth your anger." Azhi understood this reasoning. Otherwise, she would not have remained silent in Kuan Palace. However, upon entering Pixiang Hall and spotting Lu Yinin's luggage arranged in the courtyard, an unquenchable anger ignited within her, particularly as Lu Yinin stood nearby. Feigning courtesy with a bow, "I pay my respects to your Highness, the esteemed Chun Guipin," with a smile gracing her face and not a single fault in her greeting. Lu Yinin's demeanor only intensified Azhi's sense of indignation. Azhi had not forgotten that this individual intended to take her life during the spring hunt, and at that time had maliciously thrust her into the jaws of danger. Now, the person stood before her with such deference, as if all those events had been completely forgotten. Azhi, wary of someone so composed yet ruthlessly cunning, felt it unwise to keep her close. "I prefer solitude, so let Lady Lu find herself another residence." "Leo, please inform Her Majesty the Empress," she commanded. Upon hearing this, Luo turned ahead towards Kuan Palace. But just as she lifted her foot, Lu Yinin interjected, "It is the Empress Dowager's wish for me to reside here. I fear that such an action from noble consort Chun may be inappropriate." Lu Yinin wore a gracious smile, concealing any hint of using the Dowager Empress's authority to her advantage. Chapter 65. A slap from the palace. Lu Yinin's demeanor only heightened Azhi's vigilance. Lu Gairen's imposing presence was so formidable that even the Empress Dowager was invoked. Lu Yinin smiled, though the mirth did not reach her eyes. "This concubine dares not." Azhi scoffed coldly. "Wu Xiang, have someone remove Lu Gairen's belongings." Upon receiving the command, Wu Xiang acted swiftly, moving with precision and decisiveness. Several eunuchs and palace maids efficiently carried Lu Yinin's possessions out of the Pixiang Hall. The expression Lu Yinyin had maintained began to shift, and her maid Miaoqing, who had been by her side since childhood, could not bear to witness her mistress's humiliation. She spoke up, "Your Highness, our esteemed lady moved here at the Empress Dowager's behest. Have you considered how the Empress Dowager would react to your actions?" Azhi had initially overlooked the presence of Miaoqing. At this moment, she cast a glance in her direction, then quickly averted her gaze, a smile playing at the corners of her lips as she regarded Lu Yinyin. "Xiao Fazizi, give this concubine 20 slaps." Lu Yinin's pupils widened in shock. The smile she had worn was stripped away, revealing a countenance of displeasure. "Your Highness, that maidservant is mine." Even if her words were inappropriate, you cannot resort to such punishment. Seeing Lu Yinin's expression, Azhi felt a sense of satisfaction. This was more like it. A person capable of committing murder could hardly be a delicate flower devoid of temperament. Azhi tilted her head and chuckled lightly. Since Lu Guiran herself has acknowledged that this maid spoke out of turn, Wu Xiang, give her 30 slaps. Lu Yinin's face darkened. The attendants, under orders, restrained Miaoqing, and the courtyard echoed with the sound of slaps. Wu Xiang was skilled in martial arts, delivering strikes that even the smaller eunuchs could not rival. Lu Yinin, her face impassive, spoke coldly. "Your Highness, are you not afraid I will report this to the Empress Dowager?" Azhi let out a soft snort. In the past, she might have feared offending the Empress Dowager. However, from her first day back in the palace, Azhi had discerned that the Empress Dowager harbored no fondness for her. No matter her actions, she was in the wrong in the elder's eyes. Since it was all perceived as incorrect, what difference did it make if she committed another transgression? Azhi regarded Lu Yinin, her tone leisurely. "Lu Guiran frequently invokes the Empress Dowager. Naturally, I would be apprehensive." As she spoke, her gaze turned icy. "But Lu Guiran must not forget. This harem belongs to the Emperor, and I am His Majesty's Chun Guiran, while you are merely a Guiran." Lu Yinin's nails nearly dug into her flesh beneath her sleeves. Only she understood that the title of Chun Guiran felt like a dagger to her heart. During her recuperation over the past couple of months, everyone had remarked on her favored status with the Emperor, how she had become a Guiran without participating in the selection process, and how the rewards from the palace had continued during her recovery. Yet, Lu Yinin did not share this sentiment. She had wagered her life, having danced with death, and all she had gained was a 5th-rank Guiran status. The so-called rewards from the palace were entirely bestowed by the Empress Dowager. Throughout, the Emperor had neither offered gifts nor even a word of concern. What infuriated her even more was that this so-called Chun Guipin, who had done nothing and had been taken away by the Emperor's envoy early on, was now celebrated for her supposed contributions, even being promoted 2 ranks to the position of a 3rd-grade noble. How could one who had accomplished nothing receive such grand rewards while she, who had risked her life for the Emperor, was merely a mere noblewoman? This was utterly maddening. Lu Yinin's thoughts held no interest for Az, who, with a firm demeanor, commanded that Lu Yinin and her maid Miaoqing be escorted out. Afterward, Az retreated to the inner chamber, sipping some cool tea to soothe her spirit. Encountering such individuals first thing in the morning was indeed an ill omen. Wu Xiang entered with a beaming expression. "Your Highness." You cannot imagine how dreadful Lu Guiran's expression was after she left, and the palace maid beside her looked as though she had been beaten, her face swollen like a pig's head. As Wu Xiang recounted their appearances, she couldn't help but chuckle, prompting Az to join her in light laughter. Noticing Wu Xiang's hand, Az expressed concern. "Does your hand hurt?" Wu Xiang, with a carefree tone, replied, "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I feel no pain." Az, skeptical of her claim, gently grasped Wu Xiang's hand for a closer inspection, only releasing it once she confirmed there was no injury. However, the expressions of Ranyu, Lvayu, and Furong were all furrowed with worry. Az, feeling helpless, inquired, "What troubles you?" Ranyu, her brow knitted in concern, remarked, "Your Highness, Lu Guiran is likely going to seek an audience with the Empress Dowager." "Let her go," Az replied dismissively. "What is the worst that could happen? I may simply have to kneel once more." Ranyu, witnessing her mistress's nonchalance towards potential punishment, felt a sense of resignation. "Your Highness, while Lu Guiran may approach the Empress Dowager, perhaps you should also seek an audience with the Emperor. The Empress Dowager is already displeased with us." and once Lu Guirin speaks to her, it is likely that someone will soon come from Taihe Palace. The only one capable of intervening on our behalf is the emperor. At this, Azhi's eyes sparkled with realization. How had she not thought of that? Yet a moment later, her expression fell. After all, Lu Yinin was the emperor's cousin. What if he favored her? Ranyu had not considered this angle. Instinctively, she felt that the emperor would protect them, not realizing that the individual in question was none other than Lu Guirin, the emperor's relative. Before they could devise a strategy, Xiaofuzi hurriedly dashed in, exclaiming, "Your Highness, someone from Taihe Palace is here." Azhi's heart skipped a beat as she rose to greet the visitor, only to find it was Mama Fong, this time accompanied by two formidable-looking palace maids. Azhi's heart sank. It was evident they had come to apprehend her. It seemed that if she did not comply with Mama Fong today, she would be forcibly taken. "Chun Guipin, the Empress Dowager summons you," Mama Fong said gently, her demeanor as placid as before. However, Az did not forget that her last visit to Taihe Palace under Mama Fong's escort had not ended well. Having learned from past misfortunes, Az resolved not to be foolish again. "What if I refuse to go?" she retorted, her expression icy. Madame Fong maintained her smile, though it had significantly faded, as if the circumstances permitted her little choice in the matter. Once she finished speaking, the two palace maids behind her stepped forward. However, Ranyu and her companions remained resolute, positioning themselves protectively in front of Azhi. As the atmosphere grew tense, Azhi suddenly exclaimed, "Wu Xiang, block them for me." After her commanding shout, she deftly maneuvered around Madame Fong and dashed towards the exit. The two palace maids, ready to pursue, were unceremoniously brought down by Wu Xiang, who kicked each of them to the ground. Xiaofuzi, accompanied by several young eunuchs, swiftly restrained them. Madame Fong, having spent decades in the palace, was witnessing such audacity for the first time. The audacity displayed by Chun Guipin was truly astonishing, filled with both anger and shock. Her face flushed crimson as she pointed at Ranyu and her companions, sternly reprimanding, "You. This is utterly outrageous." Chapter 66. No one dares to take your head. Azhi hurriedly exited the fragrant hall, fearful that Lady Fong and her entourage might pursue her, and made her way directly to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The weather was splendid that day, and many concubines, having finished their morning greetings, were leisurely strolling in the imperial garden, especially the newly arrived consorts who were still enchanted by the novelty of palace life. Azhi, disregarding decorum, dashed along, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. Inside the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Zhao Fu was attending to duties, while Xiao Luzi stood guard outside. The previous night, the emperor had returned from consort Shu's chambers with a stern countenance, leaving those in attendance anxious, fearful of making any missteps. The emperor spent the night reviewing memorials, and those on duty accompanied him through the long hours. His displeasure was palpable, resulting in a severe reprimand for several officials during the morning court session, particularly those implicated in the Jiangnan salt smuggling case. Any with substantial evidence against them faced harsh penalties. That day, several officials were sentenced to prison within the Grand Hall, while others were scrutinized rigorously by Lord Xietingxian. As noon approached, the emperor had yet to summon for his meal, causing Zhao Fu to furrow his brows in distress. If the emperor had skipped breakfast, delaying lunch would be a serious matter. Zhao Fu cautiously lifted his head to remind, "Your Majesty, it is noon." The response came in the form of a memorial throne at his feet, silencing him instantly. From a distance, Xiao Luzi noticed someone running towards them. Before he could discern who it was, Azhi had already approached. Recognizing her as Consort Chun, the reprimand that had been on the tip of his tongue was swallowed back, and he hurried over. "Consort Chun, what brings you here in such haste?" Azhi, lacking the time for pleasantries, inquired directly, "Is the emperor inside?" "Yes," Xiao Luzi replied promptly. Upon hearing that the emperor was present, Azhi wasted no time and sprinted inside. Xiao Luzi, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and pursued her. Allowing her entry without caution could lead to dire consequences if the emperor were to question it. Yet his response was delayed. Just as he opened his mouth to stop her, Azhi had already called out, "Your Majesty, save me." Xiao Luzi felt rooted to the spot, his face contorted with despair. Not only was he startled, but Zhao Fu, having heard Azhi's sudden outcry, was also taken aback. Having witnessed many things alongside the emperor through the tumultuous power struggles, he was now wide-eyed as he observed Consort Chun burst in, nearly losing her composure. He blinked vigorously, fearing he had misheard or misseen. Han Yin, seated behind the imperial desk, was equally taken aback. Upon seeing Azhi, skirt lifted and urgency written across her face. Shouting for help, his brows knitted in disapproval. What is the meaning of this frantic behavior? At that moment, Azhi was beyond caring for propriety. Seeing Han Yin's cold expression, she promptly knelt before him. Her quick and earnest gesture echoed sharply, causing Han Yin's brows to deepen in concern. He spoke coldly. "Get up." Tears sprang forth from Azhi's eyes in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, she was weeping. "I cannot rise unless your majesty promises to save me." As she spoke, she clenched her fists tightly, her heart racing in trepidation. Having come this far, and having already harmed someone in the Empress Dowager's court, only the emperor could now protect her. If this were to incur his majesty's displeasure, she had already offended the Empress Dowager, so what was one more enemy? At worst, she would be relegated to the cold palace, and if fate decreed, she might lose her head, an end to all her troubles. As Azhi pondered these thoughts, she involuntarily shrank her neck. She had not yet lived a century, had not savored all the delicacies life had to offer, and she was not ready to die. The more she thought, the sadder she became, and her cries grew more intense. Han Yin looked at her, and her tears even conveyed a sense of tragic nobility. The reprimands he had intended to deliver faded from his lips as he strode over and swept Azhi into his arms, carrying her to a side chamber. Azhi clutched the front of Han Yin's robe tightly, weeping uncontrollably. "Your Majesty, I am going to die." Her sorrowful cries were accompanied by her tears and snot staining Han Yin's garments. Frowning at the sight, Han Yin settled onto the couch with her in his arms. He admonished her in a deep voice. "You speak such nonsensical words daily, carelessly tossing around talk of life and death without a shred of propriety." Azhi, still in tears, found herself even more distressed upon hearing his words. "Your Majesty, I am not speaking nonsense. The Empress Dowager has sent people to my palace to seize me. Granny Fong even said that my fate is no longer in my hands. The Empress Dowager intends to beat me to death." Her lament was heart-wrenching, evoking profound pity. Upon hearing this, Han Yan's expression turned icy. "I shall see who dares to take your life in this world." Azhi hiccuped through her tears, trembling slightly in his embrace, her tear-streaked face lifting to meet his gaze. Han Yin, unbothered by her distress, took a handkerchief and gently wiped her small face clean. In a soothing tone, he reassured her, "Do not cry. Your head will remain safely upon your shoulders." The anxiety Azhi had carried with her dissipated with his words, and her tear-filled eyes could not help but flow anew. "You are the best, Your Majesty," she murmured, her voice thick with emotion. Han Yin, hearing her repetitive praise, playfully patted her lightly. "Now, it is time for you to explain what has transpired." Although he did not show it, his heart tightened at Azhi's hasty and decorum-defying entrance. While he did not claim to fully understand her, he knew that despite her often audacious demeanor, she possessed a keen awareness of propriety. She understood well what was appropriate and what was not. The so-called lack of decorum was merely a reflection of her confidence in his indulgence, allowing her to test the limits in his presence. Yet, this was a result of his own affection for her, a source of delight for him. The urgency with which she had burst into the Taihe Palace suggested that matters were indeed grave. Azhi seized the handkerchief from Han Yan's hand, sniffled, and through her sobs, recounted the events in their entirety. As for the embellishments within, they were certainly not intentional on Azhi's part, even if they were deliberate. Such actions could be deemed justifiable. After all, Lu Yinyin and the Empress Dowager were both adversaries, one seeking to take her life, the other aiming to capture her. No matter how she articulated her grievances, it could hardly be considered an injustice towards them. Han Yin remained silent, his demeanor unusually composed. Azhi, nestled in his embrace, dared not utter a word, instead discreetly wiping the tears from her face with a handkerchief. Zhao Fu, standing nearby, kept his head bowed, fully aware that after years of serving the emperor, he could not claim to know him intimately. Yet he possessed a fundamental understanding of the situation. Deep down, Zhao Fu recognized that the emperor was at his breaking point. A tremor ran through him, accompanied by a sense of dissatisfaction. The Empress Dowager seemed increasingly confused, fully aware of the emperor's fondness for Chun Guiran, yet persistently opposing him. Chapter 67. The gentle consort, although Azhi may not possess great intelligence, her prolonged presence by the emperor's side has endowed her with a certain acumen for reading his moods. She recognizes that the emperor is currently incensed, so she refrains from uttering a word and instead nestles obediently in his embrace. Han Yan's hold on Azhi gradually tightens, causing her discomfort until she can no longer help but whisper, "Your Majesty, it hurts." Upon hearing this, Han Yan loosens his grip. He furrows his brows as he gazes down at her, his expression devoid of anger, only softly chiding. "You are quite audacious, daring to injure one of the Empress Dowager's own." Azhi looks up at him, her voice tinged with vulnerability. "I am quite timid, Your Majesty. Yet I simply do not wish to reside alongside Lady Lu. She has the Empress Dowager's support, and since the Dowager does not favor me, I have no choice but to seek your company." As she speaks, she takes a quiet breath. "I have always been obedient, and I have never shown disrespect towards the Empress Dowager, yet she simply does not like me." Seeing her eyes glisten with tears once more, Han Yan gently reassures her, "I understand. This matter is not your fault." He narrows his cold gaze, fully aware of the reason behind the Empress Dowager's disdain for Azhi. It is not that she dislikes Azhi per se. Rather, she harbors resentment towards him. The death of the 10th prince has led her to ensure that he suffers as well. The more he cherishes Azhi, the more the Empress Dowager seeks to torment her. Azhi gazes at him with her bright, tear-filled eyes and says, "Your Majesty, I do not wish to claim the fragrant pavilion for myself, but Lady Lu and the Empress Dowager are allies, and I simply do not want to share my space with her. The mere thought of her residing in the West Side Palace makes my heart ache." Through her experiences, Azhi has discerned that the emperor harbors some discontent towards the Empress Dowager and Lady Lu, though she remains unaware of the underlying reasons. She feels emboldened to speak freely, given the emperor's own sentiments. Indeed, after she finishes speaking, Han Yan merely pats her lightly, neither harsh nor gentle. "You are the gentle consort, not a bandit. Such words are unbecoming of you." Azhi pouts slightly, humbly conceding, "You are right, Your Majesty. As your gentle consort, I should adhere to propriety." Han Yan observes her, bemused, as she shifts from speaking of decorum to glancing at him with defiance, clearly disregarding his earlier admonition. With a resigned sigh, he presses his fingers to his brow, deciding to let her speak as she wishes. After all, it is merely a few words and of no great consequence. Azhi beams at him, "You are truly kind to me, Your Majesty." Meanwhile, Zhao Fu, who stands nearby, cannot bear to witness this display. The emperor, once the epitome of decorum and formality, particularly with his consorts, had always maintained stringent expectations. Over the years, many favored consorts have graced his side, such as the former Lin Jiaoi, now a commoner, or the esteemed consort Shu, who have always displayed genteel comportment before him. None have behaved with the brazen audacity that Azhi exhibits, and each time Zhao Fu observes her, his heart races with trepidation. Today, Azhi boldly intruded upon the Taihe Palace, and rather than reprimanding her, the emperor now cradles her and coos softly. This reminded him of the empress 3 years prior, when she, heavy with child, knelt outside the Taihe Palace for 3 grueling hours, yet the emperor did not deign to spare her a glance. Ultimately, the empress fainted, giving birth prematurely. The infant, barely 7 months along, succumbed to the world within mere moments. Only then did the emperor relent, sparing the life of Duke Ning. Little Luzi entered softly, bowing his head to announce, "Your Majesty, someone from the Empress Dowager's palace has arrived." Azhi, nestled in Han Yan's embrace, instinctively tightened her grip around his neck. Han Yan looked down at her, noticing the apprehension in her eyes. She gazed intently at him, her tear-stained eyes bright and glistening, as if seeking assurance that the emperor would protect her. Han Yan's heart softened profoundly. In a hushed tone, he reassured her, "With me here, you need not fear." With his promise, Azhi gracefully descended from his lap to sit beside him. Han Yan cast a glance in her direction, intending to offer a word of caution. Yet he ultimately refrained. The visitor from the Taihe Palace was Mama Fong, who upon entering immediately noticed Chun Guipin seated beside the emperor, her brow furrowing slightly. An emperor, the son of heaven, should not share a seat with another. "This servant pays her respects to your majesty and acknowledges Chun Guipin," she stated. Han Yan's expression remained impassive, betraying no emotion, nor did he instruct Mama Fong to rise. As he nestled closer to Han Yan, emboldened by his presence, no longer intimidated by Mama Fong's presence, she regarded the woman with newfound courage. Although Mama Fong was an emissary of the Empress Dowager, the latter's authority paled in comparison to that of the emperor. As he was aware of the palace's intricate web of relationships, yet she had no desire to inquire into every matter. She understood one simple truth. In this world, the emperor reigned supreme above all else. Han Yan observed the young woman beside him, who appeared obedient, yet her countenance was rife with subtle expressions. Before him, she resembled a little orange cat, emboldened by her perceived advantage. Azhi's complete reliance on him filled Han Yan with an indescribable satisfaction, causing the corners of his mouth to curve into a faint smile. However, as his gaze shifted to Mama Fong, still kneeling, his demeanor turned cold. "Return to the Empress Dowager and inform her that this is not the late emperor's harem. She is my Chun Guipin." Han Yan's words were blunt, leaving no room for the Empress Dowager to save face. Mama Fong's complexion paled, and she swallowed any further protest. With a trembling acquiescence, she rose and retreated. Azhi craned her neck to catch a glimpse of Mama Fong's departure, exhaling a sigh of relief. Turning to meet the emperor's teasing gaze, her cheeks flushed. "Why does your majesty look at me so?" Han Yan chuckled, teasing her further. "I find it amusing that a certain audacious individual can also be afraid." Az, feeling somewhat indignant, huffed softly, "Your majesty need not mock me. I possess a timid disposition, easily frightened by anyone." She counted on her fingers. "I am not only afraid of the Empress Dowager, but also the Empress, concubine Da, and concubine Shu." Azhi recounted, and Han Yan, observing her increasingly absurd claims, now even including the newcomers who had just entered the palace, furrowed his brow. "You are now the esteemed, noble consort Chun. If we were to discuss fear, it should be others who fear you." "Not at all," Azhi replied, meeting his gaze. "I am merely the emperor's Chun noble consort. Beyond that, I possess nothing. They have their parents and families to back them up. If I am bullied, I only have the emperor to rely on. If he does not care for me, I will have no way to survive." At her words, Han Yan regarded Azhi with a complex expression, remaining silent. Azhi felt uneasy under his scrutiny, blinking her lashes twice. These were sentiments she had never expressed before. Perhaps the chaos of the day had compelled her to voice some of her innermost thoughts. Chapter 68. The golden chain. Azhi felt a surge of fear, and Han Yan could clearly sense it. His expression was complex. He understood that the person in his embrace was different from the other concubines in the palace. As she herself had said, she had no support to rely upon. Much like a daughter plant, she could only cling tightly to him. Once separated from him, she would possess nothing. This was also the reason why Han Yan had tacitly permitted Azhi to draw close from the very beginning. There were many women in the harem, each professing their love for him, yet the love they spoke of was not for him as a person, but for his power and influence. Only Azhi was distinct. Her simplicity allowed him to see through her at a glance. She was unencumbered by the intricate relationships that characterized the others, enabling him to shower her with affection without any reservations. She was simply his esteemed, noble consort, devoid of familial ties. Han Yan gazed down at her, noting her expression of anxiety and uncertainty. He sighed softly, reassuring her that as long as she remained obedient, she would forever be his esteemed, noble consort, and her little head would continue to rest comfortably upon her shoulders. "The emperor treats this humble servant so well," Azhi murmured, her eyes cast downward as she embraced Han Yan's waist. Yet, where Han Yan could not see, Her face bore no trace of the joy or gratitude he might have expected, as long as she remained docile and compliant. She would always be the emperor's esteemed noble consort. But what if there came a day when she failed to meet his expectations? What would become of her then? Would she perish? The silence from the person in her arms was unnervingly profound, and her mood visibly darkened. Han Yin sensed that she was likely lost in her own tumultuous thoughts again. "Let me see your knee," he commanded. "It doesn't hurt anymore," Azhi replied. But Han Yin disregarded her words, lifting her skirt to examine it closely. Her knee was a patch of red, and upon seeing it, Azhi felt a pang of guilt as she met his gaze. Her mind had been preoccupied with fears of the Empress Dowager's wrath. She had not considered the pain while kneeling. Now, confronted with the evidence, she was startled. When a physician arrived, Han Yan's expression was dark indeed. "If you continue to neglect your own well-being, I shall have to find a chain to bind you," he warned. Azhi laughed, unafraid, even daring to make a request. "Then, Your Majesty, remember to use a golden chain." Han Yan, unable to suppress his amusement, lightly tapped her forehead. "You're such a miser." Azhi was unfazed, retorting, "People die for wealth. Birds perish for food. Gold is beloved by all." Such words were only ones she would dare to speak in his presence. Han Yin pinched her cheek, remarking that it seemed the esteemed noble consort had learned quite well during this time, even grasping such twisted logic. Azhi playfully pecked his cheek and smiled brightly. "Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty." The palace was small, and the incident at the fragrant hall had created quite a stir. Moreover, many had witnessed the esteemed noble consort rushing towards the Taihe Palace. A little inquiry would reveal the events that had transpired that day at the fragrant hall. To dare harm the Empress Dowager was a grave offense, a direct challenge to authority, marking one of the most significant incidents of its kind in the current dynasty. All the palaces were on high alert, watching for any developments from the Taihe Palace. In the Kuan Palace, the Empress has shown marked improvement in her health over the past few days. Although her complexion remains somewhat pallid, there is a hint of color returning to her cheeks. Upon hearing Yu Chun and Feng Xia's words, she gently set down the Buddhist prayer beads in her hand, unable to suppress a light laugh. For she was the most vibrant presence in the entire palace, so lively it seemed as though she were not of this realm. Even she could not help but feel a twinge of envy, which made the emperor's affection for her all the more understandable. "Your Highness, the Chun Guipin is exceedingly audacious," Yu Chun remarked, her brow furrowed in disapproval. The incident of Chun Guipin intruding upon the Taihe Palace today unavoidably reminded her of the time when their empress, in her delicate condition, knelt outside the Taihe Palace, stirring a deep sense of sorrow within her. Feng Xia remained silent as she cleared away the empty teacup before the empress. A single glance at Yu Chun was enough for the empress to discern her thoughts, and she instinctively tightened her grip on her abdomen, feeling a pang of bitterness. Noticing this, Yu Chun quickly offered a soft reassurance. "Your Highness, it is all in the past." The empress managed a faint smile, her countenance appearing slightly better. Yet, some matters, whether past or present, were clearer to her than to anyone else. Following Granny Fong's visit to the Taihe Palace, news spread swiftly throughout the other palaces, with all eyes eagerly awaiting the emperor's response. For the newcomers, Chun Guipin's audacity was nothing short of sensational. They had heard whispers of her favor with the emperor, but witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. They were all curious to ascertain whether their emperor indeed cherished Chun Guipin as the rumor suggested. Not long after Granny Fong entered the Taihe Palace, she emerged, looking rather crestfallen. The onlookers had a general sense of what had transpired, but were still eager to learn the final outcome. However, as they waited, they were met with the unexpected decree from the Empress of Kuan Palace, announcing that Lady Lu would be relocated to Wangchun Xian, sharing quarters with the still-confined Feng Guiran. As for Feng Guiran, who had only a few days left in her 3-month confinement, her feelings remained unspoken. However, Azhi was in high spirits. The emperor, showing compassion for her injured knee, had graciously bestowed upon her a palanquin, allowing Zhao Fu to escort her back to the palace. While Azhi had previously shared the palanquin with the emperor on numerous occasions, this was her first time riding alone. She observed the palace maids and eunuchs, as well as the lower-ranked concubines, bowing their heads in reverence as the palanquin passed. And within her heart, something began to blossom. Zhao Fu escorted Chun Guipin to the Paixiang Hall, where she sipped a cup of warm tea before he departed. The palace attendants, witnessing their mistress return unscathed, were filled with joy. Upon entering the inner chamber, Azhi found Ran Yu and several close attendants awaiting her. They stood before her with furrowed brows and solemn expressions, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Unable to resist a gentle laugh, Azhi inquired, "What is the matter?" "I'm perfectly well." The attendants' eyes glistened with tears. Naturally, their mistress's safety was a tremendous blessing, yet they had spent the entire day in anxious dread, fearing for her well-being. "Your Highness, we are relieved to see you safe and sound. You have no idea how worried we were." Wu Xiang's voice trembled with emotion. The three women, their eyes reddened, echoed her sentiments. Azhi, touched by their concern, responded, "I know, and I apologize for causing you such worry." As cast her gaze out the window at the bustling young palace maids and spoke softly, "Today has startled us all. Ran Yu, please retrieve some silver from my private treasury and distribute an additional 3 months' allowance to each of them. Furthermore, grant you and the others, including Xiao Fuzi, an extra 10 taels of silver." "Your Highness." Ran Yu's voice quivered as tears streamed down her cheeks, her heart a tumult of emotions, leaving her at a loss for words. As regarded them with a gentle expression, "All right, you may all leave now, but Ran Yu, stay behind." The others, including Wu Xiang, promptly withdrew. As handed her handkerchief to Ran Yu, urging her to wipe her tears. Ran Yu accepted the handkerchief, murmuring her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness." She understood that as wished to speak with her privately, and after deftly drying her tears, her expression returned to its usual calm, save for the slight redness around her eyes which betrayed her earlier distress. Chapter 69. Seeking Yuan Bao, Azhi gazed at Ran Yu before her. Among the 4 grand court ladies by her side, she held the utmost trust in Ran Yu. As for Wu Xiang and Fu Rong, their loyalty was unquestionable. Yet their allegiance ultimately lay with the emperor. Thus, certain matters were beyond her willingness or courage to entrust them with. Green Yu was less composed than Ran Yu, prompting Azhi to address her directly. "Ran Yu, there's a task I wish to assign to you." Ran Yu's expression shifted instantly. Having served the empress for so long, she had never before been entrusted with such words. Azhi rose, her gaze drifting to the barren trees in the courtyard, now sprouting tender green shoots. She spoke softly in a moment. "I need you to personally visit the imperial kitchen and arrange for the meal to be delivered to someone named Yuan Bao." Azhi extended a lustrous pearl towards her. Without further inquiry, Ran Yu accepted with a quiet affirmation. Once Ran Yu departed, Azhi's brow furrowed in contemplation. She found herself uncertain about the path she had chosen. Yet, recent events had made it abundantly clear to her that mere reliance on the emperor's scant affection would not suffice for her survival and well-being within the palace. From the day she entered Taihe Palace, many circumstances had spiraled beyond her control. In less than half a year, an overwhelming series of events had transpired, all seemingly directed against her. Despite her current status as Chun Guipin, it remained insufficient. Her rank was too low, and without a powerful family to support her. Many felt emboldened to act against her repeatedly. After all, apart from the emperor's fleeting favor, she possessed nothing. Historically, emperors have often been capricious. None could predict when the emperor might lose interest in her, perhaps tomorrow, or perhaps the day after. She had to forge her own path. Ran Yu proved to be reliable. By the time of the evening meal, Yuan Bao arrived. Azhi raised her eyes, seemingly glancing at him by chance. Yuan Bao immediately comprehended the unspoken message. Since the day Azhi ascended to become a consort, both he and eunuch Yang had made every effort to avoid any contact with her. Now, with Azhi's elevated status as the emperor's Chun Guipin, the sensitivity of their positions became apparent, particularly for eunuch Yang, who was the chief steward of the inner court and the emperor's confidant. Should anyone discover his association with a consort, not only would his circumstances become precarious, but so too would Azhi's. Throughout the meal, Azhi merely remarked on the quality of the dishes as Yuan Bao arranged them, refraining from any superfluous conversation that might betray their past camaraderie while growing up in the palace. As Yuan Bao exited the Pisheng Hall, his demeanor remained unchanged as he returned to the imperial kitchen and then retreated to his quarters. In his palm lay a small note, bearing a solitary sentence, "The person I require." Yuan Bao instantly grasped the implication. He remained in his chamber until dusk, seizing the cover of night to make his way to Eunuch Yang's quarters. Meanwhile, Azhi had already secured the palace gates, entirely unaware of the emperor's unexpected arrival. Zhao Fu had not anticipated that the fragrant hall of Consort Chun would be locked so early. Lowering his head, he cautiously observed the emperor's expression, and indeed, the emperor's face was dark and forbidding. Zhao Fu inwardly lamented, softly inquiring, "Your Majesty, shall I go and call for her?" Upon hearing this, the emperor, with a scowl, kicked him angrily. "What are you dawdling for?" Though the kick was not forceful, Zhao Fu had become accustomed to such treatment over the years. Yet, he exaggeratedly rolled on the ground twice before nimbly rising to knock on the door. Han Yan's expression was grim. He had never imagined he would find himself locked out. On this eventful day, Azhi had experienced a tumultuous series of events. After an early dinner, she had retired to bed, hardly considering whether the emperor would come. It was Green Yao's turn to watch over the night, and upon hearing that the emperor had arrived, she hurriedly stepped into the room. "Your Highness, the emperor has come," she said softly. Azhi, still in a haze, did not take it to heart, merely turning over to continue her slumber. Green Yao, hearing footsteps outside, realized that the emperor was about to enter. She pushed Azhi gently, raising her voice slightly. Your Highness, the emperor is here." This time, Azhi finally awoke, her eyes heavy with sleep. Confirming, "The emperor has arrived?" Green Yao nodded in response and hastened to assist Azhi in getting up. However, just as Azhi sat up in bed, Han Yin entered, exuding an aura of coldness. Seeing Han Yin, Green Yao bowed and quickly retreated alongside Zhao Fu. Azhi, noticing his presence, felt disinclined to rise further. She simply remained seated on the bed. "Why does the emperor not allow me to prepare in advance to greet him?" she mused. "Ha!" Han Yin scoffed, striding over. Without ceremony, he pinched Azhi's soft cheeks, remarking that she was charming, yet rarely waited for him at the entrance during his visits. "You merely flatter me." After pinching her cheeks, Han Yin found it insufficient and playfully squeezed her delicate face, capturing her unwillingly pouted lips. The allure of the moment deepened, and Azhi found herself utterly unable to resist, soon melting into a pool of warmth. When Han Yin finally released her, her face was flushed, her lips glistening with a faint sheen, swollen and enticing under the candlelight. Exhausted, she leaned against Han Yan's embrace, her pale yellow undergarment in disarray. Azhi softly protested, "This is my new dress. The emperor must compensate me for it." Han Yin playfully bit her plump earlobe, murmuring, "I shall compensate you with 10. But the emperor must keep his word." She began, only to be silenced again. Their playful exchange continued until the midnight hours, and by the next day, Azhi awoke close to noon. Remembering her duties for the day, she hastily got out of bed and nearly stumbled. Just then Wu Xiang entered and, startled by the scene, rushed to steady her. "Your Highness, you frightened me to death." Azhi, disregarding everything else, furrowed her brows and urgently inquired, "Why did you not awaken me for the morning greetings today? Has the Empress Dowager expressed any displeasure?" "Do not fret, my lady. His Majesty had instructed Eunuch Zhao to inform the Kunning Palace of your absence prior to his departure," came the reassuring response. Upon hearing this, Azhi finally felt a sense of relief. The Empress Dowager had always treated her with kindness since her entrance into the imperial harem, and she would have felt considerable guilt had she missed the morning greetings. Wu Xiang assisted Azhi in rising and gently chuckled, "Moreover, His Majesty has excused you from future morning greetings at the Ning Palace." Azhi was momentarily taken aback, as this was entirely unexpected. However, it must be said that the Emperor's decision was indeed to her liking. During her time in the Taihe Palace yesterday, she had contemplated broaching the subject of the morning greetings at the Ning Palace with the Emperor. Although she had seized the advantage for the moment, she could not guarantee that she would not face scrutiny during future visits. Ultimately, she hesitated and refrained from voicing her concerns, never anticipating that the Emperor would take the initiative. Chapter 70. The events of year recently. The weather has grown increasingly warm. As the temperature rises, Azhi becomes even more reluctant to venture outside, preferring to remain within the confines of the palace, save for her daily visit to the Taihe Palace. She would rather recline on the favored concubine's couch than take even a single step further. Though it is merely May, the heat has already set in. Azhi, being somewhat more voluptuous than others, is naturally more sensitive to the warmth. Each day, her visit to the Taihe Palace is manageable in the early hours. But returning is a different story, as the heat becomes unbearable. On this day, as the queen concluded the audience, Azhi immediately rose to her feet. Zhou Xiaoyi, standing nearby, could not help but chuckle and tease. Sister Azhi, you're already avoiding the sun. What will you do when summer truly arrives? Azhi turned to her, pouting slightly. Sister Zhou, please refrain from mocking me. After merely standing outdoors for a brief period, beads of perspiration began to form on Azhi's forehead. Observing this, Ranyu quickly offered her a handkerchief. Seeing her in such discomfort, Zhou Xiaoyi ceased her teasing. Her gaze filled with concern. The emperor dotes on you. Perhaps you might ask him for some ice? The moment those words left Zhou's lips, Azhi's face flushed even deeper. She had indeed approached the emperor about ice previously. Just days ago, when the emperor visited the Paixiang Hall, Azhi had broached the subject. He did provide her with ice, but in a rather mischievous manner, opting to hold ice cubes in his mouth and playfully sprinkle the melting water upon her. Ultimately, Azhi found herself drenched in the remnants of melting ice. And since that incident, she had refrained from mentioning ice to the emperor again. Sister Zhou, I must take my leave now, Azhi murmured. Zhou Xiaoyi, noticing her distress, waved her hand, urging her to return. The audience at Taihe Palace had just concluded, and the morning court session had also recently adjourned. The emperor was engaged in discussions regarding state affairs with Minister Xie Tingyan inside, while Zhao Fu stood outside, maintaining his post with an air of composure. From a distance, he spotted a eunuch approaching with a tray, and without needing to examine it closely, he knew who it was. Feeling a twinge of sympathy for the head eunuch of the Jing Shifang, Li Dahai, upon seeing Zhao Fu, wore a wretched expression. Zhao Gong, does the emperor have a moment to spare? Zhao Fu glanced at the tray in his hands and could not help but comment. You never tire of this, do you? Li Dahai, at a loss for words, had been making daily trips to the Taihe Palace for over 2 months without fail. The emperor, during this time, had visited the inner palace frequently, but each time it was to the Paixiang Hall without exception. Initially, the emperor would glance at the sign of the Paixiang Hall, but now he had grown so indifferent that he no longer even bothered to check. He simply headed straight there. Li Dahai understood the emperor's inclinations well. The emperor favored Chun Gui Pin, and he did not wish to incur his displeasure by appearing too frequently. However, the emperor's matters, no matter how trivial, were of great import to the realm. With only one heir, anxiety loomed both within and outside the palace, and the censors had submitted countless memorials. Yet, the emperor remained unmoved. Though he could afford to be patient, the eunuchs felt an urgency akin to flames scorching their brows. Especially now, with so many new faces in the palace. The fact that the emperor had yet to summon any of them for the night was indeed cause for concern. In recent days, the ladies of the inner palace have been devising various ways to seek out Li Dahai, including even the empress and the dowager empress. However, the emperor is disinclined to visit others, leaving Li Dahai at a loss. Zhao Fu cast a sympathetic glance at him and said, just wait. Lord Xie is currently inside. Thus, Li Dahai and Zhao Fu stood outside, waiting. This wait extended for nearly an hour, and when Xie Tingsu emerged, he briefly glanced at the tray in Li Dahai's hands before swiftly averting his gaze and striding away. Li Dahai entered, bowing as he proclaimed, "This servant pays his respects to the emperor." Han Yin raised his eyes, not sparing him a second glance, and coldly replied, "You may go." Hearing this, Li Dahai's expression turned despondent, and he could only respond in a low voice before retreating. Upon seeing him exit, Zhao Fu, with an understanding demeanor, patted Li Dahai on the shoulder before turning to re-enter the hall. On the other side, Azhi finally felt somewhat better upon returning to the fragrant pavilion. Green Willow and a few others had already prepared grapes, soaked in well water. Leaning against the couch, Azhi savored them one by one, feeling the oppressive heat in her heart dissipate. Furong entered softly, announcing, "Your Highness, little Shozi has arrived." Azhi, her half-closed eyes now fully open, instructed, "Let him in." Last month, a young eunuch in the fragrant pavilion had fallen during the night and was unable to serve. After reporting it, the inner palace sent little Shozi to attend to her. Yet, Azhi was well aware that little Shozi was someone arranged by eunuch Yang for her. Naturally, she trusted him. Over the past month, little Shozi had indeed not disappointed her. Every task she entrusted him with was executed splendidly. This time, Azhi had asked little Shozi to investigate matters without excluding Ranyu and Green Willow. Thus, when little Shozi entered and saw them, he appeared unfazed. He spoke in a hushed tone, "Your Highness, during her house arrest, Lin has indeed had contact with others." Azhi's almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly, her expression turning colder. As she had suspected, Lin must have had someone backing her. Otherwise, how could a woman under house arrest possess such power? Lin had not only staked her unborn child, but after the matter was exposed, everyone involved had met their demise before the emperor's arrival, with no exceptions. The maid Shu'er from her own palace was one such example. A person capable of such influence within the palace could not possibly be Lin, who was already confined and had great difficulty even leaving, let alone orchestrating all of this. But who could it be? Little Shozi lowered his head and said, "During Lin's house arrest, only a course made from the Imperial Garden entered the Honda Hall. That maid succumbed to a cold 3 months ago." Bowing his head, he added, "This servant is incompetent. I beg for your Highness's forgiveness. It is of no concern to you. You have performed admirably." "Rise," Azhi commanded, allowing them to withdraw while she leaned back against the couch, lost in thought. In the beginning, Azhi had indeed sent Ranyu and the others to investigate the Lin incident, yet they uncovered nothing, as all evidence pointed back to her. The scheme at that time was nothing short of flawless, had it not been for the perpetrator's insufficient understanding of her, which led to a critical oversight. Azhi shuddered to think of the consequences she might have faced. After all, it was an assassination attempt on the heir apparent. Even if the emperor intended to protect her, she would surely escape the death penalty, but not the penalties of life. Today, the discovery that Xiao Shozi could trace Lin's connections to the palace maids in the Imperial Garden is indeed a significant breakthrough, for it validates her initial suspicions. There was indeed someone orchestrating Lin's plot against her, yet that individual executed their plans with such precision and ruthlessness that Azhi could not immediately discern their identity. However, there are only a few high-ranking consorts in the palace, since they had already made a move against her. It was only a matter of time before they revealed another flaw. Chapter 71. Awkwardness as the weather warmed. Azhi found herself spending day after day within the confines of the fragrant pavilion. On this particular day, a gentle breeze accompanied by overcast skies brought a rare coolness. Ranyu entered with a tray of refreshing tea, observing her mistress sprawled on the couch, engrossed in a collection of portraits of beauties, which seemed to give her a headache. Previously, the empress had a penchant for reading novels, but for reasons unknown, she had recently developed an obsession with these images of alluring figures, regardless of gender. Ranyu had even caught sight of several risque depictions of men, which made her blush profusely, yet the empress found them captivating. While the empress was permitted to read novels, the recent influx of these audacious illustrations had begun to dominate the offerings from the court, which were deemed to reflect the emperor's and the noble consort's shared interests. Thus, the latest shipments had included particularly bold illustrations, not to mention 2 scandalous volumes. Whenever the empress read, Ranyu was by her side, and a mere glimpse of a few words would make her cheeks flush. Each time, the empress would become quite embarrassed, tossing the book aside after a few lines, only to clandestinely retrieve it shortly thereafter. Placing the teacup beside Azhi, Ranyu, maintaining her composure, gently inquired, "Your Majesty, the weather is quite pleasant today. Would you care to take a stroll outside?" Without lifting her gaze, Azhi promptly declined, saying no. She then pointed to a portrait of a languidly posed man and asked, "Ranyu, do you think there is anyone like this in our palace?" Upon hearing her mistress's whimsical remark, Ranyu's brow furrowed in concern. Your Majesty, please do not let the Emperor hear you say such things. I would never let him hear it. Azhi reassured her, fully aware of the Emperor's possessive nature. Previously, when he had caught her reading novels, he had scolded her thoroughly. What chance did she have with such audacious subjects? Azhi wished to live a few more years yet, so she always hid her readings carefully whenever the Emperor visited. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Ranyu, I recall that the Department of Music is not far from our fragrant pavilion. Is it? Ranyu's expression turned wary at this inquiry. It is indeed close, Your Majesty. What do you intend to do? With a mischievous smile, Azhi sprang to her feet. Oh, nothing in particular. I simply wish to take a stroll today, as the weather is delightful. Once Azhi had made her intentions clear, Ranyu understood the underlying motive. With a resigned expression, she and Wuxiang followed suit. The day was pleasantly cool, and Azhi, eschewing the usual ceremonial procession, leisurely strolled with Ranyu, Wuxiang, and several palace attendants. Azhi did not have a definitive aim for her excursion to the Department of Music. Feeling somewhat lethargic, she decided to rest in a pavilion after meandering through the Imperial Garden. During this season, the flowers in the garden were in full bloom, creating a vibrant tapestry of colors. Azhi, who had been returning to the palace immediately after her daily audience, had not taken the time to appreciate the view, and was now struck by its freshness. Ranyu, do we bring any scissors with us? Azhi inquired. Realizing her mistress's intentions, Ranyu shook her head softly. We did not bring any, but should I send someone back to fetch them? As had indeed felt a sudden urge to gather some flowers to take back for our New York and the others to prepare some delicacies. However, without a pair of scissors, she shook her head and said, Never mind, I can't be bothered. While sitting there, she was soon spotted by Zhu Shiwai from a distance. Even before getting closer, she could easily guess it was Az. After all, Az's figure was quite distinct within the palace. There was no one else quite like her, plump and blessed. Zhu Shiwai approached with a smile, Sister Az. Az's face lit up with delight upon seeing Zhu Shiwai, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Sister Zhu. As soon as Zhu Shiwai sat down, she couldn't resist playfully pinching Az's cheek and teasing. Your face feels even softer now. Az, feeling a bit shy, touched her own cheek, aware that she had gained a little weight recently. She had mentioned wanting to lose some, but after skipping dinner one night, she couldn't hold out until midnight. This incident eventually reached the Emperor's ears, who mistakenly thought Az was depriving herself for the sake of losing weight, leading him to instruct the Imperial kitchen to provide her with extra meals for several days. Once one's stomach has expanded, it is an arduous task to reduce it, and thus Az's appetite had only increased. Yet, she was unconcerned, recalling what Yang Gonggong had said. Being able to eat is a blessing, and she felt fortunate. As regarded Zhu Shiwai with her round, sparkling eyes, sincerely complimenting, Sister, you look splendid. Your complexion is radiant, and your skin appears delicate and tender. This pale green silk dress suits you perfectly, making you look as though you've just come of age. Zhu Shiwai was aware that Az's words were meant to flatter her, yet the sincerity in Az's expression made her heart bloom with joy. You truly have a sweet tongue, dear sister, Zhu Shiwai said, unable to resist giving Az's cheek another gentle pinch, marveling at its softness, and suddenly feeling a tinge of envy towards the Emperor. As the two engaged in light-hearted banter, they were abruptly interrupted by a voice coming from the nearby path. They exchanged a knowing glance and instinctively halted their conversation. A sultry voice called out, Your Majesty, you have not visited me in quite some time. I have made a sachet by hand to present to you. The voice was so alluring that even Az, being a woman, felt goosebumps rise on her skin. She glanced at Zhu Shiwai, who also instinctively rubbed her arms. Moments later, they saw a noble consort F-ing appearing behind the Emperor with an effeminate grace. Az and Zhu Shiwai both stood up. Zhu Shiwai cast a quick glance at Az, relieved to see her expression unchanged. Their Emperor had always been clear in his affections, once for the concubine, now for Az. Zhu Shiwai had long grown accustomed to her lack of favor. And besides, she held no affection for the Emperor either. She understood that her father had not sent her into the palace to vie for favor. As a close and influential minister to the Emperor, he merely wished to ensure the Emperor's trust. And she, was merely a pawn in the complex game of power, knowing that as long as her father thrived, so would she. However, as is unlike herself, she is cherished. As an outsider, Shi perceives clearly that the Emperor's regard for her as differs from his feelings towards the former Fei. The Emperor harbors affection for Az. Thus, she fears that Az might feel discomfort upon seeing the Emperor in the company of others. Yet, it seems her concerns are unwarranted. HNYN did not anticipate that his rare visit to the Imperial Garden would lead him to encounter Az. Particularly, as Az gazes at him, and the noble lady F. Ing with a gentle smile, HNYN feels an inexplicable sense of awkwardness, as if he has wronged her in some way. Clearing his throat softly, he discreetly takes a few steps forward. The noble lady F. Ing, who was once closely positioned beside the Emperor, suddenly finds herself in an awkward predicament. Chapter 72. The misplaced accusation. Azhi observed the scene with amusement, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the Emperor. Han Yin, feeling slightly uncomfortable under her scrutiny, cast a displeased glance at the onlookers who remained idle. "Are you not coming over?" he inquired. Only then did Azhi, with a cheerful smile, gracefully lift her skirts and approach him, naturally linking her arm with his sleeve. "Didn't your Majesty mention being busy today? How is it that you have time to be in the Imperial Garden?" Han Yin lowered his gaze upon her, pondering when he had ever conveyed to her the notion of being occupied. Azhi, with her bright almond-shaped eyes, was unaware of the Emperor's schedule. Her previous remark had merely been a whimsical utterance. Rather than expose her pretense, Han Yin played along, responding, "I just found some leisure." "How is it you were able to step out today?" As their time together lengthened, Han Yin grew increasingly familiar with this individual beside him. She was extraordinarily disinclined to leave the confines of her quarters. On ordinary days, it was challenging to persuade her to take even a few steps outside, particularly during this recent period. No amount of persuasion or coercion seemed effective. Should he speak too much, she would find him bothersome. And if he were to adopt a stern demeanor, the consequences could be dire. Her tears would flow instantly, and she could weep on command. Han Yin, feeling helpless and unable to harden his heart against her, acquiesced to her whims, modifying the customary monthly health check from the peaceful Pulse Hall to every 3 days. Fearing she might become ill from confinement, Azhi settled beside Han Yin, feigning displeasure as she remarked, "I came out because I wanted to, and your Majesty's words imply that I am a sloth." At this, Han Yin raised an eyebrow, seemingly retorting, "Isn't that precisely the case?" Azhi, her cheeks puffed in indignation, offered him a plate of honey oranges with a haughty demand, "Peel it, your Majesty." Amused and indulgent, Han Yin took the fruit with a smile, personally peeling it, much to the astonishment of the nearby Lady Zhou and Lady Feng. Lady Zhou had always known of the Emperor's affection for Azhi, but witnessing their interaction was a revelation. She could hardly believe that the once aloof Emperor would so readily indulge someone. Allowing Azhi to display her little temper, he exhibited no signs of impatience, even seeming to relish the moment. Lady Zhou, observing, took a sip of her tea, feeling a peculiar sensation within. Conversely, Lady Feng was not as composed as Lady Zhou. Watching the scene unfold between the Emperor and the favored consort, she felt a sharp pang of envy, particularly as memories of her own 3-month confinement due to Azhi resurfaced. Those 3 months spent in the Wangchun Pavilion had nearly driven her to despair, and only recently had her banishment concluded. Upon her return, she discovered the palace dynamics had shifted dramatically. New faces entered the court. But what was even more infuriating was that the Emperor now only resided in the peaceful Pulse Hall. After some inquiries, she realized that not only had he ceased summoning the newcomers, but even the previously favored consort Shu had lost her standing. The inner palace now felt like a mere facade. How could she possibly accept such a reality? It was fortuitous that she had encountered the Emperor today in the Imperial Garden, unwilling to let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Lady Feng seized the moment to walk alongside him. However, the Emperor did not cast even a single glance in her direction. Consort Feng's nails nearly dug into her flesh, yet she appeared oblivious to the pain. As she observed the Emperor's intimate demeanor with Consort Chun, her discomfort could no longer be contained, and she chuckled lightly, saying, It has been quite some time since I last saw your highness. Today, I must say, you seem to have gained a bit of plumpness. Upon hearing these words, both the emperor and Lady Zhou frowned in unison. Although consort Feng spoke with a smile, her words were particularly irksome to the ears of those present. Han Yan's expression darkened, and he shot a cold, piercing glance at consort Feng, admonishing, if you cannot speak properly, then refrain from speaking at all. Consort Feng's complexion paled, and she clutched her handkerchief tightly. The subject of her ire, Azhi, remained unfazed, calmly addressing consort Feng. Your insight is indeed commendable, but I must observe that you have become rather slender. As for the reason behind this slenderness, is it not due to your confinement? Consort Feng's expression instantly soured. She was already troubled by her house arrest, and Azhi's words felt like a dagger to her heart. Han Yan couldn't help but smirk. It seemed the little cat had finally learned to bite. After Azhi spoke, she turned to Han Yan and said softly, Your Majesty, I am weary. Han Yan, fully aware of her implication, rose in unison with her, declaring, In that case, I shall escort you back to the palace. He took Azhi's small hand, and they departed together, with Han Yan holding a freshly peeled mandarin in his other hand. As they walked a distance away, Azhi halted before Han Yan, puffing her cheeks in indignation. Does your Majesty also think I have gained weight? Han Yan chuckled lightly, but upon seeing her sulky demeanor, he quickly suppressed his smile and asked earnestly, When have I ever said that you are overweight? Humph, I know, she retorted. Han Yan felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. Before he could respond, she continued her ramblings. I know your Majesty prefers slender, beautiful people, and you favor consort Feng. Han Yan felt wronged. When have I ever claimed to like her? Though the emperor had not spoken, Azhi was resolute, stating otherwise. Why would you take the time out of your busy schedule to accompany her through the imperial garden? This comment only fueled Azhi's grievances further, as she lamented. You have yet to accompany me to the imperial garden. The more she spoke, the more absurd her claims grew, prompting Han Yan to interject. I merely mentioned that it was a coincidence. Moreover, he added, Who is it that always refuses to go for a walk when I suggest it? Azhi looked up at him, momentarily feeling guilty, then awkwardly cleared her throat. Well, your Majesty could extend the invitation a few more times. As her voice trailed off, her confidence waned significantly. Noticing her lowered gaze, Han Yan coldly remarked, Very well, from today onward, Consort Chun shall accompany me for a stroll every day. Upon hearing this, Azhi looked up in disbelief, her expression akin to the sky falling. Noticing Han Yan's serious demeanor, she immediately wrapped her arms around his slender waist. Feigning innocence and pouting, Your Majesty, I was merely jesting. I know you care for me deeply and would never wish for me to suffer. Would you? Azhi lifted her gaze, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling, looking up at Han Yan in a manner that was both endearing and flattering. Han Yan let out a cold snort, deliberately stating, I would indeed. Moreover, the esteemed Chun Guipin herself mentioned that I prefer those with a slender figure. Thus, walking more each day would be beneficial for slimming down. After declaring this, Han Yan decisively announced, starting from tonight's dinner, Your Majesty. Azhi called out pitifully, but upon witnessing the imperturbable and unyielding expression on his face, she realized the meaning of the phrase, to lift a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. She walked alongside Han Yan, on the verge of tears. Seeing her in such a state, Han Yan felt quite pleased. It was time to teach her a lesson, lest she continue to unjustly accuse him. After all, she ought to consider her own appearance. If he were truly enamored with the graceful, willowy form, what place would she have? Chapter 73. Infuriatingly amusing, Azhi walked beside him, her demeanor pitiable. Your Majesty, I was merely jesting. With your great magnanimity, surely you wouldn't hold a grudge against a mere girl like me? Your Majesty. Azhi tugged at his sleeve, incessantly charming him, indifferent to their surroundings. However, the decorous emperor found himself in an unusual state of embarrassment as he reproached her softly. Your incessant pulling is quite unbecoming. Unfazed, Azhi retorted, I care not for decorum. Between propriety and comfort, she knew well how to choose. The thought of having to walk a mile each day felt akin to a death sentence to her. Please, Your Majesty, do not be so petty with a mere girl like me. Han Yin glanced down at her delicate hand, gripping his sleeve, his expression darkening. If you continue like this, I shall have someone watch over you, and it will happen twice daily. This threat proved effective. She immediately released her grasp, glaring at him in frustration. Your Majesty is truly stingy. Yet her audacity did not end there. She boldly snatched the peeled tangerine from his other hand and, pouting, marched back to the palace with Ran Yu and the others, leaving Han Yin standing there. He was almost amused by her antics, watching the diminutive figure grow distant. Feeling a mix of annoyance and helplessness, he muttered softly, her temper grows more formidable each day. Zhao Fu, standing nearby, dared not speak but inwardly scoffed. Isn't this all you're doing? He recalled the early days when the delicate Changgue pin had first arrived at Taihe Palace, timid to the point of trembling at the sight of the emperor. And now, it was amusing. One could hardly find another like Changgue pin, so audacious before the emperor. Conversely, the emperor seemed to relish it. Zhao Fu observed as the previously stern-faced emperor, after a brief moment of standing still, followed after her. Now, Zhao Fu held a deep-seated admiration for Changgue pin. Meanwhile, Azhi had taken a small bite of the emperor's tangerine, only to be met with an overwhelming sourness that made her teeth ache. Why is it so sour? She squinted against the tartness. Ran Yu, witnessing her mistress's reaction, found it perplexing. This tangerine was a tribute, selected meticulously by officials, and should not have been sour. Yet, Azhi's expression betrayed no pretense. It was indeed too sour for her taste, and she could not bear to offer it to Ran Yu and the others. Thus, she clutched it in her hand and, upon entering the Pixiang Hall before the emperor followed, swiftly discarded it. When Han Yin entered, he found Azhi poised with a chessboard before her, and he was utterly bewildered. You can play chess? It was no wonder Han Yin asked this, as he had never seen Azhi engage with chess pieces before. Of course, Azhi replied, her confidence in her abilities unwavering. Your Majesty, do not underestimate me. Perhaps you might find yourself bested. Upon hearing Azhi's words, Han Yin immediately became intrigued. His chess skills had been honed under the tutelage of national masters since childhood, and throughout the years, few had managed to gain an advantage over him, let alone someone as audacious as Azhi. Very well, I shall indulge you in a game, he declared. The two took their seats opposite each other, and Han Yin, with a hint of skepticism, chuckled lightly as he inquired, would you prefer to play with the white pieces or the black ones? I shall allow you the first choice. Azhi, sitting across from him, exhibited no trepidation, her smile cunning as she replied, patience, for a game of chess cannot be without stakes. Leaning back lazily, Han Yin raised an eyebrow and asked, and what does the esteemed Chun Guifei wish to wager? Azhi had anticipated this moment. If I win, your Majesty cannot compel me to take daily outings. Additionally, I wish to learn the Guqin, and I would request your permission to select a few suitable musicians from the Bureau of Music. In her heart, Azhi harbored her own little schemes. She envisioned choosing attractive musicians for the Pixiang Hall, regardless of gender, to accompany her as she perused her novels. With delicacies laid out beside her, such a delightful existence it would be. Her thoughts were plainly etched upon her face, and Han Yin, without needing to guess, understood her intentions clearly. Twirling the jade ring on his finger, he smiled indulgently. Very well, I grant you this. Upon hearing his consent, Azhi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Once the emperor had agreed, he could not renege. Enthusiastically, she reached for the black pieces, but Han Yin lowered his gaze to her chosen pieces and gently placed his hand over hers, halting her eager movement. With his deep, dark eyes fixed upon Azhi, he murmured, but hold on, I have my own terms to propose. A flash of apprehension flickered through Azhi's mind, but it was fleeting, and she brushed it aside. Please, your Majesty, feel free to state your conditions. I shall comply with anything within my capabilities. Han Yin chuckled lightly, a knowing smile gracing his lips. If I should win, Azhi will have to take the initiative tonight. Is that acceptable? Azhi's cheeks flushed crimson at his words, and after a moment of hesitation, she bit her lip and managed to reply, very well. Han Yin, observing her blushing visage, felt a stirring within him, though he was not well versed in Azhi's chess prowess. He held confidence in his own abilities. However, after merely placing 3 pieces, regret washed over him as he gazed at the one who had recently boasted so boldly. This individual was no master. Indeed, she appeared utterly clueless about the game. "Your Majesty, you cannot place a piece there. That is where I intend to play," Azhi remarked, promptly removing the white piece Han Yan had just placed and replacing it with her own black piece. Han Yan's expression darkened, his frustration mounting. It had hardly been a few moves, and Azhi had already requested multiple do-overs. Amused despite his annoyance, he retorted, "Surely, the principle of no regrets in chess is known to you. Esteemed Chun Guifei?" Azhi gazed up at him with her round, sparkling eyes. "Is there such a principle?" Han Yan gritted his teeth and replied, "Indeed. But might I ask, with your remarkable skills, could you not grant me some leniency?" Han Yan raised his eyebrows, pondering whether this game could be permitted to proceed. If everyone played as she did, what enjoyment would there be in chess? Yet, seated opposite him was Azhi, whose visage was undeniably charming. Although she lacked decorum in her play, Han Yan found himself yielding once more. "Go ahead, indulge yourself," he remarked, "but let it be known, this is the final concession." With a slight narrowing of his eyes, he added in a grave tone, "Should there be another instance, you shall forfeit without contest." Azhi, her large eyes, sparkling with mischief, seemed to disregard Han Yan's admonitions. He had reiterated this warning several times before. With a cheerful demeanor, she earnestly pledged, "I assure you, I shall not waver this time." Han Yan sighed in resignation and granted her yet another opportunity. However, no sooner had he placed his piece than Azhi scrunched her little face at him. This time, rather than retracting his move, she inquired, "Your Majesty, where do you think it would be most fitting for my black piece to be positioned next?" Chapter 74. Purely faced upon hearing Azhi's words, Han Yan was once again amused to the point of exasperation. He simply set aside the chess piece in his hand and declared, "You have lost." Azhi frowned in dissatisfaction, protesting, "We haven't even finished playing. How could the Emperor already know that I've lost?" Han Yan scoffed dismissively. "You're utterly ignorant of the game of Go and disregard its rules. You are nothing but a dreadful player. To be candid, have you ever truly learned it?" In his 20-plus years of life, Han Yan had never encountered anyone whose skill in chess was so woefully poor. Before today, he had neither heard of nor seen such incompetence. Azhi felt a twinge of guilt, admitting, "I have learned a little." Han Yan was skeptical of her claim of having learned a bit. He recalled when she first arrived at the Taihe Palace, asking her if she could read, to which she modestly replied that she could read a bit. He had thought her humble at the time, but it turned out she could only recognize the 2 characters of her own name. Now, he doubted that her so-called learning amounted to more than distinguishing between the black and white pieces. Otherwise, she would not be so incompetent. When the Emperor fell silent, Azhi, in a fit of resignation, tossed the black pieces back into the box. "Well, I did just learn for an hour yesterday." Azhi had no particular interest in chess. Her curiosity had merely been sparked the day before, prompting her to ask Ran Yu and the others to fetch white jade pieces. However, less than an hour into their game, Ran Yu and the others had lost interest in playing with her, leaving her to find the experience rather dull and setting the pieces aside. Hearing her candid admission, Han Yan felt his previous assumptions were utterly absurd. He had nearly been led to believe that this person before him was an accomplished strategist. Tapping his fingers lightly, Zhao Fu promptly collected the pieces. Azhi watched as the pieces were whisked away, feeling somewhat aggrieved. "Your Majesty, shall we play another game? This time, I promise I won't cheat." Han Yan raised an eyebrow, teasing her. "So, the noble consort Chun is aware that she was just being deceitful?" Azhi felt no remorse about her conduct and boldly asserted, "But your Majesty is so much older than I. What harm is there in letting me win?" Azhi had always been quite unrestrained in Han Yan's presence, and he had grown accustomed to her casual address of I and my. However, upon hearing her mention the age difference, his eyes narrowed slightly. "What'd you just say?" Realizing the gravity of her words only after seeing the darkening expression on Han Yan's face, Azhi understood that the Emperor despised any mention of age in his presence. Han Yan was 10 years her senior and had never considered himself old until he met Azhi. Since then, he often felt the disparity between them was too great. Occasionally, He pondered how much better it would be if he were a few years younger or if she were a bit older, allowing them to share more time together in the future. Azhi quickly sought to appease him by sitting on his lap, snuggling against him. "I meant to commend your majesty for being so remarkable. You excel in everything, unlike me, who knows nothing." Azhihua's words flowed like honey, effortlessly lifting Han Yan's spirits. Yet, he could not shake off the concern regarding their age difference. He rose, cradling his companion, and made his way inside. Since Chun Guifei had lost, she must accept her fate. Azhihua, her face flushed with embarrassment, glanced back just in time to see Zhao Fu and Ranyu exiting. She turned her gaze back to the daylight outside, whispering, "Your Majesty, is still daytime." Han Yin paid her no mind, tossing his companion onto the bed without affording Azhihua a chance to reconsider. Soon, sounds of pleading in Han Yan's husky voice filled the room. "Azhihua, be good. Do it yourself." "Very good, you're doing splendidly." Due to the impending dinner, Han Yin did not indulge excessively, allowing only 2 encounters before relenting. Azhihua, teary-eyed, glared at him, prompting Han Yan's heart to soften. "It is my fault for not exercising restraint. I shall be gentler tonight." Upon hearing that there would be more later, Azhihua's eyes widened, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Han Yin, taken aback by her reaction, pulled her into his embrace and gently reassured her, "Do not cry. If you continue, your eyes will swell like walnuts." With misty eyes, Azhihua looked at him, pitifully voicing her grievances. "Your Majesty only knows how to bully me. Not allowing me to win at chess is one thing, but this. Her shyness prevented her from articulating her thoughts directly. Although Han Yin disagreed with her claim regarding the chess game, he could not ignore the marks adorning her skin, feeling a pang of guilt. "It is my fault. Tomorrow, I shall have the music bureau send you 2 musicians, if that pleases you." The moment he finished speaking, Azhihua, who had been weeping in his arms, abruptly ceased her tears. "Your Majesty did not deceive me." Her swift change of demeanor made Han Yin unable to resist pinching her cheek, finding her both tearful and joyful. Much like a child, Azhihua softly huffed, "I'm still quite young." Hearing her teasing remark, Han Yin pinched her cheek a little more firmly. "Repeat that?" Azhihua quickly lowered her head, not foolish enough to provoke him further. She swiftly changed the subject, suggesting, "Could your Majesty request the music bureau to send over some handsome musicians?" Although she initially considered adding that she desired 2 good-looking male musicians. The current expression on Han Yan's face made her hesitate. "You indeed have high standards." "Not at all," she retorted softly. Han Yin now understood that the person in his arms was quite superficial, regardless of gender, as long as someone was attractive. She could be easily swayed with just a few words. "Your Majesty, I have one more request." Azhihua lifted her head from his embrace, expressing her fatigue from the daily walks. "Could you possibly—" Before she could finish, Han Yin coldly interrupted, "No." Azhihua straightened herself in his arms, trying again with a more reasonable proposition. "How about changing it to once every 5 days?" Azhi raised a pitiful finger, as if this had become a significant concession. No, there was no room for negotiation. Han Yin coldly refused, causing Azhi's small face to fall in disappointment. Undeterred, she pressed on. "How about every 3 days?" Han Yin remained expressionless. "Not acceptable." Gritting her teeth, Azhi decided to take a bold step. "What about every 2 days?" "Tonight, I will comply with everything the Emperor wishes. Is that agreeable?" Only then did Han Yan's eyes twinkle with a subtle smile. "Very well." Upon seeing his smile, Azhi understood that he was deliberately teasing her. Yet, she had no choice but to concede. After dinner, Azhi initially intended to slip away unnoticed. But after taking only a couple of steps towards the bed, Han Yin seized her hand, leading her in circles around the fragrant pavilion. This continued for half an hour, leaving Azhi's legs trembling with exhaustion. And that was not the end of it. She was further tormented throughout the night, softly sobbing for most of it before finally finding some semblance of peace. Chapter 75. The enchanting beauty of the noble consort. The following day, Azhi, as usual, was roused from her slumber by Ranyu and the others. The fatigue from the previous night weighed heavily upon her, but the primary reason for her drowsiness was the exceedingly early hour designated for the morning audience, which could stretch on for 1 or 2 hours. Azhi considered herself fortunate, as the emperor had excused her from paying respects at the Taihe Palace, while others were required to do so every 3 days under the queen's lead. Should the two audiences coincide on the same day, it would consume nearly half the day. As Azhi entered the Taihe Palace, she maintained her focus, proceeding directly to her designated position. She arrived not too late, and there were even some of lower rank who had yet to arrive. Since her very first day in the inner palace, Azhi had never faltered in attending the morning audience at Taihe Palace. Zhou Xiui entered shortly after her, followed closely by the Taihe. Azhi cast a glance at the vacant position at the head of the hall. This was the seat of the noble consort, who had not attended the morning audience for quite some time, purportedly due to illness. As Azhi pondered whether the noble consort would grace them with her presence today, she noticed the lower-ranked consorts glancing toward the entrance. Following suit, she turned to look, and to her astonishment, it was indeed the noble consort. Azhi could not tear her gaze away. Today, the noble consort radiated an extraordinary allure. Her figure was graceful, and as she walked, she moved with a captivating elegance. The delicate hairpin atop her head swaying gently, each step resonating softly. Such beauty could pierce through the hearts of those present. Yet, regrettably, the room was filled with women who seldom delighted in the sight of another more beautiful than themselves. Except for Azhi, who was utterly entranced. The noble consort was stunning, more exquisite than any of the beauties depicted in the paintings sent to the palace. While the assembly's attention was initially fixed upon the noble consort, no one stared quite as unabashedly as Chun Guipin did. Gradually, the gaze of the crowd shifted toward her, their expressions a tangle of complexity. Ranyu, standing behind Azhi, noticed her mistress's infatuation with beauty resurfacing and could hardly suppress a twitch at her temple, wishing she could look away. It was almost unbearable to witness. Having been absent for so long, the noble consort had evidently made a special effort with her appearance for this audience. The attention she garnered was gratifying. Yet Chun Guipin's unwavering stare felt intrusive, causing her discomfort. With each step she took, Chun Guipin's gaze followed her, devoid of any decorum. After the noble consort settled into her seat, she noticed Azhi still gazing at her, prompting her to furrow her brow in mild irritation. She lifted the teacup from the table, gently tapping the lid to produce a sound. Zhou Xiui, observing the noble consort's overt actions, could not help but sigh and discreetly admonish, "Azhi, you have been staring for far too long." At this, Azhi finally averted her gaze. Her cheeks flushed with an uncontrollable affection. "Sister Zhou, the noble consort is truly magnificent," she exclaimed. Zhou Xiui was momentarily taken aback. Were it not for Azhi's status as a lady, she might have doubted her character. Zhou Xiui refrained from addressing Azhi's comment, instead casting a glance her way. Indeed, the noble consort was beautiful. Once the most renowned beauty in the capital, she remained strikingly alluring even after a decade had passed. Yet, she found herself drawn to someone like Azhi. Though Azhi had gained a bit of weight, it did not detract from her beauty in the slightest. She regarded Azhi as comparable to the esteemed Xu Fei. However, Azhi was still young and had yet to fully blossom. In a couple of years, she would likely become extraordinarily enchanting. As the day unfolded, Azhi encountered 2 female musicians brought by the chief eunuch of the music department upon her return to the palace. However, a mere glance at Azhi prompted them to take their leave. Having just beheld the exquisite beauty of Xu Fei, everyone else appeared somewhat lacking by comparison. Before long, a messenger arrived from Taihe Palace. It turned out that Xu Fei's birthday was approaching, and a banquet had been graciously arranged by the emperor and empress 3 days hence for the celebration. The opportunity for a banquet on the occasion of a consort's birthday was a rare honor, bestowed upon only a select few within the palace. Once the people from Taihe Palace departed, Azhi felt troubled. With Xu Fei's birthday only 3 days away, what should she present as a gift? It must not be too shabby. Otherwise, not only would Xu Fei think poorly of it, but Azhi herself would feel embarrassed. Yet, it could not be overly extravagant either. Azhi was no longer the girl who had merely 105 taels of silver to her name. She was now well provided for, lacking neither food nor clothing. The gold bestowed upon her by the emperor alone amounted to several thousand taels, not to mention the silver. When it came to precious items, she had an abundance. Ranging from antique paintings to contemporary treasures, she lacked for nothing, with many items being unique to her possession. However, Azhi was concerned that a gift too extravagant might provoke unwarranted thoughts from Xu Fei. As she pondered this dilemma, her brow furrowed in concentration. Everything in the Pai Xiang Hall had been meticulously accounted for by Ranyu. Suddenly, an idea struck her. "My lady, I recall that your private treasury contains a splendid string of South red agate beads. Would it be appropriate to gift that to Xu Fei?" Azhi's eyes brightened as the memory resurfaced. It had been a recent gift from the emperor. Yet, she had always felt that South red was too antiquated and weighty for her taste. Thus she had been reluctant to wear it. Nevertheless, given its value, she had instructed Ranyu to keep it safe. Now, with Ranyu's suggestion, she found it fitting. Though rare, South red was not entirely uncommon, as she had seen Xu Fei wearing a fine string of South red beads before. Azhi carefully instructed Ranyu. "Ranyu, please retrieve it and ensure it is well preserved." "Rest assured, my lady, I will take extra care," Ranyu replied. Gift-giving was a burdensome affair, and once Azhi had settled on her choice, she set her mind to what to have for dinner that evening. It seemed she had developed a particular fondness for food lately. "Ranyu, let us have beef tonight. There is no need to prepare the lamb chops." Startled, Ranyu paused in surprise. "My lady, is everything well? Are you feeling unwell? I shall summon Fu Rong to examine you." As she spoke, she moved to call Fu Rong, who was skilled in medicine and typically checked everything Azhi consumed. Seeing her determination to summon Fu Rong, Azhi felt a wave of exasperation. "I am perfectly fine. Your lady has never been better." Ranyu was skeptical. Having served Azhi for such an extended period, she had never witnessed her mistress neglecting her own well-being. The only exception had been a recent period when the mistress insisted on dieting, skipping dinner due to hunger. However, by midnight, her hunger had become unbearable, leading her to devour 2 pork knuckles. Recently, the situation had only worsened, with additional meals rather than any reduction. Ranyu assumed Azhi harbored some concerns. Her expression serious as she whispered, "Mistress, if you feel unwell in any way, you must not conceal it from me." Azhi, unable to contain herself, gently tapped her on the head, exasperated yet amused, saying, "Your mistress is perfectly fine, so stop your incessant worrying." Azhi touched her own face, acknowledging that she had indeed gained a bit of weight lately. While a little extra weight could be beneficial, being overly heavy was detrimental to her health. Furthermore, being too plump made dressing unappealing. Although Azhi cherished food, she also held a deep appreciation for beauty. At present, she felt satisfied with her appearance. Should she gain more weight, she would truly struggle to fit into her clothes. Chapter 76. The banquet. Upon hearing the reason, Ranyu finally felt at ease. She meticulously examined the situation and remarked, "Your Highness, you are undeniably beautiful." This sentiment delighted Azhi, who chuckled softly. As for the lamb chop for dinner, it remained untouched. Azhi had just finished her meal when news arrived that the emperor would not be entering the inner palace tonight. The gates of the fragrant pavilion were locked early in anticipation. In recent days, the emperor had been preoccupied with court affairs, not having visited the inner palace for several consecutive days. Azhi refrained from mingling with the crowd, as the emperor lacked for nothing, whether it be food or gifts, with many eager to present him with offerings. On the day of the consort's birthday banquet, the empress, wishing to show her grace, had exempted the palace ladies from the customary morning greeting at Taihe Palace. Azhi finally enjoyed a long-awaited, restful sleep, only awakening at noon, roused by Ranyu and her companions who deemed it time to wake her. Though the consort's birthday banquet was scheduled for the evening, preparations such as bathing, dressing, and adorning oneself required ample time, and it was better to begin early than late. Ranyu and the others were uncertain about what attire to choose, waiting for Azhi to decide upon her awakening. Upon examining the garments they had selected, Azhi found herself in a quandary. The attire could not be too plain, as she personally disfavored simplicity, yet it could not be overly extravagant either. The consort often donned vibrant garments, and today would surely be no exception. If Azhi's attire clashed with that of the consort, it would be inappropriate. This was Azhi's first attendance at a birthday banquet for a palace lady. And while she did not seek to stand out, she certainly could not afford to make a misstep. After trying on several outfits and finding none to her satisfaction, she heard Ranyu suggest softly, "Your Highness, should I make a trip to the weaving bureau?" Azhi had indeed considered this, but ultimately shook her head. It would not be proper, as the weaving bureau's personnel had only recently delivered new garments, which had yet to be worn. Everything used by the palace ladies adhered to strict regulations, clearly outlined in the palace rules regarding which rank should wear what. Deviating from this would be inappropriate, especially since many of Azhi's possessions had already exceeded the established norms due to the emperor's favoritism. She was not devoid of new clothes, as her private collection contained several boxes of exquisite garments. They simply were not entirely suitable. Just as Azhi resigned herself to compromise, Ranyu interjected, "Your Highness, the 2 rolls of fine silk we sent to the weaving bureau a while back have been turned into garments, and they were just delivered today." Azhi's eyes brightened as she recalled that these exquisite fabrics had been gifted to her by the ceremonial office on the day of her elevation to the rank of noble consort. The fabric was precious, with only 2 rolls being procured this year, both of which the emperor had bestowed upon her. While the material was luxurious, its colors were understated, one in a delicate white, the other in a serene blue, which were indeed fitting. Azhi chose the white silk and, to complement her outfit, adorned herself with a jade hairpin. She noticed a charm gifted by Zhou Xiui in her jewelry box and decided to wear it as well. Today, the ensemble presented to the world was particularly striking. The fragrant lips of Wu Xiang were sweet, and Azhi turned to gaze at her reflection in the bronze mirror, a stark contrast to her previous attire. Azhi had a penchant for vibrant hues, typically adorning herself in bright colors. But this modest and elegant ensemble was a first for her. Let us proceed. The hour is nearly upon us. At the Taihe Palace, Zhao Fu observed Dong Yi approaching, likely understanding her purpose. As Dong Yi drew near, she spoke courteously, "Master Zhao, Our Lady's birthday banquet is about to commence, and she has specifically sent me to invite His Majesty. Might His Majesty be available?" Upon hearing Dong Yi's words, Zhao Fu politely instructed those outside to wait before entering to notify the emperor. Zhao Fu cautiously approached, bowing his head as he spoke, not daring to lift his gaze. The absence of the emperor's voice left him feeling uncertain. In the past, he would not have felt such trepidation. The emperor had always been fond of Consort Shu, attending her birthday celebrations annually. Last year, when Consort Shu expressed a desire to taste the vinegar fish from Jiangnan, the emperor had even dispatched individuals to bring in renowned chefs skilled in preparing it. Such a gesture had honored Consort Shu immensely. However, times had changed. The emperor's demeanor towards Consort Shu had noticeably cooled, his affections now solely reserved for the one in the Pixiang Hall, relegating everyone else to the background, perhaps even rendering them irrelevant in his heart. After a considerable wait, Zhao Fu finally heard a voice from above. "Let us go." Han Yin was still inclined to grant Consort Shu a semblance of dignity. As the emperor stepped out, Zhao Fu followed closely behind. Azhi had thought herself an early arrival, only to discover that the courtyard was already filled with numerous attendees. The lower-ranked palace ladies rose to pay their respects upon seeing Chun Guipin, and Azhi nodded for them to rise. Among the higher ranks, only Zhou Xiui had arrived. "Sister Zhou," Azhi greeted. Zhou Xiui had noticed Azhi the moment she entered, observing that although her attire was simple, it shimmered subtly under the candlelight, revealing it to be Luo Yen. Such fabric was precious. Officials of the 5th rank or below rarely encountered it. Even Zhou Xiui, after years in the palace, had but a single piece which she had cherished and preserved. Seeing Azhi donning it, she could not help but tease with a smile, "Sister, you are quite generous." Azhi, feeling slightly embarrassed under Zhou Xiui's gaze, smiled shyly. Zhou Xiui then noticed the charm around Azhi's neck, a gift from her, and felt a sense of joy. "Where is Consort Shu?" Azhi inquired softly. This was Consort Shu's birthday banquet, and it was expected for her to arrive later. Yet with the feast about to begin, her absence was conspicuous. Zhou Xiui leaned a little closer to Azhi and whispered, I have heard that Consort Shu has sent someone to summon His Majesty. Azhi understood. Consort Shu likely wished to enter the banquet alongside the emperor. A great honor indeed. Moreover, today was Consort Shu's birthday, and the emperor would surely not let her down. However, she had not seen either Empress Dowager or the Empress. Azhi turned to ask Zhou Xiui, Sister Zhou, are the Empress and the Empress Dowager not coming? Zhou Xiui, naturally unwilling to conceal the truth from Azhi, replied softly, the Empress is likely to arrive a bit later, but I fear the Empress Dowager may not make it. I have heard that the first prince is feeling somewhat unwell. The first prince's ailment is indeed a significant matter. Azhi frowned and inquired, what of the emperor? Zhou Xiui shook her head, stating that she had not heard any news from the Yuanshan Palace, and she surmised that the first prince's condition was likely not grave. In fact, the first prince's discomfort could very well serve as a pretext for the Empress Dowager to excuse herself from the birthday banquet. After all, given the Empress Dowager's profound affection for the first prince, if he were genuinely unwell, she would have surely dispatched someone to inform the emperor. However, she refrained from sharing this thought with Azhi, as many matters within the palace were best left unknown. Sometimes, knowing too much could lead to unnecessary distress. Chapter 77. Divergent Thoughts. As soon as the two finished speaking, Her Majesty the Empress arrived, accompanied by attendants. Azhi and the others rose to pay their respects. The Empress was dressed, as usual, adorned with a string of prayer beads. Her demeanor was kind, and her voice gentle as she said, "You may all rise." Naturally, the Empress took her place at the head of the table, seating herself to the right while leaving the central position vacant, evidently informed of the Emperor's arrival. Today marked the birthday of Consort Shu, and a seat had been added at the Emperor's left, slightly lower than that of the Empress, yet still a significant honor. Laughter and chatter filled the air, but Azhi only exchanged a few words with Zhou Xiui in the bustling palace, preferring to remain silent unless engaged by something amusing. Most of the time, she focused intently on the small table before her. The banquet in honor of Consort Shu was abundant with delicacies, yet no one had touched the 6 cold dishes already served at each table, not even Azhi, who, despite her love for food, refrained from partaking. The journey from the imperial kitchens was fraught with uncertainty. One could never know what mishaps might occur along the way. Though Azhi had already dined in her own quarters, she found herself only mildly intrigued by a colorful dish of shredded chicken. However, Consort Shu's tardiness began to dampen the guests' spirits. Bored, Azhi started peeling grapes from her plate, sharing some with Zhou Xiui from time to time. Just then, the voice of a young eunuch announced the arrival of Han Yen alongside Consort Shu. Among the assembled guests, his gaze immediately fell upon Azhi, who was looking down, her embarrassment palpable. As he noticed the juice trickling through her fingers, his expression darkened. He prided himself on never treating her poorly. So why did she always appear so greedy? If word got out, the people might think that their emperor was unkind to a consort when it came to food. Consort Shu stood beside the emperor, observing his every move, including the way his attention remained fixated on Chun Guipin upon entering. Her smile faded somewhat as she walked past Chun Guipin to take her seat at the upper end of the table. Upon hearing her name called, Azhi quickly sat down, her earlier nervousness causing her to inadvertently crush a half-peeled grape, leaving her hands sticky with juice. In a flurry, she turned her hands towards Ranyu, who carefully assisted her in cleaning up. Several individuals at the table witnessed Azhi's flustered actions, and the Empress smiled gently, discreetly glancing at the Emperor and Consort Shu before returning her gaze. The Emperor has arrived, and the grand banquet has officially commenced. Dishes of steaming delicacies have been presented, and despite the warmth of the day, the meals retain a semblance of their original heat, even though the imperial kitchen is distant from the Yuning Palace. A substantial portion of the feast comprises meat dishes, and as soon as a bowl of fish fillet soup is placed before Az, she wrinkles her nose, instinctively covering it with cloth. This subtle gesture goes largely unnoticed, as the attention of the attendees is firmly fixed on the emperor. After all, it has been quite some time since they last beheld his presence. Although the emperor has been visiting the inner palace in recent months, he has consistently favored the Pixiang Hall, leaving them without any opportunity to engage with him. As for the notion of vying for favor, while some may have entertained such thoughts, They recalled a previous incident when consort Xu Fei attempted to capture the emperor's affections at Pixiang Hall, only for him to depart shortly thereafter. Since that occasion, consort Xu Fei has remained secluded, absent from daily greetings at Taihe Palace, claiming illness, a pretext that few believe. It is widely suspected that some incident has rendered her embarrassed, hence her prolonged absence. If even the once favored consort Xu Fei has fallen from grace, it is no wonder that their ambitions for favor have dissipated. Today, with the rare opportunity to see the emperor, the ladies are fervently eager to leave a lasting impression upon him. Among them are newcomers who have yet to catch a glimpse of the emperor's visage. Many had not even known what he looked like until this very moment. As they behold the emperor's handsome and striking features, the youthful maids, barely past their coming of age, cannot help but develop innocent infatuations. How remarkably handsome the emperor is, whispers Jin Xianxi, her cheeks flushed as she confides in Wei Xianxi beside her. Though silent, Wei Xianxi's gaze has not strayed from the emperor since his entrance, mirroring Jin Xianxi's sentiments. She had anticipated a portly and rather unappealing figure. Yet the emperor's appearance transcends her expectations. Both women, having entered the palace as talented maidens, now find themselves elevated to the rank of 7th grade selected attendants after a prolonged absence from royal summons. Wei Xianxi notices the emperor casting frequent glances towards Chen Guipin, seated to his lower left, her ambition solidifying in her heart. Chen Guipin's background is no secret within the palace walls. If a mere maid can capture the emperor's favor, why should she not aspire to do the same? Unbeknownst to her, as remains indifferent to such ambitions, her sole concern being the inadequate culinary skills of the chef responsible for today's meal. Though she has not yet touched her chopsticks, the fish fillet exudes a distinctly fishy odor, leaving her to wonder how it could possibly taste good. As S' brief frown and the motion of covering her nose, albeit fleeting, have not escaped the notice of several, including the empress who sits nearby, as well as Yang Jiyu beside, as in the distant Zhao Guiran across the room. The queen's consistently gentle demeanor shifted slightly upon observing Azhi's movements. Her gaze discreetly shifted to Azhi's abdomen. It had been over half a year since Chen Guipin entered the palace, and the emperor had lavished her with affection. Since her arrival, the emperor had not visited the chambers of any other consorts, and after such an extended period, one would expect some developments. The complexity of the queen's gaze towards Azhi was palpable. She merely cast a glance before retracting her attention. In contrast, Yang Jiyu and Zhao Guiran noticed Azhi's actions, their brows slightly furrowing in response. Of course, Ranyu, standing behind Azhi, also perceived her lady's subtle gesture, a certain thought surging within her, leaving her momentarily startled. Yet, she concealed any sign of her surprise. When she looked back at her lady, her expression was intricate, predominantly filled with joy. If her speculations were accurate, it would indeed be a tremendous blessing. Unbeknownst to Azhi, her seemingly unconscious gesture had captured the attention of several individuals. Feeling a distaste for the fish slices, Azhi found herself uncomfortable and lost interest in the other dishes before her. Chapter 78. An unexpected turn of events. Han Yin sat there, his thoughts entirely captivated by Azhi. He had not noticed her movements while conversing with a noble consort, but now, observing her frowning at the untouched dishes before her, he assumed she was merely being cautious. He gently rubbed his fingertips together, prompting Zhao Fu to lean in and deliver the colorful shredded chicken to Chen Guipin. The emperor's words were not spoken in hushed tones, and both the empress and the noble consort heard them distinctly, as did several other consorts seated slightly ahead. Although those further back might not have caught the emperor's words, they could infer much from Zhao Fu's actions. The atmosphere grew subtly tense, while the consorts were uncomfortable. They dared not show their displeasure in the emperor's presence, forcing smiles upon their faces. However, among the multitude of consorts, it seemed only a handful could genuinely smile. Ranyu noticed when Zhao Fu presented the plate of chicken, her concern for her mistress's potential discomfort at the banquet momentarily resurfacing. Yet, to her surprise, Azhi ate the chicken without any sign of unease. This dish had been on her table before. She had eyed it from the moment it arrived, but had refrained from indulging. Now, however, it was different. This was the emperor's offering. Despite the palace's myriad intrigues, they remained confined within its walls, never daring to disturb the emperor. Seeing her focused on her meal, a smile crept on Han Yan's lips. This was precisely how it should be. His attention and affection remained solely on Chen Guipin, gradually causing others to lose their interest, their gazes drifting away from him, allowing for a more congenial atmosphere at the gathering. Yet, the evening's protagonist, noble consort Shu, maintained an air of aloofness throughout. As the gift-giving segment commenced, the empress presented a set of exquisite jade adornments. Although De Fei could not attend, she had sent a servant with a gift, a white jade statue of the Guanyin, the goddess of mercy. Azhi noted the slight dimming of noble consort Shu's expression upon seeing the jade figure. Following her was Zhou Xiu, who gifted 2 lustrous eastern pearls. Azhi recalled Zhou Xiu mentioning that these pearls had been bestowed upon her by the emperor 2 years prior, though she had refrained from wearing them due to their ostentation. It was unexpected to see them gifted to noble consort Shu today. However, upon reflection, Azhi thought that the strikingly beautiful noble consort Shu would indeed suit such adornments. When it came time for Azhi to present her gift, all eyes turned to her. She had not anticipated her moment would arrive so swiftly. Initially, she had believed her offering to be commendable, but after witnessing the empress's, De Fei's and Sister Zhou's gifts, she felt her contribution somewhat lacking. Accepting the box from Ranyu, her face flushed slightly. Han Yan, intrigued by her reaction, gazed into Azhi's dark eyes, a gentle smile playing upon his lips, wondering what Chen Guipin had prepared. Azhi, holding the box in her hands, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. In response to the emperor, she said, "This humble servant has prepared a string of South red agate." As she opened the box, however, to her dismay, the beads tumbled out, rolling across the floor. The sound of the beads clattering against the ground resonated throughout the hall, and the expressions of those present shifted into a complex array of emotions. Azhi stood frozen, momentarily flustered before regaining her composure. She gazed at the scattered agate beads, her countenance darkening. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. Raising her gaze, she noticed the subtle frown on the queen's forehead, while the emperor maintained an unreadable expression. In stark contrast, the concubine Shu's demeanor darkened noticeably. With a displeased glance directed at Azhi, concubine Shu questioned her intentions. Azhi, sensing the tension, glanced at those seated at the upper table and spoke softly, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, concubine Shu, I assure you, everything was fine when I arrived. I am at a loss as to how this occurred. I implore Your Majesty and Your Highness to investigate this matter." Her small face was taut with anxiety as she recalled the earlier events. This was a birthday gift for concubine Shu, though Azhi had little interaction with her. They had never been at odds. It was inconceivable that she would intentionally present a broken string of beads at such a celebration. Azhi had taken great care in preparing this gift, even having Ranyu inspect it before her departure, and it had been in perfect condition then. Since it had been intact at that time, something must have transpired in the interim. However, the box had been in Ranyu's possession the entire time. If any tampering had occurred, only she had the opportunity. Yet, Azhi could not bring herself to believe that Ranyu would betray her. But now was not the time for such thoughts. The priority was to rectify the situation at hand. Clutching the remaining thread of the South red agate, she looked up at the emperor before her. She recognized that her explanation might seem far-fetched, yet it was the truth. The incident had transpired too abruptly, and the beads had fallen right before concubine Shu. Even with her eloquence, Azhi felt utterly at a loss, especially since she was not one known for her oratory skills. Moreover, how had the string broken? She was completely perplexed. Azhi raised her eyes to meet the cold, silent gaze of Han Yan, awaiting his judgment. Not only was Azhi anxious for the emperor's response, but the queen, concubine Shu, and everyone else in the hall were equally eager to see how he would react. Among them were those who relished the opportunity for the emperor to impose severe consequences, and their numbers were not insignificant. Even though concubine Shun had no direct ties with them, they took pleasure in witnessing her fall from grace. Today, it was not an exaggeration to say that concubine Shun was the public enemy of the women in the palace. In times past, when concubine Shun was absent. Although the emperor favored concubine Shu, it was nothing compared to the singular affection he now lavished upon concubine Shun. Previously, the emperor would at least visit the other ladies' quarters. But what of today? In the present day, the emperor's gaze is solely fixated on the Hall of Fragrance, and only upon the favored consort Shun. Ever since her rise in favor, the emperor seems to have entirely disregarded the presence of the others. Even today, should consort Shun maintain her esteemed position, it would still be beneficial for the emperor to momentarily overlook her, allowing him the opportunity to notice the others. As Han Yin observed the moment of alarm flicker across Azhi's face when the pearl fell, he imperceptibly furrowed his brow. Witnessing Azhi standing below, torn between her desire to look at him and her apprehension, he felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. Han Yin reflected deeply. He had shown her considerable indulgence. Yet Azhi persistently succumbed to unfounded thoughts, always fearing that he would not side with her in times of trouble. He could not deny that in the past, he had indeed struggled to place his trust in her, and even when he did, it was only under the assurance of a known outcome. However, the present is a departure from the past. Now that he is aware of his affection for her, he cannot bear to see her suffer any injustice. Chapter 79. A light touch in her usual demeanor, Azhi was quite unrestrained in the presence of Han Yin. However, at this moment, she exhibited an overwhelming sense of decorum. She dared not raise her gaze to meet his. Instead, she furtively cast her eyes upward with a look of pitiful yearning. Noticing the emperor's silence, her heart sank, yet the Shu Fei beside him discerned the subtle shifts in his demeanor with clarity. This year marked her 10th year at the emperor's side. From the very beginning, she had been greedy. She was fully aware that her affections were impractical. Yet she could not help but be drawn to him. His joys and sorrows, his habits and preferences had always taken precedence in her heart. From a moment she entered the royal palace, she had cherished the emperor. His every action tugged at her heartstrings, and after more than a decade, her understanding of him was scarcely less than that of Zhao Fu. It was precisely for this reason that she recognized the stirring of his affections. How ironic it was that such a cold-hearted person could indeed harbor feelings for someone. Even more absurd was the realization that the object of his affection was not herself. The Shu Fei's hands clenched tightly, and the calm demeanor on her face faltered. Particularly, with Chun Gui Pin standing before her, her expression darkened considerably. Jun Gu Pin, I have never held any animosity towards you. Yet today, at my birthday banquet, you have intentionally presented a broken piece of Nanhong. What is your intention? Nanhong symbolizes peace and good fortune, yet its shattering is undeniably ominous. Azhi lifted her eyes toward Shu Fei, unable to defend herself, and sincerely replied, Your Highness, I truly did not mean to offend, but today I inadvertently dampened your spirits. I shall procure another gift and personally present it to you at Yuning Palace another day. Shu Fei's countenance showed no signs of improvement. In fact, it grew worse. This gift from Chun Gui Pin is one I have no fortune to accept. Before Shu Fei could voice her thoughts again, the Empress gently interjected, Enough, dear Shu Fei. Today is your auspicious day. Why let such a trivial matter cloud your happiness? The Empress looked at Azhi with a warm smile. Chun Gui Pin is innocent. I believe she did not act with malice. Moreover, the reason behind the broken cord remains to be investigated. Azhi was taken aback that the first to speak in her defense would be the Empress. Her eyes glistened with gratitude as she regarded the Empress. Han Yin observed the girl below, who offered him not a single glance, her heart and eyes solely focused on the Empress. He cleared his throat lightly, but Azhi remained unresponsive. The Empress, however, stifled a laugh, finding amusement in this unprecedented display from the Emperor. Seeing Azhi's lack of reaction, Han Yan's expression darkened, and he spoke in a displeased tone. What are you dawdling for? Return to your seat at once. This statement implied that he would not pursue the matter further. Shu Fei's expression soured immediately, her voice rising, Your Majesty. Han Yin did not acknowledge her, merely glancing at the scattered beads on the ground, deeming the incident a mere accident, thus bringing the matter to a close. Shu Fei's eyes widened in disbelief and disappointment. The emperor had brushed aside the incident with a light-hearted remark. The expressions of the other concubines were similarly unfavorable, though tinged more with envy. How fortunate was Chun Gue Pin that the emperor's affections had swayed so entirely toward her. In her eyes, Azhi's fortune seemed enviable. Yet her mood was far from cheerful. She did not perceive the emperor as favoring her. Initially, he had remained silent, with only the empress speaking on her behalf. Azhi felt a deep respect and gratitude towards the empress, and she chose to overlook the emperor's subsequent remark about not pursuing the matter further. However, the incident had dampened the spirits of those present. The gifts that followed received only a cursory glance from the noble consort, who soon lost interest. As the banquet neared its conclusion, the emperor departed alongside the noble consort, followed closely by the empress. With the higher-ranking individuals having left, there was little reason for those beneath them to linger. Without hesitation, Azhi and her maid, Ranyu, promptly exited. Throughout their return, Azhi's countenance remained grim, mirrored by Ranyu's somber expression. Upon reaching the fragrant pavilion, the other attendants, upon witnessing their mistress's dark demeanor, immediately tensed. Once inside the inner chamber, Azhi, for the first time, expressed her anger. Ranyu, this string of South Red agate, who else has handled it besides you? Azhi held no doubts about Ranyu, not merely because she was a gift from Eunuch Yang. All the attendants in her service had been selected by Eunuch Yang, yet Azhi had never fully trusted them. The palace was a web of intricate relationships. One misstep could lead to downfall. However, Ranyu was different. Her former mistress had been the revered Grand Dowager, with no ties to the current harem. Furthermore, Azhi had observed Ranyu's conduct over time and had come to trust her. In other words, even if Ranyu harbored ulterior motives, she would not act on them today. Azhi had brought only her close maid with her, and if anything were amiss, she would be the first suspect. Moreover, when the beads scattered, Azhi had glanced at Ranyu, whose expression of panic and confusion was unmistakable. Hearing Azhi's inquiry, Ranyu knelt heavily, reflecting carefully before responding. In answer to your highness, after you examined it, I have held the box close to my chest, never allowing it to pass through another's hands. The remaining attendants, Green Willow, Wu Xiang, and Fu Rong, began to comprehend the gravity of the situation and knelt as well. Azhi maintained a composed visage, refraining from calling them to rise. Having once been a maid herself, Azhi, despite her sheltered existence under Eunuch Yang's protection, had witnessed countless comings and goings. She understood that life in the palace was precarious, and merely surviving was a significant challenge. Thus, even though she now occupied a high position, she never mistreated the palace staff. Yet, this did not imply that she was easily manipulated or fooled. Today's incident clearly indicated that there was a traitor among her attendants in the fragrant pavilion. If the situation had escalated, she would have inevitably faced punishment. Furthermore, without the empress's defense and the emperor's bias towards the noble consort, her predicament would have been far more dire. Such treachery could not be tolerated within the fragrant pavilion. Azhi cast a cold glance at the four of them kneeling before her. You four are individuals whom I hold in great trust. Since this matter was not of your doing, it must have been orchestrated by others within the Taihe Palace. Rising to her feet, she spoke in a chilling tone. As esteemed first-rank palace maids of the Taihe Palace, you bear responsibility for this incident as well. I grant you 3 days. Should there be no leads by then, you shall face the consequences. The four, Ranyu and her companions, immediately bowed in gratitude, fervently assuring her. Azhi regarded them with a complex expression. These individuals had accompanied her since her arrival at the Chuefei Pavilion, and over the past 6 months, they had served her with unwavering dedication. Azhi felt immense satisfaction toward them. Human emotions are tender, and after such prolonged companionship, bonds inevitably form. Oftentimes, Azhi viewed them not merely as palace maids. Thus, instinctively, she hoped none of them were implicated. Yet, if it were indeed the case. Chapter 80. Idleness in the Palace of Yuning today marks the birthday of the noble consort, and naturally, the emperor would not neglect to honor this occasion. Thus, for the first time in a long while, he ventured beyond the Paixiang Hall into another part of the palace. The consort entered hand in hand with the emperor, attempting to lighten the atmosphere with conversation. However, The emperor displayed no inclination for discourse. From the moment he entered, he remained silent, seated quietly, while the Longjing tea beside him grew cold. Fang Cha cautiously brought over a fresh cup of steaming tea. Seated opposite the emperor, the consort felt a pang of bitterness in her heart, realizing that there was now an unsettling silence between them. The hour had grown late, and it was time to rest. The consort rose and said, "Your Majesty, allow me to assist you in retiring for the night." As she spoke, her hand gently reached out, conveying her intent. Yet, just as she loosened a gilded button, Han Yin grasped her wrist, saying, "It has been a long time since I played chess with my beloved consort. Would you indulge me in a game?" Looking at the emperor, whose demeanor appeared gentle, she nonetheless sensed his reluctance. The realization that he did not wish to engage with her sent a chill through her, nearly causing her to falter. The consort gazed at Han Yin, who remained silent, and he coldly inquired, "What is it, my consort? Do you not wish to play?" Regaining her composure, she shook her head, forcing a smile. "Not at all. It is a privilege to play chess with your Majesty." With that, she returned to her seat, and Dong Yi swiftly set up the chessboard. As the daughter of the Grand Tutor, the consort excelled in various arts, including music, chess, calligraphy, and needlework, standing out among her peers from a young age. Her chess skills were honed under the Grand Tutor's guidance. The emperor, fond of the game, found her one of the few capable of playing with him in the palace, and they had often enjoyed matches together in the past. Yet today, as the emperor moved his pieces, his thoughts drifted to the heartless individual in the Paisiang Hall. The consort's chess abilities were beyond reproach, unlike Azhi, who lacked decorum, playing as she pleased, often pouting and reneging on her moves. Azhi was also quite talkative, chattering incessantly throughout a game. While the emperor's mind wandered elsewhere, his own moves remaining flawless. In the Paisiang Hall, Azhi stood by the window for a long while Ran Yu waited attentively nearby. Azhi understood that although the consort trusted her and had not laid blame, the items had been in her care, and now that an issue had arisen, she bore responsibility regardless of the outcome. However, the pressing concern lay elsewhere. After a moment's hesitation, Ran Yu finally spoke softly. "Your Highness." Azhi turned to look at her, inquiring, "What is it?" After glancing around, Ran Yu quietly asked, "Did you feel nauseous today at the banquet due to the fishy smell?" Azhi, without suspicion, confirmed, "Indeed, the royal chef must have cooked the dish poorly," leaving the odor unmasked. Realizing that her mistress still did not comprehend, Ran Yu straightforwardly suggested, "Your Highness, have you not considered that it might be because you're a child?" Azhi's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, "What? How can this be possible?" Her face was filled with disbelief. Despite the scarcity of offspring in contemporary times, she had never resorted to contraceptive measures since her first night of service. But how could this be? Azhi had never associated herself with the prospect of pregnancy. Observing this, Ran Yu furrowed her brow and inquired, "Your Highness, this matter is of great significance. Should we summon Fu Rong to take a look?" Fu Rong was aligned with the emperor, and Ran Yu understood that she was not the most suitable choice. However, the uncertainty surrounding the empress's condition rendered it imprudent to hastily call upon the physician. After a moment, Azhi regained her composure, her expression tense and grave, and softly instructed to summon Fu Rong. In the Yuning Palace, Han Yin and the Shu Fei engaged in their game of chess throughout the night. Just past the first watch, Han Yin rose, remarking that his beloved consort had improved her skills and that their session would conclude for the day. He departed swiftly, showing no signs of reluctance, not even pausing to change out of his court attire within the palace. Zhao Fu followed closely behind, carrying the dragon robe. As soon as Han Yin left, tears streamed down the Shu Fei's face, while Fang Cha and Dong Yi looked on with sorrow, reflecting on how proud their mistress had once been. "My lady, after a long night, allow me to assist you with your ablutions," Fang Cha gently suggested, kneeling before the Shu Fei, whose eyes were filled with tears as she whispered, "What right does she have? In terms of lineage, my father was the Grand Tutor. In stature and beauty, she is certainly inferior to me. What right does she possess?" The Shu Fei grew increasingly agitated, sweeping her hand and violently toppling the chessboard, the black and white pieces scattering across the floor. Fang Cha and Dong Yi knelt before her in tears, Your health is of utmost importance, my lady. Having served the Shu Fei since childhood, they had witnessed the depth of her feelings for the emperor, but their clarity only deepened their sense of injustice on her behalf. Yet, they were at a loss for words on how to console her. This morning, the atmosphere in Taihe Palace was stifling. The Shu Fei did not attend and had sent palace attendants to excuse her absence early, citing ill health. However, some could not help but feel a pang of envy. Who was unaware that the Shu Fei had served the emperor the previous night and was now claiming to be unwell. Was this not a display of arrogance? Whispers ceased abruptly upon Azhi's entrance. Logically, the one most displeased should have been the favored Chun Gui-pin, who had enjoyed the emperor's exclusive affection for the past 6 months. Others had grown accustomed to this dynamic, yet Chun Gui-pin was uniquely favored. Many awaited the spectacle, hoping to witness Azhi's wearied visage and sorrowful demeanor. However, they would be sorely disappointed. The Chun Gui-pin who appeared before them was radiant, her complexion rosy, exuding vitality, devoid of any trace of sadness. Had it been any other day, Azhi might have simply ignored their gleeful anticipation, but today she felt compelled to act. Upon entering, she did not immediately take her place, but paused in the center of the room, a smile illuminating her face as she turned to gaze directly at those who awaited the spectacle of her misfortune. No one anticipated that Chun Gui-pin would suddenly turn around. Caught off guard, several pairs of eyes collided with hers, and immediately they hastily averted their gazes. Azhi chuckled softly, remarking, "Pray tell, is there a bloom upon my visage or gold adorning it that warrants such scrutiny from you all?" Although she spoke with a smile, her words caused the onlookers to bow their heads even lower, wishing they could vanish into the ground. Observing their quail-like demeanor, Azhi's expression turned cold. "If you find yourselves so idle, perhaps you might consider transcribing a few scrolls of scripture in a Buddhist hall." These individuals were indeed trifling away their time, each day consumed by idle thoughts or engaging in gossip, relishing in the spectacle of others' misfortunes. Having delivered her remarks, she was disinclined to dwell on their reactions and proceeded directly to her rightful place. Arriving early today, she found herself occupying the highest position in the hall. Had the empress and her fellow high-ranking concubines been present, Azhi would have borne any discomfort in silence. Chapter 81. Please check the peace pulse as Zhou Shui entered. She was met with an unusually serene atmosphere within the hall. Puzzled, she took her seat beside Azhi, who wore a perplexed expression. "What is the matter?" Zhou Shui asked, sensing Azhi's discontent. Zhou Shui firmly believed that Azhi's current unhappiness was not simply due to jealousy over the emperor's overnight stay at Taihe Palace. Over time, she had discerned that it was the emperor who had first developed feelings for Azhi, while Azhi, perhaps due to her youth, had yet to awaken to such emotions. Azhi's tense features softened as she gently shook her head, assuring Zhou Shui that all was well. She was merely fatigued from staying up late reading last night. Zhou Shui, discerning the implications of the previous day's events at the birthday banquet for the Shu Fei, understood that there were ulterior motives at play, leading Azhi to return to the palace to investigate the matter. Yet, Azhi's thoughts were occupied by another concern. The pulse that Farong had felt for her last night was not a slippery one. Azhi's emotions were a tangled web. She yearned for the possibility of being with child, for as a solitary individual, having someone connected by blood in this world would be a profound blessing. However, she was also gripped by fear that she might not be able to protect such a life. The emperor's favor had drawn the scrutiny of the entire harem, and she had witnessed the tragic fate of Lin's child. Despite Lin's faults, the innocent life that had yet to see the world was blameless, extinguished far too soon. As the peace pulse check concluded, Azhi had just returned to the Pixiang Hall when the physician arrived to check her pulse. It would be disingenuous to claim she felt calm. After all, Farong had mentioned the possibility of her being pregnant, though too early to discern. Nevertheless, the palace physicians were highly skilled, and perhaps they would detect something amiss. Pregnancy was a significant matter, and Azhi dared not take it lightly. Thus, she did not find an excuse to defer the physician's visit. "Physician Li, is there any grave concern regarding my health?" Azhi inquired. Physician Li bowed respectfully and replied, "Your Highness, the body of Chun Gui-pin is in excellent health. After offering some traditional advice on maintaining well-being, physician Li departed, leaving only Ranyu and Furong in the room. As it was their duty that day, the two quietly awaited their mistress, who seemed lost in thought. After a considerable time, Azhi furrowed her brow and turned to Ranyu. Ranyu, is my period late by a few days? Your Highness, it is 6 days late, Ranyu replied. She had always kept track of such matters, and upon suspecting Azhi's potential pregnancy, she had calculated the timing. It was precisely because the delay had been noted that such speculation arose. Azhi's menstruation had always been regular, never deviating more than 2 days in the past 6 months. Perhaps it is too early. The pulse is not evident, Furong suggested softly. Azhi nodded in agreement, resigning herself to that possibility. The matter of Azhi potentially being with child must remain a secret from outsiders, yet she did not conceal it from her close attendants. Ranyu and the others. Her daily sustenance, attire, residence, and transportation were all managed by the 4 of them. Though they generally exhibited prudence and caution, a pregnant woman is, after all, distinct from ordinary individuals. It is imperative to be vigilant regarding what should and should not be consumed or utilized. Azhi instructed Ranyu to summon Wuxiang and Luyong. Upon hearing this, both women displayed expressions of delight, particularly Wuxiang, who seemed to feel as if the princess was already nurturing a little one within her womb. However, Luyong's demeanor was slightly different. While she too was pleased, there was an almost imperceptible furrow of her brow and a hint of gravity in her countenance. Azhi, oblivious to this nuance, was nonetheless observed by Ranyu, who discreetly withdrew her gaze, harboring a sense of doubt. Suddenly, a startling thought crossed her mind, sending a jolt of alarm through her, though she did not reveal a trace of it. That night, it was Ranyu's turn to keep vigil. She settled herself on a small stool beside the footrest, while Azhi reclined on the couch, engrossed in a novel that had just been delivered from the palace. Titled The Cold-Faced Regent's Compulsory Love. Despite its mundane title, Azhi, being somewhat of a commoner at heart, found joy in such tales, often unable to endure the more philosophical works. As she read, Azhi would occasionally chuckle to herself, causing Ranyu considerable inner turmoil about whether to speak up. Ultimately, she rose from her stool, her expression grave as she knelt before Azhi. The suddenness of her action made Azhi put down her book and turn to her. Ranyu, what is the matter? She inquired. Ranyu, gazing at Azhi with a furrowed brow, hesitated before speaking. Your Highness, I recall that on the day you viewed that string of South Red agate, someone else was present. As soon as the words left her lips, Azhi's expression hardened, and she asked in a low voice, who was that person? Since Ranyu had now mentioned it, it indicated she was aware of the identity. Ranyu replied quietly, it was Luyong. On that day, she accompanied you to Taihe Palace and has been in charge of it since you viewed it. Just as we were about to leave, I suddenly felt unwell, and I saw Luyong exiting your chamber, so I entrusted the box to her temporarily. When you inquired about it yesterday, I momentarily forgot, and I also felt that since Luyong had accompanied me, she would not be someone to suspect. She has always been diligent in her duties, serving you with utmost care. Hence I did not consider her in that light. Yet, today, her fleeting expression of unease lingered in my mind, prompting me to disclose this matter. Upon hearing this, Azhi's expression turned icy, and she remained silent for a considerable time before finally murmuring, summon Xiaoshozi. Ranyu quietly acknowledged and hurried to call for Xiaoshozi. Azhi, now seated upright, found herself entirely uninterested in the book that lay beside her. If what Ranyu had stated was indeed true, then Luyong's culpability loomed large. Yet the question remained, why? Azhi found herself perplexed. Luyong had been by her side for a considerable time, her actions consistently above reproach. Azhi had never doubted her loyalty, and if Luyong were to betray her, it would be an unthinkable waste of a trusted ally, making the mastermind behind this seem rather foolish. Let us not dwell on whether the emperor has chosen to cast blame this time. Even if he were to do so, this singular incident would hardly suffice to bring her any significant harm. At most, she might endure a period of diminished favor, which for Azhi is hardly a matter of consequence. Such a valuable piece as Lu Yu should be conserved for moments of greater significance. Xiaoshozi arrived promptly, and as Ranyu remained at the entrance, the chamber contained only the two of them. Azhi wasted no words, whispering, "Investigate Lu Yu thoroughly." No sooner had she spoken than she added, "Moreover, I require a comprehensive inquiry into everyone within the Pishang Hall. Report any signs of disloyalty without exception." Xiao Shouzi's demeanor turned serious and solemn. He responded affirmatively in a hushed tone before quietly departing. Chapter 82. Not so mild-tempered Xiao Shouzi was quick in his actions. The next day, as Azhi returned from paying her respects at Taihe Palace, he approached her. "Your Highness, I have found the one who severed the silk cord." In his previous service under Eunuch Yang, Xiao Shouzi had garnered a certain reputation, albeit for handling unsavory tasks that required him to be discreet during his visits to see the eunuch. Thus, Consort Chun had not recognized him, though he had seen her long before. Therefore, when Eunuch Yang inquired if he would be willing to serve in the fragrant hall, he readily consented without hesitation. Xiao Shouzi understood Eunuch Yang's intent in placing him by Consort Chun's side, so from his very first day in the fragrant hall, he had discreetly observed the palace attendants, familiarizing himself with their roles and nuances. While he did not know each individual intimately, he had gathered a considerable understanding. However, since the consort had not inquired, he dared not intrude with unsolicited information. After the consort's remarks the previous night, he had pondered deeply, especially scrutinizing those who had previously aroused his suspicions. Upon investigation, he indeed uncovered the culprit. It turned out that Lu Yu had briefly assisted Ranyu in safeguarding a box, but during that time, Alon had sought out Lu Yu under the pretext of a matter concerning the consort, thereby distracting her long enough to cut the silk cord. Azhi had not approached Lu Yu, and upon returning, Lu Yu had inquired about Alon, who had dismissed her concerns, claiming it was likely a misunderstanding. Inside the hall, with Ranyu and the others present, Azhi discreetly cast a glance at the downcast Lu Yu and, without evading the four of them, directly asked, "Who was it?" Xiao Shouzi respectfully replied, "In response to your highness, it was Alon from the outer court, tending to the flowers. I have temporarily detained her." Xiao Shouzi, accustomed to dealings with such matters, realized that Alon might already sense the gravity of her situation. If her accomplices were to learn of her capture, she might very well be silenced to protect themselves. Thus, he took the initiative to secure her. It was not that he valued Alon's life. Rather, since the consort had entrusted him with the matter, he felt compelled to provide her with a satisfactory resolution, ensuring that no life would be lost in vain. Upon hearing that it was Alon, and not Lu Yu or any of her close attendants, a complex swirl of emotions filled Azhi's heart. There was a measure of relief, yet she could not fully exhale. However, the pressing matter at hand required immediate attention. "Wu Xiang, you, and Xiao Shouzi go and bring her here." The two swiftly brought Alon before them. Alon had long been aware of her misdeeds being uncovered and had spent the past hour in anxious turmoil. Upon seeing Azhi, she fell to her knees, weeping pitifully. "Your Highness, I realize my mistake. I beg for your mercy." Azhi regarded her with an icy expression. Alon, upon witnessing her demeanor, offered no defense, only pleading for her life. The truth was clear to Azhi, and there was no need for further inquiry. "I may spare you, but did you ever consider sparing this palace when you undertook your actions?" As rose from her seat and strode toward her, lowering her gaze to coldly question, "Who compelled you to act in this manner?" Al-In, kneeling, attempted to inch closer to Az's feet, but was unceremoniously restrained by Xiaoshu, who employed some unseen method, rendering Al-In utterly powerless and limp upon the ground. Her face was a mess of tears and snot, and disregarding her pain, she pleaded repeatedly, "I am aware of your benevolence, my lady. I beseech you to spare my wretched life. I promise never to err again. Please, I implore you, show mercy." As gazed at her, her heart growing cold. At such a dire moment, Al-In still hesitated to reveal who had instigated her treachery, hoping for leniency. "Xiaoshu, take her away, as commanded. If she is willing to confess, we shall cease. If she remains silent, she shall receive 50 lashes, and not a single one shall be spared." Upon hearing this, Al-In's countenance turned ashen. 50 lashes, even the stoutest eunuch might not endure such punishment, let alone herself. She feared she would scarcely survive the first few strikes. "My lady, I beg of you." Alan's pleas were abruptly silenced as her mouth was covered. Xiaoshu dragged her outside, and, as coldly instructed, our New York summoned all the palace attendants to witness the punishment. Our New York hurried away, and as followed, taking a seat on a Wangwali chair that Lyu had placed behind her. Once everyone had gathered, the execution commenced, as had no intention of concealing the incident. Within a brief span, the entire assembly was apprised of the circumstances. Upon comprehending the events, the maids and eunuchs regarded Al-In on the long bench with not a trace of sympathy, only disdain and contempt. The palace was a merciless arena. From a moment they entered, individuals mysteriously vanished one after another. Palace maids and eunuchs abounded, their lives deemed worthless. Their demise would elicit no champion on their behalf. They were mere ants striving to survive. Since being assigned to serve the kind and gentle Ch. their lives had significantly improved. Ch. was benevolent and good-tempered, often bestowing generous rewards upon them. In just a few months, the silver they received in gifts far surpassed their monthly allowances. Even when mistakes occurred, Ch. never laid blame upon them. In the fragrant hall, they need not fear the capriciousness of their mistress, living instead without trepidation as long as they performed their duties well. Yet, they had not anticipated the emergence of someone like Al-In. The onlooking maids and young eunuchs not only felt no compassion, but almost wished to rush forward to chastise her for her fate. As remained seated at the front, her expression unchanged. Perhaps her previous kindness had led these individuals to perceive her as accommodating. Al-In, believing in her own benevolence, thought that despite her treachery and betrayal, a few cries for mercy would suffice to secure her release. Azhi grew up beside Yang Zhengde, a figure of considerable significance. He is a trusted confidant of the emperor, serving as the chief eunuch in the imperial palace. If he were a man of compassion and leniency, he would not have maintained his position within the palace for so many years, nor would the emperor have dared to entrust him with such authority. Having entered the palace at the tender age of 7, Azhi naturally received much kindness from Yang Gonggong. Yet he imparted to her all the essential teachings requisite for survival in such a treacherous environment. The palace is a place that devours the unwary. Despite Yang Gonggong's utmost protection, he remains perpetually concerned that she might one day fall victim to its intrigues. Thus, he has never shied away from involving her in matters of consequence, reserving her exclusion solely for the most confidential affairs. However, Azhi is reluctant to employ such tactics against her fellow palace attendants, fully aware of their hardships, and she often exhibits considerable leniency toward them. Nevertheless, this does not imply that she possesses an overly forgiving temperament, as she would not easily overlook the betrayal of those who feign loyalty while undermining her from within. Chapter 83. The Emperor's favorite. With each strike, the pink garment of Alan became increasingly stained with crimson. Some compassionate maids turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight any longer. With the 20th strike, Alan's breaths grew shallow. Azhi maintained a stoic expression, her brow unwrinkled throughout the ordeal. By the 25th strike, Alan was gasping for air. Though Azhi's face was cold and unyielding, her hands, clasped tightly together, betrayed her tightening resolve. This was Azhi's first time punishing a palace maid, and witnessing Alan's plight made her realize that her heart was not as hard as she had hoped. Just as Azhi was about to call for a halt, she heard Alan's labored whimpers. Azhi signaled for Xiao Shouzi to remove the cloth from her mouth. In a weak voice, Alan confessed, I will confess to everything." Azhi frowned slightly, instructing Xiao Shouzi to lower Alan and bring her closer. The surrounding palace attendants were dismissed. "It was the noble consort Shu who commanded me to do this," Alan insisted. "Do you have any evidence for your claim?" Azhi was not foolish enough to rely solely on Alan's words. "There is," Alan replied hurriedly. "Under my pillow, there is 100 taels of silver, given to me by Fong Cha, a maidservant beside consort Shu. If the noble lady does not believe me, I can confront her." Azhi raised her gaze to Xiao Shouzi, who nodded slightly. He had already searched Alan's quarters and indeed found 100 taels beneath the pillow. However, he had not yet reported this to the esteemed consort Chun. Since Alan was willing to speak, extracting further information would not prove difficult. It was then that Azhi realized Alan was never truly one of her own. She was a pawn placed in her palace by consort Shu. This piece had gone unnoticed due to its inconspicuousness, and consort Shu had never moved it, which allowed it to remain hidden until selected by eunuch Yang to enter Azhi's palace. Did consort Shu ever assign you any other tasks? Azhi inquired. Alan quickly shook her head in denial. No, only this one. I swear, nothing else. Her voice was urgent and rapid. Azhi regarded her for a moment before softly replying. For now, I shall believe you, but my fragrant pavilion is too small to accommodate you. Alan's eyes brightened momentarily before dimming once more, tears streaming down her cheeks. It was too late for regrets. Xiao Shouzi, take her back to the Hall of Internal Affairs and say she accidentally broke the red-glazed vase gifted to me by the Emperor while serving in the fragrant pavilion. Azhi ultimately left a sliver of mercy. Alan, battered and bruised, bowed deeply to Azhi 3 times in gratitude. Thus, a tumultuous episode came to an end. Azhi returned to her quarters, curling up alone on the favored couch in silence, while Ranyu and the others tried to follow her inside, but were all turned away. The news of the public punishment by Consort Chun could not be concealed for long, and soon it spread throughout the palace. Many other palace maids and young eunuchs discreetly inquired about the matter, yet after the incident involving Alan, no one dared to speak freely. The fragrant pavilion remained tightly sealed in silence. In the Yuning Palace, Feng Cha had just returned from the hall after collecting the monthly silver. On her way back, she noticed several young eunuchs from the Pixiang Hall carrying a bloodied individual, prompting her to pay closer attention. To her shock, it was Alan. Realizing that matters had been exposed, Feng Cha's expression turned grave as she quickened her pace back to the palace. Last night, Xu Fei had wept throughout the night, only managing to drift into slumber as dawn broke. Winter Yi was waiting outside, and upon seeing Feng Cha approach in a flurry, her brow furrowed with an ominous premonition. As Feng Cha drew near, she slowed her steps and softly inquired, "Has the Empress awakened?" Winter Yi gently shook her head. "Not yet, but what has happened?" Faced with Winter Yi, Feng Cha felt there was little to conceal, and in a hushed tone revealed, "Alan is in trouble." Winter Yi, well aware of who Alan was, felt her heart sink at the news, her expression more troubled than Feng Cha's. Alan was someone the Empress had entrusted to the Pixiang Hall, and with her predicament, it was likely that the incident with the broken South Red agate during the Empress's birthday banquet had reached Shun Guiping's ears. This matter must be reported to the Empress. However, the Empress had not enjoyed a restful night in days. If they interrupted her now, she would surely be unable to return to sleep. After careful consideration, Winter Yi whispered, "We should not inform the Empress just yet." Feng Cha hesitated, but ultimately acquiesced to Winter Yi's suggestion. Meanwhile, in the Taihe Palace, news had also reached them. Zhao Fu noticed Xiao Luzi peering anxiously outside, prompting him to glance up at the Emperor before quietly stepping out. "What has happened?" Zhao Fu inquired, furrowing his brow. Xiao Luzi, whom he had personally trained, though still young, was typically reliable. His urgency indicated something serious was afoot. "Sir, there has been an incident at the Pixiang Hall. It seems that Chun Guiping has resorted to corporal punishment within the palace." Witnessing eunuchs reported that the maid was carried out, covered in blood. Xiao Luzi's face was filled with alarm, and Zhao Fu's expression darkened upon hearing the news. In the palace, punishments and even executions of servants were common occurrences, yet none dared to make such matters public. They were typically resolved quietly. There were rules governing the palace, and when servants erred, it was the responsibility of the Department of Punishments to address it. Chun Guiping's actions, beating a maid within her own quarters and allowing other eunuchs and maids to observe, were unprecedented. The severity of the misuse of authority hinged on the Emperor's disposition. If treated seriously, it could implicate not just a noble consort, but even the Empress herself. Conversely, it could also be dismissed as merely a matter of internal management. However, Zhao Fu's serious demeanor soon relaxed. His concerns had been unfounded. The individual responsible for this incident was Chun Guipin, a figure of significant standing. It was likely that when the emperor learned of the situation, he would not seek retribution, but rather consider whether Chun Guipin had endured some grievance that prompted such actions. Given the implications surrounding Chun Guipin, Zhao Fu did not dare to delay and hurried inside. Indeed, before Zhao Fu could finish his words, Han Yin set aside the document in his hand, furrowing his brow as he coldly inquired, "What has transpired in the palace concerning her?" Zhao Fu found himself momentarily at a loss. He had just inquired of Xiao Luzi, who had also professed ignorance. Furthermore, Zhao Fu had yet to consult with the informant stationed within the Paixiang Hall. At this moment, faced with the emperor's question, he could not provide an answer. Fortunately, the emperor's thoughts were entirely preoccupied with Chun Guipin, sparing Zhao Fu from further scrutiny. Observing Zhao Fu's hesitance, Han Yin resolved to rise, declaring, "Very well. I shall go and see her." Zhao Fu hastily bowed and followed suit. Upon the emperor's arrival at Paixiang Hall, Ran Yu intended to enter and inform her mistress, only to find that the emperor had already stepped inside. The attendants quickly offered their respects. Han Yin noticed that the four individuals who typically served beside Azhi were absent, and the room was enveloped in a profound silence, prompting a slight furrow of his brow. This was a first for him. Gently pushing open the door, he beheld Azhi curled up on the couch, a diminutive figure, and his heart sank immediately. Chapter 84. I shall also make the emperor suffer. As Azhi reclined on the couch, she detected a faint sound of the door opening. She softly declared, "I require no attendance. You may all leave." After a moment, the door did not close, and the footsteps drew ever closer. Azhi felt a flicker of annoyance and abruptly sat up. "I have stated that I do not need anyone to attend to me. You all must, Your Majesty?" Only then did Azhi realize that the person standing behind her was Han Yin. She was astonished and could scarcely believe her eyes. "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" Instinctively, she glanced towards the window, noting that it was just past the hour of shun. At this time, the emperor should be in the Taihe Palace managing state affairs. How could he possibly be in her Paixiang Hall? "I heard someone was wronged, so I came to take a look," Han Yin said as he settled beside her on the couch, gently pulling Azhi into his embrace. The emperor must have misunderstood. Azhi buried her face in his chest, mumbling, "I have not been wronged. Rather, I have been the one to mistreat others." Upon hearing her words, Han Yin could not help but chuckle softly. How could she possibly bully anyone? Before he could even inquire further, she had already divulged everything. Noticing Azhi's low spirits, he playfully asked, "How did you mistreat someone?" Azhi's mind was filled with the image of Elon, covered in blood. The incident in her palace had indeed infuriated her, and her decision to allow the palace maids to witness the punishment was intended as a warning. Yet, having gone through with it, she felt even more distressed. This turmoil, however, she could not share with Ran Yu and the others. She could only bottle it up inside. With the emperor's arrival, Azhi disregarded any concern about potential reproach from him and poured out her heart. "I punished a maid in the palace today and had others come to witness the punishment. Your Majesty, I sat at the front and watched as she received 25 lashes. By the end, she was drenched in blood." After speaking, she added in a hushed tone, "I am indeed a heartless and ruthless woman." Upon hearing Azhi label herself as such, Han Yin could no longer suppress his laughter. This elicited a look of deep resentment from Azhi, who had been earnest in her account of events. Yet the emperor found amusement in her plight. However, the mirth in Han Yin's eyes held no trace of reproach or blame. He merely felt that she was too kind-hearted. If she were truly as ruthless as she claimed, there would not be a single virtuous soul left in the palace. Moreover, who among the truly heartless would openly declare themselves as such? If she were genuinely so cruel, how could she recall the exact number of lashes the maid received? It was likely that she felt a pang of sorrow even while the maid was being punished. Yet, despite this, she still enforced the punishment, indicative that the maid must have committed some unforgivable act. Otherwise, given Azhi's inherently gentle and amiable nature, it would have been entirely uncharacteristic for her to escalate matters to this extent. After Az finished speaking, she waited for a long time without hearing a response from HNYN, only to find him gazing at her with a low chuckle. Discontent, she straightened up in his embrace, wondering if the emperor was truly listening to her words. Hyn cleared his throat twice, his expression stern. Yet the mirth in his eyes was undeniable. I am indeed listening. I heard my esteemed consort Chun declare herself to be a heartless and ruthless person. Only then did Az rest her head back on his shoulder, her demeanor languid as she replied, "As long as the emperor has heard, it suffices. After all, I am indeed a villain, cold and unfeeling, capable of swift and decisive actions." Hyn grew increasingly uneasy with her words and interrupted, furrowing his brows. "From which storybook did you derive such phrases?" He knew as well. The first part sounded like her own words, but the latter, talk of killing with the mere nod of a head, was clearly not something she could concoct on her own. It was likely yet another phrase she had picked up from some new tale, much like the name or New York of the maidservant beside her, which she had borrowed from the book The Headstrong Princess Who Insisted on Marrying the Young Noble. Hyn remembered this vividly, both due to his sharp memory and the explicit nature of the content. He had fortuitously caught as blushing as she read, and he had drawn her into his arms to share in the reading, not only observing but also applying the descriptions to her. Hyn had always immersed himself in historical literature, esteemed works of scholarship. He naturally hoped Az would also engage with more enlightening texts. However, she showed little interest in such scholarly tomes. Despite his attempts to encourage her, she would inevitably succumb to sleep within half an hour of reading them. Over time, he had acquiesced to her preferences, reluctant to deprive her of her simple pleasures. Upon hearing the emperor's inquiry, Az felt a twinge of guilt as she buried her face into the crook of his neck. She murmured, "In essence, that is the sentiment. I am a wicked woman, and as long as the emperor knows, it is enough." "Ah, I understand. Az is indeed a wicked woman," Hyn replied, his voice laced with affection, clearly not taking her words to heart. Az was simply too kind-hearted, which made her overly concerned about even the minor punishments of her maidservants. If she considered herself a villain for such thoughts, what would that make him? A tenfold greater fiend? Yet, since she believed herself to be so, Hyn playfully asked, "With such a villainous consort Chun, should I be wary in the future?" Az, hearing his words, retorted with a hint of defiance, "The emperor ought to be cautious. If I am this wicked, should you ever cause me distress, who knows what might transpire?" Realizing halfway through her sentence that she was addressing the emperor, she abruptly halted, aware that some topics were best left unspoken, especially those regarding life and death. She fell silent, nestling quietly against him. Hyn gently grasped her slender neck, lifting her to meet his gaze. Han Yan's eyes sparkled with mirth as he softly inquired, "Why the silence? Perhaps one day, things might unfold in an unexpected manner." His unwavering gaze seemed intent on compelling Azhi to finish her thought. Azhi, feeling a sense of injustice at his insistence, thought to herself that she was already in a state of distress. It was one thing for him not to offer her solace, but to press her further felt intolerable. Even a clay figurine possesses a modicum of spirit. In a moment of exasperation, Azhi blurted out, "If one day the emperor causes me anguish, I too shall make him suffer." Upon hearing her fierce declaration, Han Yin remained unfazed, pondering how she could possibly inflict any real discomfort upon him. It was not that he underestimated Azhi. Rather, he believed that even if he handed her a blade, she would lack the courage to harm him. His condescending demeanor ignited a competitive spirit within Azhi. "Your Majesty, do not underestimate me. Should you ever cause me distress, I shall destroy that which you hold dear." Han Yin, dismissive of her words, was about to inquire what she considered her most cherished possession when Azhi interjected coldly, "I shall leave you, Your Majesty. I will depart from this palace. Even if it costs me my life, you shall never know where my remains lie." Chapter 85. I'm the Emperor's concubine. When Azhi uttered these words, her gaze fixed upon Han Yin, showing no sign of retreat or fear. Even while expressing such audacious sentiments, Han Yin's expression suddenly darkened. His eyes, once vibrant, now dulled as he scrutinized Azhi's delicate features, desperately searching for any hint of jest. Alas, he found none. Her words were neither playful nor born of petulance. An immense wave of panic and unease surged within him as he comprehended the gravity of her statement. Azhi was serious. If that day were to come, she would indeed leave him. With a swift motion, Han Yin grasped Azhi's chin, his voice low and hoarse, laced with suppressed fury. I forbid it. You cannot depart without my consent, now or ever. Even in death, you shall remain in my embrace. Azhi regarded him with unwavering calm, her eyes betraying no fear. Observing the stoic emperor lose his composure over a mere hypothetical situation stirred a complex and indescribable feeling within her. She fell silent for a moment, which Han Yin interpreted as hesitation. Perhaps she had truly contemplated leaving the palace, distancing herself from him. He tightened his grip, asserting, "You are my cherished concubine. In life and death, we are bound together. You shall not roam beyond my side." Azhi offered a resigned smile, questioning, "Your Majesty, are you not being excessively domineering? After all, as a mere concubine, what right do I have to share your resting place? You are the emperor, and in 100 years, it will be the empress by your side. I am the emperor, and this realm belongs to me. Thus, you belong to me as well." Han Yin's tone was unyielding, leaving no room for discussion. Azhi wished to avoid further contention over this matter. Who could predict the future? Perhaps one day he would tire of her. If such an occasion arose, would she truly remain confined within this fragrant hall? Absolutely not. Yet these thoughts remained unspoken. The look in the emperor's eyes was already intimidating enough. She feared that further words could lead to dire consequences. "Of course, I am the emperor's," Azhi murmured, her hands resting on his wrists, her small face crumpling with sorrow, tears welling in her eyes. "Your Majesty, you are squeezing me too tightly." Han Yin observed the juxtaposition of her earlier fierce demeanor and her current pitiable plea, leaving him at a loss for words. Anger simmered within him, but he was unsure where to direct it. Before her, he often felt like an inexperienced youth. Even he had to concede that Azhi's method of threatening him was both ruthless and astute. Relenting, he released his grip, pulling her into a tight embrace. Burying his face in the crook of her neck as he muttered through clenched teeth, "You have won." Azhi's arms, which had hung limply at her sides, gradually rose to encircle him. For a moment, neither spoke. After a long while, she gently nudged him and said softly, "Your Majesty, you are holding me too tightly. It hurts." Upon hearing this, Han Yan's heart did not soften. Instead, he tightened his grip even further. Pain was necessary. Only through suffering would this ungrateful person learn her lesson and refrain from uttering those heart-wrenching words. Azhi pouted her lips, expressing her displeasure with a huff. "I knew the emperor does not care for me." Han Yin felt a vain throb on his forehead. Her ability to fabricate nonsense had indeed become increasingly remarkable, even claiming that he did not care for her. If he truly did not care, why would he rush from the Taihe Palace under the blazing sun, worried that she might suffer some injustice concerning the Pixiang Hall? If he had no concern for her, how could she dare to threaten him with her own whims? This ungrateful little creature was fully aware of his affections, yet she insisted on feigning ignorance. In a moment of frustration, Han Yin lightly bit her soft neck. "That hurts." Azhi exaggeratedly pushed him away, covering the spot he had just bitten. "The emperor does not care for me at all. He only bullies me." Han Yin was acutely aware of the force he had exerted, and seeing her theatrics, he could not help but scoff. "Only pretending in front of me." However, despite his words, upon noticing the tears welling in her eyes, his heart softened considerably. He began to doubt whether he had been too rough, gently inquiring, "Does it truly hurt?" Azhi shot him a sidelong glance, her eyes glistening with grievance. "It hurts especially, Your Majesty. If you let me bite you, you would know." Though Azhi spoke casually, Han Yin took her words to heart. He leaned closer, his neck taut with anticipation. Azhi, witnessing his expression, felt the tears cease to flow. She gazed at him, her demeanor eager. "Is it true, Your Majesty?" Han Yin replied coldly, "Hurry up, otherwise forget it." Azhi hesitated. After all, he was the emperor, and any harm to his royal personage could lead to grave consequences. Yet, the itch for revenge lingered in her heart. Having been bullied by him so many times, she yearned to retaliate just once. Cautiously, Azhi leaned closer, her her gaze testing. This was a promise made by the emperor himself. Such golden words could not be retracted. Seeing her hesitate, Han Yin firmly grasped the back of her head, pressing her down. With this opportunity at hand, Azhi could not let it slip away, biting down a bit harder on his collarbone. Unbeknownst to her, what she considered a significant bite was merely a tickle to Han Yin. The moisture at his collarbone ignited a fire within him, his gaze darkening. Just as Azhi released him, eager to admire her handiwork, she was suddenly overwhelmed and pinned to the couch, evading Han Yin's mischievous hands. "Your Majesty, that is not right." Azhi recalled Furong's words. Furong had mentioned that her current condition might be due to the early stage of the month, making it difficult to diagnose. If that were the case, engaging in intimate relations would be absolutely inadvisable, and given the emperor's frequent actions, it would undoubtedly harm the baby within her womb. Azhi pressed her hand against Han Yan's chest, preventing him from drawing closer, which elicited a frown of displeasure from him. "What is it?" he inquired. The matter of Azhi's pregnancy remained uncertain, as she dared not reveal it to the emperor outright, resorting instead to a fabricated excuse. "Your Majesty, this servant has come upon her monthly cycle." Upon hearing this explanation, Han Yan's expression darkened immediately, and through gritted teeth, he replied, "Your timing is indeed impeccable." "Not at all. It arrived last night," Azhi replied, feeling guilty and unable to meet his gaze. Fortunately, Han Yan chose not to press the issue further. He was seething with anger, squeezing the soft flesh of his hands in frustration, and, breathing heavily, he rose from the bed and made his way to the washroom at the back. Chapter 86 torments me. Upon seeing him enter the washroom, Azhi could not resist rising from the bed to steal a glance. Yet, in the next moment, her face flushed with shame, and she quickly hid beneath the covers. When Han Yin emerged, he found her tightly wrapped, looking at him with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. He felt a twinge of irritation, but also a sense of helplessness. Dressed in a freshly changed outfit, he leaned against the bed. Azhi, noticing that he was not truly angry with her, slowly shifted into his embrace. Han Yin playfully pinched her cheeks, chiding, "You are merely tormenting me." "Nay, I am not," Azhi replied softly, wrapping her arms around his waist. "I know the emperor is the best." "Ha!" Han Yin scoffed lightly, aware that she had enchanted him with her sweet words countless times. She frequently declared herself the best, yet even with her awareness of his affection, she did not genuinely reciprocate his feelings. Nevertheless, he inquired softly, "What transpired in the palace today?" Han Yin understood Azhi well. She would never act in such a manner unless something significant had occurred. For someone with her gentle disposition to be riled up like this, it must have been a matter of considerable weight. Upon hearing his question, Azhi hesitated. She had intended to inform the emperor about the incident involving Alan, but to her dismay, Alan turned out to be favored by the noble consort. This meant that the events at the noble consort's birthday banquet were entirely orchestrated by her. Given the noble consort's esteemed position, having enjoyed the emperor's favor for nearly a decade, Azhi was uncertain whether she should divulge this information. Noticing her struggle, Han Yin lowered his gaze at her and asked, "Do you not wish to tell me?" With her sparkling eyes, Azhi looked back and softly replied, "I would prefer not to speak of it just yet, if that is permissible." She still held some reservations, and even if she revealed the matter, what could be done? After all, the noble consort was of the highest rank. Would the emperor truly intercede on her behalf? Moreover, the situation had not genuinely harmed her. Clinging to it would serve no purpose. Azhi's thoughts were uncomplicated, and Han Yin could read her expression with ease. He spoke with a serious demeanor. "I understand your kind heart, but Azhi, sometimes when you show leniency towards others, they may not temper their actions and could even escalate their behavior in the future." In articulating this, he was acutely aware that he should not be imparting such counsel to Azhi. As the emperor, his concerns ought to lie within the court, while the women in the harem were merely distractions amidst his weighty responsibilities. He could dote on one woman, two, or even many. Akin to the former noble consort or the deposed Lin clan, they were but playthings, obedient or endearing, as long as they pleased his eye. However, they must not be greedy or overstep their bounds. He also despised the intrigues and machinations among them. Yet, for Azhi, Han Yen wished for her to be a bit more ambitious, to possess deeper thoughts. Azhi was too innocent, too kind-hearted, in a world as treacherous as the palace. Without protection, she might have already faced dire consequences. Upon hearing Han Yan's words, Azhi's eyes exhibited a flicker of surprise. Han Yan gently tapped her, inquiring, "Why do you gaze at me thus?" Azhi, after a brief moment of astonishment, chuckled softly, "It is nothing. I merely feel that your majesty is exceedingly kind to me." She tightened her embrace around his arm, her smile unwavering, yet her heart brimmed with confusion. It seemed that the emperor had undergone a transformation. The man she once knew would never have uttered such sentiments, nor permitted her to entertain such thoughts. Previously, all she needed to do was to be obedient and compliant, to suppress her musings, and simply amuse him during his leisure moments. Yet today appeared to be markedly different. Azhi stole another glance at him. Han Yan's expression remained unchanged, concealing all emotions. Unable to comprehend the shift in his demeanor, Azhi resolved to cast aside her thoughts. She pondered over his earlier words. Did he truly wish for her to voice her concerns? However, that was the esteemed concubine Shu. Tentatively, she asked, "Your Majesty, if I were to speak, would you take my side?" This was of great importance. If she spoke and he took no action, it would render her words meaningless. Upon hearing her inquiry, Han Yan realized she still harbored doubts about him. A sense of helplessness welled within him. Had he ever failed to lean in her favor regarding matters that concerned her? Yet, she continued to doubt him. He felt as though he had laid bare his heart before her. With a tone of resignation, he replied, "How can you know if I will support you unless you speak?" However, his response was ambiguous, leaving Azhi filled with hesitation. Finally, she whispered, "I have discovered the identity of the person who severed the southern red agate string I prepared at the birthday banquet." Han Yan, upon hearing her statement, refrained from immediate response, fully aware that her revelation was not yet complete. He patiently awaited her continuation. Azhi, her almond-shaped eyes fixed on him, revealed, "That person is concubine Shu." Having finally voiced her thoughts, a wave of relief washed over her, yet she remained anxious as she regarded Han Yan. Tension coursed through her body, and she braced herself for the possibility that he might not believe her, prompting her to bow and admit fault. Azhi's anxious demeanor elicited a complex expression from Han Yan. "I have yet to say anything, so why do you appear so troubled?" She offered an awkward smile, hesitant to respond. Han Yan sighed softly, pinching her chin gently, and remarked, "I will stand by you." Azhi's eyes widened slightly in disbelief. Had he truly just affirmed his support? Unable to suppress a light chuckle, Han Yan observed her earnestness. She often spoke unguardedly when expressing her true feelings. Yet in other moments, she adhered rigidly to decorum. He held her chin delicately and brushed his lips against hers before withdrawing, murmuring with affectionate assurance, "Indeed, I will advocate for you." Having received the emperor's unequivocal promise, Azhi felt an overwhelming sweetness in her heart. This time, when she smiled to Han Yan, her sincerity radiated. The emperor was truly benevolent. As she spoke, she clambered off the bed, disregarding all decorum, and boldly seated herself upon Han Yan's lap, cupping his face and pecking at him haphazardly several times. Han Yan could only feel his face drenched in saliva, devoid of any romantic thoughts. When Azhi finally withdrew, he couldn't help but frown, pondering how, even after all this time, she still lacked the familiarity of a family member. Azhi gazed at his face, now marked with damp impressions, her innocent eyes wide open. She feigned a pitiful expression, asking, "Is the emperor displeased with me? I'm indeed not comparable to the other ladies in the palace, but if that is the case..." Before she could finish, Han Yan swiftly silenced her with a kiss, fearing that if she uttered another word, she would age him further with her vexing remarks. Thanks to the ruse Azhi spun earlier about her impending menstruation, Han Yan ultimately restrained himself. With a mixture of resentment, he bit down on Azhi's lip and strode away with purpose. Chapter 87. The illness of the noble consort. Since the emperor had declared that he would take charge of the matter, Azhi chose not to intervene further. She had already punished Elon, and the noble consort was not someone she could penalize at will. It was more prudent to leave it to the emperor rather than worry incessantly. However, Both ran you and L. You bore some blame. And Azhi imposed a penalty of 2 months silver on each of them. From the moment Xiao Shozi entered the Taihe Palace, he kept a vigilant eye on everyone. After Chuan Guipin mentioned her intent to investigate L. You last night, he meticulously revisited every corner he might have overlooked. Yet thus far, he had found no suspicious or irregular behavior from Elio. Upon receiving Xiao Shozi's report, Azhi said little, merely instructing him to continue his surveillance. Not just Elio, but everyone in the Taihe Palace, except for Fu Rong and Wu Xiong, was subject to scrutiny. Fu Rong and Wu Xiong were the emperor's favorites, with no prior connections to the other residents of the harem. The following day, during the morning salutations, Azhi was taken aback when the empress suddenly announced that the noble consort was unwell and needed to rest, likely remaining in Yuning Palace for the next 3 months. This news left her momentarily stunned, as whispers of speculation rippled through the other concubines, each pondering the nature of the noble consort's ailment. Even Zhou Xiui, who typically shunned involvement in such matters, expressed her confusion. She leaned in to quietly inquire of Azhi. Surely the noble consort cannot be gravely ill? Previously, the noble consort often excused herself from attending the Yuning Palace under the pretense of illness, but never for such an extended period. This was indeed most unusual. Azhi stared at the neatly arranged pastries on her plate, unable to meet Zhou Xiui's gaze, feeling a pang of guilt. She could surmise the truth. It must be the emperor's doing. While the noble consort claimed to be unwell, it was likely that she had been effectively placed under house arrest. In a hesitant whisper, she replied, "Sister Zhou, if you ask me, I truly do not know." Recalling Azhi's tendency to avoid involvement, Zhou Xiui murmured, "Indeed, if I do not know, you certainly would not either." After having told a small lie to Zhou Xiui, Azhi felt an unusual anxiety throughout the morning salutations, fearing that her deceit would be uncovered. Once the gathering dispersed, she unexpectedly did not return to her own Taihe Palace, but instead headed to Taihe Palace. From a distance, Xiao Luzi spotted the approach